Chapter 1. The Ancient Virus. On July 2nd, reports indicate that due to the accumulation of the greenhouse effect, the polar glaciers and permafrost are melting, resulting in a rapid rise in sea levels. It is anticipated that in the future, numerous coastal cities will face the peril of being submerged. On August 5th, scientists recently discovered a multitude of colossal beast remains dating back 12,000 years in the Arctic region. Experts speculate that these magnificent creatures perished due to on August 10th. Perhaps the giant race from ancient myths and legends truly existed, as an Arctic scientific expedition uncovered the frozen corpses of giants beneath the glaciers. On August 16th, the Arctic research efforts have captivated the public's attention. Recently, scientists made a new discovery. They found a novel type of ancient bacteria on the remains of these colossal beasts and giants, exhibiting extraordinarily potent activity. Experts caution that the melting glaciers, coupled with the emergence of ancient biological remains and the various bacteria and viruses they carry, is far from favorable development and may herald calamity for humanity. In a parallel world, the city of Luchao, within the library of a university. This is a library. Han Chong, slumped over a table in slumber, was suddenly jolted awake, his abrupt movements causing the furniture to emit a cacophony of creaks, drawing disdainful glares from his peers. Yet, none noticed the fleeting crimson glimmer in Han Chong's eyes, the ferocity and intent for slaughter momentarily subdued. After a brief pause, he swiftly illuminated the screen of his phone. September 18th, 3032, 16-05. I have been reborn. Only 1 hour remains until the outbreak of the ancient virus. First came exhilaration, swiftly followed by a profound sense of crisis that gripped his heart. A global catastrophe was imminent, and he had but 1 hour to prepare. Han Chong sprang to his feet, racing toward the library exit, the clamor of furniture once more eliciting discontent from his classmates. Some, observing his hasty retreat, derided him as insane, questioning why he would come to the library merely to sleep, assuming he must be academically deficient. An hour is fleeting yet immensely precious. With astute planning, he could still seize the opportunity to rise above the impending apocalypse. As he ran, Han Chong rapidly sifted through information in his mind. According to his memories from a previous life, the accumulation of the greenhouse effect had resulted in the melting of polar glaciers and the thawing of permafrost, leading to the discovery of ancient viruses and the remains of prehistoric creatures that had slumbered beneath the ice for millennia. The United Nations scientific expedition established a vast laboratory in the Arctic to cultivate and study these ancient viruses. However, for reasons unknown, a catastrophic explosion occurred in the laboratory, resulting in the release of the cultivated ancient virus, which subsequently spread across the globe. Humanity, along with various forms of life, found itself defenseless against this ancient virus, succumbing to a myriad of diseases and bizarre mutations. Frenzied, bloodthirsty mutations led to widespread chaos, claiming countless lives in violent confrontations, a phenomenon dubbed adverse mutation, also referred to as zombification. The assault of zombies, coupled with the ailments induced by the virus, caused the global population, once exceeding 7 billion, to plummet to less than 1 billion in a remarkably brief span. The remaining humans, although achieving a form of collective immunity, were not without their afflictions that a mere 1% of the population underwent beneficial mutations, or what some termed evolution, akin to the deities of myth, acquiring an array of formidable abilities. These evolved beings were known as new humans or awakened ones. Although internationally they were often referred to as mutants in his previous life, Han Chong endured the initial onslaught of the virus, evading the chaos and destruction wrought by rampant zombies, ultimately awakening a new capability and becoming an awakened one. However, the ability he awakened was rather mundane, an exceptional self-healing skill that allowed him to recover swiftly from injuries as long as he was not killed on the spot. It was this ability that rendered Han Chong remarkably resilient in the apocalypse, surviving numerous perilous situations against all odds. Although he was not the most powerful, he managed to endure far longer. Of course, longevity does not equate to a good life. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, where ethics crumble and laws cease to exist, mere resilience is insufficient. One must possess formidable combat prowess to live with dignity and acquire the resources necessary for further evolution along the path of advancement. Otherwise, he would end up like his previous self, eliminated in the competition for evolution, ultimately abandoned by the woman he cherished, languishing in the wasteland of the apocalypse. and meeting his demise at the hands of betrayal from companions. Now that he had been granted a second chance at life, he absolutely refused to be as feeble as in his previous existence. He needed a suitable sanctuary to ensure his survival at the onset of the disaster, particularly against the illnesses wrought by the virus and the onslaught of zombies. He required ample food. Preventing hunger was one aspect. More crucially, after the onset of illness, a significant replenishment of energy would be necessary. He required weaponry and equipment. This was not solely for self-defense. He also needed to take the initiative, seizing control and acquiring resources for evolution, making weaponry and equipment of utmost importance. As Han Chong sprinted, he calculated rapidly in his mind. Utilizing the foresight granted by his rebirth, he swiftly organized his thoughts and devised a preliminary plan for this most precious hour. In his previous life, during the outbreak of the virus, he had been as ignorant as others. Trapped within the confines of a school, his classmates transformed into zombies, attacking and devouring the living. He had cowered in fear within his dormitory, enduring hunger and struggling to navigate the initial phase of chaos. Even when he was eventually rescued, fear of the zombies compelled him to remain hidden, never daring to confront even ordinary zombies, let alone the more evolved variants and powerful monstrosities that followed. This state of affairs persisted for over a year, until awakened ones began to emerge, and humanity started to chart a path toward evolution, with formidable psychic awakened ones arising in the university city, prompting a shift in circumstances. However, by then it was too late. In the race for evolution, he had been left far behind, and no amount of effort could allow him to catch up to the speed of zombies awakened ones and the various evolving creatures. Reflecting on the arduous experiences of his previous life, Han Chong clenched his fist. In this new life, he had seized the initiative, a step ahead. Even if he awakened the same super self-healing ability again, he would undoubtedly traverse a farther path and reach greater heights than in his previous existence. Chapter 2. The Pursuit of Weapons and Equipment. Upon entering university, Han Chong had taken the opportunity to explore the significant attractions of Luqiao City during weekends and holidays. Among these, the most memorable was the museum in Luqiao City, which housed a sword belonging to Sun Quan, the great emperor of Eastern Wu during the Three Kingdoms period. Cui Bao's ancient and modern annotations records, the great emperor Sun Quan of Wu possessed 6 treasured swords: the White Rainbow, the Purple Lightning, the Evil Banishing Sword, the Meteor, the Azure Dark, and the Hundredly. The sword housed in the museum was one of these 6 treasured swords, the Purple Lightning. It was said to have been unearthed in 2028 from Sun Quan's tomb on Purple Gold Mountain. Despite having endured 2 millennia, the sword remained as pristine as ever, gleaming with a chilling radiance capable of severing hair. Archaeologists conducted experiments, demonstrating that a gentle press on the blade could slice through 50 sheets of thick paper. Subsequently, the Purple Lightning Sword was enshrined as the museum's treasured artifact, displayed prominently within the Luqiao Museum. Han Chong's primary objective on this excursion was none other than this sword. In a country where firearm regulations are stringent, this sword represents the finest weapon available in the post-apocalyptic world and is currently the most accessible armament. For Han Chong, even if firearms truly exist, they may not prove superior to this exquisite sword, especially when zombies and various evolved creatures reach a certain stage. The efficacy of guns diminishes significantly, further constrained by ammunition limitations. The most critical aspect is that I lack the skill to wield firearms. No matter how exceptional the weapon, in my hands, it would merely serve as a blunt instrument. From a university town to the museum, the subway journey takes 30 minutes. Accounting for the walking and ticket-checking time, Han Chong emerged from the subway at precisely 4:45. The museum has specific visiting hours, closing at 5:30, but no new visitors are permitted entry after 5. Han Chong entered the museum just as the clock approached the final moments of this deadline. It was not a holiday, and with the impending closing time, the number of visitors was scant. In this vast museum, aside from himself, there were merely 6 individuals present. This brought Han Chong considerable satisfaction, as fewer people would undoubtedly result in less obstruction later on. Near the entrance, a young couple engaged in affectionate banter appeared disinterested in the exhibits, seemingly preparing to depart, with a male boasting about an ancient official robe, claiming that in a past life, he would have been a general or a prince. The girl, intrigued, inquired how many wives he would have in ancient times, leading to a playful argument between them. Deeper within the museum, a young man with a selfie stick rambled incessantly, clearly live streaming his experience, while at the far end, two other visitors, a lovely young woman and a robust elder, seemed to be a grandparent-grandchild duo. The elder, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of distinction, taking his time to examine each artifact, making him the most earnest visitor in the museum. Conversely, the enchanting young woman appeared disinterested in the antiques, captivated instead by an object before her, often gesturing animatedly. The artifact she was fixated on was none other than the sword Zidian, the very object of Han Chong's quest. Could it be that she too had set her sights on the sword? Was she perhaps a reincarnated individual, aware of the impending catastrophe? No, this sword is crucial for my future survival and evolution. It must not fall into anyone else's hands. Han Chong hastened toward the display of the Zidian sword, ready to seize at the moment the beauty made a move. As he approached, he intruded upon her personal space, prompting her to cast a displeased glance in his direction before frowning and stepping away from the sword's display. "Grandfather, it's almost closing time. Can we leave now?" she inquired softly, her voice clear in the otherwise hushed museum. Soon, the elder replied with a smile, yet his gaze remained fixed on the artifacts, showing no intention of departing. Han Chong relaxed, realizing his initial assumptions were incorrect, silently urging the others to leave quickly. Glancing at the time, it was 4:48. There were only 12 minutes left until the virus outbreak would commence. Though anxious, Han Chong decided to bide his time. Acting now would inevitably attract security and create unnecessary complications. Once the outbreak begins, all obstacles will cease to exist. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to act immediately, feigning interest in the exhibits while directing his gaze toward the right side of the sword display. There were ancient weapons showcased, rusted swords and bows, none of which compared to the Zidian, and he dismissed them with a glance. However, one impressive 2-meter-long broadsword caught his attention. It was well-preserved and striking. Han Chong admired it, but realized its considerable weight made it impractical for combat, at least for now. Further to the right of the weapon display, he spotted another treasure that filled him with delight: ancient armor. The museum featured a variety of armors, predominantly from the late Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period, in times of peace. Han Chong would have little interest in these, but his past experiences taught him that possessing quality armor equates to an extra life in a post-apocalyptic world, particularly in the early stages of disaster, when abilities have yet to awaken. Encountering zombies makes protective gear exceedingly important. The first piece of armor that caught his eye was hanging on a rack, glimmering under the light, a metal shirt woven from small iron rings. According to the display description, it was a chainmail from the Three Kingdoms period, known as a Huansua armor. 2 millennia have passed, yet this armor remains as lustrous as new. It is said that the craftsmanship of such armor is intricate and costly, typically reserved for nobility, with very few surviving examples. Upon further inspection, he noticed another piece, black-scaled armor adorned with gold thread, described as a Xian Tai Yulin armor, famously known as the Blacklight armor. There were 5 renowned armors from the Three Kingdoms era: Blacklight armor, Bright Light armor, Liangdang armor, chainmail, and horse armor, with the Blacklight armor being the most prestigious, attesting to its value. Young man, do you also have an affinity for ancient weaponry? Not many of your generation show interest in such historical artifacts, the elder remarked, having approached Han Chong without him noticing. Beside the elder, the young woman cast a disdainful glance at Han Chong. Men like him, she thought, were all too familiar. Seeing her beauty, they sought to draw near, now pretending to be enthusiasts of antiquities. How disingenuous! Were it not for the setting, she would have relished teaching him a lesson about boundaries. Unaware of her thoughts, Han Chong observed her ponytail cascading with 2 strands framing her round face, her bright eyes sparkling with vivacity. Yet, such musings were fleeting. He did not dwell on them. What did beauty matter when, in the next moment, she could transform into a grotesque zombie, unable to withstand the initial viral outbreak? Even if she somehow evaded transformation, the subsequent 2 illnesses would undoubtedly claim her life. I truly do appreciate it. However, my admiration lies not in history, but in the weapons themselves. At precisely 5 o'clock, the moment had arrived. Han Chong glanced at the time, grinned widely, and, under the astonished gaze of the elder, lifted his foot and kicked the display case of the Zidian sword, shattering the glass. With a resounding crash, the security system activated instantly, and the previously tranquil museum erupted with alarm bells. "Stop. What are you doing?" The young woman beside the elder gasped, her initial shock quickly giving way to outrage. The elder, while taken aback, remained calm, his expression darkening as he demanded, "Young man, what is your intention?" The couple and the live-streaming young man, startled by the commotion, displayed expressions of disbelief. The latter, upon discovering this unexpected turn of events, immediately directed his camera toward Han Chong, realizing that live-streaming a museum heist would undoubtedly go viral. Chapter 3. The catastrophe approaches. Han Chong paid no heed to the onlookers. Reaching for the sword, in his grasp, Han Chong could truly appreciate the renowned sword steeped in history. Weighing approximately 2.5 pounds, with an 80-centimeter blade and an overall length of about 110 centimeters, the sword bore 2 pictorial inscriptions near the hilt. Though unfamiliar, he surmised they denoted the sword's name, Purple Lightning. Holding the weapon felt somewhat burdensome. Without dedicated training, it would prove slightly cumbersome to wield. However, Han Chong felt unperturbed. As long as he could manage it for now, he anticipated that any subsequent evolution would render its weight negligible. In his past life, those with awakened powers could effortlessly lift immense weights with one hand. Even those without such powers would become significantly stronger through mere evolution. As Han Chong grasped the longsword, the portly man felt a mix of anxiety and thrill, directing his phone towards Han Chong, spitting words in excitement, seemingly risking his life. For the live stream, the elderly gentleman and the beautiful woman displayed expressions of grave concern. What struck Han Chong as peculiar was the fact that the woman, facing him with a weapon, exhibited no fear. Instead, her face radiated excitement as she stepped closer, positioning her hands in a martial stance. Do you not find this situation strange? Initially, Han Chong intended to seize the sword and armor and depart promptly to execute his next plan. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that neither the elderly man nor his granddaughter, nor the portly man, were infected mutants, a variable that impeded his strategy. Particularly, the striking young woman appeared to be skilled in martial arts. Han Chong sensed a complication and suppressed the rising urge to harm. With the weapon in hand, he wished to focus all his energy on the impending dangers rather than contend with humans, especially as this girl, if proficient in martial arts, could inflict injury upon his unevolved self. The apocalyptic world had only just begun. Sustaining injuries now would be akin to receiving an early death sentence. Furthermore, with the armor still out of reach, Han Chong was unwilling to abandon his escape. "Young man, put down the sword. If you're in distress, share your troubles with me. I can assist you. Violence will not solve anything." The elderly gentleman exuded an imposing aura, suggesting he was a person of significance. In response, Han Chong shook his head and smiled wryly, while keeping an eye on the young woman. "Do you not find it peculiar? The alarm has been blaring for quite some time, yet no security personnel has arrived." The group fell silent, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Not only was there no security, but even the ticket collector outside remained unresponsive. "Are you not feeling a bit dizzy or experiencing a rise in body temperature?" Han Chong continued as he cautiously maneuvered closer to the display of chainmail. In the moment of their distraction, he struck the glass with the hilt of the sword, shattering it effortlessly, and without hesitation, seized the chainmail. His words left the group in utter shock. As Han Chong had indicated, they indeed felt their body temperatures rising, accompanied by dizziness and an inexplicable restlessness, a gnawing desire within them. However, the sheer shock of Han Chong's brazen theft had overshadowed their awareness of this phenomenon. "Kid, have you poisoned us?" the portly man exclaimed in horror. "Do you dare to make a move?" The young woman, witnessing Han Chong shatter the glass once more, seethed with rage and launched a kick at him. Though Han Chong lacked martial prowess, his struggles in the previous apocalypse had honed his reflexes. He sidestepped, the sword slicing through the air. With the blade's sharpness, a successful strike to her leg could very well render it useless. Yet, the woman's skills were formidable. She swiftly withdrew her leg, evading the sword, and at the last moment, aimed a precise strike towards Han Chong's wrist. Taken aback, Han Chong recognized her martial training. His technique was inferior. He quickly retreated, keeping his distance, unwilling to engage further, as he could not afford to lose the sword he had just obtained. The young woman sought to press the attack, but Han Chong suddenly raised his voice. "Look behind you! What the hell is happening?" The woman scoffed, thinking him deceitful, yet the portly man's startled cry caused her to halt and glance back. What she beheld made her gasp in terror. A couple near the entrance was gushing blood from every orifice, hands clutching their throats, emitting ghastly sounds of distress. In mere moments, a pool of blood had formed beneath them. "What is going on? You poisoned them. You've killed them." The portly man shrieked in terror, once again accusing Han Chong. "I poisoned your grandfather. Why did they die and not you?" Han Chong retorted, exasperated. "Go outside and see for yourself. The streets are filled with such people. Or, you might as well call others and inquire about the situation outside." Taking advantage of their shock, Han Chong swiftly donned the chainmail. It felt slightly large, but was still manageable. "Help! Help! Save me!" At that moment, the couple at the entrance struggled to call for aid, their movements awkward and strained, as if controlled by an unseen force. The most horrifying aspect was that as they spoke, torrents of blood surged from their mouths and noses, resembling a gushing spring. "Quick, call the police." The woman who had initially attacked Han Chong cried out, momentarily abandoning her assault to assist the couple. "He's telling the truth." At that instant, the portly man shouted. He had been live streaming, and viewers had begun reporting similar incidents occurring around them. He hastily switched to other streamers' channels, witnessing several hosts exhibiting symptoms identical to those of the couple, blood spraying wildly from their lips through the screens. It was a scene drenched in horror. At last, the moment had arrived. Han Chong exhaled, feeling both relief and sorrow. If given the choice, he would have preferred his previous experiences to be mere nightmares. Yet, reality had proved otherwise. The nightmare had once again seeped into existence. Though he had escaped imprisonment, he was now faced with the impending darkness of the apocalypse. Outside the museum, the world had descended into chaos due to the sudden outbreak of an ancient virus. Countless individuals lay bleeding, incapacitated, while calls to hospitals and emergency services had overwhelmed the lines, leaving despair in their wake as no one answered. At such a time, doctors and police alike were unable to protect themselves. The young woman remained skeptical, frantically attempting to confirm the situation with her phone, but the outcome left her heart chilled. "Grandfather, the lines are dead," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with despair. That moment, fear gripped her heart. "Youth, what on earth is happening?" In the midst of this series of chaotic events, the elderly man remained remarkably composed, turning his gaze to Han Chong. Despite his age, his mind remained sharp. If the situation was indeed as Han Chong described, and he possessed prior knowledge of it, then seeking answers from him was the most prudent course of action. A virus, an ancient virus, has erupted globally. Have you seen recent news? It's the one scientists discovered in the Arctic. Humanity's civilization is on the brink of self-destruction. In a laboratory situated in the Arctic, an explosion has occurred. At this moment, at least half of the global population finds themselves in a similar plight, their orifices bleeding and limbs stiffening. In 12 hours, they shall transform into the undead. The remaining half experiences what you and I currently endure: dizziness, elevated body temperature, and an unsettling restlessness. Should they fail to cool down rapidly within the next 68 hours, they too will face a grim fate. Catastrophe has befallen us. The apocalypse has arrived. Chapter 1. The Ancient Virus, July 2nd. Due to the accumulation of the greenhouse effect, the glaciers at the poles and permafrost are melting, leading to a rapid rise in sea levels. That it is anticipated that in the near future, numerous coastal cities will be at risk of submersion. August 5th. Recently, scientists in the Arctic have uncovered a multitude of giant beast corpses dating back 12,000 years. Experts speculate that these colossal creatures met their demise due to August 10th. Perhaps the legendary giants of ancient myths truly existed. The Arctic research team has discovered frozen remains of giants beneath the glaciers. August 16th. The Arctic scientific expedition continues to capture attention. Recently, researchers made a groundbreaking discovery, unveiling a novel type of ancient bacteria associated with the remains of the colossal beasts and giants, exhibiting extraordinary potency. Experts caution that the melting glaciers, along with the emergence of ancient biological remains and their myriad bacteria and viruses, heralds ominous prospects, possibly ushering in calamity for humanity. In a parallel world, at 6 Dynasty City, within the library of University A. This is a library. Han Chong, who had been dozing at a desk, was jolted awake, his sudden movement causing the chairs and tables to creak unpleasantly, attracting disapproving glares from fellow students. Yet, no one noticed the flash of crimson in Han Chong's eyes, the ferocity and intent to kill momentarily subdued. After a brief pause, he swiftly activated the screen of his phone resting on the desk. September 18th, 3032, 1605. I have been reborn. Only 1 hour until the outbreak of the ancient virus. Initially overwhelmed by elation, an intense sense of impending crisis suddenly seized his heart. A global catastrophe was imminent. and he had but a single hour to prepare. With a shiver coursing through him, Han Chong leapt up and dashed toward the library exit, the clattering of furniture once again provoking irritation among his peers. Some muttered invectives, branding him insane for napping in the library. Surely a slacker. An hour is brief, yet incredibly precious. With astute strategizing, he still had the opportunity to rise above the impending apocalypse. As he ran, Han Chong mentally sifted through a plethora of information. According to memories of his past life, the accumulation of the greenhouse effect had caused the polar glaciers to melt and the permafrost to thaw, awakening ancient viruses and the remains of prehistoric creatures that had lain dormant for millennia. The United Nations research team established a vast laboratory in the Arctic to cultivate and study these ancient viruses. However, for reasons unknown, a catastrophic explosion occurred within the laboratory, leading to the release of these ancient viruses, which subsequently spread across the globe. Humanity and various life forms found themselves utterly defenseless against this ancient virus, succumbing to a multitude of ailments and bizarre mutations. The frenzy, bloodlust, and aggression of these mutations resulted in countless deaths amid chaos, a phenomenon dubbed adverse mutation, or zombification. The onslaught of zombies, coupled with the afflictions wrought by the virus, decimated the global population from over 7 billion to less than 1 billion in a remarkably short span. The remaining humans, while achieving collective immunity, were not entirely unscathed. That a mere 1% of the population underwent beneficial mutations, or evolution, akin to deities from myth, acquiring formidable powers. These evolved individuals were referred to as new humans or awakened ones. However, internationally, they were often labeled as mutants that, in his previous life, Han Chong endured the initial viral onslaught, evaded the chaos of rampant zombies, and successfully awakened new abilities, becoming an awakened one. However, the ability he awakened was rather lackluster, an extraordinary self-healing capacity that allowed him to recover swiftly from injuries, provided he wasn't killed outright. It was this ability that enabled Han Chong to survive the apocalypse, navigating perilous situations and evading death time and again. Although not the most powerful, he managed to endure longer than many. Of course, merely surviving for a long time does not equate to living well. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, moral decay prevails, and laws are non-existent. Endurance alone is insufficient. One must possess formidable combat prowess to live with dignity and secure resources for continued evolution on the path ahead. Otherwise, one risks meeting the same fate as his former self, eliminated in the competition for evolution, ultimately forsaken by the woman he cherished, languishing in the desolation of the apocalypse, and succumbing to betrayal by companions. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he resolutely refused to be as feeble as in his previous existence. He needed a suitable refuge to ensure his survival at the onset of the disaster, especially against the physical ailments caused by the virus and the assaults of zombies. He required ample sustenance. Preventing starvation was one aspect. More importantly, after falling ill, he would need to replenish energy in abundance. He needed weapons and equipment. This was not solely for self-defense. He must also take the initiative, seize control, and commandeer resources for evolution, making weaponry indispensable. As he sprinted, Han Chong rapidly calculated in his mind. Utilizing the foresight afforded by his rebirth, he swiftly organized his thoughts and devised a preliminary plan for this invaluable hour. In his previous life, during the viral outbreak, he had been trapped in school, just as ignorant as everyone else, as classmates transformed into zombies, attacking and devouring the living. He cowered in his dormitory, enduring hunger while struggling through the initial phase. Even when rescued later, fear of the undead compelled him to hide, too terrified to confront even ordinary zombies, let alone the subsequent evolved zombies and formidable creatures. This state of affairs persisted for over a year, until the emergence of awakened ones, when humanity began to formulate a path for evolution and powerful psychics began to manifest in the university city, resulting in a shift in dynamics. Unfortunately, by that time, it was too late. He had been left far behind on the road to evolution. Even with relentless effort, he could not match the pace of the zombies, awakened ones, and various evolving life forms. Reflecting on the arduous experiences of his past life, Han Chong clenched his fists. Having been granted a second chance, he had seized the initiative. One step ahead, he would undoubtedly progress further and reach greater heights, even if he awakened the same super healing ability as before. Chapter 2. Acquisition of Weapons and Equipment. Upon entering university, Han Chong had explored the major attractions of Six Dynasties City during weekends and holidays. Among these, the most memorable was the museum in Six Dynasties City, which housed a treasured sword belonging to Sun Quan, the emperor of Eastern Wu from the Three Kingdoms. The ancient text Gu Jinzhu by Cui Bao records, the emperor Sun Quan of Wu possessed 6 treasured swords, 1 named White Rainbow, 2 named Purple Lightning, 3 named Exorcising Evil, 4 named Meteor, 5 named Azure Darkness, and 6 named 100 Miles. The sword displayed in the museum was none other than the Purple Lightning, one of the 6 treasure blades. It is said to have been unearthed from Sun Quan's tomb on Purple Gold Mountain in 2028. When excavated, this sword, having endured 2 millennia, remained as pristine as ever, gleaming coldly and capable of slicing through hair. Archaeologists conducted experiments, demonstrating that a gentle pressure on the blade could sever 50 sheets of thick paper. Since then, the Purple Lightning sword has been regarded as the museum's prized possession, enshrined within the Six Dynasties Museum. Han Chong's primary objective on this expedition was to obtain this sword in a nation where firearm regulations are stringent. This sword stands as the finest weapon in the impending apocalypse, and it is also the most accessible armament for Han Chong. Even if firearms truly exist, they may not prove superior to this exquisite sword, particularly when zombies and various evolved creatures reach a certain stage. The efficacy of firearms diminishes, hampered by ammunition limitations. Most critically, I lack the ability to wield a firearm. No matter how exceptional the weapon, in my hands, it would merely serve as a crude hammer. The journey from the university town to the museum takes 30 minutes by subway. Including the time spent walking and checking tickets, Han Chong burst forth from the subway at precisely 4:45. The museum has specific visiting hours, closing at 5:30. However, new visitors are prohibited from entering after 5. Han Chong entered the museum just on the cusp of the designated time, on a non-holiday. And given the proximity to closing time, the number of visitors in the museum is sparse, to say the least. Aside from himself, there are merely 6 individuals within the vast space. This realization brings Han Chong great satisfaction, as a smaller crowd would naturally pose fewer obstacles. Near the entrance, a young couple is engaged in affectionate whispers, seemingly more interested in their romantic interlude than the exhibits, and it appears they are preparing to depart. Yet, the young man insists on showing off, gazing at an ancient official's robe and declaring that, should he time travel to the past, he would surely be a general or a prince. The girl then questions how many wives he would take in ancient times, leading to a playful argument. Deeper within, a young chubby man brandishes a selfie stick, chattering incessantly about likes and follows, clearly broadcasting live. At the far end, 2 tourists, a lovely young woman accompanying a vigorous elderly man, are exploring together, presumably a grandparent and grandchild duo. The elderly man, with his hands clasped behind his back, exudes an air of distinction, taking his time to admire every artifact, making him the most earnest visitor in the museum. Conversely, the beautiful girl seems disinterested in the antiquities, captivated instead by a particular object, occasionally gesturing with her hands. The artifact before her is none other than the sword, Zidian, which is the very reason for Han Chong's visit. Could it be that she too has set her sights on this sword? Might she, like him, be a reincarnated soul aware of the impending catastrophe? No, this sword is crucial for his survival and evolution. It absolutely must not fall into another's hands. With urgency, Han Chong strides toward the Zidian display, ready to seize the moment should she make a move. As he approaches, he inadvertently breaches the comfortable distance of personal space, causing the young woman to shoot him an irritated glance before she frowns and steps away. From the exhibit, "Grandpa, the museum is about to close. Can we leave now?" she says, her voice barely above a whisper, but in the quiet museum, it resonates clearly. Very soon, very soon." The elderly man replies with a smile, yet his eyes remain fixed on the artifacts, showing no intention of departing. Han Chong relaxes, realizing he had misjudged the situation, and inwardly urges them to vacate the area promptly. Checking the time, it reads 4:48. Only 12 minutes remain before the viral outbreak begins. Despite his eagerness, Han Chong decides to wait a moment longer. Acting now would surely attract the attention of security, causing unnecessary complications. Once the virus erupts, all obstacles will cease to exist. Taking a deep breath, he suppresses the urge to act immediately, feigning interest in the exhibits as his gaze shifts to the right of the sword display. Here he finds an array of ancient weaponry, rusty swords, and bows that pale in comparison to the Zydian. He glances briefly before dismissing them. However, one large sword, towering over 2 meters, catches his eye. Well-preserved and striking, Han Chong admires it, though its weight would be cumbersome for him to wield, rendering it impractical for combat at this stage. Further right, he discovers another treasure, ancient armor. The museum showcases a variety of armors, predominantly from the late Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period. In peacetime, Han Chong might not have found these items intriguing, but his past experiences have taught him that possessing quality armor equates to an additional life in the apocalypse, especially in the early days of the disaster, before supernatural abilities awaken. When encountering zombies, armor becomes paramount for protection. The first piece of armor that captures his attention is displayed on a rack, illuminated under the lights. Its silver glimmering .it is a type of ringmail armor from the Three Kingdoms era, commonly referred to as chainmail. 2 millennia have passed, yet this armor remains as lustrous as new. Legend has it that the intricate craftsmanship of such armor was costly, reserved for nobles and generals, with few surviving examples. His gaze drifts downward to a piece known as the black-scaled armor, described in the exhibit as a renowned blacklight armor. Among the 5 famed armors of the Three Kingdoms period, blacklight armor, bright light armor, liangdang armor, ringmail armor, and horse armor, the blacklight armor stands out, signifying its worth. What's this? Young man, do you also have an affinity for ancient weaponry? Young people like you seldom show interest in such historical relics, the elderly man remarks, having approached Han Chong unnoticed. Beside him, the young woman casts a look of disdain toward Han Chong. Men like him are a dime a dozen. Seeing her beauty, they devise ways to approach her, and now he feigns an appreciation for artifacts. How insincere. Were it not for the setting, she would have relished showing him what it means to have a fist the size of a clay pot, daring to harbor thoughts about her. Unaware of her thoughts, Han Chong simply notices her ponytail, with strands framing her rounded face, and her bright, expressive eyes that seem to speak volumes. She is quite striking and vibrant. Yet, this fleeting thought dissipates. After all, what does beauty matter if in the next moment she transforms into a grotesque zombie, unable to withstand the initial viral outbreak? Everything is but an illusion. Even if she miraculously avoids mutation, the subsequent 2 diseases would be sufficient to claim her life. I truly do appreciate it. However, my admiration lies not in the history, but in the weapon itself. At exactly 5 o'clock, the time has come. Han Chong glances at the clock, grinning widely, and under the astonished gaze of the elderly man, he raises his foot and kicks the display case of a Zydian sword, shattering the glass with a resounding crash. The security system activates instantaneously, and the once serene museum erupts into chaos as alarms blare. Stop. What are you doing? The young woman beside the elderly man exclaims, first startled, then incensed. The elderly man, although surprised, remains composed, standing still with a solemn expression, demanding, young man, what are you attempting to do? In the distance, the couple and the chubby live streamer are startled by the commotion, their faces reflecting disbelief. Especially the live streamer, who, as if he has stumbled upon a new discovery, immediately points his camera at Han Chong, realizing that broadcasting a museum heist would undoubtedly garner immense attention. Chapter 3. The Arrival of Catastrophe. Ignoring the onlookers, Han Chong reaches for the sword. In his grasp, Han Chong could meticulously appreciate the renowned sword that bore historical significance. Weighing approximately 2.5 pounds, with a blade length of 80 centimeters and an overall length of about 110 centimeters, the sword bore 2 pictorial inscriptions near the hilt, which, though unfamiliar, suggested its name. Purple lightning. Held aloft, it felt somewhat weighty. For one untrained, wielding it would be slightly arduous. Yet, Han Chong felt no trepidation. He could manage its heft for the moment, confident that once evolution took place, this minor burden would be inconsequential. In his previous life, those awakened with powers could effortlessly lift immense weights with a single hand. Even those who were not strength-oriented awakened beings would, through mere evolution, possess strength far surpassing that of an ordinary human. As Han Chong brandished the sword, the stout man felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, directing his phone towards Han Chong, saliva flying as he seemed intent on live streaming. Without regard for his own safety, the elderly gentleman and the striking young woman displayed expressions of grave concern. What struck Han Chong as peculiar was the young woman's reaction. Rather than fear the armed robber, she appeared exhilarated, stepping closer with a stance that suggested readiness. Do you not find this situation odd? According to Han Chong's original plan, securing the sword and armor should have been followed by a swift exit to execute the next phase. However, he was taken aback to discover that the elderly man and his granddaughter, along with the stout man, were neither infected nor mutated, a variable that impeded his plans. Particularly, the young woman seemed to possess martial skills. Feeling somewhat cornered, Han Chong suppressed his murderous intent. With a weapon in hand, he wished to channel all his energy towards confronting the imminent dangers rather than contending with humans, especially if the girl were indeed a martial artist. Engaging in combat could lead to injuries for someone who had yet to evolve. In this nascent apocalyptic world, sustaining injuries now would be tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, with the armor yet to be acquired, Han Chong was reluctant to abandon his escape. Young man, put down the sword. Whatever troubles you, speak to me, and I shall assist you. Violence will not solve your problems. The elderly man exuded an air of authority, suggesting he was someone of significance. In response, Han Chong shook his head with a sardonic smile, remaining wary of the young woman as he cautioned, "Do you not find it strange? The alarm has been blaring for some time, yet no security personnel have arrived." The others were momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in his words. Not only was there no security, but even the ticket collectors outside remained silent. "Do you now feel a bit dizzy, perhaps a touch feverish?" Han Chong continued, cautiously inching towards the display case containing the chainmail. They were momentarily distracted. He struck the glass with the sword's hilt, shattering it, and without hesitation, seized the chainmail. His words left the others in utter shock. Indeed, they felt their body temperatures rising, experiencing dizziness and an unsettling restlessness, accompanied by a vague yearning. However, the sheer shock of Han Chong's brazen theft had overshadowed their awareness of these symptoms. "Young man, have you poisoned us?" the stout man exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. "Dare you lay a hand on me?" The young woman, witnessing Han Chong shatter the glass once more, was enraged and kicked fiercely at him. Though Han Chong lacked martial arts training, his past struggles in a previous apocalypse had honed his reflexes. He sidestepped her attack and slashed downward with the sword. If the blade struck, it would render her long leg useless. However, the young woman was highly skilled, swiftly retracting her leg to evade the sword, and as its momentum waned, she aimed a precise strike at Han Chong's wrist, where he gripped the sword. Han Chong was alarmed. Indeed, this woman was a martial artist, her skills superior to his. He quickly withdrew his sword and maintained his distance, unwilling to risk losing the weapon he had just acquired. The young woman attempted to advance again, but Han Chong suddenly shouted, "Look behind you!" "What in the world?" The young woman scoffed, assuming Han Chong was attempting to deceive her, yet the stout man's cry prompted her to halt and glance behind her. She gasped, her face paling in terror. The couple near the entrance was now bleeding profusely from their orifices, hands clutching their throats, emitting ghastly sounds of distress. In mere moments, a pool of blood had accumulated around them. "What is happening? You poisoned them. You've killed them." The stout man yelled in horror, once again accusing Han Chong of foul play. "I curse your poison. Why did it kill them, but not you?" Han Chong retorted incredulously, "Go outside and see. The streets are filled with such individuals. Or you could call others to inquire about the situation." Seizing the opportunity amidst their shock, Han Chong hastily donned the chainmail, which was slightly oversized yet serviceable. "Help! Help! Please!" The couple at the door struggled to articulate their plea, their movements appearing agonizingly stiff and contorted. The most horrifying aspect was that each utterance caused torrents of blood to gush forth from their mouths and noses, resembling a spring. "Quick! Call the authorities!" The young woman who had previously attacked Han Chong screamed, temporarily abandoning her aggression to assist the couple. "He speaks the truth." At that moment, the stout man shouted. Having been live-streaming, he had received panicked messages from viewers reporting similar incidents. He swiftly switched to other streamers' feeds and saw several broadcasters exhibiting symptoms akin to the couple at the entrance, blood spraying from their mouths in a horrifying display. The gruesome and terrifying reality had finally arrived. Han Chong exhaled in relief, feeling both fortunate and melancholic. If possible, he would have preferred his previous life's experiences to be merely a nightmare. Yet, reality proved that the nightmare had once again seeped into existence. Although he had narrowly avoided incarceration, he was now poised to relive the darkness of the apocalypse. Outside the museum, the world was in chaos due to the sudden outbreak of an ancient virus. Countless individuals were collapsing, bleeding from every orifice, while emergency services were overwhelmed, leaving despair in their wake as no one answered the calls. In such dire circumstances, whether doctors or police, everyone was struggling for their own survival. The young woman remained unconvinced, hurriedly retrieving her phone to verify the situation, but the outcome chilled her to the bone. "Grandfather, the calls won't go through." The young woman's voice trembled as she spoke, fear engulfing her. "Young man, what on earth is happening?" Amidst the rapid succession of events, the elderly man remained composed, looking intently at Han Chong. Despite his age, his mind was sharp. If the situation was as Han Chong described, and he had foreknowledge of these events, then seeking answers from him was undoubtedly the wisest course. A virus, an ancient virus, has erupted globally. Have you seen the recent news? It's the one scientist discovered in the Arctic. Human civilization is on the brink of self-destruction. A laboratory located in the Arctic has erupted in an explosion. At this moment, at least half of the global population, like them, is experiencing bleeding from every orifice and limbs rendered rigid. In 12 hours, they shall transform into the undead. The remaining half of humanity, akin to our current sensations, is beset by dizziness, elevated body temperature, and a state of restless agitation that if rapid cooling is not achieved within the next 68 hours, they too shall meet a grim fate. The calamity has descended. The apocalypse is upon us. Chapter 4. The Objective, a large underground supermarket amidst the cacophonous wails of alarms. Han Chong's voice resonated coldly, akin to a sinister echo emerging from the depths of the infernal abyss. Those present felt a chilling aura surge from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, sending shivers coursing through their spines. The heat, the temperature within soared at an alarming rate. Sensing the intensifying reaction within his body, Han Chong realized that time was slipping away. In the moment of collective bewilderment, he raised his hand once more, seizing the black luminous armor he had previously set his sights upon. The complete set of armor consisted of multiple components: a copper helmet, neck guard, shoulder guards, battle robe, chest plate, copper mirror, battle skirt, and boots. Donning this entire ensemble was no trivial endeavor. Fortunately, there was no immediate need to engage with the undead. He simply required a secure haven to weather the two critical life and death thresholds imposed by the virus. And he could don the armor later. Gathering all the items, he bundled them within his coat and turned to make his escape. Just then, a shadow flickered before him, startling Han Chong, who instinctively recoiled. It was the portly individual engrossed in his live broadcast, who, with an astonishing speed incongruous to his figure, collided violently with a nearby display case, which promptly toppled over. Undeterred, the rotund man snatched 2 pieces of armor from the wreckage. The style of these pieces was such that they connected the front and back segments of armor with straps, reminiscent of a modern vest. However, the man's excessive girth rendered the armor akin to a constrictive corset, barely covering from his shoulders to his chest, while leaving his ample belly exposed, creating a rather comical sight. Yet, he appeared oblivious to any ridicule, basking in his triumph. "What are you doing?" Han Chong queried, taken aback. The man chuckled heartily, patting the armor on his body with palpable satisfaction, and then smashed the adjacent display case to seize a massive sword, towering over 2 meters. With a triumphant gaze aimed at Han Chong, he remarked, "Little brother, don't think you're the only clever one. Did you realize danger was imminent, prompting you to snatch these weapons and armor?" Han Chong was momentarily stunned. This man was indeed cunning. He had quickly assessed the situation and made a decisive move. Mirroring Han Chong's own instinct to acquire survival gear, Han Chong felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. With weapons in tow, he needed to depart without further delay, indifferent to the portly man's intentions. Most critically, the virus was already manifesting its effects, and his body temperature was steadily climbing. If he did not swiftly locate a refuge and implement measures to cool down, he feared he would not endure much longer. With this thought, Han Chong dared not linger and bolted toward the museum's exit. As he passed through the doorway, he was confronted by a couple, blood spewing from their wounds. Their expressions grotesquely contorted as they reached out to him, seeking salvation. In a state of urgency, Han Chong wielded his sword and swiftly severed the arm of his adversary. "How could you be so ruthless?" A furious voice echoed from behind. It was the trio of beautiful women who had followed him. Han Chong glanced back momentarily, dismissing their reproach, and with a wave, declared, "Farewell, ladies. Welcome to the apocalypse. I wish you all the best." With that, he hurried through the turnstile and exited the museum. Earlier, while on the subway, Han Chong had meticulously examined a detailed map of the vicinity surrounding the museum. Directly across the street, 400 meters away, lay a vast underground supermarket, his next destination. The panicked crowd around him remained oblivious to the significance of food and the impending peril that loomed just a day ahead. By the time they realized the necessity of provisions, the streets would be overrun with the undead, leaving them with no escape but death. If he could seize this supermarket beforehand, he would secure a stockpile of sustenance and a refuge, laying the foundation for survival in the darkest, most challenging times. This was one of Han Chong's paramount strategies. How could this be happening? As he reached the street, another scream from the beautiful woman pierced the air. Inside the museum, the reality had not yet set in, but upon stepping outside, the grim visage of the apocalypse began to reveal itself. The road in front of the museum was littered with the aftermath of car crashes. However, what truly shocked was not the wreckage, but the countless pedestrians sprawled on the ground, much like the couple within the museum, blood oozing from their orifices, limbs stiffened, lifeless. The ground was a canvas of blood and anguished cries, with humans writhing in torment. Those fortunate enough to have escaped the initial wave of the virus were now screaming in terror, frantically dialing phones, or weeping in the embrace of their loved ones. Even if the three women had harbored doubts about Han Chong's earlier words, those uncertainties were now obliterated, replaced by sheer shock and horror. Was this truly the end of the world? While the trio of women stood aghast, Han Chong seemed unfazed. He disregarded the chaos surrounding him and sprinted through the blood-soaked streets, heading towards the supermarket. Observing Han Chong's determined stride, the portly man inexplicably trailed closely behind him. Though his bulk made the chase arduous, the women were at a loss for words, a cacophony of emotions swirling within them, ultimately leaving them bewildered as they turned to the elderly man. In a collapsing nest, how can one find safety? We cannot save them. The elder sighed, shaking his head, then gestured, let us follow them. Yet, as the girl attempted to voice further thoughts, the elder had already stepped out, displaying remarkable vigor despite his age, striding forth with purpose. Nevertheless, his age rendered him unable to match the swiftness of Han Chong, the youth. If the distance to be covered were significantly greater, both the elderly man and his grandson, along with the panting, portly figure wielding a large blade, might have been outpaced by Han Chong. However, with only a mere 400 meters separating them, the gap, though widening, still allowed a clear view of Han Chong as he dashed into the expansive underground supermarket situated beneath the plaza. Attention! Attention! Echoed a voice. An unidentified toxic gas has erupted in the city, plunging it into chaos. The police and medical services are overwhelmed. Those who are able, make haste to the nearest hospital for treatment. Delay could lead to dire consequences. The city was engulfed in pandemonium, and the notion of waiting for police or ambulances was futile. One's life rested in their own hands. Immediate action was imperative. As the three women entered the supermarket, they heard Han Chong's voice resonating within. What was he doing? The situation was already tumultuous, and yet he seemed intent on inciting further panic. Anger surged within the women, and one of them contemplated rushing to halt Han Chong. Yet, the elderly man restrained her, his eyes glinting with admiration as he remarked, "This young man is quite extraordinary." Even in this off-peak hour, the supermarket was bustling with around 100 patrons and staff. As Han Chong had indicated, nearly half of the individuals present were collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from their orifices, their bodies rigid. The remainder, paralyzed by terror, could only scream and frantically dial for help, desperately summoning ambulances. The outcome was predictable, and this only exacerbated the collective dread. In response to Han Chong's alarming proclamations, those still capable of movement reacted without discerning the source of the shouts or the veracity of the claims. Fear compelled them to flee towards the supermarket's exit. The three individuals at the entrance quickly sidestepped, anxious to avoid being trampled by the panicked crowd. What is he up to? The portly man, gripping his blade, was bewildered by Han Chong's actions. Hearing the elderly man's praise for Han Chong, he inquired, with weapons now, and soon food and shelter, is he clearing out the populace? This young man has grand ambitions. Yet, the elderly man, possessing considerable wisdom, swiftly grasped Han Chong's intentions as he mentally reviewed the unfolding events. Goodness! What are we waiting for? Let us hurry inside. With so much stock in the supermarket, a few more people won't go hungry. The portly man hastily brandished his blade and rushed inside. The elderly man, after a moment's hesitation, followed suit with the young woman. The underground supermarket spanned 2 levels. As Han Chong zigzagged through, he shouted, his throat parched and head spinning from the heat. He quickly retrieved a bottle of ice-cold water from the refrigerator, gulping down a few swigs before pouring the rest over his head, feeling somewhat revived. After regaining a semblance of clarity, he seized a handful of ice from the frozen fish section and stuffed it into his clothing before racing back to the supermarket entrance. In a gathering of over 100 individuals, those capable of movement have already been cleared out. The task at hand is to secure the supermarket's entrance. In merely 10 minutes, even if someone realizes the situation, they will lack the strength to force the doors open from the outside. Han Chong considers this operation to be executed flawlessly, far more smoothly than in the museum. However, upon arriving at the supermarket's entrance, Han Chong is taken aback. Observing the trio of portly individuals, he inquires with some exasperation, "What are you doing following me? Come now, brother, you speak too formally. In times of calamity, we should support one another, weathering the storm together to overcome adversity." The stout man, ever clever, chuckles heartily, his thick skin rivaling that of a fortress. Although the elderly gentleman and the beautiful woman remain silent, their demeanor indicates a firm resolve to stay. They are astute individuals. Recognizing the peculiar nature of the youth before them, aligning with him appears to be their only avenue for survival. Faced with their intrusion, Han Chong feels a surge of frustration, wishing to send them away, yet finds it challenging. Setting aside the disadvantage of numbers, the martial artist among them presents a significant challenge for him alone. Moreover, time is slipping away, and he senses an increasing heat within himself. If this continues, he will be unable to sustain the actions required next. Very well, since you wish to join, lend a hand. After a moment's contemplation, Han Chong resolves to accept their presence and promptly issues commands. "Everyone, grab ice water and ice cubes to cool down, then come help." Upon hearing Han Chong's directives, the stout man is the first to respond, tossing aside his large knife, opening the freezer, and dousing himself with ice water before chugging 3 cans of soda. His ample physique has already left him sweltering, and had it not been for the dire circumstances threatening their lives, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. The cold water revitalizes him considerably. Han Chong lowers the supermarket's roll-up door, and with the stout man's assistance, they follow his orders to barricade the heavy shelves and refrigerators against the entrance, forming a robust barrier. Although uncertain of what may unfold, having seen films like Resident Evil and various zombie flicks, he is well aware of the horrors that lurk in such scenarios. The stout man, being even more fearful than Han Chong, continues to pile items atop the barricade, splashing ice water over himself without concern, as the supermarket's appliances are not his own. Once the entrance is completely sealed, Han Chong feels a surge of heat, his throat burning, nearly igniting from within. The other 3 are no better off, continuously drinking ice water and pouring cold water over themselves to cool down. Particularly for the stout man and his companions, a sense of sheer luck washes over them. Had they not followed Han Chong into the supermarket, they would likely be hiding somewhere, overwhelmed by panic. No, they cannot afford to rest yet. They must secure and bind all the mutated infectors within the supermarket. The process of zombification is gradual rather than instantaneous, necessitating thorough preparations. Observing 3 individuals on the verge of collapse, Han Chong hastily stuffed several ice cubes into his clothing, calling out to them. Indeed, the refreshing chill invigorated him. The beauty nearby caught sight of his actions, her cheeks flushing crimson, her eyes glistening with a hint of bloodshot, perhaps from embarrassment or perhaps from the heat. Had the circumstances been different, she would have relished the opportunity to teach this cold-hearted scoundrel a lesson he would never forget, her heart simmering with indignation. This subterranean supermarket, spanning over 3,000 square meters across 2 levels beneath the plaza, was divided into distinct sections. The upper level primarily showcased apparel, daily necessities, snacks, and dried goods, while the lower level was dedicated to fresh produce and seafood. The shelves were meticulously arranged, making it easy to navigate. After a thorough search, the 4 of them gathered all the incapacitated infected individuals within the supermarket, using shopping carts to transport them to the lower level. Upon tallying, they discovered 48 individuals remaining, comprising men, women, and children alike. Without exception, all exhibited signs of severe distress. Blood oozed from their orifices, their limbs stiffened, and guttural sounds escaped their throats. Presenting a frightful sight, these individuals were on the brink of transformation, their human consciousness still flickering. It was precisely this awareness that rendered them more terrified, their eyes pleading for salvation from Han Chong and his companions. Yet, each attempt to speak resulted in torrents of blood pouring from their mouths and noses, rendering them voiceless. The sight of dozens of individuals coughing up blood was indeed unsettling. "Brother, how should we handle these people?" The rotund man felt a chill run down his spine, as if the heat within him had been significantly subdued. "Bind them all. Remember, the tighter the better," Han Chong demonstrated, wrapping the individuals in layers of tape, followed by several bindings of nylon rope. "They are not dead yet. How can you treat them this way?" The beauty chastised Han Chong upon witnessing him gather the individuals not for their rescue, but to bind them like sacrificial lambs. "These are living souls. Your indifference is tantamount to murder. How can you be so cold-hearted and cruel, devoid of humanity? Shouldn't we help one another in times of disaster? You understand nothing," Han Chong retorted sharply. "By tomorrow night, These people will all become zombies. They are beyond saving. We share this space, and if we do not secure them, we shall be nothing but remnants by morning. Miss, I believe the young brother has a point. It is wiser to be cautious, the rotund man interjected, stepping forward with tape in hand to assist Han Chong, signaling his support. The beauty seemed taken aback by Han Chong's harsh reprimand, her chest heaving with indignation. Though not endowed with an ample bosom, the intensity of her rise and fall was striking. Chapter 6. A fortuitous discovery. The fury and screams of the beautiful woman were, to Han Chong, utterly worthless. Those who have not endured the apocalypse can never comprehend the depths of darkness and despair, nor realize that the compassion and benevolence of women in such times serve as the very foundation of their own graves. Moreover, these 48 individuals were, to Han Chong, a delightful surprise that he must safeguard at all costs. Listen to this young man, urged the elder, who sat against a shelf, trying to counsel amidst the woman's growing rage. Despite his advanced years, the elder found himself weary from labor and the searing heat within, causing him to feel increasingly dazed. Grandfather, how are you feeling? The beautiful woman shot Han Chong a furious glance before rushing to her grandfather's side in sheer panic. She realized, with alarm, that in just a brief moment, her grandfather's condition had deteriorated further. His eyes were nearly closed, his skin flushed with heat, and it seemed that uttering a single word drained him of all his energy. No longer able to argue with Han Chong and the others, the woman diligently wiped her grandfather's body with ice-cold water, striving to cool him down and encourage him to drink. Remember, we must bind and explain, or else by tomorrow we may all become their fodder. Han Chong cautioned the portly man nearby. Having witnessed the horror of zombies firsthand, Han Chong understood that ordinary humans could not contend with such monstrosities, especially in the absence of awakened abilities or evolution. In the early stages, the mutated zombies were merely common zombies, characterized by their lack of intelligence, ferocity, and bloodlust while still retaining a semblance of human form. Yet, they were no longer human. They felt no pain, possessed tremendous strength, and moved with alarming speed. Only a severed or damaged head could bring about their demise. 1 or 2 might be manageable, but once they multiplied, no one could withstand the onslaught. In the city of Luqiao, with a permanent population of 10 million, half would transform into such zombies. Imagine the chaos that would ensue. This did not even account for the animals and insects. Indeed, animals and insects could also undergo mutations. One must not underestimate them. Those mutated creatures, even without undergoing secondary or tertiary evolution, could be exceedingly vicious. Their bloodthirst, combined with their primal instincts, rendered them even more terrifying than zombies. The crucial aspect was that the numbers of animals and insects far exceeded that of humans. With 48 individuals present, should they transform into zombies and break free from their bindings, it would become a dire 4-to-1 confrontation. Even if one were to live again, armed with knowledge, it would all be in vain. Having bound everyone tightly, Han Chong and the portly man reached their limits, collapsing onto the ground, continuously dousing themselves with ice water, feeling as though their insides were on the verge of boiling. Among the 4, Han Chong, the portly man, and the young girl were relatively young, possessing slightly higher resilience. However, the elder, under the searing heat, seemed truly unable to endure any longer. Such scenarios unfolded across the globe. One either bled from all orifices, mutated into a zombie, or faced a drastic rise in body temperature. Succumbing to the heat meant certain death. The young girl was both startled and frightened, desperately pouring ice water over her grandfather to lower his temperature, while tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Ziyue, Ziyue, Grandpa is fading. You must live on." The old man, hearing the beautiful girl's cries, managed to open his murky eyes with great effort and struggled to speak. "Grandpa, you will be fine. You will be all right." The girl wiped her tears in a flurry, her heart racing. Jinyu? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Han Chong paused, scrutinizing the beautiful girl before him. She was stunning, undeniably a goddess. Yet, he was certain he had never encountered her before. "You." Han Chong pondered for a moment. Upon hearing his voice, the girl seemed to recall something, quickly turning to him as if clinging to a lifeline, pleading, "You know? Yes, you know everything. Please, save my grandfather." Having experienced the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world in a previous life, Han Chong had long since tasted the bitterness of human emotions. Having faced betrayal and abandonment, his heart had turned as cold as iron. Under normal circumstances, he might have disregarded the girl's pleas entirely. However, a wave of familiarity washed over him, a sense that something of great significance was at stake, yet he could not grasp what it was. Seeing Han Chong hesitate, the girl's eyes filled with hope. She promptly knelt before him, pleading, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have opposed you before. I will do whatever you ask, as long as you can save my grandfather." At that moment, Han Chong's eyes suddenly brightened as a realization struck him. He stood up, kicking the chubby man beside him. "Get up, fatty, and help. What are we doing?" The chubby man, though cunning, was obedient enough, laboriously getting to his feet like a sluggish dog. "Lift this old man," Han Chong commanded. "What are you doing? My grandfather is not dead yet. What do you want?" The girl misunderstood their intentions and jumped up, ready to defend her grandfather. Her eyes filled with terror, yet her stance resolute, her beautiful face exuding a fierce determination. Han Chong had no doubt that this girl might truly resort to violence. "Remember your words. I will save your grandfather, and you will listen to me from now on," he said solemnly. These words held more power than anything else, and the girl immediately lowered her hands, her eyes alight with joy. You can really save my grandfather." "I don't know," Han Chong replied. "Whether he lives or not depends on his own fortune." As he spoke, he beckoned to the chubby man, directing them to move the old man to the cold storage where frozen meat was kept, retrieving the meat, and placing the old man inside. "Can putting a living person in the cold storage work?" The chubby man felt a twinge of unease at Han Chong's actions. Ignoring him, Han Chong opened another cold storage door and climbed in himself. The chubby man understood. Without hesitation, he followed suit and squeezed into the cold storage. Refreshing. The chubby man shivered, suddenly realizing why he hadn't thought of this earlier. Feeling the coolness envelop him, he regained his spirits. He pulled out his phone to check, only to discover that his livestream room was utterly deserted. After struggling for 2 years to amass 10,000 followers, he was disheartened to find everything had come crashing down. Curse it all, had his efforts over the past 2 years been in vain? The rotund man shivered at the thought, as his dream of becoming an internet sensation lay in tatters. Fortunately, he was not alone in his misfortune. Other streamers, even those more popular than he, faced the same empty fate, their rooms so deserted that one could almost feel the presence of ghosts. With half of humanity in turmoil and bleeding out, who would still tune in to watch live streams? The man, unwilling to succumb to solitude, was accustomed to the hustle of streaming and found it difficult to keep his mouth shut. After setting down his phone, he leaned over the edge of the icebox and called out to Han Chong. "Hey, brother, I'm Dong Chi, a media professional and a well-known internet personality with 1 million followers. What about you?" Since he wouldn't be hosting any more live streams, he shamelessly inflated his follower count a bit more. After all, boasting had its own sense of achievement, didn't it? Feeling refreshed after the chill, Han Chong's mind cleared considerably, allowing him to ponder his gains and unexpected fortunes. Indeed, unexpected fortunes. If this old man could be revived, his rewards might surpass his wildest expectations. "Oh, what a splendid name, Han Chong. And you, lovely lady, are you here for a vacation?" The old gentleman seemed to be improving significantly. The rotund man, quick-witted, noticed Han Chong deep in thought, exuding an aura that discouraged approach, and after offering a compliment, redirected his attention to the beautiful woman. As he put it, they were all in the same boat, facing adversity together, and should get to know one another. "I am Zhao Ziyue, and my grandfather is Zhao Tianfeng, a local resident." Once the elder was placed in the icebox, his condition markedly improved, his breathing becoming steady and smooth, which eased Zhao Ziyue's anxiety. "Zhao Tianfeng," the portly man exclaimed in surprise, seemingly recognizing a significant name. Han Chong, too, opened his eyes, reflecting, indeed, "I've struck gold." Chapter 7. The Queen's cultivation plan. Zhao Ziyue, in a previous life, was renowned as the Iron Queen, possessing formidable control over metal. Her late emergence on the evolutionary path marked her as one of its foremost figures. It was no wonder that her name resonated so familiarly in the realm of evolution. He had heard tales of several illustrious figures. In his past life, he was unworthy to even serve her, yet by some twist of fate, she now stood under his protection in this life. What was even more astonishing was that the once decisive and imposing Iron Queen, who had commanded respect, was now seeking his assistance. Outwardly calm, Han Chong's heart raced with excitement. What is a strong ally, if not the mightiest of supporters? If he could forge a solid relationship with Zhao Ziyue, he would gain an invaluable advantage in future evolutionary competitions. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if his earlier brusqueness had jeopardized their potential bond. Was it too late? Having rescued her grandfather, one would think that her perception of him might improve. Moreover, Zhao Ziyue is merely an ordinary girl at present, a far cry from the Iron Queen of her past life. Perhaps I should formulate a plan for her ascension to queenship. While Han Chong was lost in thought, the portly Dong Chi widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Zhao Tianfeng? Which Zhao Tianfeng? Is he not the general from the military district?" The rotund fellow indeed recognized Zhao Tianfeng, and Han Chong was astonished to learn that the elderly man, the grandfather of the Iron Queen Zhao Ziyue, was a general who had only retired 5 years prior. He had a penchant for the history of the Three Kingdoms and ancient warfare. After retirement, he often frequented museums to study the weaponry and battle tactics of Europe, and fortuitously encountered Han Chong this time. No wonder the old man exuded such an imposing presence. Han Chong mused. Even amidst robbery and impending calamity, he remained composed and clear-minded. The roots of his demeanor lay in his past as a general. Han Chong also pondered another possibility. Had he not been reborn and suddenly appeared at the museum, perhaps the equipment he had stolen would rightfully belong to Zhao Ziyue. In the early days of the apocalypse, her survival might have heavily relied on these very items. Unbeknownst to Han Chong, reality closely mirrored his conjectures. According to the original timeline, Zhao Ziyue and her grandfather had assisted several passers-by on the museum's road, weathering the fervent heat of the apocalypse's onset. However, the following day, when the zombie outbreak occurred, they were caught off guard and suddenly attacked. To save Zhao Ziyue, Zhao Tianfang was killed by the zombies. Some of those they had rescued narrowly escaped, only to later turn on each other over food, resulting in cannibalism. Relying on her martial skills, Zhao Ziyue barely managed to survive, but witnessed the brutality of the apocalypse. Once her powers awakened, she gradually rose to prominence, hardening her heart and ultimately becoming a top-tier powerhouse on the path of evolution. Now, with Han Chong's emergence, although the apocalypse raged on, subtle changes had begun to unfold, particularly regarding the fates of Zhao Tianfang and his granddaughter. Additionally, there was an unexpected rotund figure, a name Han Chong had never heard in his previous life. I am but an ordinary retired elder. Under the apocalypse, what identity or status is of any consequence? Lives are as fleeting as grass. So what does it matter if one is a general? Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you for pulling me back from the brink of death. After lying in the icebox, Zhao Tianfang finally regained his breath. Hearing the praise from the portly man, he perceived the situation with clarity and conveyed his thanks to both. I mentioned at the museum that the fever would last for 68 hours. Aside from enduring and employing physical cooling methods, there are no better alternatives. Surviving means living. Failing means death. Now that the old man has regained consciousness, it seems he has triumphed over the first ordeal. Aware that the illustrious Iron Queen of the future was right before him, Han Chong shifted from his previous aloof demeanor and took the initiative to introduce himself. He discerned Zhao Ziyue's filial piety and her commendable care for her grandfather, which naturally helped him forge a closer bond with her by fostering a good relationship with Zhao Tianfang. What do you mean by the first stage? Are there several stages to navigate? This is not a game, after all, the plump fellow exclaimed, frustrated. With 68 hours allotted, only a mere 2 hours had elapsed. Were it not for the cold storage, he felt certain he would spontaneously combust. It was not just the plump man. Both Zhao Tianfang and his granddaughter wore expressions of grave concern. The first stage had nearly claimed lives. What could the second stage entail? It is not as daunting as you might think. We are prepared now, and overcoming the second stage should pose no significant challenge, Han Chong explained. He elaborated that 24 hours post-virus outbreak, the human body's temperature would plummet rapidly. Without sufficient and timely warmth, one could perish from exposure. This was also the reason he had chosen the supermarket as a refuge. As a large, comprehensive store, it was stocked with an abundance of supplies, an ideal choice whether at the onset or the latter stages of an apocalypse. However, in the latter stages, seizing control of a supermarket would present formidable challenges, necessitating force and potentially even costing lives. The adversaries would not only be zombies and various monstrous beings, but also humanity itself. Reflecting on how he had survived the second stage in his previous life, Han Chong recalled that he had burned everything combustible in the dormitory, books, bedding, and even bed frames. One truly realizes the value of resources when in dire need, he mused, having gained profound insight during that time. The transition between extremes of heat and cold was essential. Only by enduring these two stages could one truly acclimatize to the ancient virus, he asserted. The plump man sighed in relief, patting his chest. That's a relief. It's hot now, and the supermarket has heating equipment. We should be fine. Han Chong, however, let out a cold laugh. Fine. The calamity has merely begun. Tomorrow morning, all the mutated individuals will transform into zombies and will continue to evolve into even more formidable beings. Just consider, if you weren't here and found yourself in another location, frozen and immobile, what would be the outcome upon encountering a zombie attack? By tomorrow morning, hundreds of millions worldwide would face this predicament. The group's expressions stiffened as they grasped Han Chong's implication. In the absence of foresight regarding the future, such scenarios could indeed unfold, especially in densely populated areas where danger would be heightened. Even without freezing, a zombie assault would be lethally perilous. Presently, Their ability to sit here with some semblance of calm, having addressed the first stage and without concern for the second stage or the impending zombie onslaught, was entirely due to Han Chong's foresight and preparations. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Why is this happening? Zhao Ziyue's expression turned rigid. Though she felt immense gratitude for Han Chong saving her grandfather, she remained deeply unsettled by him, perceiving him as cold-hearted and unfeeling. Only now do I realize that Han Chong's decision to bind those mutants indeed saved countless lives. I misjudged him. Furthermore, if we account for the episodes of fever and chills, he has effectively saved us 3 times. But I must reconsider, had he not brought us to this supermarket, where food is plentiful and the threat of zombies is kept at bay, my calculations regarding the number of times he has rescued me become quite complex. The future Iron Queen, at present, remains merely a straightforward, formidable young woman, somewhat naive and lacking the harsh lessons that the apocalypse will impart. Chapter 8. The harvest begins. How fortunate we are to have Brother Han. After listening to Han Chong's introduction, Zhao Tianfeng let out a heavy sigh. His thoughts far more profound than those of Zhao Ziyue. There was a question that lingered in his mind, though he hesitated to voice it. Had Han Chong remained true to his earlier inclinations, he would have surely dismissed it. Zhao Tianfeng, being older and once in a position of authority, possessed vast experience, insight, and wisdom. Given the urgency of the situation and the unmistakable evidence of his actions, Han Chong could easily infer what he intended to ask. Considering Zhao Ziyue's presence, Han Chong had to reevaluate his relationship with the grandfather and granddaughter duo. As for the rotund individual, he could be temporarily overlooked. Your every word and action seems deliberate. At a crucial moment, you secured weapons and equipment, then rushed directly to the supermarket, mastering the resources of sustenance and shelter. Coupled with your extensive knowledge of the impending apocalypse, could it be that you possess the gift of foresight? Indeed, after Han Chong nodded, the elder Zhao voiced the doubt that lingered in his heart. Although retired, General Zhao still had access to certain channels that provided him with confidential information. He had some knowledge regarding ancient viruses and Arctic research, having conversed with old comrades. This type of research, while immensely significant and at the forefront of life sciences, had never indicated such catastrophic ramifications. Naturally, even if such dangers existed, the scientists had not disclosed them. How then did this young man, Han Chong, come to know of the various calamities that would ensue following the virus outbreak? His youthful visage belied a decisiveness and slaughter that could only come from genuine experience. The old general held firm in this belief. For the old general's inquiry, the reactions of Zhao Ziyue and the rotund Dong Qi were akin to thunder striking. Previously, due to the sudden onset of disaster, their attention had been wholly consumed, leaving them oblivious to this line of questioning. Now, prompted by the general's words, they suddenly grasped the significance of the issue at hand. Foreknowledge, is that not a touch too fantastical? Perhaps. Han Chong offered a vague response, refraining from divulging too much. His status as a seer remained his greatest advantage, and his past experiences instilled within him a sense of caution. The experiences of a previous life have imparted a crucial lesson. At times, humanity can be far more terrifying than those wretched zombies. It is only through constant vigilance and holding one's cards close to the chest that one can avoid a devastating defeat. However, he does not entirely dismiss the situation. Currently, he must captivate Zhao Ziyue and maintain an air of mystery and allure. Although Han Chong did not elaborate in detail, his words left the trio profoundly astonished. Brother, do you think the world is truly over? The portly one could no longer contain his curiosity, eagerly questioning what the future would hold and whether they would be eternally trapped within the supermarket. After all, from the zombie films he had watched, it seemed that humanity was no match for the undead. How you interpret it is crucial, in comparison to the civilizations of yore. Indeed, it is finished. Yet the flame of humanity shall not be extinguished, albeit in utter darkness. Han Chong's expression grew somber. From this moment forth, humanity has officially entered its darkest hour. When dawn breaks tomorrow, it shall not herald hope, but rather bloodshed and carnage. In this apocalyptic future, Han Chong felt a mix of fear and anticipation. With this thought, he clenched his fists. Tomorrow marks the first step in his evolution, as well as the inaugural step for humanity's evolution on a global scale. In this lifetime, he would finally be at the forefront of all, drawing from the lessons of his past life. By the time others become aware of this path to evolution, half a year will have passed. One must not underestimate these 6 months, especially in the early days of the apocalypse. The accumulations during this period will profoundly influence the future. Han Chong's words plunged the trio into a brief silence, each grappling with their own tumultuous thoughts. Destined to be unsettled, their bodies felt overheated, and despite the presence of refrigeration, discomfort lingered. The impact of the ancient virus on the human body was far more severe than anticipated. Even Han Chong, who had previously endured this ordeal, found himself thoroughly exhausted. Sitting within the ice compartment, he continuously poured icy water into his mouth to dispel the intense heat rising from within. Around midnight, just as Han Chong had predicted, the symptoms began to subside, and their body temperatures gradually returned to normal. Emerging from the ice compartment, as if having traversed the gates of the underworld, they felt utterly drained and famished, each resembling a starving ghost in desperate need of sustenance. Fortunately, the supermarket was not lacking in provisions. Everyone scattered to find their preferred foods, indulging in a hearty feast. Even Zhao Ziyue, the beauty who usually maintained her figure with strict dietary control, could not resist the urge to eat, consuming over twice her usual amount. This was the aftermath of the virus. Once the chills and fever dissipated, a substantial replenishment of food was necessary. After satisfying their hunger, they made their way to the clothing section on the lower level, changed into dry garments, and succumbed to their fatigue, falling into a deep slumber amidst the bedding displays. The supermarket is located underground in the plaza, devoid of windows, with its entrance sealed shut. When the sun rises the next day, the underground remains oblivious to the dawn's arrival. However, at 7 in the morning, Han Chong awakens punctually, perhaps anticipating fruitful discoveries. He sits up and notices that the other three are still in slumber. He refrains from rousing them and ventures alone to the -2 level of the supermarket. As he steps into the fresh produce section, he hears rustling and rasping sounds emanating from the ground. A smirk of surprise crosses his face. Indeed, they have mutated. After checking his 2 layers of armor and wielding the Xidian sword, Han Chong cautiously approaches the source of the noise. The Zongzi on the floor thrash violently. Had they not been sealed with tape over their mouths the previous day, their cries would have been deafening. He counts them, 48 in total, precisely the right quantity. With a breath of relief, he ensures none have escaped and that the packaging remains intact. He deftly slices the tape off one Zongzi's mouth with his sword. The creature howls in rage, revealing a gaping maw, its cheeks grotesquely stretched to the ears, exposing elongated, mutated teeth as it writhes frantically, its bloodthirsty eyes glowing a sinister red. Since it had been wrapped before its mutation, the Zongzi's appearance is relatively intact. Unlike the gruesome sight Han Chong encountered in his past life, a zombie with a gaping hole in its face, a chunk of flesh missing from its neck, oozing blood as it lurked in the dormitory. Given this, it is time for him to commence the harvest. After confirming the creature's complete transformation, Han Chong lets out a cold laugh, and with a swift motion, his sword cleaves through the zombie's neck, its head rolling away to reveal a clean cut. Chapter 9. The Path of Evolution, Part 1. Indeed, it is the sword. Its sharpness is truly legendary, and the Xidian sword's keen edge leaves Han Chong in awe. No wonder it is revered as a mythical weapon, an indispensable artifact in martial arts novels. After a moment of admiration, he proceeds to behead 9 more zombies before sheathing his sword. Grasping the hair of the severed heads, he transports them to the adjacent pork-selling counter. Behind the counter lies a preparation area equipped with a cutting board and a heavy yet remarkably sharp cleaver, perfectly suited for chopping. Donning an apron from a nearby hook and slipping on rubber gloves, he places one zombie's head squarely on the cutting board. After a brief examination, he raises the cleaver high and brings it down with precision, striking the forehead squarely. A cleaver accustomed to hacking through beef and pork bones proves equally effective against a human skull, as it cleaves effortlessly. The skull splits open. A vibrant cascade of red and white flows forth, an oddly festive spectacle. Han Chong, undeterred by the gruesomeness of the scene, wore an expression of astonishment as he reached into the severed skull, extracting a blue crystal the size of a soybean from a mass of brain matter. This was a fortuitous discovery, heralding a promising beginning that constitutes half of success. His spirits soared with exhilaration. Under the influence of ancient viruses, there exists a 1% chance that a zombie may give birth to an energy crystal within its mind, with varying colors corresponding to different levels of potency. According to Han Chong's recollections, the progression from ordinary zombies to those of higher tiers is marked by hues such as blue, black, brown, yellow, dark red, red, and purple, with potentially more to follow, though Han Chong did not survive long enough to witness these. Zombies possessing such energy crystals are akin to monarchs among their kind, representing a noble existence, much like humans who awaken extraordinary abilities, transforming into mutants or new humans. In 10 days, a second collective evolution among zombies is anticipated, but this evolution signifies the cessation of this widespread phenomenon. The subsequent ascent to higher levels will depend on whether the zombies harbor these energy crystals within their bodies. Han Chong places immense value on these energy crystals because, despite their origin within zombies, they are remarkably pure, capable of direct consumption to facilitate personal evolution. Yes, personal evolution. In the impending apocalypse, the fortunate survivors among humanity will seek greater strength, and apart from awakening extraordinary powers, they may also pursue evolution through energy crystals. This method of evolution, in contrast to the awakening of abilities, is a proactive approach, enhancing one's physical attributes such as speed, strength, reflexes, longevity, and endurance. This fundamentally differs from the experience of those who awaken abilities, as the latter often relies on fate, not simply effort. In contrast, autonomous evolution is universally applicable. Thus, in the future, humanity will encounter two paths of evolution, one, an active evolutionary form, and the other, a passive awakener. However, these two paths are not mutually exclusive. Evolved beings may also awaken abilities, and awakeners may become evolved beings. Yet, they are not entirely equivalent. While anyone can become an evolved being, not everyone can awaken abilities. In his previous life, Han Chong was both an evolved being and an awakener, with the ability of self-healing. However, since self-healing is not a combat-oriented power, and due to humanity's late discovery of the potential of energy crystals to enhance evolution, by the time they realized this, zombies had grown too powerful for ordinary humans to contend with, leaving him with no opportunity for growth. Yet this time is different. In his past life, humanity's ignorance and revulsion towards zombies prevented anyone from daring to explore the contents of a zombie's mind after dispatching it. Coupled with the 1% birth rate and the fact that if the energy crystal is not retrieved within half an hour of the zombie's demise, it will dissipate, humanity would not uncover this secret until 6 months later. In this lifetime, he had a full 6-month lead. At the onset of the apocalypse, he had already grasped the secret. As long as he could fully harness this secret and operate it adeptly, he would be at the forefront of the evolutionary path, even ahead of the evolution of the zombies. Provided he could maintain this advantage and continue to refine his progress on the path of proactive evolution. Even if the future awakened beings possessed formidable self-healing abilities, he would still have the opportunity to become one of the most powerful evolvers. The reason he refrained from eliminating those infected was precisely for this purpose, to obtain these energy crystals. Yet, what Han Chong did not anticipate was the sheer fortune of encountering the first zombie, which yielded an energy crystal. A mere 1% chance. With the acquisition of this energy crystal, Han Chong felt invigorated, transforming into a frenzied seeker, wielding his knife to cleave open the remaining 9 heads. However, to his dismay, the other heads did not yield any further rewards. Han Chong discarded a heap of grotesque skulls and brain matter into a nearby trash bin before proceeding to slice through 10 more heads. This time, his luck was even worse. Not a single energy crystal emerged from those 10 heads. Han Chong, unwilling to concede, repeated the process with another 10 heads. Upon reaching the 4th head, he was met with another delightful surprise, his second energy crystal. Remarkably, from 24 heads, he had garnered 2 energy crystals. He was still 8 away from achieving the first level of evolution. Elated, Han Chong polished the energy crystal and tucked it into his pocket. Meanwhile, upstairs, the hefty fellow, having consumed copious amounts of water the previous day, was jolted awake early by a pressing need to relieve himself. Squinting, he rose from his bed and, upon glancing over, noticed that the old man and Zhao Ziyue were still fast asleep, while Han Chong had vanished. Surely, he hadn't been awakened by his own pressing need. The hefty fellow mumbled to himself, preparing to head to the restroom. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs. Could it be that zombies had escaped? Startled, he momentarily forgot his urgent need and hastily seized a large knife, making his way down to the 2nd floor via the elevator. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. His bladder contracted violently, teetering on the brink of explosion. What on earth was happening? Crouching behind a shelf, he watched in horror as 30 headless corpses lay strewn about on the ground, while Han Chong, drenched in blood, wielded a knife with a fierce expression as he hacked at the heads before him. Beside him sat a large trash bin, overflowing with a kaleidoscope of contents. The hefty fellow quickly covered his mouth, pondering whether to reveal himself and greet Han Chong or retreat to call Zhao Ziyue and the others, when suddenly he felt a weight on his shoulder. "What are you doing?" The voice of old Zhao resonated behind him. In that instant, the hefty fellow felt as though his bladder had burst, overwhelmed by a sense of exhilaration. Chapter 10. The Path of Evolution, Part 2. Though the portly man managed to break just in time, he inevitably found himself in a damp mess. Collapsing to the ground with his face turning a deep shade reminiscent of liver, retching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, The old gentleman and Zhao Ziyue also witnessed Han Chong's actions. Their expressions hardly better than that of the portly man. The scene was undeniably horrifying. Even with the old man's strong mental fortitude, he could not maintain his composure. You are truly deranged. How could you? Zhao Ziyue stifled her revulsion and horror, reprimanding Han Chong. Deranged? This is merely a trivial matter. You will gradually acclimatize. Han Chong glanced at the trio with an air of indifference, raising the kitchen knife once more and steadily bringing it down. The explosion of blood and brain matter was viscerally striking. After witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the overwhelming stench of blood filled Zhao Ziyue's nostrils, causing her to retch violently. Once the act of vomiting commenced, it was nearly impossible to cease. Moreover, this phenomenon was highly contagious, with the portly man leading the way. Zhao Ziyue found herself unable to resist the call of her body, joyfully joining the portly man's retching brigade. The cacophony of sights, sounds, and smells in the vicinity made the experience overwhelmingly nauseating, rendering them unable to straighten up. The old gentleman, having once been a general and seen much of the world, managed to maintain a semblance of calm. Particularly upon observing Han Chong rummaging through the head of the corpse, he solidified his suspicions and inquired, "Are you searching for something?" Han Chong hesitated for a moment, his thoughts racing, then nodded and replied, "A type of blue crystal that enables continuous evolution, making one increasingly powerful." Recognizing the Iron Queen, Zhao Ziyue, Han Chong resolved to adjust his approach. Since he sought to win them over, he would not conceal such matters. He needed to establish a foundational trust with the Zhao family through this incident. Moreover, given that his actions were witnessed by all, the old gentleman's wisdom would make it impossible to hide the truth. Evolution? Indeed, evolution. Seizing this opportunity, Han Chong intended to enlighten them about the power dynamics and evolutionary paths of the future world, making them aware of the survival crises that lay beneath the apocalypse. Half of humanity and the animal kingdom, upon infection with the virus, would transform into zombies within 12 hours, akin to those before them. However, these zombies were merely the initial stage, ordinary zombies, or what might be termed as primary zombies. The speed and strength of primary zombies were not overwhelmingly formidable, being only approximately 15 times that of an average human. Their characteristics included a bloodthirsty nature, lack of self-awareness, and a propensity for tearing apart and devouring all warm-blooded creatures, including humans. Approximately 10 days later, the zombies would undergo a second collective evolution, transforming into violent zombies or secondary zombies, which were enhanced versions of their primary counterparts. The speed and strength of these violent zombies would double compared to primary zombies, reaching about 3 times that of an ordinary human. These zombies would retain a semblance of human form, exhibiting increased aggression, and most significantly, secondary zombies would begin to possess a degree of intelligence. After the second collective evolution, zombies will no longer undergo further collective evolution. Instead, they will begin to exhibit a diverse range of third, fourth, and even higher levels of evolution. It is from this stage that their forms, abilities, intelligence, the timing of their evolution, and the levels thereof will manifest in various states. However, their strength will undoubtedly increase. In contrast to this, humanity's evolution differs significantly. After surviving the onslaught of the virus and zombies, humanity will not experience collective evolution. Nonetheless, a small percentage of individuals within the human population, akin to the crystalline birth of zombies, will have a probability of approximately 1% to gradually awaken various types of extraordinary abilities within about 10 days. These abilities may include the manipulation of flames, skin petrification, or the growth of wings, among others. The awakening of such powers is random, with varying types of abilities leading to diverse combat capabilities, some of which may even lack any combat potential. Those humans who awaken these extraordinary abilities are referred to as new humans or mutants. Additionally, there exists another method of evolution for humanity, which involves utilizing the energy crystals found within zombies to achieve proactive evolution, thus referred to as evolution bodies. Isn't this concept rather fantastical? Upon hearing Han Chong's explanation, the rotund individual momentarily set aside his nausea and the discomfort in his trousers, exclaiming in astonishment. The elderly gentleman processed the vast amount of information, suppressing his inner shock, and inquired, "A 1% probability does seem rather low, but what about human evolution? To what extent can a single energy crystal elevate a human?" The elderly gentleman once again focused on the crux of the matter. Han nodded emphatically and replied, 10 energy crystals from ordinary zombies can approximately enable an average human to evolve into a level 1 evolution body, enhancing their strength, speed, reaction time, and even lifespan to exceed that of a normal human by 23 times. The rotund individual's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the essence of a superhero. Han Chong cast a sidelong glance at him, observing the glimmer of hope in his eyes and suppressing a smirk. If evolution were that simple, he would not have endured such a wretched existence in the past. A low-level zombie possesses strength and speed equivalent to 15 times that of an average human, making it exceedingly challenging to defeat even one, let alone 1,000. While Han remained silent, the elderly gentleman astutely recognized the critical point of the discussion. Shaking his head with a sigh, the rotund individual was momentarily taken aback, realizing the implications. According to that 1% probability, it would take at least 1,000 individuals to achieve a complete evolution with 10 crystals. What about the awakened ones, the mutants? Are they not supposed to be even more formidable? I recall watching the X-Men. The rotund individual remained undeterred, clinging to his fantasies. A 1% probability, even if you belong to that 1%, does not guarantee superiority. As I mentioned earlier, the awakening of extraordinary abilities is random. If your awakened ability allows you to breathe underwater like a fish, encountering a zombie would still spell doom. Han Chong's words once again cast a shadow of despair upon the rotund individual. Instead, the old man comprehended Han Chong's intentions and nodded, stating, "The autonomous evolved entity resembles a robust individual, while the awakening of abilities is akin to a person wielding a tool. However, whether that tool is a firearm or a pencil remains uncertain, does it not? Furthermore, even if one possesses a gun, it does not guarantee victory over a strong and agile opponent." This time, the plump man grasped the concept, yet he remained undeterred, saying, "If that is the case, we shall take our time. We will eventually gather the 10 energy crystals." Han Chong retorted with a cold laugh. "In 10 days, the zombies will undergo a second collective evolution, their strength doubling. Take our time?" The plump man shivered at the thought, suddenly aware of a chill in his trousers. "Oh no, I forgot. I've just had an embarrassing moment." He quickly glanced around at the others, relieved to find they had not noticed his predicament, and hurried back upstairs to change his clothes. Chapter 11. Forming a team, the old man cast a glance at the traces left behind by the plump man, but chose to ignore his departure. Lamenting instead, the number of zombies is vast and will continue to evolve relentlessly. Although humanity possesses a glimmer of hope, it is accompanied by immense peril. In this apocalyptic world, human lives are as fragile as eggs. Han Chong remained silent, understanding the darkness of the apocalypse far more profoundly than the old man perceived. The threat of zombies is not the sole danger to humanity, and the hope brought by abilities is not universally shared. In truth, once abilities awaken, humanity begins to emerge from their shelters, exploring the outside world in search of food, clothing, and various resources. Yet, in this dystopian reality, laws and morals have all but vanished. Malevolence, desire, and chaos are magnified, exposing the basest nature of humankind. It is then that people will realize that, compared to the direct threat of zombies, the calamities inflicted by their own kind weigh far heavier. For a morsel of food, humans would drive a dagger into the chest of their companions, and beautiful women would become mere playthings for others. Humanity forfeits not only their lives, but also the dignity of being human. Although I am unaware of your forthcoming plans, I believe that in a world overrun by zombies, a team is far more formidable than an individual. If possible, I hope we can form a team. What do you think? As Han Chong delved into memories of his past life, the old man suddenly spoke up. Forming a team? Han Chong felt a surge of joy within. Finally, it was happening. Initially, according to Han Chong's original plan, he intended to act alone, leveraging his prophetic advantage to evolve earlier than others and seize the upper hand. Upon awakening in this life, he had been so preoccupied with racing against time that he had failed to contemplate his strategy in detail, resulting in numerous flaws in his original plan. However, during his conversations with the old man and the plump man, Han Chong had become enlightened. He now recognized that he was merely an ordinary human endowed with prophetic abilities, not the evolved being he had been in his previous life. One's prophetic advantage cannot facilitate the completion of a primary evolution within a brief span, particularly before the zombies undergo their secondary evolution. In other words, unless a more effective method is discovered, this prophetic advantage will be substantially diminished. Unless, within 10 days, a formidable awakener is located to join forces in vanquishing the zombies. The situation remains dire. However, despite possessing knowledge of who these powerful awakeners may be, traversing a city teeming with zombies to seek them out proves unfeasible. Even if one were to find them, what assurance exists that they would trust or assist? Fortunately, the predicament has been alleviated by the fortuitous encounter with Zhao Ziyue, a potential figure who could ascend to become the Iron Queen. Even if collaborative efforts do not yield the desired evolution into a primary form within 10 days, ample opportunities will arise in the future. Zhao Ziyue's ability to manipulate metal, coupled with her formidable talents, will serve as the utmost safeguard in this supermarket, constituting the greatest support for oneself. Forming an alliance with a stranger pales in comparison to this partnership. Moreover, having previously saved the elder, a debt of gratitude has already been established. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Zhao's grandfather was a general, noble, wise, and devoted to his country and people. Although Zhao Ziyue may harbor disdain, it reflects her inherent kindness. Furthermore, the Iron Queen's commendable reputation in her past life allows Han Chong to confidently cultivate a friendship with them. As for the portly individual, he possesses a hint of cunning. By harnessing crystal evolution and awakening the ability of self-healing, alongside Zhao Ziyue's presence, even if the plump man harbored ulterior motives, he would be unable to stir significant trouble. Nevertheless, Han Chong requires an opportunity, and now that opportunity has presented itself. Pretending to deliberate momentarily, he nodded and declared, "Very well. But this team must be under my command." As it should be. The elder nodded without hesitation. However, this is indeed the body of a human, and such actions are troubling. Upon hearing Han Chong's explanation, Zhao Ziyue's expression softened somewhat. Yet, she remained unable to reconcile her feelings about the elder obeying Han Chong. Truly, Zhao Ziyue is exceedingly straightforward, applying her pre-apocalyptic standards to assess everything in this new world. Han Chong's demeanor grew tense, contemplating whether it might be prudent to let her venture outside to experience the harsh realities, as a thorough beating might catalyze her awakening and transformation. Fortunately, Zhao's grandfather meticulously examined the corpses and the remaining zombies, stating, "Ziyue, they can no longer be considered human." Yet, Zhao Ziyue still sought to counter this assertion. The elder understood that since the previous day, everything had irrevocably changed. The world outside is far darker, more sanguinary, and more brutal than it appears before them. Hordes of zombies, like locusts, are ravaging all living beings, devouring their flesh and blood. If one cannot adapt to this reality, it would be better to seek an end to their existence. Have you seen the film The Land of the Dead? The current world is even more merciless than depicted in that movie. The words of Han Chong sent a shiver down Zhao Ziyue's spine. She realized that each time she listened to him, it felt as though he spoke declarations from the depths of hell. Yet, the truth remained that he was invariably correct. "Brother, how about this? You take a breather, and let me practice on the remaining few, allowing me to acclimatize to the brutal realities of this apocalyptic world, ensuring I do not hold anyone back." At that moment, the stout fellow, having changed his trousers, scurried over, seemingly unfazed by the gruesome surroundings. Eager to assist Han Chong in severing heads, this cunning rotund man, perhaps having eavesdropped moments earlier, now emerged to curry favor. Han Chong cast him a disdainful glance. It was clear that his true intention was to acquire energy crystals, despite his grandiloquent speech, truly befitting a live streamer. There remained 8 zombies and 5 heads, presenting a total of 13 opportunities to procure energy crystals. Since they were all in this together, Han Chong decided against hoarding the spoils. "I shall take 4, and each of you 3. Whether we obtain energy crystals will depend on our luck. Does anyone object?" With the decision made, Han Chong displayed generosity while keenly observing the attitudes of those around him. He understood the value of the information he provided at this critical juncture. It was indeed priceless. Even if he were to secure a few more, it was only fitting. To state it candidly, the chance they had to seize such an opportunity was entirely due to his efforts. Had he not taken the initiative to inform them, even if they were astute enough to observe discreetly, they would inevitably miss out on many invaluable chances on their path to evolution. This distribution was exceedingly fair, and he had even made considerable concessions. Should anyone voice dissent, even the slightest dissatisfaction, Han Chong would resolutely sever ties with them. Regardless of whether that individual might become a formidable ally in the future, thoughts of betrayal lingered in his mind. After all, those who harbored such intentions today might not hesitate to stab him in the back tomorrow. Moreover, he had already acquired 2 energy crystals, and statistically, the likelihood of the remaining zombies yielding crystals was nearly non-existent. By being magnanimous now, he could foster goodwill and establish personal rapport while simultaneously assessing the group. A dual advantage, indeed. Chapter 12. A fortuitous windfall. Brother Han, your words are unnecessary formality, the stout man proclaimed, his voice booming. Though General Zhao's status demands our respect, I must assert that had it not been for your intervention last night, we might have perished in self-immolation, or worse, become breakfast for the zombies. This allocation is entirely justifiable. The stout fellow was the first to express his support, his declarations thunderous, yet he was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity. General Zhao, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "I am but an old man. Merely surviving is a miracle. I have little regard for evolution now, but my granddaughter is still young, and I wish for her to thrive. Thus, I shall cede my opportunity to Jinyu. In these chaotic times, personal strength remained paramount, especially for a beautiful young lady. Even without Han Chong's words, the old man understood that in times of chaos, beauty is not a virtue, but rather the root of evil. Grandfather, I refuse. It's too revolting. Zhao Ziyue, however, failed to comprehend her grandfather's benevolent intentions and expressed her dissent vehemently. Han Chong, disregarding Zhao Ziyue's objections, nodded in affirmation, declaring, "So it shall be." Without further ado, he selected one of the 5 severed heads he had claimed and set it aside for their allocation. With a swift motion, he raised his wrist and struck down once more upon the heads on the chopping board. What a grisly scene. Just as Zhao Ziyue had managed to suppress her nausea, she vomited again. The hefty man, armed with a kitchen knife, approached the writhing corpses, preparing to act. Yet, when it came time to strike, he realized that intention and action are often worlds apart. His chubby face quivered, and his legs trembled, rendering him unable to proceed. Meanwhile, Zhao Laojia remained composed, wielding a knife with ease. After weighing it in his hand, he sighed, having spent a lifetime as a soldier and fought mercilessly against foreign mercenaries. I never anticipated I would find myself with blood on my hands once more. Alas, with that, he swiftly and decisively cleaved the head that Han Chong had apportioned. Jinyu, come here. Zhao Laojia called to Zhao Ziyue, instructing her to search for the energy crystals within the brain. Grandfather. Zhao Ziyue's countenance paled. Not expecting her grandfather to compel her to act, she desperately refused. Yet, Zhao Laojia, with a stern expression, admonished her, remember, we of the Zhao family hail from a military lineage. As soldiers, we must possess an indomitable will. After years of training in the barracks, is this not merely a test of resolve? Zhao Ziyue wished to protest further, but Zhao Laojia's commanding voice interrupted her. From this moment forth, these zombies are our enemies. We must eradicate them and seize every opportunity to strengthen ourselves. Stunned, Zhao Ziyue had not anticipated such severity from her grandfather. Tears welled in her eyes as she fought to suppress her disgust and fear, approaching nonetheless. She understood that although her grandfather usually showered her with affection, once he became serious, there was no room for negotiation. Observing Zhao Laojia's directives, Han Chong silently approved, with Zhao Laojia present. Perhaps the plan to cultivate the Iron Queen would not require his intervention. Zhao Ziyue, simultaneously retching and rummaging through the brain matter, appeared pitiable indeed. Yet Zhao Laojia, with a steely resolve, insisted she continue while he severed additional heads. Truly, the phrase "a blade that has not dulled with age" aptly describes Zhao Laojia. Han Chong, standing nearby, admired the old general, pondering that he had never heard of this man in his previous life. Perhaps he had succumbed to the trials wrought by the virus. Extracting a handful of matter from the skull, the sourness of the experience was known only to those who had endured it. Just as Zhao Ziyue felt as though her very insides were about to be expelled, her fingers suddenly stiffened, and she grasped a small, bloodied object from the brain matter. Congratulations. With a mere 1% chance, you have indeed won a prize. Han Chong was momentarily taken aback, before calmly affirming that it was indeed an energy crystal. Out of the 48 zombies encountered, they had astonishingly discovered 3 energy crystals thus far. Their luck was nothing short of extraordinary. In his previous life, Han Chong had experienced the frustration of decapitating over 160 zombies, only to return empty-handed. Initially, the hefty fellow had been mulling over the situation. But upon witnessing Zhao Ziyue also acquire an energy crystal, jealousy surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he swung his blade, only to misdirect it, resulting in a splatter of blood rather than the desired decapitation. Startled, he plopped down onto the ground. This rotund man was clearly a paper tiger, though cunning. His courage did not match the allure of the energy crystals, a fact Han Chong observed keenly. In their small team, it appeared that only the elderly gentleman was truly competent, while the other 2 required further honing. However, Han Chong soon realized that their fortune was indeed remarkable. From the 48 zombies, they ultimately unearthed 4 energy crystals. Statistically speaking, the birth rate of the crystals reached an astonishing 8.33, far exceeding the 1% recorded in his previous life. Could it be that binding individuals beforehand and artificially cultivating them enhances the crystal birth rate? Han Chong speculated wildly, recognizing that probability often defied logic. Among the 4 energy crystals, Han Chong claimed 2, Zhao Ziyue 1, and the hefty man 1. The energy crystals were a significant gain. Yet both the hefty fellow and Zhao Ziyue also gained invaluable combat experience, despite subsequently trembling and retching uncontrollably. Although they could no longer expel anything, the lingering nausea kept them bent over. Zhao Ziyue hastily rushed to the restroom, applying an array of bath gels, hand soaps, disinfectants, and detergents in a desperate attempt to rid herself of the blood and brain matter clinging to her skin. She scrubbed fervently, likely removing several layers of skin, yet still felt unclean. Han Chong found it perplexing that someone who bled profusely each month would be so preoccupied with bloodstains. Meanwhile, he remained composed, washing the 2 energy crystals in clean water before casually popping one into his mouth, as if it were a sweet treat, swallowing it whole. Is he really consuming it just like that? The hefty man stared in bewilderment. This was a treasure capable of transforming ordinary individuals into superhumans. How could he be so nonchalant? Did he expect a ceremonial offering, or perhaps a side dish to accompany it? Han Chong rolled his eyes, then silently attuned himself to the changes within. What a delightful sensation! Though the energy crystals from ordinary zombies were not as pronounced as those of higher tiers. Upon careful reflection, he could indeed discern the transformations occurring within his body. A gentle warmth began to permeate within, as the body underwent a transformation. Chapter 13, the second challenge, chill. The digestion period for a single energy crystal requires no more than an hour. However, consuming a second crystal before the first is fully digested leads to a waste of energy, even if one were to consume 10. Ascending to a level 1 evolver would remain unattainable. Han Chong clenched his fist, acutely aware of the surge in his strength, an exquisite sensation. Initially, he had intended to venture out for hunting after experiencing the chill. Yet now, before even stepping outside, he had already acquired 2 energy crystals, effectively enhancing his prowess by 20% prior to the hunt. Consequently, the forthcoming hunt would be considerably easier, much to Han Chong's satisfaction. Observing Han Chong swallow the energy crystals with the ease of popping candy, the rotund figure hesitated for a considerable time, gripping an energy crystal. After all, it was extracted from the brain of a zombie, and placing it into his mouth required immense courage. Had he been unaware of its origin, it might have been different. But now he not only knew its source, but had also spent the morning rummaging through the gory brain matter. Following a bout of intense nausea, he found that any mention or sight of anything related to brains triggered an urge to retch. When Zhao Ziyue emerged from the restroom, looking as delicate as a wilting willow, the rotund figure gazed at her longingly, hoping she would set a positive example to motivate him forward. After all, it was better to share the burden. Companionship in adversity was comforting. However, his hope was soon dashed when Zhao Tianfang presented an energy crystal to Zhao Ziyue. Han Chong interjected, "Old man, I suggest you consume this energy crystal first. As an elderly man, I'm not certain how much longer I can survive in this apocalypse. There's no need to waste it." Zhao Tianfang looked at Han Chong in confusion. He believed that all the finest provisions should be bestowed upon his granddaughter. At 70 years old, even if he were to pass today, it would not be a matter of regret. Such a youthful blossom had to endure this dark apocalypse. This afternoon, the second challenge, the chill, would commence. Your body and age may not withstand such tribulation. With the enhancement this energy crystal provides to physical condition, I believe there should be no issue, Han Chong elucidated. In the last century, after enduring heat ailments, the majority of people lost half their lives. And with the unexpected outbreak of chill, the elderly and children around the globe faced near extinction. Indeed, Grandpa, you should consume it. Zhao Ziyue, feeling the urge to retch once more, was saved by Han Chong's words and immediately nodded fervently. Moreover, his words instilled a sense of panic within her. At present, her phone was unreachable, and perhaps her only remaining relative in this world was her grandfather. According to Han Chong, energy crystals not only enhance one's physical health, but also prolong life, serving as a miraculous elixir for the elderly gentleman. The old man hesitated slightly. If they could endure this trial, they would embark on a hunting expedition tomorrow, where they might also procure more crystals. Han Chong continued to persuade him. Currently, the old man was allied with him in this nascent team. His stance was pivotal, and Han Chong found it essential to have such support, even if the elder might temporarily burden the group. However, compared to the potential acquisition of the Iron Queen, this minor inconvenience was a burden Han Chong was willing to bear. Hunting? The group hesitated, quickly comprehending Han Chong's implication, their expressions growing tense. The distinction between felling immobile zombies and engaging in combat with them was profound. It required more than mere courage. Particularly, knowing that zombies were significantly stronger than ordinary humans made the prospect perilous. Any misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Ultimately, urged by Zhao Ziyue, the old man consumed the energy crystal. The plump man, witnessing this, gritted his teeth and swallowed his crystal as well. Although it was undoubtedly a treasure, he felt as though he was ingesting poison. At 2:30 in the afternoon, with 2.5 hours remaining until the outbreak of the cold syndrome, Preparations were imperative. Observing that everyone had ingested the energy crystals, Han Chong glanced at the time and swiftly reminded them. Only those who had experienced the cold syndrome could grasp its terror. Without proper preparation, once the syndrome struck and their bodies became frozen, it would be too late. Moreover, everyone had been severely exhausted from the previous day's ordeal, and in their current state, they would struggle to face the impending trials, particularly Zhao Ziyue, who had not benefited from the energy crystal. Upon hearing Han Chong's urging, the plump man and Zhao Ziyue realized they had vomited excessively, leaving their stomachs empty and on fire. However, neither of them had much appetite, so they rummaged through the supermarket for some fruit and yogurt to make do. After a brief hour of rest, everyone sprang into action, following Han Chong's directives to adjust the supermarket's air conditioning to warm air. They also gathered all the electric heaters, forming a circle to direct warmth toward themselves from every angle. Additionally, everyone prepared thermal underwear and down jackets, keeping them nearby for readiness, and collected books from the supermarket to start a fire. With all preparations complete, the clock struck 5. A chill began to rise within them. Despite it being a sweltering day and the air conditioning set to warmth, they still felt an unbearable cold, their breaths visible as white mist. At this moment, the difference between those who had consumed energy crystals and those who had not became evident. Zhao Ziyue had already donned her thermal underwear and down jacket, huddling closely to the electric heater, yet still shivering. Seeing her struggle, Han Chong began to ignite the books, kindling a fire. The advantages of the portly fellow became apparent. His ample fat served as insulation against the cold. He busily dashed about, fetching hot water for everyone, while also transporting electric foot baths for each person. With the air conditioning blowing, electric heaters radiating warmth, and a fire crackling, he donned a down jacket while simultaneously soaking his feet and sipping hot water. Han Chong believed that, at this moment, he and his companions were undoubtedly the happiest people in the world. As time progressed, although the chill within them remained unbearable, the comprehensive warmth measures ensured they did not suffer any real harm. This inevitably reminded Han Chong of his previous life, where books, sheets, bedding, wooden chairs and tables, and even the bodies of fellow students, who had been collectively slain, were all cast into the fiery abyss. Huddled together with his roommates, they nearly froze, barely surviving the bitter cold. After this ordeal, only a fraction of the students in their dormitory remained alive. Past midnight, as the cold retreated, the 4 of them emerged unscathed from the second trial, utterly exhausted as they climbed into their beds. Chapter 14. The hunt begins September 20th, early autumn, a day bathed in sunshine. What a revitalizing day. The following morning, Han Chong awoke feeling remarkably well. Stretching his limbs, he was filled with determination. The energy crystals had been entirely absorbed, leading to a significant enhancement in his physical condition, and he felt a palpable surge of strength coursing through him. "Grandfather, you seem to have rejuvenated," Zhao Ziyue exclaimed in surprise upon noticing her grandfather's transformation. Indeed, the elder Zhao Tianfeng, already robust, appeared even more vigorous. It was difficult to believe he was a 70-year-old. The improvement in physical condition could enhance longevity to a certain extent, a fact already substantiated. If the old man could maintain this evolution, his state would only continue to improve. "Haha, I certainly feel splendid." The jovial fat man, Dong Qi, was also elated, bouncing about like an agile version of himself. Today marked the second day of the cataclysm, and 10 days hence, the zombies would undergo a second collective evolution, making their survival conditions even more dire. Thus, it was imperative to seize these days to hunt zombies as extensively as possible, acquiring ample energy crystals to sustain their pace of evolution, thereby better preparing themselves for the impending pressures of survival. However, hunting zombies naturally came with life-threatening risks, and participation was a personal choice for each individual. After a simple breakfast of milk and bread, Han Chong proposed the idea of hunting zombies, regardless of whether his companions chose to join. He had already resolved to venture out. Yet, as a team, he hoped everyone would keep pace. Otherwise, such a team would not be a source of support, but rather a burden. In that case, he would need to reconsider his plans. While the others deliberated, Han Chong organized his protective gear, donning chainmail underneath and a black armor on the outside, which significantly increased his burden. However, Han Chong believed that this effort was worthwhile. With this armor, it was equivalent to gaining an additional life in critical moments. Moreover, his physical prowess had increased by 20%, which completely offset the weight added by the armor. With a sword strapped to his waist, Han Chong exuded a certain martial elegance. The stout fellow, his mouth stuffed with bread, felt an intense turmoil upon hearing Han Chong's suggestion. Deep down, he understood the benefits of evolution. Yet he was also somewhat apprehensive of the terrifying zombies. Having watched too many films, he couldn't help but subconsciously identify with the scenes of being chased by the undead. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the old general, deciding to advance and retreat together with him. Han Chong was right. Opportunities always coexist with risks. Our military's commendable spirit is to be brave and fight fiercely. Energy crystals are strategic resources, a guarantee for the future. We must ensure that each person possesses 10 before the zombies undergo their second evolution. The old general did not hesitate, speaking with resounding conviction. Perhaps it was the energy crystals that had improved his physical condition and invigorated his spirit. Once the old general made a decision, Zhao Ziyue naturally followed suit. Seeing that everyone had resolved to leave, the stout fellow glanced at the empty supermarket, feeling somewhat apprehensive, and quickly voiced his stance. I have always aspired to be a soldier since childhood, but lacked the opportunity. Now, serving under the old general, as one of his personal guards, is undoubtedly an honor. I must participate and obey the organization's arrangements. Though he spoke with fervor, he was not lacking in equipment, ensuring he had ample gear at his disposal. Clad in armor, he also managed to snag a motorcycle helmet from the supermarket. Hoisting a large blade over his shoulder and tucking a kitchen knife at his waist, looking rather absurd, yet feeling quite pleased with himself. Thankfully, there were no steel plates in the supermarket. Otherwise, he might have emerged fully adorned in them. The underground supermarket had only one entrance aside from the ventilation shafts. The main entrance had been blocked, so to exit, they needed to clear the obstacles behind the door. Just as Han Chong intended to move the objects aside, he was halted by old General Zhao. Do not clear it completely. Simply create a passage for one person, he advised. The situation outside was uncertain, and it was possible that the area beyond the iron door was teeming with zombies. If all the obstacles were removed, the moment the zombies surged in, we might perish before even embarking on our mission. By merely clearing a narrow passageway, we can facilitate entry and exit, enhance defense, and save time, an approach that yields 3 benefits in one. The old general's wisdom was commendable. The stout fellow's horse was promptly brought forth. Han Chong also gave a thumbs up to the old general. Then, in tandem with the stout fellow, they moved the cleared obstacles to the sides, creating a passage for one. Subsequently, Han Chong gently pulled down the rolling shutter, listened attentively for a moment, and after detecting no anomalies, opened the main door. Gazing outside from the supermarket's exit, the sunlight bathed everything in warmth and tranquility. After being cooped up in the supermarket for 2 days, seeing such a scene instantly lifted their spirits. It seemed remarkably peaceful. The hefty fellow stretched languorously, his demeanor seemingly more relaxed. Han Chong let out a cold snort, cautioning, if you remain in this state, I doubt you will survive past the second episode. What do you mean? The hefty one stammered. Remember, the only definitive method to eradicate a zombie is to obliterate or sever its head. Anything else is futile. Han Chong disregarded the hefty one, continuing to alert the others as he cautiously descended the steps, leading the way to the ground level. However, as soon as he peered out, he immediately ducked his head and retreated. Observing his reaction, the 3 behind him felt a tightening in their chests. Are there zombies? Old Zhao inched closer, craning his neck to glance outside. Indeed, there were zombies. Above the supermarket lay a square spanning roughly 7,000 to 8,000 square meters, flanked by roads to the north and south, with a grand library to the west. The specific situation on the roads was obscured by ornamental plants, but the scene in the square was vividly clear. A dozen or so zombies wandered about the square, their bodies smeared with blood, reminiscent of the gruesome scenes depicted in films. Near a bench less than 10 meters from the supermarket's exit, 2 zombies were feasting on a human corpse, its entrails exposed in a bloody display. One of the zombies, in a bizarre act, thrust its arm into the corpse's mouth, emerging through a gaping hole in the chest, clutching the innards and shoving them into its mouth. Currently, there were a total of 16 visible zombies. 2 were approximately 7 meters away, moving slightly quicker, making it feasible to kill them 4 to 2. However, the other 14 were farther away, the nearest being over 20 meters. Although it was possible to eliminate those 2 zombies, it would inevitably draw the attention of the others. The old man, with his military background, quickly assessed the situation, evaluating the data, strengths, and weaknesses with clarity. Chapter 15. The more, the merrier. In the open square, the 4 of us could not contend with 14 zombies. Furthermore, there was a high likelihood of zombies wandering the roads. If we alerted them, it would spell trouble. Han Chong had not anticipated encountering such difficulties upon exiting, and he furrowed his brow. This was the city center, teeming with foot traffic, thus likely swarming with zombies. Zhao Ziyue, a local of Luchao City, was well acquainted with the area. The higher the population, the more zombies would naturally be present. This was easily discernible. Should we retreat? It's certainly safer inside the supermarket. The hefty one immediately faltered, not even glancing outward as he spoke. Han Chong rolled his eyes, initially intending to scorn him. But as he turned and caught sight of the supermarket entrance below, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. We could lure the zombies there. Han Chong pointed excitedly at the large door beneath the passageway. Behind the supermarket's entrance lay a narrow corridor, wide enough for only one person to pass. Ordinary zombies lack intelligence. Driven by their insatiable bloodlust, they would undoubtedly not retreat upon encountering such a passage, but would charge directly inside. In this manner, the group only needed to confront a single zombie. By leveraging the advantages of their surroundings, they could efficiently and safely eliminate the creature. The challenge of defending a city is far easier than that of attacking it, and young Han's idea was indeed commendable. They decided to return and reorganize. Zhao, a veteran with a military background, was particularly thrilled by the prospect of employing ancient battle strategies. The four returned to the supermarket, clearing the clutter behind the main entrance and replacing it with sturdy, heavy refrigerators that could be easily stacked, thereby constructing a formidable wall against the impending threat. They filled the interiors of the refrigerators with rice to increase their weight, ensuring that the strength of the zombie could not breach their defense. At the entrance, they left a narrow passage for a single person to enter, flanking it with refrigerators on either side to serve as a barrier in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Once everything was prepared, Han Chong squeezed through the narrow passage, intent on luring the zombie. His method was straightforward and rather audacious. He grabbed a steel basin from the supermarket and ascended the steps of the underground exit, striking the basin repeatedly. Instantly, the wandering zombies in the square, as well as the two feasting on corpses, turned their blood-red eyes toward him and rushed over with remarkable speed. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Han hastily retreated into the supermarket, continuing to clang the basin as he ran, the zombies emitting hoarse howls that echoed with excitement or perhaps rage. They pursued him relentlessly, some stumbling down the stairs in their fervor. "Hurry, hurry," Han called as he re-entered the passage, quickly coordinating with the portly companion to barricade the inside, forming a high wall shaped like a long, deep U at the entrance. This wall, standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, was just within reach of the zombies. Yet they could not effectively launch an attack. Meanwhile, the group could easily strike at the zombies' heads from the safety of the steps behind the wall. At the base of this high wall, they intentionally left an opening to dispose of any corpses from the passage. Under Zhao's guidance, this design was executed flawlessly in a short span of time. Just as they sealed the entrance, the first zombie charged in, colliding headfirst with the refrigerator. The tantalizing food was within sight, yet unattainable, provoking an enraged howl from the creature as it clawed at the refrigerator, producing a discordant sound. This particular zombie, having just feasted on a corpse, was smeared with blood and bore a terrifying appearance, exuding a foul odor. Han, having faced zombies far more ferocious in his previous life, was undeterred by this minor encounter. While the others were momentarily stunned, he swiftly turned and thrust his sword forward. The blade pierced through the zombie's mouth, emerging from the back of its skull. Yet, the creature remained unfazed, continuing to howl and attempting to bite Han. Behind the zombies, two more surged into the fray, creating a congested line within the narrow passageway. Their tremendous force caused the refrigerator to teeter precariously. "What are you doing? Get moving," Han Chong exclaimed, startled, as he unsheathed his sword. This time, he transitioned from thrusting to slashing, severing half of the zombie's head and ensuring it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Upon hearing Han Chong's command, the elderly Zhao and his grandson simultaneously sprang into action from either side of the passage. However, their weapons lacked potency, as they wielded wooden poles salvaged from a mop in the supermarket, rendering their impact nearly negligible. Zombies, impervious to pain and injury, possess but one weakness: their heads. Without shattering the skull, even turning their bodies into a sieve proves futile. Old Zhao fared somewhat better, wielding his sturdy stick with precision aimed at the zombies' heads. Although he could not dispatch them, he managed to create considerable inconvenience. In contrast, Zhao Ziyue flailed aimlessly, her efforts resembling a game of whack-a-mole, far less effective than her counterparts. Han Chong quickly discerned the inefficiency of their strategy. He sought swift extermination of the zombies, not a frivolous game. Thus, he promptly reorganized their positions, instructing the Hefty One and Zhao Ziyue, "You two switch places. Fatty, use the cleaver to deal with the zombies. Ziyue, drag the bodies in from the opening." With the threat diminished, Fatty's confidence surged. Armed with a long, heavy cleaver, he stood above, stabbing downwards with the finesse of a rice pounder, delivering fatal blows with remarkable efficiency. The zombies, oblivious to evasion, suffered grievously beneath Fatty's strikes. Meanwhile, Han Chong stood at the forefront, addressing any zombies that Fatty injured but did not finish off, observing the limited efficacy of his stick. Old Zhao leapt down to assist Zhao Ziyue in clearing the fallen bodies, dispatching any that still showed signs of life with a decisive chop from his kitchen knife. Perhaps due to their training the previous day, coupled with the intense thrill of the ongoing skirmish, both Fatty and Zhao Ziyue displayed no signs of nausea, instead remaining focused and diligently engaged. Particularly, Fatty, emboldened by the spirit of Zhang Fei, wielded his cleaver enthusiastically, shouting battle cries as he swung his weapon. After an initial chaotic flurry, the group gradually found their rhythm, their cooperation growing increasingly harmonious. Han Chong and Fatty focused on dispatching foes, while the elderly Zhao and his grandson utilized the drying rack to drag the corpses from the subterranean opening. They required these bodies for their own purposes, and it was imperative to clear the passageway to permit the subsequent zombies' entry. Once a zombie perished, its essence would dissipate within moments. They needed to extract the crystal swiftly, or risk its vanishing. Ziyue, handle the bodies here. Old Zhao, you focus on retrieving the crystals. After consecutively dispatching several zombies, the number of the undead accumulating outside the gate steadily increased, each desperately attempting to squeeze into the passageway. Their numbers far surpassed those seen earlier in the square, likely due to the zombies from the surrounding streets being drawn in. Rather than feeling fear, Han Chong found himself increasingly exhilarated by the escalating chaos. In Chapter 16, it is revealed that the probability of a zombie yielding an energy crystal is a mere 1%. Without a sufficient quantity of corpses, it is nearly impossible to locate enough energy crystals. This hunt is a collective endeavor. Everyone has exerted themselves, and he has willingly joined forces with others. If the number of crystals is inadequate, it would be unjust to claim them all for himself. The wisdom of ancestors warns against the fear of scarcity, advocating instead for equitable sharing. The optimal solution is to exert more effort, to eliminate more zombies, and to triumph through sheer numbers, ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to acquire energy crystals. However, even a seemingly innocuous game of whack-a-mole is not without its challenges. Slaying zombies is undoubtedly a test of physical endurance, a statement that brooks no contradiction. Han Chong now acutely realizes that his earlier ambition of single-handedly gathering 10 energy crystals within 10 days, ahead of the zombies' second collective evolution, was nothing short of fanciful delusion. Setting aside the dangers and obstacles, and whether his stamina could endure, the mere passage of time proves insufficient. For instance, from 8:30 in the morning until noon, he and his companion had only managed to slay 32 zombies, their arms weary from the exertion. "Brother, I truly can't go on any longer. I need a break," the chubby companion exclaimed as he leapt down from the steps, collapsing onto the ground. Han Chong initially felt he could persist, but upon witnessing his friend's exhaustion, he too felt his strength drain away. What a useless teammate. Han Chong cursed under his breath, reluctantly following suit and leaning against the refrigerator for respite. A horde of zombies howling behind him, yet the others had grown numb to the slaughter. Despite the walls separating them, fear did not grip their hearts. "Did we make any progress this morning?" Han Chong inquired, spotting old Zhao wheeling a cart as he ascended from the basement, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Luck was not on our side. We found only one energy crystal among the 32 zombies," the elderly man replied, equally exhausted from the relentless ascent and the task of searching for crystals. "If it weren't for the energy crystal I found yesterday, I would have collapsed by now." Was it truly bad luck? Discovering a crystal among fewer than 30 zombies could be considered remarkably fortunate. Despite this, Han Chong sighed, "Our efficiency is still too low. At this rate, even if we toiled through the night, reaching our goal seems implausible. If we do not resolve this dilemma, achieving the first level of evolution before the zombies undergo their second evolution is an utterly unattainable dream. Furthermore, the inability to effectively confront ordinary zombies casts a shadow on the prospects of facing the more formidable second-tier rabid zombies 10 days hence. Should I awaken with an extraordinary self-healing ability while Zhao Ziyue manifests mental manipulation, my position as team leader would be precarious. Presently, Zhao Ziyue harbors no trust in me, making it uncertain whether she would still be inclined to support me should her strength increase. My trust in this newly acquainted group is severely lacking. This situation cannot persist. I must devise a solution," Han Chong affirmed, both to himself and to the others. "If only we had firearms, it would simplify matters significantly. Our efficiency could increase several-fold." Zhao Ziyue returned from the supermarket bearing a bundle of beverages, tossing one bottle to each person as she suggested, "We should hydrate." Throughout the morning, she had exerted considerable effort, tirelessly clearing and moving corpses, which left a profound impression on Han Chong compared to her state the previous night. If one were to set aside the needless sentimentality and the abhorrence of zombies and blood, Zhao Ziyue's performance was commendable. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to have guns. unleashing a barrage of fire. The stout man exclaimed as he gulped down his drink, brimming with excitement. I have considered firearms, but acquiring them is not as simple as one might think. Han Chong lamented. Prior to the outbreak, given the domestic circumstances, he had no opportunity to obtain such weapons. He had previously visited the museum and was somewhat familiar with its layout, coupled with his foreknowledge of the viral outbreak. He felt confident that he could seize weapons and make a swift escape. The police station, however, posed a different challenge. Under normal circumstances, entry would be impossible, and even if he managed to get in, he would not know where the firearms were located, even if he did ascertain their whereabouts. The risk of being shot by the remaining active officers while attempting to seize weapons was substantial. Beyond these concerns, his personal preference leaned towards the sword, convenient, user-friendly, and easily portable. Firearms, in contrast, necessitate adequate ammunition, precision, and other complexities. Undoubtedly, the crux of the matter was his lack of proficiency with guns. Yet, in the current context, the lethality of firearms undeniably surpassed other means. The zombies, akin to mindless fools, congested the narrow passageways. Oblivious even when firearms were aimed at their heads, what better targets could there be? Previously, such a notion would have been unthinkable, yet now it seemed feasible. Old man, you are familiar with this area. Is there a police station nearby? The stout man, thoroughly exhausted, was reluctant to continue stabbing with his knife, his arms trembling incessantly, spilling his drink as he did so. He now harbored serious doubts about the so-called masters depicted on television, those who could single-handedly defeat thousands. The police station, being an auxiliary branch of the higher public security apparatus, was equipped with police gear, yet lacked firearms. To procure firearms, one must seek military outposts or police stations. In this regard, Zhao Ziyue was an expert, and he shook his head in response. The stout man promptly retrieved his phone to consult the map, stating, "There is a military presence in Luqiao City, but it is rather far from here. The nearest police station, the Taiping branch, is 879 meters away. I am familiar with that police station. It is quite large. Just turn the corner at Taiping Road South." Zhao Ziyue chimed in. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The old man Zhao pondered for a moment, shaking his head and repeating the word difficult thrice. A distance of 879 meters is hardly far. One might even say it is exceedingly close. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the streets outside are teeming with wandering zombies. This distance of less than 1,000 meters is undeniably a path to death. Most critically, the entrance of the supermarket is barricaded by a horde of zombies, making any attempt to exit utterly infeasible. Let us first consume some sustenance and take a moment to rest. If we find ourselves with no other options, we shall resort to rudimentary methods and endure the hardship. After all, survival is paramount, Han Chong declared. Indeed, Brother Han is correct. As long as we are alive, there is hope. The rotund man immediately raised his hand in agreement. Han Chong cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to Zhao Ziyue, suggesting, "Perhaps you should consume the energy crystal from this morning." Me. Zhao Ziyue appeared somewhat conflicted. Beauty, youthfulness, and eternal vitality. Han Chong added with a flourish. Zhao Ziyue's resistance waned. Oh, women. Han Chong rolled his eyes, exhaling a bemused breath. Those who use it know its worth. Everyone speaks highly of it. Han Chong was curious whether Zhao Ziyue would share such sentiments after consuming the energy crystal. Chapter 17. Team leader, do you think the nearby zombies have been attracted? The rotund man's mouth was incessantly active. Though his body remained motionless, his words flowed freely. The zombies' vision is not as sharp during the day as it is at night. However, their hearing is extraordinarily acute in daylight. It is entirely reasonable that my earlier noise attracted the zombies from the street. Han Chong explained. Over the course of the morning, we have dispatched 32 zombies, and the outside is now crowded with an abundance, far exceeding what we observed in the square. You mentioned that zombies' daytime vision is not as keen. Do you have more detailed data on this? At that moment, the old man Zhao abruptly raised his head to inquire. Approximately 3 to 5 meters. Within that range they can see clearly. Beyond that, their vision becomes blurred. Han Chong sat up straighter, regarding the old man. Could it be that this veteran general is more audacious than himself, contemplating a bold venture? Yet deep within, Han Chong brimmed with anticipation. If a feasible method could be devised, he would be willing to take the risk. In this apocalypse, only those who dare to strive can continue to advance. If one remains timid, fixated solely on survival, they will end up like in the previous life, unremarkable and ultimately eliminated by other evolved beings, destined to become mere cannon fodder due to some peril or the whim of a powerful figure. A distance of less than 1,000 meters, if traversed swiftly, could be covered in 3 to 5 minutes. I believe that with the right approach, it is indeed worth attempting. With firearms, our chances of survival would increase significantly. and the efficiency of acquiring energy crystals would double. The old man, having once served as a soldier and a general, possessed a steadfast will and comprehensive foresight. Much like leading troops in a battle, he remained undeterred by any challenges in pursuit of their objectives. However, we are unable to venture outside at this moment. The rather timid figure pointed towards the entrance, which was teeming with ravenous zombies. While the zombies at the doorway posed no immediate threat, the vents overhead provided a potential escape route. The crux of the matter lay in the possibility of encountering zombies along the way. Their formidable strength rendered them exceedingly difficult to confront. Should we become ensnared midway, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. At this juncture, Zhao Ziyue joined the discussion, gesturing towards the supermarket's upper section where a vent could accommodate a solitary individual. Nevertheless, her demeanor still aligned with that of the elderly Zhao, favoring the audacious pursuit of firearms. Therefore, we must exploit the weaknesses of the zombies to divert them from our intended path. For instance, we could create some commotion, and so forth, the old man asserted. I have a method we could try. The old man's words sparked a flash of inspiration in Han Chong, who conceived an idea. He rose and rummaged through the supermarket until he located a remote-controlled airplane, to which he affixed a singing children's toy, presenting it to the group. Behold this. Han Chong chuckled as he activated the toy, subsequently powering on the remote-controlled aircraft. Two tigers, running fast, echoed throughout the supermarket, propelled by the aircraft. Haha. This is indeed a splendid idea. Han Chong's ingenuity is remarkable. The elderly Zhao clapped in admiration. This toy airplane has a maximum flight range of 30 meters. If only I had my DJI drone, it could fly farther and provide surveillance of the surroundings. Zhao Ziyue lamented. 30 meters is already quite commendable. Han Chong, you should conduct several trials to ascertain the volume of the toy's sound, the battery's longevity, and the actual limits of its flight distance, ideally arriving at precise figures. Mastering accurate data will enhance our chances of securing victory. The old man felt as though he were commanding from a strategic headquarters. After a brief midday respite, Han Chong conducted multiple tests, and the group resumed their efforts. Working diligently until past 10 at night, they finally sealed the entrance and collapsed within the supermarket. The extended hours of the afternoon and evening, combined with the knowledge gained from the morning's experience, allowed the team to work with greater proficiency, resulting in a significant increase in the number of zombies eliminated. They recorded a total of 78 zombies slain, yielding 2 energy crystals. In total, across the morning and afternoon, they had vanquished 110 zombies, acquiring 3 energy crystals. Although this ratio did not rival the output from the 48 zombies previously cultivated, it surpassed the expected reproduction rate by 1%, undoubtedly exceeding anticipations. This outcome caused Han Chong to question whether the 1% probability he had recorded in his previous life was indeed accurate. Unless sheer luck was at play, he found it difficult to offer an explanation. Before distributing the 2 energy crystals, I have a few words to convey. After tallying the evening's spoils, the elderly man grasped the 2 pristine crystals and spoke suddenly. Today has yielded gratifying results, thanks to our collaboration as a team. However, for our group to thrive in this apocalyptic world, we must embrace certain transformations or agreements. As the gaze of the crowd fell upon him, the elder continued, stating that any formidable team or army necessitates clear divisions of labor, discipline, and responsibilities to enhance operational efficiency. Han Chong's understanding of the post-apocalyptic landscape is invaluable. Possessing information equates to wielding power, a truth that remains constant, particularly in such a chaotic world where survival is paramount. As a cohesive unit, we must not only bolster our collective strength, but also ensure the existence of elite combat capabilities to execute specialized missions. Han Chong is the fastest to evolve, youthful and nimble, with a keen intellect, making him well-suited to assume the role of team leader. Ziyue, having trained in martial arts since childhood and undergone special forces training, possesses commendable combat skills. Though lacking in experience and a comprehensive understanding of the apocalypse, she could serve as Han Chong's capable assistant. The rotund Dong Qi, despite his sluggishness, boasts considerable strength and could be categorized as logistical support. As for myself, an elderly gentleman, I shall contribute by providing ideas and assistance. Each member has their designated role, establishing the foundation of our team. What do you think? The elder's words left Han Chong momentarily bewildered. Initially, he had united with these individuals out of necessity and circumstance. Although he later accepted the formation of the group, a lingering wariness resided within him. After all, in his previous life, Han Chong had witnessed too much darkness and the fickleness of human nature in the face of an apocalypse. For a mere morsel of food, clothing, or evolutionary resources, betrayal and moral bankruptcy had been rampant, revealing the grotesque facets of humanity. While the group currently coexists harmoniously, the onset of significant conflict over resources could unravel their camaraderie in an instant. To maintain his advantage, Han Chong must prioritize the acquisition of evolutionary resources, thereby preserving his combat superiority and deterrent force. Consequently, seizing control of the team is a desire he harbors. However, in his view, building this team necessitates a gradual process of trust, understanding each individual's character before making further plans. Yet, the elder has directly proposed establishing himself as the leader. A rather blunt and simplistic approach. Sensing Han Chong's confusion, the elder elucidated, stating that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Leadership entails authority and control, yet it also carries the weight of responsibility and accountability. I have faith in you. I have faith in myself as well. But the issue lies in my desire to spearhead this endeavor. With the elder's sudden declaration, it feels as though I have been coerced into this position. Chapter 18. Candor. As Han Chong pondered, the elder's unexpected remarks raised a sense of disquiet. Listening intently, the rotund man spoke. Indeed, the old gentleman has the bearing of a former general, possessing a perspective and insight that soar to the heights of 10 stories. Your suggestion is astute and represents the collective sentiment of our group. I, Dong Qi, am also an exemplary young pioneer. My adherence to organizational arrangements is a commendable quality, and I firmly support the decision of the organization. I wholeheartedly endorse Brother Han Chong as our team leader. After declaring this, he earnestly grasped Han Chong's hand, his eyes somewhat disheveled. Gazing sincerely into Han Chong's, he added, Brother Han Chong, our captain, you have my utmost gratitude. The future and well-being of my brethren rest in your capable hands. Han Chong, slightly repulsed, withdrew his hand from the rotund man's grasp and wiped it on his clothing, retorting, spare me the sentimentality. Brotherhood is not merely spoken. Rest assured, I shall not betray the expectations of the captain and the organization. The rotund man thumped his chest emphatically. Since there are no objections, I propose another suggestion. I hope that the future distribution of energy crystals will not only ensure fairness, but also prioritize 2 key aspects. Firstly, guaranteeing Han's advanced combat capabilities to undertake critical missions. And secondly, addressing the team's weaknesses to maintain overall combat effectiveness. The old gentleman, observing the rotund man's favorable attitude, seized the moment to propose yet another suggestion. Following his advice, this afternoon 2 energy crystals would be procured, with Han Chong, as captain, being granted the right of first claim to 1. The rotund man, being a key player in the extermination of zombies, would also receive 1. Consequently, Han Chong would end up with a total of 3 crystals, while the rotund man would receive 2, and both the old gentleman and Zhao Ziyue would receive 1 each. This allocation was, for the rotund man, an unexpected delight, while it left the old gentleman and Zhao Ziyue at a disadvantage. Are you perplexed by my suggestion? The old gentleman inquired as he followed Han Chong to the restroom that evening. Not perplexed, merely somewhat surprised, Han Chong replied. While he was not taken aback by the old gentleman as following him, he couldn't shake the feeling that the earlier arrangements seemed tailored to pave the way for himself, with the rotund man reaping the benefits as well. Pray tell, the old gentleman said, his gaze scrutinizing Han Chong. In this apocalyptic era, the elderly, children, and women are the most disadvantaged groups. Unfortunately, you and Zhao Ziyue happen to fall into 2 of those categories, Han Chong articulated clearly. Ah, how astute you are. That is indeed one aspect of it. The old gentleman chuckled. Though I am unaware of your experiences, I can discern the vigilance that lies beneath your icy demeanor. Han Chong's expression hardened, his sharp gaze fixed upon Zhao Tianfang. Yet, the old gentleman seemed oblivious to this tension and continued, I enlisted at the age of 18, serving my country with valor in my youth and later attaining the rank of general. I have, in my time, experienced what you young people consider power. Be it wealth or influence, these are mere trifles I have played with. Throughout my life, I have remained true to my country and my people. Even if I were to perish in this apocalyptic calamity, I would harbor no regrets. However, my thoughts cannot help but linger on the young Ziyue. Her father, whom I sent to the battlefield, met his demise abroad, and her mother, consumed by resentment towards me, abandoned her at the tender age of 3 to seek refuge in a foreign land. My sole regret lies in the sorrow I have caused Ziyue. During my previous mission in a nation in Africa, I witnessed the grotesque facets of humanity amid societal chaos. Yet the current circumstances eclipse that turmoil. Although Ziyue has trained in martial arts from a young age and has undergone military training, she remains a girl, and I cannot shake my concerns for her. The elder's eyes glistened with tears, filled with tenderness. Whether it be sincerity or mere transaction, I share these thoughts with you in hopes that you comprehend my genuine intentions. If I possess any ulterior motives, it is merely the desire for you to fully harness your foresight, guiding us towards survival and a better existence. Should the future permit, I harbor another hope, that you might endeavor to rescue this nation and its people. Upon concluding his words, the elder turned to Han Chong, his demeanor earnest and forthright. While the elder's suggestions from earlier had taken Han Chong by surprise, this candid exchange now stirred something deep within him. Although the future remains uncertain, Han Chong is willing to place his trust in Zhao Tianfang. I assure you, as long as you and Zhao Ziyue remain steadfast, I shall consider you both as dear friends. Han Chong declared sincerely, his expression serious. There's no need for such gravity. Your understanding is all that matters. The elder chuckled lightly, wiping away the corners of his eyes. The weight that had accumulated in his heart over the years seemed to lighten significantly through his conversation with Han Chong. Ziyue is quite similar to you. I hope you young people can engage with one another more. Ziyue is naive and pure-hearted. Should she inadvertently offend you in the future, I trust you will be understanding. Han Chong's previously relaxed demeanor instantly tensed again upon hearing the elder's words, a flicker of unusual thoughts crossing his mind. What does the elder mean by encouraging more interaction with Zhao Ziyue? Is he suggesting that I should take some initiative? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Zhao Ziyue is indeed strikingly beautiful, a quintessential blend of privilege and lineage. Even in her current state, devoid of makeup, her charm remains undeniable, particularly given her background in a military family and her tall, healthy physique, which starkly contrasts with the superficiality of online influencers. In times of peace, I might have felt unworthy of even knowing her. The tumult of war is truly remarkable, uniting a myriad of individuals on the same platform. As Han Chong's thoughts wandered, the elder simply smiled, stifling a yawn as he remarked on his age and fatigue before retiring for the night. That evening, the elder slept soundly, enjoying a restful and sweet slumber. However, Han Chong found himself in a quandary, oscillating between thoughts of the future and reflections on his past life, with the image of Zhao Ziyue persistently flickering in his mind. Unfortunately, the old man's bed was positioned directly between him and Zhao Ziyue, thwarting his attempts to secretly gaze at her, leaving him only with the sight of the old man's slumbering back. This old man certainly intrigued Han Chong, who mused internally. A former general, seasoned and sagacious, possessing both wisdom and strategy, and holding a favorable impression of him. It was indeed rare to find someone willing to entrust their granddaughter to another. Yet, the pressing concern loomed. Soon Zhao Ziyue would awaken her extraordinary abilities. And when the old man realized that his fears for Zhao Ziyue were unfounded, would he still offer the same support and reliance? If that were the case, should he not take decisive action before Zhao Ziyue's awakening, solidifying their bond into an unbreakable union, thereby ensuring a more stable future? Such dark thoughts burgeoned within Han Chong's heart. Chapter 19. The Outside World, September 21st, sunny. The summer dawns early, and the diligent souls striving for survival opened their eyes at 6 o'clock, ready to fight for their existence. Remote-controlled planes, singing toys, batteries, backpacks, firecrackers, rescue ropes, and even provisions such as food and bottled water were gathered, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Dong Qi, the corpulent fellow, sought to demonstrate his usefulness by eagerly volunteering to crawl into the ventilation ducts to clear obstacles. However, his considerable girth proved a hindrance. He became stuck halfway through the opening, unable to ascend or descend, prompting Han Chong to pull him out with exasperation. Perhaps you should remain in the supermarket to guard this place, Han Chong suggested. No, I can squeeze through if I try. Maybe it's just the armor. I can take it off, Dong Qi exclaimed, panicking at the thought of being left behind. Staying together offers a sense of security. What if you all leave and don't return? Han Chong scrutinized him, shaking his head in refusal. No, you're too heavy and slow. Our mission hinges on speed. We must act quickly. Turning to the old man, he continued, upon further consideration, we need to shift our approach. You and Dong Qi will hold the fort at the supermarket, while Ziyue and I undertake this mission. I concur, Grandpa. You should stay here for now and await our return. Zhao Ziyue chimed in, wishing to spare her grandfather from danger. Zhao Laozi, a man of decisive action, pondered briefly and recognized the merit in Han Chong's words. He suggested, very well, I am somewhat familiar with the surrounding area. However, we should delve into the details further. At 6:45 a.m., Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue ascended through the ventilation ducts. They chose an exit located in the southwest corner of the square, directly across from the supermarket entrance, adjacent to the southern side of the library and near crossroads. Upon encountering the security mesh at the exit, the two individuals, who had labored tirelessly in the passageway for what felt like an eternity, nearly succumbed to despair. It appeared that escape was futile. Han Chong abruptly halted, causing Zhao Ziyue to nearly collide with him, prompting her to grit her teeth in frustration as she craned her neck to peer around him. The heat of the day dictated light attire, and her collar naturally fell open as she hunched forward. Hearing her inquiry, Han Chong instinctively turned his head, only to inadvertently catch sight of an unexpected allure. It was not particularly large, yet it was firm, pristine, and upright. A rush of warmth enveloped his senses, as if something had begun to trickle down, compelling Han Chong to hastily cover his nose and redirect his focus to the security mesh. "What is the matter?" Zhao Ziyue, oblivious to the unintended consequences of her presence, inquired with genuine concern. "Nothing, just accidentally bumped into a corner," Han Chong replied in a muffled tone, pushing against the security mesh with no effect. "How about I check if there are any power drills or saws?" Zhao Ziyue suggested, her skepticism evident. "But the passage is straight. What corner could you have hit?" "I'll give it a try," Han Chong declared. The security mesh, aged and rusted, remained steadfast despite his significantly enhanced strength. After deliberation, he drew forth his treasured sword, Zidian. Zhao Ziyue quickly grasped his arm, cautioning, "Wait, are you out of your mind? That is a national treasure. Perhaps you could use my knife instead." She offered him a watermelon knife she had pilfered from a supermarket. Shaking his head, Han Chong replied, "It is precisely because it is a treasure that I shall employ it. Otherwise, it would be ineffective." With that, he inserted the tip of the Zidian into the crevice of the security mesh. As he exerted more force, the blade widened, overcoming the resistance. With a flick of his wrist, the blade easily severed the bindings on either side. Indeed, it was a remarkable sword. While claiming it could slice through iron may be an exaggeration, it effortlessly dismantled the rusty security mesh. Elated by the results, Han Chong swiftly proceeded to cut around the perimeter of the mesh. "We can escape," he exclaimed, stretching his head outside to ensure the surroundings were clear before swiftly emerging. Though Zhao Ziyue was a woman, her years of martial training rendered her agile and quick, and she followed Han Chong's lead, deftly navigating through the foliage. "Let us go," Han Chong urged, leaping over the flowering underbrush as they sprinted toward the police station. Zhao Ziyue lagged slightly behind, glancing back at the supermarket entrance. Upon witnessing the scene, her legs nearly buckled in fear. Surely, one is familiar with the chaos of the spring festival travel rush. The entrance to the supermarket resembled such a frenzy. A throng of zombies, numbering not in the thousands but certainly over 100, besieged the entrance. It was likely the most bustling scene the supermarket had ever encountered since its inception. Perhaps it was the allure of that place that provided the two an opportunity to escape unscathed. "Is this still the Sixth Dynasty city that I once knew?" As Zhao Ziyue's gaze returned from the horde of zombies, she was once again taken aback. In just a few short days, the once pristine and orderly city had transformed into a primordial wilderness. The ornamental trees and flowers that adorned the streets had surged forth with a vigor akin to that of a powerful elixir, obscuring the sky above the thoroughfare. The virus's impact on living organisms was not confined to humanity alone. Every living entity, animals and insects alike, was affected. What you witness now is merely the nascent stage of transformation. Far greater changes lie ahead. As Han Chong sprinted forward, he spoke in hushed tones, elucidating the situation. Zhao Ziyue remained silent, her heart heavy as she observed her surroundings. It was only in times of calamity that one truly appreciates the value of peace, a lesson learned too late after having taken it for granted during times of prosperity. In this moment, Zhao Ziyue felt an overwhelming gratitude towards her grandfather for having compelled her to undergo military training. Otherwise, she would be cowering in a corner like any ordinary woman. The location of the Peace Bureau was situated 879 meters south of the supermarket, necessitating passage through an east-west thoroughfare. Currently, the zombies in the vicinity of this main road had been drawn to the supermarket entrance by the clanging of a steel pot earlier orchestrated by Han Chong. Upon crossing the thoroughfare, two paths diverged. One was a narrow alley, while the other was a broader north-south road known as Taiping South Road. Concerned about the potential for being trapped in the alley, Han Chong opted for the relatively clearer Taiping Road. Though relative was a generous term given the numerous parked cars and electric vehicles littering the way. In addition to these obstacles, the most conspicuous sights were the mangled, decaying corpses strewn across the ground, emitting a foul odor, alongside the zombies that roamed the shops, sidewalks, and vehicles. As they hurried past, the noise they generated caused the zombies to emit guttural sounds, turning their attention towards the source. However, due to the limited visibility of the daytime and their swift pace, the zombies did not fully register their presence, with only a few exhibiting signs of agitation. Despite having undergone a psychological preparatory session prior to their departure, and having experienced the harrowing atmosphere of the supermarket, Zhao Ziyue could not suppress her terror upon witnessing the outside world. She felt a chill in her heart, only having glimpsed a mere fragment of this altered reality. Just as her eyes darted around, she was suddenly engulfed in darkness as a figure lunged at her. With a startled cry, Zhao Ziyue tumbled to the ground. Han Chong, who was running ahead, turned back to find Zhao Ziyue pinned down by a zombie, his heart racing in alarm. Good heavens, could it be that the Iron Queen might perish prematurely due to his interference? Chapter 20. Is it really so magical? Han Chong turned around, sprinting and brandishing his sword. The long sword pierced through the zombie's skull, and then, with a swift upward flick, shattered half of its head. A torrent of grotesque matter spilled from the remaining half, splattering Zhao Ziyue from head to toe. Although Zhao Ziyue had practiced martial arts and possessed commendable skills, in such a terrifying scenario, her abilities were rendered utterly ineffective, leaving her in a state of shock. Are you all right? We must hurry. Han Chong glanced over, noting the bloodstains on her, unable to discern if she was injured. The scream she had let out had already attracted the surrounding zombies. Sensing the dire situation, Han Chong promptly retrieved the remote-controlled aircraft and toys he had prepared. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. The cheerful nursery rhyme echoed through the streets besieged by zombies, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. However, the effect was undeniably profound. The zombies that had been converging towards them were instantly diverted, drawn by the sound, and began pursuing it instead. Han Chong pulled Zhao Ziyue up and took refuge behind a car. As he observed the zombies emerging from seemingly nowhere, gradually coalescing into a formidable horde, a cold sweat broke out on his back. If they were ensnared by the zombies, escape would be impossible. Are you all right? Upon seeing the zombies being lured away, Han Chong breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern. Zhao Ziyue, still trembling from fear, shook her head slightly. I'm fine. However, when she glanced down at her condition, her brow furrowed again, nearly making her retch. She hastily wiped the blood off her face with her sleeve, trying to rid herself of the repulsive substances that had splattered onto her. Yet, when her hand brushed across her chest, her expression froze. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Han Chong assumed she had sustained an injury and promptly inquired, "What's wrong?" Zhao Ziyue, with a dazed look, reached into her chest and extracted a black crystal from her bra. Is it truly so miraculous? Han Chong found his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Zhao Ziyue's chest. From what he had seen before, aside from her fair skin, there seemed to be nothing remarkable. Zhao Ziyue shot him a fierce glare, tightened her clothing, and thrust the energy crystal into Han Chong's hands, exclaiming, "Where are you looking? We need to go." However, after handing the crystal to Han Chong, she felt a twinge of regret, not for giving him the crystal, but because of the manner in which it was obtained. With Han Chong turning to accept the energy crystal, and the fact that it had been retrieved from her chest, it led to an awkward realization. Oh dear, this situation is a bit compromising. At that moment, Han Chong, disregarding any propriety, rubbed the crystal in his hand and tossed it into his mouth. In this dire time, every increment of strength equated to a greater chance of survival. Nonetheless, internally, Han Chong found himself valuing Zhao Ziyue even more. The fact that she remembered the two priority suggestions from the old man during such a critical moment indicated that Zhao Ziyue was indeed a trustworthy ally. In light of this, I shall earnestly care for Zhao Ziyue, ensuring she becomes my most loyal companion and comrade in arms. The zombies, drawn by the remote-controlled aircraft, surged forward in a chaotic throng, their numbers far exceeding Han Chong's expectations, revealing the perilous nature of the situation. Ahead lay an intersection. A right turn at the traffic light would lead them onto another street, with the Taiping police station merely 50 meters away. The two trailed the zombies cautiously, maintaining a distance of approximately 20 meters, aware that if they could endure this scenario for another 300 meters and cross the traffic lights ahead, their mission would be deemed a success. Both understood this well, their palms clammy with anxiety. Help! Help! Is anyone there? A voice suddenly called out from the side, shattering the fragile hope that had begun to blossom in their hearts. To the right of the street stood a 6-story residential building. Shops occupied the ground floor, while the upper levels housed apartments. The cries originated from this very building. Following the sound, they looked up to see a man frantically waving from a 5th-floor window, desperately brandishing a piece of red clothing to catch their attention. The man's cries, however, had the unintended consequence of causing those zombies that had been lured away to halt in their tracks, some even turning back towards him. From the residential building, countless zombie figures emerged at various windows, striving to reach the man. Yet, their lack of intelligence resulted in several tumbling out of the windows, landing with a thunderous crash. Damn it! Han Chong cursed vehemently, wishing he could pierce the man above with a sword. Even in seeking help, one could employ other methods. Such loud cries were nothing short of reckless endangerment. What should we do? Zhao Ziyue's face turned pale as a multitude of zombies redirected their attention towards them, instilling fear in their hearts. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Han Chong turned and fled. In such dire circumstances, confronting the zombies was out of the question. Their despair deepened as zombies began to appear behind them. Though few in number, they were sufficient to create significant trouble. Retreating to the supermarket was now an impossibility. They needed to edge closer to the street and seek refuge. Han Chong vaulted over the street railing and landed on the sidewalk. Turning to look back, he saw Zhao Ziyue nimbly following, requiring no assistance from him. Next to the street stood a clothing store, its door wide open, the glass windows shattered. Inside, the floor was stained with blood, and 2 mangled corpses lay within, lifeless beyond salvation. Han Chong cast a hurried glance, realizing this place offered no sanctuary from the zombies, and decisively abandoned it, continuing towards another shop. This establishment, relatively smaller, was an outdoor supplies store. Just as Han Chong peered inside, a zombie lunged forth to meet him. The individual, in life, must have been a striking beauty. Even in her grotesque transformation into a zombie, her well-proportioned figure remained evident. However, at that moment, Han Chong had no time to appreciate this. He swiftly delivered a kick, sending the zombie stumbling back into the room. Ahead lay a staircase, with a dilapidated iron gate wide open, the gap beneath it propped with bricks, presumably to prevent the door from closing and to facilitate entry and exit. Here, Zhao Ziyue called as she turned into the corridor, beckoning Han Chong. Upon reaching the corridor's entrance, Han Chong attempted to pull the iron gate, but it would not budge. In fact, he nearly dislodged the frame due to his excessive force. Glancing down, he discovered the brick wedged in place. Cursing under his breath, Han Chong hastily kicked the brick aside, only to hear Zhao Ziyue scream from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow. Before he could retreat, it was too late. The zombie moved with incredible speed. Despite having enhanced his abilities 3 times, he still found himself no match for this undead creature. Panic surged within him as the zombie grasped his arm, its gaping maw stretching wide, sinking its teeth into his flesh. Chapter 21. A desperate escape. Though protected by armor, Han Chong let out a pained cry as he raised his sword, the Jidian, and swiftly slashed down his arm, leaving a deep gash across the zombie's face. Yet, to the creature, such disfigurement bore no real consequence. It continued to gnaw ferociously at Han Chong. At that moment, Zhao Ziyue charged in, her cleaver plunging into the zombie's eye socket. With its brain destroyed, the zombie fell lifelessly. Han Chong kicked the corpse away, seizing the opportunity to remove the brick and slam the iron gate shut. In a matter of moments, the horde of zombies on either side of the street had gathered, relentlessly slamming against the iron door, creating a cacophony of noise. Through the gaps in the barred door, the frenzied and horrifying visages of the zombies were visible, their arms reaching through, desperate to seize Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue. Seeing the zombies crowding forward without any inclination to pull the gate open, Han Chong felt a slight sense of relief, his heart pounding. If they were to be surrounded by the undead on the street, their fate would be sealed. Earlier, in the heat of the moment, Zhao Ziyue had killed the zombie without retrieving her knife. Now, her face was pale and she trembled slightly. Han Chong glanced at her and offered some words of comfort. It's all right, one becomes accustomed to such things. He then raised his arm, assessing the damage. That wretched zombie had an astonishing grip, despite donning 2 layers of armor. He still felt the pain. Fortunately, the armor had mitigated the damage. Otherwise, his arm would have been rendered useless. Is this how you comfort someone? Zhao Ziyue shot him a glance, though she felt somewhat reassured. What shall we do next? With so many zombies, we cannot escape. Let us ascend and assess the situation. Follow closely behind me. Once he confirmed that the zombies posed no immediate threat, Han Chong grasped his long sword and ascended the staircase. The building was an antiquated structure. Upon reaching the first floor, there was a platform at the back, connecting all the residents. As Han Chong reached the second floor, he cautiously peeked out, only to swiftly retract his head. On the platform, 2 zombies were incessantly banging their heads against a door. The corridor was littered with several mutilated corpses, devoid of clothing, likely victims who succumbed to the heat before being devoured by the undead. In his previous life, Han Chong had witnessed a similar occurrence. There was a girl in the dormitory across who, suffering from a high fever and hallucinations, stripped herself bare and leapt from the building. After signaling Zhao Ziyue to be silent, he continued his ascent up the stairs. This time, however, he exercised caution, avoiding any unnecessary glances at the platform. He proceeded directly past the 3rd floor. The ascent through the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors proceeded without incident, but trouble awaited at the 5th floor staircase. A zombie was sprawled at the landing, gnawing on a corpse. Upon noticing Han Chong and his companion, its blood-red eyes ignited with hunger, and it let out a ferocious roar, lunging towards them. Damn it, this is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Chong had no choice but to engage in combat. Gripping his sword tightly, he swung down with force. The blade struck the zombie's head, becoming lodged within. It did not perish. Startled, Han Chong found himself slammed against the wall by the creature's immense strength. The blood-soaked zombie appeared even more grotesque, desperately attempting to close the distance. With a swift kick, Han Chong pushed the zombie away and withdrew his sword. To his surprise, the creature collided with the staircase railing and tumbled down, landing just before Zhao Ziyue. Unperturbed by its fall, the zombie, driven by its insatiable bloodlust, lunged towards Zhao Ziyue. At this moment, the distinction between those trained in martial arts and those untrained became evident. Zhao Ziyue pivoted on one foot, skillfully evading the zombie while pushing it away with a deft motion. The creature rolled down the staircase, crashing into the wall at the corner, its head bending at an unnatural angle. Witnessing this, Han Chong leaped onto the platform of the fourth floor, pressing his knee against the zombie's back and placing his sword at its throat, severing its head with a decisive stroke. Move, move, move. After executing the task, Han Chong wasted no time, urging Zhao Ziyue to flee upwards. The zombies on the fifth floor platform, disturbed by the commotion, began to howl and charge towards them. Han Chong dispatched 2 of them with kicks before continuing his ascent. Above is a dead end. Zhao Ziyue's voice echoed from above. Upon reaching the 6th floor landing, the staircase came to an abrupt halt, contrary to Han Chong's expectations of a direct passage to the rooftop. Yet, to deem it a dead end would not be entirely accurate. Above the staircase, a hole in the ceiling revealed itself, accompanied by iron rings embedded in the adjacent wall, albeit positioned rather high above the ground, presumably serving as a maintenance passage for the roof. Without hesitation, Han Chong lifted Zhao Ziyue into his arms, grasping the iron ring. She exerted her strength to hoist herself upwards, turning back to call out, "What about you? Haven't you ever participated in team-building exercises? Grab the iron ring and dangle your legs down." Observing Zhao Ziyue's nimbleness, Han Chong promptly ascended himself, unable to contain his excitement as he shouted from below. Admittedly, Zhao Ziyue had never engaged in team-building activities, but her training in the military had undoubtedly been far more rigorous. In her moment of urgency, she had momentarily overlooked this fact. However, Han Chong's prompt reminded her to act swiftly. She seized an iron ring with both hands, positioned her left foot on the lowest ring, and let her long legs dangle down. With a slight jump, Han Chong grasped her ankle and began to climb up her leg. It was his first experience of such intimacy, and though it should have been a delightful sensation, he found himself devoid of any inclination to savor the moment. Once he secured the iron ring, Zhao Ziyue hastily began to ascend, creating space for him. Just as Han Chong prepared to exert himself, he felt a sudden tug at his left foot. Looking down, he discovered a zombie clinging to him, its mouth agape as it gnawed at his ankle. Fortunately, his armor was well equipped, and with the protective gear on his feet, the zombie's sharp teeth could not penetrate the obsidian armor. While the defense held firm, the zombie's strength, combined with Han Chong's weight, began to bend the iron ring on the wall beyond its capacity. Realizing the imminent danger, Han Chong instinctively curled his right leg and forcefully kicked out, striking the zombie on the head. Enhanced by 2 rounds of fortification, his strength was considerable, and the zombie was sent sprawling to the ground. Its neck broken at an unnatural angle, yet it continued to writhe, attempting to rise. Seizing the moment, Han Chong swiftly ascended the remaining distance. Above him, Zhao Ziyue had already pried open the wooden cover of the skylight and was climbing through the aperture, with Han Chong closely following. After replacing the cover, he sat heavily atop it, exhaling deeply in relief. Fortunately, there was a passageway available. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in dire straits. Peering over the rooftop's edge, Zhao Ziyue surveyed the bustling mass of zombies below. "Thankfully, we have a backup plan," she exclaimed. Originally, the rope was intended to prevent a blockade at the police station for escape purposes. Little did they know, it would now serve them in this precarious situation. Han Chong surveyed his surroundings and retrieved several bundles of fire safety ropes from his backpack. These ropes were initially meant as a precaution, yet unexpectedly, they proved to be invaluable. The buildings flanking the street, though varying in height, did not differ significantly, and crucially, the distance between them was relatively short. After observing his environment, Han Chong felt a surge of excitement rather than trepidation. While the ground below was teeming with zombies, the rooftops revealed no trace of these creatures. If he waited a while longer, after the 3rd or 4th evolution, the zombies might transform into formidable monsters capable of crawling and flying. However, at present, these ordinary zombies lacked such abilities. Traversing the rooftops certainly presented a safe passage. What about the person below? With the immediate pressure of escape alleviated, Zhao Ziyue's mind began to race, recalling the individual who had called for help earlier. Han Chong's genuine inclination would have been to drive his sword through that scoundrel. Had it not been for him, perhaps both he and Zhao Ziyue would have already reached the police station in safety. Yet, he could not act upon such thoughts now, especially not in Zhao Ziyue's presence. Zhao Ziyue, hailing from a military family, exhibited remarkable adaptability and rapid growth, inspiring great expectations in Han Chong. Their recent days of collaboration had gradually fostered trust between them. Moreover, despite Han Chong's reservations about Zhao Ziyue's altruistic tendencies, he felt a sense of reassurance. For it indicated that she was a kind-hearted and trustworthy individual, unlikely to betray him in the future. Their upcoming tasks were fraught with peril, and whether they could return alive remained uncertain. Keeping him with them might be less safe than allowing him to remain in his current position. Han Chong did not outright oppose the idea, but articulated his reasoning instead. It seemed to make sense. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Ziyue temporarily abandoned her intention to rescue the man. After observing their surroundings, the two began to devise a plan to proceed. The adjacent building, although distant, was a level lower than the one they were currently on, presenting a certain degree of challenge. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances and ensure an escape route, they retrieved a bundle of fire escape rope, securing one end to a rooftop iron pipe and fastening the other around their waists. Han Chong, possessing superior physical capabilities compared to Zhao Ziyue, decided to initiate the parkour maneuver across the rooftop. During his university days, he often engaged in physical activities, and his fitness level was already commendable. Now, having further enhanced his physical prowess, this distance posed no significant challenge. The true hurdle lay primarily in the psychological aspect. After all, leaping across several stories with only a single rope tethered to his waist could be daunting without the right mental fortitude. Be careful, Zhao Ziyue cautioned. Taking a deep breath, Han Chong sprinted forward, leaping into the air and effortlessly landing on the opposite rooftop. Come here, I will hold on to you. Han Chong untied the rope from his waist and secured it to the rooftop. Meanwhile, he instructed Zhao Ziyue to toss him another bundle of new rope. One end was tied around his body, and the other around Zhao Ziyue's. Although Zhao Ziyue was quite agile, she had never attempted the perilous leap between the 5th and 6th floors before, her palms clammy with sweat. Yet, she possessed an innate tenacity and resilience. Once she ensured the rope was securely fastened, she bit down on her silver teeth and launched herself forward. Han Chong was prepared on the opposite side. As she soared into the air, he yanked on the rope with a vigorous pull. The combination of inertia and Han Chong's tug propelled her towards him like a cannonball. Concerned for her safety, he intended to catch her, but they collided together, tumbling into a rolling heap. Are you all right? Lying on the concrete ground, Han Chong felt a sharp pain in his back. It was only then that Zhao Ziyue realized she was sprawled in his embrace, their position somewhat suggestive. Hearing his inquiry, she hastily scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, I'm fine. You're the one who is hurt. I need to lie down. My waist feels like it's about to break. Han Chong grimaced in pain. Zhao Ziyue, feeling a bit embarrassed, retorted, Who told you to pull me suddenly? I could have jumped over myself. Perhaps with a bit more training, you could, but right now, it's simply not feasible. Han Chong lay on the ground, catching his breath, and then extended his hand to Zhao Ziyue. She pulled him up, though internally, she felt a sense of defiance. During her military training, she had easily bested male soldiers. The subsequent rooftop journey was considerably easier. While danger still lurked, the challenges were not insurmountable. The buildings were of similar height with minimal distance apart, stretching all the way to the intersection where the traffic lights stood. Their rooftop expedition came to an end here, allowing a clear view of the Taiping police station building. Unfortunately, between this structure and the police station lay another building and a small parking lot, preventing them from traversing the rooftops. This meant they had to descend from the 5th floor and risk running another 50 meters down the street. We will descend from here. Han Chong surveyed the surroundings and opted to descend from the balcony on the side of the building closest to the street. This side was equipped with numerous air conditioning units, providing ample leverage. Furthermore, the zombies on the street had been drawn first by the remote-controlled drone and then by the man's shouts, congregating at the stairwell they had previously ascended. Conversely, the interior of the building was filled with platforms on each floor and the yards of the residential buildings below, where shadows moved, concealing an unknown number of zombies. The 5-story building stood approximately 15 to 16 meters tall, with fire escape ropes measuring 30 meters in length, and with Han Chong carrying several bundles. This height posed no challenge. After securing the hook, Han Chong slid down first. As Han Chong ascended to the 5th floor, he suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. There were zombies, yet this particular one was rather extraordinary. On the balcony of the 5th floor stood a female zombie clad in a red nightgown, devoid of any undergarments. Her blood-red eyes fixated on him. Her hands, adorned with sharp, elongated nails, clawed frantically at the glass, but the surface was too slick for her to gain any traction. Behind this female zombie, within the confines of the room, another naked male zombie was violently crashing against the sliding door that separated the balcony from the interior. They were separated only by a layer of glass, practically face to face. Good heavens! What on earth were these two doing when the virus outbreak occurred? It's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Han Chong promptly retraced his steps, scrambling back the way he came. Chapter 23. Dual-wielding Zhao Ziyue. Why have you returned? Zhao Ziyue, who was preparing to descend, was taken aback to see Han Chong climbing back up. This position was perilously close to the window, with a zombie on the balcony. Han Chong rolled over and retracted the rope, peering down from the rooftop. Zhao Ziyue indeed spotted the scantily clad female zombie, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She spat in disdain, withdrawing her head and casting an irked glare at Han Chong. Han Chong rubbed his nose, thinking it was none of his concern. Changing his position, he lowered the rope once more. Although there was no air conditioning unit to aid his descent, getting to the 1st floor was considerably safer, albeit more laborious. Once they successfully slid down to the ground, they wasted no time and immediately sprinted towards the police station. The commotion they had caused earlier had fortuitously paved the way for them. To their astonishment, upon reaching the police station, they encountered no further dangers. Even more fortunate was the fact that the main entrance stood wide open, saving them from a myriad of potential troubles. I'll lock the door, you check the surroundings. Upon bursting into the police station's courtyard, Han Chong promptly secured the heavy iron gate. It was certain that zombies lurked within the police station, but their numbers would undoubtedly be far fewer than outside. Han Chong had steeled himself for battle, yet he could hardly anticipate how swiftly that battle would arrive. No sooner had he closed the door than a zombie surged forth from the side room, identifiable by its attire as the former gatekeeper of the police station. Transformed into a zombie, this once ordinary man was far more formidable than he had been in life, surpassing even the notorious Chongdu in ferocity. Before Han Chong could react, the zombie had lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. This nearly sent Han Chong into a panic. Although he wore armor, the soft underbelly of his neck was vulnerable and could not withstand the zombie's savage bite. With his super healing powers yet to awaken, a bite to the neck would undoubtedly seal his fate. Fortunately, the ordinary zombies lack intelligence and do not choose their targets. When they see someone, they bite the shoulder instead of the neck, thus allowing Han Chong to narrowly escape a calamity. In a fit of anger, Han Chong clasped the zombie's head with both hands and executed a shoulder throw, following it up with a swift double strike that twisted the creature's head, snapping its neck. Although the neck was severed, the stubborn zombie refused to succumb, prompting Han Chong to draw his sword and deliver a trio of decisive blows, severing its head completely. While Han Chong engaged in battle, Zhao Ziyue was far from idle, even busier than he was. 2 zombies emerged from the courtyard, relentlessly pursuing her. Agile and skilled in martial arts, Zhao Ziyue unleashed her full repertoire of techniques, managing to send the 2 zombies staggering, yet she found herself unable to kill them. Each time they fell, they quickly rose again to continue their assault. Having lost the watermelon knife she had previously wielded, she faced 2 relentless, pain-ignorant zombies that overpowered her, driving her to scramble atop a police car in a frantic dance to evade their grasp. "Come help me," she shouted in desperation, having witnessed Han Chong dispatch his opponent. Han Chong, lacking any martial arts finesse, charged headlong at one of the zombies, colliding with it while simultaneously plunging his sword through its eye. The remaining zombie was a much simpler task for the duo. Zhao Ziyue leaped down from the car, delivering a kick that toppled it, allowing Han Chong to seize the moment and behead it with a swift stroke. "Your skills are quite impressive." Han Chong couldn't help but give a thumbs up, genuinely complimenting her. Of course, with each experience, Zhao Ziyue adapted increasingly well to the apocalypse, feeling a touch of pride at Han Chong's praise. "Teach me a few moves later," he remarked, realizing the necessity of mastering martial arts. Otherwise, his raw strength would be of little use. Just like earlier, although he had dispatched 3 zombies, it was solely through brute force, the sharpness of his sword, and the inherent foolishness of the ordinary zombies. In contrast, Zhao Ziyue, despite being less powerful and swift than the zombies, had skillfully maneuvered them. Yet, she too found herself in a frantic chase. "All my skills are taught by my grandfather. You can learn from him. He is a disciple of the Southern Shaolin, proficient in the tiger crane double form, ancient strongboxing, and military combat techniques. With a wealth of practical experience, he even won the championship in military competitions during his youth. Zhao Ziyue spoke with pride when mentioning her grandfather. Your grandfather is a martial arts master? I could hardly tell. I thought his commanding presence was solely a result of his military career. Han Chong expressed his surprise. There are surely more zombies inside. Shall we just rush in? Zhao Ziyue glanced up at the towering building and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Climbing up floor by floor would surely be exhausting. It is not as complicated as you might imagine. Such buildings are equipped with elevators, allowing us to directly access the floor where the firearms and ammunition are located. Han Chong, wielding his sword, led the way. The lobby below was surprisingly secure, spacious and empty, save for a few potted plants against the walls, offering no concealment. As Han Chong approached the elevator, he pressed the button to summon it, but immediately covered his nose and recoiled. The elevator was smeared with blood, and 2 police officers lay lifeless in a pool of crimson. In addition to these 2, there was also a zombie with its head blown apart by bullets. They had evidently engaged in combat with the undead. Zhao Ziyue exclaimed in shock. You hold the elevator. I will drag them out. The stench within was unbearable, and Han Chong managed to pull out the 3 corpses. Found some good stuff. Will you make use of it? While dragging the officers' bodies, Han Chong discovered 2 handguns. Zhao Ziyue's face lit up with delight as she swiftly seized one of the pistols, expertly ejected the magazine, glanced at it, then reinserted it before racking the slide, boasting. My childhood toys were real guns. Do you think I can't handle this? From now on, just watch me. Behold Zhao Ziyue, the dual-wielding gunslinger. As I bravely venture into the gates of hell. With both guns in hand, Zhao Ziyue exuded an air of confidence, transforming as if she were a different person altogether. She boldly stepped ahead of Han Chong and entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 4th floor as indicated on the sign. The elevator lights illuminated, and it smoothly ascended to the 4th floor. As the doors opened, a gruesome scene unfolded. Bodies lay scattered across the floor, both zombies and police officers alike. With so many officers here, perhaps they sought to retrieve their firearms. Han Chong cautiously examined the scene, deducing that these individuals had likely perished over a day ago. They must have been overwhelmed by the zombies after attempting to collect their weapons. Zhao Ziyue lamented, observing the scattered shell casings and remnants on the ground. If only they had arrived a day earlier, they might have joined forces with these officers. Given the battle that transpired, there may still be a fortunate survivor among them. Let us move. We must leave quickly. The longer we linger, the more perilous it becomes. While Han Chong felt a pang of sorrow for the fallen officers, he understood that securing the firearms and ammunition was of utmost importance at this moment. Chapter 24. The bounty of bullets crossing the corridor strewn with bodies led to an open security door, marked as the Equipment Finance Office. In our country, the management of firearms and ammunition is stringent. Each requisition requires registration, with firearms and ammunition kept separate. Under normal circumstances, access to this area would be highly restricted, with the average person having no hope of approaching it. However, the present situation saw the equipment office wide open. The sacrifice of the officers inadvertently providing Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue with an opportunity. Upon entering the equipment room, Han Chong felt akin to Lu Lao stepping into the Grand View Garden, surrounded by a plethora of police gear. Aside from shields and batons, he recognized very little. In contrast, Zhao Ziyue was well acquainted with the battle equipment present. Look at this. These are all excellent items. The anti-stab vest is crafted from high-strength polyester fibers, effectively resisting attacks from sharp weapons such as daggers. The cut-resistant gloves are made from a blend of high-strength fibers and metallic threads, providing durability and protection against various injuries. This is a tactical vest. This is a bulletproof vest. This is a holster. And this is a multifunctional belt. Zhao Ziyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rambled about the various exquisite items, adorning herself with them, even donning combat boots. In mere moments, she transformed from a youthful maiden into a dashing female special police officer. All right, we shall take everything you desire. And let's not forget about your grandfather. We must prepare a set for him as well. The key is to gather ammunition. Let's procure as much as we can. Han Chong secured the anti-theft door and locked it from the inside, then retrieved water and food from his backpack, tossing some to Zhao Ziyue while he too replenished his energy. We can only carry so much. Zhao Ziyue lamented, shaking her head. While we can take 2 handguns for self-defense, for mass extermination of zombies, a rifle would be preferable. Unfortunately, the police station lacks advanced equipment. The rifle magazines here are from 2028, holding 60 rounds each and weighing 76 pounds. The average person can bear a load of around 80 to 90 pounds, while your enhanced physique can endure approximately 120 to 130 pounds. To maintain our agility upon return, we should limit ourselves to 120 pounds, which translates to less than 1,000 rounds of ammunition. I underwent training in the military, where I managed a long-term load of 50 pounds. Now, considering my improved physical condition, it is about 60 pounds, equating to fewer than 500 rounds. In total, we can bring back at most 1,500 rounds of ammunition. While enjoying her meal, Zhao Ziyue continued her enthusiastic discourse. Han Chong listened, captivated, realizing that despite having lived 2 lives, he was still entirely ignorant about this matter. Zhao Ziyue mentioned playing with real guns as a child, and her claims now seemed far from boastful. The probability of obtaining energy crystals from zombies is a mere 1%. With 1,500 rounds, that amounts to only 15 crystals. With 4 of us, each requiring 10 crystals, we need a total of 40. There is quite a discrepancy. Han Chong stroked his chin, sensing that the path to evolution appears to be a formidable journey ahead. What if we make several more trips? Should we manage to acquire crystals today, our strength would significantly improve, making future endeavors easier. Today's experience was fraught with tension but ultimately safe, and with firearms in hand, Zhao Ziyue felt an increase in confidence. If all else fails, this will have to suffice. Fortunately, we still have a few days before the zombies undergo their second collective evolution. Han Chong remarked with resignation. You are more familiar with firearms. Please take charge of packaging them as needed. I will venture outside to see if there are any zombies that we can harvest. Han Chong hastily filled his stomach before grasping his longsword and opening the anti-theft door. In the corridor lay 6 lifeless bodies of zombies, riddled with bullets. Yet, it was ultimately the wounds to their heads that led to their demise. The police officers, armed with firearms, perished here, likely due to their ignorance of the zombies' vulnerabilities. Of course, even if one were aware of these weaknesses, accurately striking a zombie's head is no simple feat. The zombies move with remarkable speed. And unless one has evolved with enhanced reflexes, firearms may not prove as effective as blades. This is a significant reason why Han Chong chose to wield a sword as his primary weapon. After inspecting each zombie's head without yielding any results, Han Chong felt a tinge of disappointment. By the time he concluded his search, Zhao Ziyue had already packaged 2 bundles, one large and one small, while a rifle hung from her shoulder and another rested in her hands. Here, take this, Zhao Ziyue insisted, offering the rifle to Han Chong. I cannot use firearms. This thing would merely serve as a club. Han Chong replied, shaking his head. I didn't say you should use it, just carry it back for me. My grandfather can handle it. Zhao Ziyue pressed the gun into his embrace, hoisting her backpack and brandishing the rifle with an air of authority. Retreat. The duo cautiously retraced their steps. As they rode the elevator, sounds from other floors reached their ears. However, knowing that zombies do not utilize elevators brought them some comfort. Exiting the police station, they traversed the street towards the traffic lights, where the thoroughfare remained relatively deserted, and they encountered no signs of zombies. Yet, as they approached the location of the rope, they found themselves halting instinctively. Zhao Ziyue raised her rifle, anxiously observing a zombie standing beside the rope. We cannot use the gun. The noise will attract more, Han Chong cautioned, pressing down the muzzle of Zhao Ziyue's weapon. On Taiping South Road, a horde of zombies loomed, and firing a weapon now would be tantamount to courting death. Allow me to deal with her. You seize the moment and climb up. Han Chong unsheathed his sword and cleared his throat to draw the zombie's attention. Upon hearing the sound, the zombie immediately turned its head towards them, letting out a roar as it charged forward. Witnessing the approaching creature, Han Chong's expression shifted, and he urgently called to Zhao Ziyue, hurry. Meanwhile, he charged towards the zombie. The ravenous creature, oblivious to Han Chong's gleaming sword, fixated its bloodthirsty gaze upon him and lunged with both arms raised. Die! Han Chong gripped the sword firmly, aiming for the zombie's head, and struck decisively. Just as the zombie closed in, Han Chong severed the upper part of its face with a swift blow. However, there was no time for celebration, as the clamor of approaching footsteps and the howls of more zombies echoed around him. Without hesitation, Han Chong dashed to the corner of the wall, lifted Zhao Ziyue's waist, and urged, quick, climb up. Ascending solely by means of a rope is no trivial task, especially when burdened with an array of belongings. As Han Chong observed her struggle to ascend, he urgently shouted, just drop everything. However, Zhao Ziyue felt an immense reluctance. After all, the items were hard-earned through their arduous efforts, and parting with them was not an option. Chapter 25. Fully equipped, is life more precious than possessions? The sound of footsteps drew nearer, and once the zombies turned the corner, they could launch an attack on the pair. In a state of desperation, Han Chong yanked Zhao Ziyue's backpack off her shoulders and hoisted her up. Freed from the burden of 60 pounds, Zhao Ziyue swiftly ascended several meters with ease. Yet, just as Han Chong prepared to climb, 2 zombies came barreling towards them with terrifying roars. It was too late to ascend. Han Chong resignedly turned to draw his sword. ready to slay the two approaching zombies. However, this action cost him his chance to escape. Even if he managed to kill those two, he would soon be surrounded by more. To be reborn and yet find my awakening cut short, without completing the first stage of evolution, only to face demise. A profound sorrow welled within Han Chong, and simultaneously, a surge of rage ignited in his heart, just as he prepared to confront the zombies with reckless abandon. 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 zombies collapsed instantly. Han Chong looked up to see Zhao Ziyue, her feet braced against the wall, one hand gripping a rope while the other wielded a pistol, elegantly twirling it as she regarded him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and climb," she urged, waving her hand. Impressive. The legend of Zhao Ziyue with dual pistols was indeed no mere exaggeration. Han Chong gave her a thumbs up and called out, "Provide me some cover." Swiftly, he secured the straps of the 2 bags on the ground around the rope, tying a simple knot before ascending. The gunfire erupted again in rapid succession, and as Han Chong climbed, he remained aware of their surroundings. Zhao Ziyue's marksmanship was nothing short of remarkable. Each time a zombie dared to show its head, she would dispatch it with a single shot. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the chaotic movements of Han Chong on the rope disrupted her aim, forcing her to relent. Together, they hastily reached the rooftop, while the zombies below, filled with strength and speed but devoid of intelligence, could only throng in frustration and hunger, howling in rage. "What a close call," Han Chong exclaimed upon reaching the rooftop, glancing down at the mass of zombies with a shiver of apprehension. "How about a thank you?" Zhao Ziyue replied triumphantly. With her dual pistols in hand, her confidence soared, and her combat prowess escalated, giving her every reason to be proud. Han Chong regarded Zhao Ziyue with a sense of admiration. Her growth was astonishing. Even without an awakened ability, her physical evolution, coupled with her mastery of firearms, allowed her to exude the essence of an Iron Queen. Some individuals possess an innate charisma and potential. Once given the opportunity to shine, they blossom brilliantly. Zhao Ziyue was undoubtedly one of those rare souls. In an era of peace, she may not have had the opportunity to unleash her potential, yet in this apocalyptic world, she found her stage. Previously, she had set off firecrackers. Now, she instructed, "You head to the other side of Taiping Road and create some noise while I bring up the package." Han Chong observed the throngs of zombies below. If he were to pull the rope now, those creatures would undoubtedly swarm him. Despite their lack of intelligence, they could discern moving objects. In order to carry more ammunition, he had left everything else behind in the public security building. However, a solution was at hand. Zhao Ziyue tucked her handgun into its holster, then raised the rifle slung across her shoulder, aiming it at the traffic lights at the intersection. With a resounding bang, the lights exploded, sparks igniting and crackling, instantly capturing the attention of the zombies. Zhao Ziyue continued her actions, firing bullets at a car parked further down the road, triggering its anti-theft alarm. This commotion prompted the zombies to stir, flocking towards the source of the noise. Utilizing this method, Zhao Ziyue created intermittent sounds, drawing the zombies farther away. Seizing the opportunity, Han Chong pulled the package up and remarked, "This is an excellent strategy. Let us take advantage of it and transport all the ammunition here at once." Zhao Ziyue agreed, stating, "As long as we can get it to the rooftop, the route will be quite safe." The two quickly discussed their roles. Zhao Ziyue, with her precise marksmanship, would remain on the rooftop to provide cover. The effective range of the rifle was 400 meters, with significant firepower and accuracy, fully capable of covering the distance to the Taiping precinct. Han Chong was tasked with descending to transport the supplies, which Zhao Ziyue would then pull up. After confirming their division of labor, Han Chong immediately descended the rope and sprinted toward the police station once more. This time, he was familiar with the route. Under Zhao Ziyue's brief training, he focused on gathering ammunition and protective gear. The sniper rifle, which Zhao Ziyue had previously deemed unnecessary due to its low usage, was also collected by Han Chong. On this occasion, Han Chong's load exceeded the previous limit of 120 pounds. Since it was a short-distance transport, he managed to carry over 200 pounds, successfully bringing it down to the ground for Zhao Ziyue to hoist up. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziyue had only consumed an energy crystal once and was unable to lift it. Han Chong had to climb up himself and pull the package up. During his second foray, he was much more astute, dividing the load of over 200 pounds into 2 packages, making it easier for Zhao Ziyue to pull them up. In total, Han Chong made 18 trips, successfully gathering 12 handguns, 2 sniper rifles, 6 assault rifles, 7 sets of SWAT gear, 10 bulletproof shields, and 36,000 rounds of various ammunition. If it were not for his utter exhaustion, Han Chong would have even contemplated clearing out the entire equipment depot. As he lay breathlessly on the rooftop, he gazed at the pile of packages beside him, feeling immensely satisfied. With this gear in his possession, all he needed was to find a suitable location, and the energy crystals could indeed be consumed like candy. With 36,000 rounds of ammunition, theoretically, one could acquire 360 energy crystals. This sensation was akin to that of a premium player in a video game, fully equipped from the outset. The consequence of such preparedness was a direct influence on subsequent attribute enhancements. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Previously, he had only considered solitary development, rendering such resources unnecessary. However, upon realizing that Zhao Ziyue was a sharpshooter, the value of these firearms became evident. Furthermore, it was not just Zhao Ziyue wielding firearms. There was also the seasoned General Zhao Tianfeng, steadfast in his experience. Energy crystals were one aspect. Additionally, possessing these resources would double the combat effectiveness of the entire team. Before the zombies underwent a second evolution, they were practically invincible. Even if the zombies did evolve, with Zhao Ziyue's marksmanship, combined with sufficient energy crystals to enhance her reaction speed and overall attributes, the firearms in her hands would remain extraordinarily potent. Especially now, when there was an urgent need for efficient zombie hunting to amass energy crystals in bulk, this adventure was undoubtedly worthwhile. Similarly, the decision to agree to Zhao Tianfeng forming a team with others was indeed astute. Chapter 26. An ordinary enthusiastic citizen transporting such an abundance of supplies back to the supermarket would not be an easy feat, especially with a horde of zombies blocking the way. That said, Zhao Ziyue looked at the ample ammunition with a beaming smile. Rest assured, I wish there were even more zombies. With a mere 1% chance of obtaining nearly 40 energy crystals, we would need to hunt at least 4,000 zombies. And the ones at the entrance are still insufficient. Have you considered that with 4,000 zombies, we would be unable to manage the bodies? The underground supermarket would be overflowing. It lacks ventilation, with no windows, and the stench inside is unbearable. As Zhao Ziyue envisioned the supermarket packed with zombies, she felt uncomfortable, though not as intensely as before. The underground supermarket was merely a temporary refuge, devoid of sunlight. We could not remain there indefinitely. Now that we have firearms as formidable weapons, we shall soon relocate. Moreover, we need to change our location. Han Chong pointed to a nearby residential complex and said, once we accumulate enough energy crystals and complete our first level evolution, we can move in there. Yiping Yuqing? Haha, what a splendid place. The developers claimed it was built on a dragon vein, a land of auspicious fortune, with initial prices nearing 350,000. Those who reside there are either affluent or noble. Ordinary individuals cannot compete for such a residence. Zhao Ziyue, cradling her firearm, looked at the location Han Chong indicated, her face glowing with delight. 350,000 per square meter. Good heavens, how exorbitant. Han Chong could not help but marvel inwardly. At such a price, he would never be able to afford it in peacetime. However, in the current context, he clapped his hands and rose, chuckling as he declared, let us return and discuss it with your grandfather. We shall take residence in this exquisite Yuqing at 350,000 per square meter. With the rooftop free from the threat of zombie attacks, their movements became considerably more relaxed. The only challenge lay in the considerable gap from the 5th or 6th floor from which they had previously descended. I shall go first, and once I have transported the items across, you may follow, Han Chong said, securing the pre-prepared rope around his waist before swinging over to the opposite side and climbing up to the rooftop. He subsequently tossed the rope back, bringing over the packages and Zhao Ziyue one by one. What about that person? Upon returning to the rooftop of the initial building, Zhao Ziyue recalled the individual who had called for help. At that moment, Han Chong was in high spirits. And considering the necessity of transporting supplies and eliminating zombies to collect crystals, he was no longer as opposed to rescuing that man. With Han Chong's consent, Zhao Ziyue leaned over the edge of the rooftop and shouted below, is anyone down there? Are there any survivors? I'm here. I'm here. Just as Zhao Ziyue finished speaking, frantic shouts echoed from below, accompanied by the growls of numerous zombies from various floors. The man who had been clinging to the window cautiously peeked out from the balcony, his face filled with exhilaration as he waved at Zhao Ziyue and Han Chong. Secure the rope around yourself. I will pull you up. Han Chong lowered the rope. This is the 6th floor. Please be careful. The man seemed apprehensive. Yet driven by the instinct to survive, he ultimately fastened the rope around himself, nervously cautioning Han Chong. Han Chong paid him no heed. With his current strength, lifting a person was a trivial task, and he effortlessly hoisted him up. Who are you? Standing atop the rooftop, the man trembled, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue. Had he traversed time, or was there a trend of blending ancient and modern styles? An armored general with a sword at his side, and a dashing female, special police officer? What is your name? Are you the only one in your household? After calling out for a considerable time, the fact that this was the sole response made Han Chong curious, prompting him to ask, "Thank you both for saving me. My name is Zhao Song. I am from out of town and renting here. I live alone." Zhao Song expressed his gratitude to his rescuers, briefly recounting his circumstances. He was a junior employee at a company, in his early 30s, who had spent the night of the 17th drinking and singing with clients until past 4 in the morning, resulting in him sleeping through the outbreak of the virus on the 18th. Awakened by the heat at 5:30, I found myself drowsily embracing the refrigerator throughout the night. The following morning, as I ventured outside, I was met with the horrifying sight of a zombie gnawing on a corpse at my doorstep. The shock rendered Zhao Song nearly paralyzed with fear, but he reacted swiftly, slamming the door shut and retreating to the safety of his room. After barricading the door with furniture and ensuring the zombie could not enter, he rushed to the balcony, only to discover that the world outside had irrevocably changed. He had tried calling for help, leaving messages online, and exploring various avenues for assistance, but to no avail. Just as despair began to engulf him, he heard commotion outside and, to his astonishment, spotted Han Chong and his companions, prompting him to cry out for salvation. Of course, he refrained from mentioning that he had assumed Han Chong and the others had perished after disappearing from the street for what felt like an eternity. "Is that a gun? Are you soldiers or police sent by the government to rescue survivors?" Zhao Song exclaimed. "I knew the homeland would not abandon us. Do you have any idea what has transpired? An alien invasion or an American biochemical weapon attack?" He rambled on, his gaze drawn to the rifle cradled in Zhao Ziyue's arms, recognizing her as a formidable female soldier. Hope surged within him, for he believed he had found allies. As for the armored Han Chong, he could only liken him to a hobbyist of traditional attire. Amused by Zhao Song's vivid imagination and lingering naivety, Han Chong let out a cold chuckle. "You are mistaken. We are neither government nor military. We are simply ordinary, well-meaning citizens. Your rescue does not guarantee your future safety. Your survival depends on your own choices." "What do you mean?" Zhao Song's anxiety heightened. "You are correct about the chemical weapons. However, it is not America that is responsible, but rather an event from eons ago. That America you spoke of is now a thing of the past." Han Chong explained. "The entire world is now overrun by zombies, and to survive, one must confront them in combat. Moreover, we cannot remain on this rooftop indefinitely. We must descend and seek a safer location." Zhao Ziyue added. "Engage in combat with zombies?" Zhao Song was bewildered. For the past few days, he had been observing the streets from the balcony, witnessing the sheer number and ferocity of the zombies. How could an ordinary person possibly contend with such monstrosities? Was that not a death wish? "Decide for yourself how you wish to proceed. If you want to accompany us, you must follow my lead. If you refuse, you are free to choose your path." The sun had begun its descent, and the two had been preoccupied for far too long. Han Chong was determined not to waste any more time and needed to return promptly. Chapter 27. The will to kill Zhao Song hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and resolved to join Han Chong and the others. Their ability to navigate through the zombie-infested streets indicated that they possessed some skills, and with firearms at their disposal, it was certainly safer to follow them than to face the terror alone. Upon seeing Zhao Song's agreement, Han Chong promptly tossed him a pack of supplies. "If you are timid and lack ability, then you will simply have to work diligently. In a post-apocalyptic world, every material possession is exceedingly precious, and sustaining oneself is an arduous task." Although Han Chong temporarily tolerated Zhao Song, it did not imply he could endure his idleness. The burden was indeed hefty. Zhao Song, clearly inexperienced with strenuous labor, struggled under the weight of the over 100-pound package, his face flushed with effort. Han Chong cast a glance at him before picking up the rope to scout ahead. This 6-story building stood as the tallest modern edifice on the west side of Taiping Road. To the north, towards the supermarket, the structures were primarily 2-story Western-style houses from the late Qing dynasty, forming a convenient row. However, there existed a significant height difference between this building and the smaller houses, coupled with a gap of 7 to 8 meters between them. Under these circumstances, it was utterly impossible to leap directly from one rooftop to the other. After surveying the scene, Han Chong addressed Zhao Ziyue. "I will descend from here first and secure the rope to the smaller building across. You all can then slide over." Zhao Ziyue nodded. Having collaborated with Han Chong several times, she had grown quite adept. As Han Chong descended via the rope, she held her gun, prepared to provide cover. Nearby, Zhao Song peered down, quickly retreating and asking Zhao Ziyue, "Where are we headed next?" "To the underground supermarket across," she replied. "Doesn't that mean crossing the street?" "Where there are numerous zombies. I've been observing them these past few days, and they possess considerable strength. If, and I emphasize if, it is possible, we should stay here, or perhaps go to my home. There may be others who can rescue us." Zhao Song urged nervously. In Han Chong's presence, he felt it inappropriate to speak. But with Han Chong absent, he sought to persuade Zhao Ziyue. In his view, as a girl, particularly a beautiful one, she would likely yearn for safety and fear the zombies. Do you have sufficient food at home? How long can it last? Zhao Ziyue coldly retorted, looking down on his cowardice. With that, she disregarded him, her sharp gaze fixed below, observing as Han Chong traversed the gap between buildings. Climbing onto the second floor of the smaller house, Zhao Song glanced at Zhao Ziyue's figure, then at the weapons on the ground opposite, feeling a conflict within, yet ultimately suppressing it. Han Chong slid down the rope, only to encounter trouble upon reaching the balcony of the small house's second floor. A zombie suddenly sprang from a room, and after kicking it aside, Han Chong leapt to seize the eaves, flipping himself onto the rooftop. He extended the 30-meter escape rope as straight as possible, distancing himself from the 6-story building to create a gentler slope. Before securing the rope at the ridge of the house, "Come help, hang these packages on the rope and slide them down." Seeing Han Chong's signal, Zhao Ziyue stowed her rifle and instructed Zhao Song to bring over all the packages. After all the packages had slid down, Zhao Ziyue glanced at Zhao Song and said, "You go first." Zhao Song looked down, quickly shook his head, and insisted, "No, you go first." Observing Zhao Song's evident timidity, Zhao Ziyue felt a twinge of disdain within her. Without further ado, she wrapped her clothes around her hands, seized the rope, and slid down. The height of the building and the steep incline made for a rapid descent. Han Chong, having prepared in advance, caught Zhao Ziyue in his arms as she came hurtling down. However, when it was Zhao Song's turn, he hesitated, fidgeting as he alternated between extending his left and right legs, unwilling to commit to the descent. Situated near the supermarket, and with the necessity of crossing the street ahead, Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue were keen to avoid attracting more zombies and waved their hands in urgency. Yet, Zhao Song remained obstinately unmoving, which began to irk Han Chong. The sun was dipping below the horizon, and the zombies were growing more formidable. If they did not return to the supermarket soon, they would be forced to spend the night on the rooftop. To Han Chong, time was of the essence. He could not afford such delays. After prompting him twice more, Han Chong signaled for Zhao Ziyue to leave. Realizing their intent to depart, Zhao Song panicked and shouted, "Wait for me. I'm coming down." With that, he grasped the rope, closed his eyes, and slid down. As he descended, he could not help but scream in fright. Han Chong's face turned ashen, filled with regret for having saved Zhao Song, and he was disinclined to concern himself with his fate, allowing him to crash down uncontested. With no one to catch him, Zhao Song hit the rooftop with a thud, letting out another pained cry. Han Chong approached and kicked him, angrily exclaiming, "Fool, be quiet." Zhao Song rose from the ground, his hands smeared with blood. In his haste, he had neglected to wrap his hands in his clothing. The searing pain in his palms, combined with the impact from his fall, left him feeling utterly broken. As soon as he landed, Han Chong began to berate and strike him, which filled Zhao Song with frustration. Once a minor leader in his company, he could not fathom being chastised by someone he deemed beneath him. Fueled by anger, Zhao Song retorted sharply, "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see I'm injured? My hands hurt, and I nearly broke my neck. Am I not allowed to scream? Can't you at least catch me?" Han Chong's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent flickering in his heart. In this apocalyptic world, killing a person bore no significant difference from slaying a zombie. Humans were worth less than dogs. Seeing Han Chong's hand inching toward his sword, Zhao Ziyue hurriedly stepped in front of him, urging, "It's getting dark. We must hurry back. We cannot afford to delay." In the brief days they had spent together, Zhao Ziyue had gleaned some understanding of Han Chong. Initially, she had thought him a lecher, feigning interest in her under the guise of examining artifacts. When he shattered the display case to seize the sword, she had perceived him as a thief. Before the thought could fully form in her mind, disaster struck. She witnessed Han Chong brutally attack a couple, deceiving the people in the supermarket, mercilessly binding those conscious infected, and expressionlessly severing their heads to search for treasures within. Although she later came to understand that all of Han Chong's actions were aimed at survival in the face of the apocalypse, fundamentally altering her perception of him, one realization remained unchanged and increasingly evident. Han Chong was absolutely capable of killing. He had transcended the constraints of laws and morals from a peaceful era, replaced instead by the cruel jungle law of survival of the fittest in a world on the brink of collapse. Her grandfather once said that in an apocalyptic world, individuals like Han Chong would thrive, learning to comprehend and adapt. Zhao Ziyue was slowly acclimatizing and attempting to understand. However, witnessing Han Chong take a life before her eyes was still difficult for her to accept, prompting her to intervene. Han Chong cast a cold glance at Zhao Song, already regarding him as a dead man. Such a person could not be allowed to live, otherwise he would surely bring calamity in the future. Chapter 28. Racing against life. Previously, Han Chong had indeed contemplated tolerating Zhao Song, provided he remained obedient, as the team would still require assistance with various tasks. Yet, Zhao Song's attitude successfully ignited Han Chong's murderous intent, erasing any remnants of his prior tolerance. Nevertheless, he needed to consider Zhao Ziyue's feelings, so he momentarily restrained himself, casting a frigid look at Zhao Song before picking up his pack and moving forward along the rooftop. Your shouting has attracted the zombies, putting us all in danger. Although Zhao Ziyue had halted Han Chong, it did not signify her endorsement of Zhao Song. Such behavior would have warranted punishment in a military setting. However, as she had proposed saving him, she felt obliged to issue a warning. After all, Han Chong was now the captain, a role elected by the group, and one she recognized. She could only counsel him once, not a second time. After reminding Zhao Song, Zhao Ziyue picked up a supply bag and followed closely behind Han Chong. Zhao Song observed their retreating figures, his eyes betraying a sense of resentment as he gazed at the firearms and ammunition on the ground, ambition swelling within him. Yet, he quickly masked it. Having risen to a minor leadership position within the company, he understood that enduring in the moment could pave the way for greater schemes in the future. Suppressing the pain in his palms, he too picked up a bag and silently trailed behind them. As they traversed the small villa to its end, they encountered a towering office building ahead. The distance between the small villa and the office building spanned 30 to 40 meters, making it impossible to continue across rooftops. However, they were now very close to the supermarket. Standing on the rooftop of the villa, the supermarket was clearly visible, no more than 150 meters away in a straight line. However, this 150 meters poses the utmost danger for the trio. The sky has dimmed, and beneath the towering banyan trees, the strength of the zombies has largely returned to its nocturnal peak, rendering it difficult to discern their movements on the path. Especially after Zhao Song's earlier outcry, it is apparent that a considerable number of zombies have gathered in the vicinity. At this distance of over 150 meters, the zombies can cover the ground in approximately 20 seconds at full sprint. Such a brief interval is utterly insufficient for anyone burdened with a backpack to retreat to the supermarket with ease. Thus, returning to the supermarket may likely entail a harrowing battle. Call your grandfather and inquire about the situation outside the supermarket, Han Chong suggested, contemplating the risks. He ultimately deemed it too perilous and turned to Zhao Ziyue. Time was already of the essence. Entering through that ventilation duct would further restrict their movements, increasing the danger. Zhao Ziyue nodded and took out her phone. In the early days of this apocalyptic world, these communication devices were still functional. However, within 2 or 3 months, as insects, animals, and plants underwent mutations, the environment experienced drastic changes, and various infrastructures were severely damaged, rendering phones and similar devices utterly useless. How are you? Are you all right? Zhao Ziyue positioned the phone so that both she and Han Chong could hear. As soon as the call connected, the anxious and concerned voice of old Zhao, along with his surprised inquiry, filled the line. We're fine and on our way back. We need to know if there are still a significant number of zombies amassed at the supermarket entrance. We may need to enter through the main door. Zhao Ziyue succinctly replied, outlining their upcoming plan. All right, old Zhao pondered for a moment. Wait for me. In 10 minutes, I will call you. With that, he hung up the phone. Han Chong nodded, saying, I trust the old man to handle things. Let us organize our gear, keeping our movements light, only the firearms and a small amount of ammunition. We will leave the other supplies here for now and devise a way to retrieve them tomorrow, depending on the situation. After all, old Zhao had served in the military. When he said 10 minutes, he meant 10 minutes. As the phone rang, old Zhao instructed everyone to prepare for action. Soon, a remote-controlled airplane appeared above the square, accompanied by the playful sounds of 2 tiger cubs. The aircraft circled the square, drawing the zombies away from the supermarket entrance, then returned, flying over the intersection between Han Chong and the square. Its subsequent flight path became erratic as it sped westward. Behind the remote-controlled plane, a throng of zombies howled and surged forth, creating a spectacular scene. The plane won't lead them far. Let's go. Quickly, Han Chong shouted as he grasped the rope and slid down from the rooftop. Upon landing, he wasted no time and sprinted toward the supermarket with utmost speed. Zhao Ziyue followed closely, her movements swift despite the weight she carried. As it was Zhao Song's turn, he felt the weight on his body and then caught sight of Han Chong's retreating figure. Resolutely, he tossed his package onto the rooftop and, enduring the pain in his palms, hurriedly slid down. This final stretch was a race against life itself. On the road, not all the zombies were lured away by the remote-controlled aircraft. Some still wandered aimlessly along the path. At that moment, Han Chong had no option to retreat. Relying on the protection of his armor and the sharpness of his sword, he charged forward unabated. Indeed, As darkness fell, the zombies' vision sharpened, and they quickly spotted Han Chong and his companions, rushing towards them at an alarming speed. "I'll take the front, you handle the sides," Han Chong bellowed. Swinging his long sword and cleaving through a zombie's skull, his momentum unbroken as he surged past. However, as one zombie fell, more quickly surrounded them. Close behind, Zhao Ziyue, with dual pistols in hand, fired simultaneously, dispatching the approaching zombies before they could close in. Yet, at such high speeds, Zhao Ziyue struggled to maintain her previous accuracy, occasionally requiring 2 or 3 shots to bring down an enemy. Through their coordinated efforts, the relatively sparse zombies, while causing some disruption, could not prevent their rapid advance. "Behind us, there are so many zombies," Zhao Song, trailing at the back, suddenly cried out in terror as they neared the underground passage of the supermarket. It seemed the remote-controlled aircraft had flown too far, lost control, and crashed down, causing the previously distracted zombies to converge upon them. In the dense shade of the trees, the path appeared ominously dark. The zombies ran wildly, colliding with the vehicles on the ground, creating a cacophony that drew even more of their kind's attention. The speed and strength of ordinary zombies were 1.5 times that of a normal human, capable of covering 100 meters in just 7 or 8 seconds. Once ensnared, escape was virtually impossible. Han Chong recognized the gravity of the situation. The last few dozen meters could see them meet a bloody end at any moment. Yet, a few scattered zombies continued to pose a lethal obstacle, tightening the knot of anxiety in Han Chong's chest. Could it be that they would not make it through these final few steps? "Charge! Don't worry about anything else," Han Chong shouted, disregarding the need to slay enemies. Focusing solely on speed, leveraging the armor's defense, he barreled into the zombies ahead. Chapter 29, A Lesson, Brothers, Do Not Fear. Fatty is here to save you. Just as Han Chong and the others felt despair at the last 10 meters, a massive figure burst forth from the supermarket's underground passage, wielding a large blade, cutting left and right with unstoppable force. "Fatty!" Han Chong was utterly astonished that the crafty, often cowardly Fatty would muster the courage to emerge and aid them in this dire moment. This unexpected bravery caused Han Chong to reassess his opinion of Fatty. A person may possess flaws, yet as long as they do not falter at crucial moments, they can be deemed a reliable companion in Han Chong's eyes. At this instant, the once dispensable figure of the portly man had ascended to a new level of significance in Han Chong's mind. Indeed, the arrival of this individual had effectively alleviated the pressing predicament faced by Han Chong and his companions. This hefty fellow, having consumed 2 energy crystals, wielded his massive blade with vigor, displaying a ferociousness that required no finesse. His wild, unrefined strikes were remarkably potent. Particularly impressive was the blade's length, exceeding 2 meters, granting him a wide radius of attack. The objective was not necessarily to slay the zombies, but merely to topple them and clear a path. After a couple of rounds, the zombies obstructing their way were largely sent sprawling aside by the portly man. However, the portly man's moment of glory was short-lived. Within mere seconds, he seized his large knife and was the first to plunge into the single-person passageway at the supermarket entrance. Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue swiftly followed. But when it was Wang Song's turn, his panic caused him to stumble on the stairs. This delay allowed the pursuing zombies to close in on him. "Help me! Help me!" Wang Song cried out desperately. Upon hearing his plea, Zhao Ziyue turned around, raising her rifle to fire in quick succession. Yet, the relentless tide of zombies was overwhelming, and it became evident that she was struggling to keep up. "Run!" Zhao Ziyue shouted, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she continued to shoot. Wang Song crawled forward, wailing, "My foot! I've twisted my ankle. Get inside quickly. There are too many zombies." The portly man shouted in urgency. Zombies began to surge past Wang Song, lunging at Zhao Ziyue. A piercing scream escaped Wang Song as he became besieged by the undead, their gnashing teeth feasting upon his flesh. "Save me," he implored, extending his hands towards Zhao Ziyue. But his voice and body were soon engulfed by the relentless horde of zombies. Zhao Ziyue's eyes blazed with desperation as she bit her lip, firing her weapon while retreating into the supermarket. However, the passageway was now choked with the undead, and the rate of her gunfire could not keep pace with the influx of zombies. Most critically, her magazine was depleted in a matter of moments. As the zombies lunged closer, the sound of the empty chamber echoed in her ears, filling her with despair. "Retreat!" At that moment, Zhao Ziyue felt an immense force from behind her, propelling her into the single-person passageway. Han Chong swiftly positioned himself behind her, delivering a powerful kick that sent a zombie flying while simultaneously suffering a deep gash from the creature's claws. The intense pain awakened Han Chong's primal instincts, compelling him to retreat into the single-person passage before being overwhelmed by the horde. A zombie followed closely, only to be met by the portly Dong Chi, who thrust his large knife into its chest, blocking the entrance to the passage. Oh no, this beast is too powerful. I can hardly withstand it. The consumption of 2 energy crystals resulted in a noticeable enhancement of the body, instilling a newfound confidence in the hefty individual over the past couple of days. However, after engaging in a true confrontation with the zombies, he realized that even with his bulk of over 200 pounds, he was unable to overpower them. Especially as the horde of zombies continued to surge forth, he found himself being pushed back step by step. Just as the zombies were on the verge of invading the supermarket, a series of gunshots rang out, striking down several zombies in the single-file passage and the ones closest to it. Taking advantage of the moment, the refrigerator, used as a makeshift barrier, was lowered. "Are you injured? So much blood!" Zhao Ziyue exclaimed in alarm as she reloaded her weapon, her gaze darting anxiously towards Han Chong. Upon seeing his condition, she was taken aback. Han Chong's face was smeared with blood, a massive scar extending from his ear to his chin, with flesh visibly torn. The sight horrified Zhao Ziyue greatly. Han Chong felt as if his head would burst from the pain. At that moment, he was not endowed with the extraordinary self-healing abilities he had awakened. Now, in his injured state, he could only endure. "I am sorry, it's all my fault," Zhao Ziyue stammered, flustered, wanting to assist Han Chong but unsure where to begin. "You handle those zombies first. Let me tend to Han Chong's wounds." The elderly man interjected suddenly. Zhao Ziyue glanced at Han Chong, then lifted her rifle, positioning herself above the passage to commence a fervent assault on the zombies. Perhaps to alleviate her guilt towards Han Chong. "Hang in there. The supermarket lacks sterilization tools, so we'll have to make do with strong liquor." The elderly man, having served in the military during his youth and faced even more severe injuries, took charge. The wound on Han Chong's cheek proved difficult to bandage. The elderly man could only use a clean mask, tearing out the inner gauze and wrapping it around Han Chong's head, encircling it completely except for his facial features, rendering him akin to a mummy. "I apologize for the trouble." After bandaging Han Chong, the elderly man gently patted his shoulder. Although the wound was painful, Han Chong did not dwell on it. Surviving in the apocalypse, facing life and death, was a commonplace affair. In his previous life, he had endured far worse injuries. Back then, he possessed superlative self-healing abilities, allowing for rapid recovery from harm. Yet, he hoped that every injury sustained would be worthwhile. This particular injury, however, felt entirely unnecessary. When Zhao Song was overwhelmed by zombies, Zhao Ziyue should have decisively retreated into the passage, instead of being driven by emotion to confront the undead. Although Han Chong had saved Zhao Ziyue, he wished for her to learn from this experience. "Rest assured, I will remind her. Such mistakes will not be repeated. Furthermore, as a grandfather, I must express my gratitude for saving my granddaughter just now." The elder, upon witnessing Han Chong's gaze directed at Zhao Ziyue, instantly comprehended his intent and promptly assured him of his support. Han Chong nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The elder Zhao was a perceptive individual, possessing a clarity of vision that surpassed others. With his assurance, Han Chong felt confident that the matter would be adeptly handled. Furthermore, having him address the issue was far preferable to confronting it directly. The current team had gradually coalesced, instilling within Han Chong a burgeoning sense of hope, which he now cherished even more. Particularly at this juncture, it appeared they had acquired firearms and ammunition, heralding what could be envisioned as an imminent surge in their efforts to collect energy crystals. Provided there were sufficient zombies, they could achieve their objectives ahead of schedule, completing the first stage of evolution before the second evolution of the zombies occurred. If that were the case, then the subsequent arrangements would unfold with greater ease. Chapter 30. Broader aspirations. With firearms and ammunition secured, the team took a brief respite to replenish themselves. Tonight, they would labor diligently. The sooner they advanced their evolution, the greater their capacity for self-preservation. After tending to his wounds, Han Chong felt a lingering dizziness and called Zhao Ziyue and the chubby fellow back, seizing the opportunity to rest and briefly outline the day's events. The majority of supplies had been left atop the small villa, and this time, Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue had returned with 4 handguns, 2 rifles, and over 1,200 rounds of ammunition. Han Chong was right. With these firearms and ammunition, their pace would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Having skillfully disassembled the magazines and examined the supplies Han Chong had brought back, Elder Zhao appeared to have discovered a beloved toy, brimming with excitement. Ideally, 1,200 rounds of ammunition could yield approximately 12 energy crystals. What a boon! The chubby fellow, exhilarated, calculated that he had never been this animated. Even when his live stream garnered 1,000 new followers, Han Chong proposed that once they secured an ample supply of energy crystals, they would relocate to the esteemed Yiping Yuqing across the street. After a bout of slaughter, The now calm Zhao Ziyue regained her composure and broached Han Chong's thoughts from earlier that afternoon. In the desolate and burdensome existence of the apocalypse, even the slightest improvement could inspire boundless hope and motivation. Moreover, having lingered in the underground supermarket for an extended period was stifling, particularly as the first basement level was nearly filled with corpses, despite the air conditioning running full blast over the last 2 days. An unpleasant odor had begun to permeate the air. The prospect of residing in a clean and bright abode was indeed alluring. The chubby fellow's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "That's a penthouse. I've labored for a decade and couldn't even afford a square meter." Han Chong reassured him, "You're in luck. You can choose any unit you desire." In light of the chubby fellow's recent boldness in welcoming him, Han Chong chose to extend goodwill towards him, deeming this cunning individual trustworthy. Relocating was not out of the question. However, the elder furrowed his brow at the thought of their food supplies, for he placed greater value on practicality. Thus, it is imperative for us to secure an early promotion. With such a promotion, we would have ample time to eradicate the zombies within the Epin Yuching community and transport essential supplies. Items such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, various foods, condiments, tobacco, alcohol, and clothing are of utmost importance. Even if we do not require them ourselves, they will soon become exceedingly valuable for trade in the near future. My interest in Epin Yuching extends beyond mere comfort. More significantly, this area will serve as a vital base for our activities in the future. I even entertain a notion. If time permits, we must swiftly scour the surrounding regions for diverse supplies, encompassing but not limited to food, and amass them within the confines of Epin Yuching. Since Han Chong has already proposed this idea, he has naturally considered these matters. He vividly recalls that in the future, items once deemed worthless in peacetime will become remarkably precious. The elder nodded, affirming, Han Chong's foresight is commendable. It is indeed prudent. With the collapse of civilization, the cessation of production and economy is inevitable, leading to a shortage of goods. It would be best to stockpile in advance. Isn't this a bit daunting? With just the 4 of us, how long will it take to transport everything? The portly individual displayed a pained expression. In circumstances devoid of life-threatening peril, it is indeed challenging to compel him to work. If he were a diligent person, he would not be a streamer with only 10,000 followers. This endeavor cannot be accomplished in a day or 2. We need to cultivate it gradually. However, this does not preclude us from initially concentrating various supplies there. Han Chong shook his head, for he harbored a grander plan concerning the future safety and development of himself and his companions. Yet, this remains a preliminary outline. He requires the wisdom of Elder Zhao to discuss it thoroughly. Han Chong distinctly remembers that in his previous life, the surviving humans, amidst rampant zombies, roaming beasts, and mutated insectoid species, formed teams of varying sizes. They established their own strongholds and miniature kingdoms, relying on various buildings and communities. Within these small kingdoms, powerful awakened beings and evolved individuals not only protected the inhabitants but also enjoyed privileges. Those of higher standing could even attend to the lower classes, while others might abuse their power. In those days, his girlfriend abandoned him for a better life, betraying him for a morsel of food. Therefore, in this lifetime, he must ensure sufficient stockpiles of resources. Of course, all of this must be founded on a robust base. Otherwise, no matter how much one gathers, it may ultimately benefit others. Fortunately, in this life, he has seized the initiative, acted preemptively, and formed an alliance with the future Iron Queen, Zhao Ziyue. With such a foundation, Han Chong firmly believes that he can enjoy a prosperous future. Upon affirming Han Chong's ability to foresee events, the group wholeheartedly endorsed his proposed strategic direction. As for the specific operational details, Han Chong is not an autocrat. Everyone can engage in fruitful discussions together. After a brief exploration of future plans, the elder redirected the conversation back to the present. In a moment, we shall divide our tasks. Ziyue and I will be responsible for eliminating the zombies, while the 2 of you will handle the cleanup. Given my advanced age, I do not require much sustenance, so I have pre-allocated our duties. Upon finishing, he cradled his rifle and remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "I never anticipated I would have the opportunity to wield a firearm again. The weaponry available now is far superior to what we had in the past. Rest assured, grandfather, as long as you have sufficient energy crystals, your age shall not hinder you." The elder's principal concern was indeed his age. He often fretted about becoming a burden to the group. However, ever since Zhao Ziyue had witnessed the enhancements that energy crystals could bring to the human body, she became deeply invested in the matter, no longer resistant, but rather eager to collect them. The mention of energy crystals invigorated both Han Chong and the portly companion, who, despite the throbbing pain in his cheeks, quickly filled his stomach before preparing to begin their tasks. The commotion from earlier ironically facilitated their current situation, as a throng of zombies congregated outside the supermarket, sparing them the need to draw more in. Grandfather Zhao and Zhao Ziyue stood on either side of the single-file passageway, rifles aimed directly at the zombies' foreheads. Although their technique lacked sophistication, the thrill of the experience was undeniably exhilarating. Han Chong had previously witnessed Zhao Ziyue's marksmanship, but he was surprised to discover that the elder was also a skilled marksman. It seemed that his claims of having executed missions abroad and once being a military ace were not mere bravado. Previously, due to weight constraints, they had left the special police gear on the rooftop. It was clear that they needed to retrieve it promptly and equip the elder accordingly. The relentless sound of gunfire filled the air as the portly companion and Han Chong became fully engaged in their roles, mechanically dismantling the corpses and decapitating them. However, they bore no grievances. Instead, they were filled with enthusiasm. It wasn't until after 1 in the morning, when fatigue set in and the number of zombies outside dwindled, that they reluctantly concluded their efforts. Chapter 31. The scarcity of zombies. The most exhilarating moment for everyone came when they tallied their spoils that evening. Yet, upon learning the results, they were met with a mix of disappointment and elation. The disappointment stemmed from the fact that, in 4.5 hours, they had managed to eliminate only 306 zombies. Including the 28 dispatched earlier by Grandfather Zhao and the portly companion, their total stood at 334. Despite the high kill count, the number of energy crystals collected was less than before, yielding only 2 in total. However, the silver lining was the significant increase in the efficiency of their zombie eradication. If they could maintain this level of productivity, the acquisition of energy crystals would inevitably follow. When it came time to distribute their gains, Grandfather Zhao prioritized giving 1 crystal to Han Chong, as per their previous agreement. Another crystal was allocated to Zhao Ziyue, as she and Han Chong braved life-threatening dangers to retrieve firearms and ammunition, thus enhancing the overall strength of the team while significantly improving their efficiency in eliminating zombies. The old man, known for his integrity and fairness, did not shy away from distributing resources simply because Zhao Ziyue was his granddaughter. Even the stout man fully endorsed this decision. Being a clever individual, he had already consumed 2 crystals, surpassing both the old man and Zhao Ziyue. The recent experiences had imparted to him the vital importance of teamwork. Without a formidable team, he surmised he would scarcely be able to claim a single crystal. Witnessing the combat prowess of Zhao Ziyue and the old man as they wielded their weapons, he promptly chose to assume a supportive role. Most importantly, he understood that with the acquisition of firearms and ammunition, the subsequent harvest of energy crystals was inevitable, rendering any immediate competition for gains unnecessary. When Han Chong received the energy crystal, he refrained from consuming it. After giving it a gentle squeeze in his hand, he returned it to the elder, saying, "Old man, you should take this. You and Ziyue are the main forces. We need you to have ample strength for tomorrow." The old man was momentarily taken aback, sensing a significant change in Han Chong compared to before. Previously, Han Chong would have seized the crystal without hesitation. Had the ease of collecting energy crystals changed? The elder pondered this, but Han Chong offered no elaborate explanation. In truth, he had his own motivations. The ease of collecting energy crystals was one factor, but more importantly, he had consumed 1 earlier that day. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity of winning hearts and uniting the team. After learning of Zhao Ziyue's reputation as the Iron Queen, Han Chong had placed greater value on her, while also extending consideration towards the elder. However, after these past 2 days of collaboration, he discovered that the elder possessed unique advantages. With his background as a general, the elder's distinctive strategic thinking and rich experiences facilitated smoother operations within the team. Having resolved to abandon solitary endeavors in favor of a team-oriented approach, the value of someone like the elder became exceedingly precious. Consequently, it was only natural for Han Chong to strengthen his relationship with the elder and enhance his capabilities. Moreover, the stout man could surely identify the same concerns. From that moment onward, the acquisition of energy crystals ceased to be an issue. Despite having gone to bed late, all 4 awoke early the next day. On September 22nd, the weather was overcast. After breakfast, they embarked on another day of labor. To their dismay, merely an hour into the morning, the zombies outside the supermarket had been completely cleared. "These zombies are no challenge at all," the stout man exclaimed, thoroughly engaged in his task, only to find the zombies had vanished. "Let me try again." Han Chong picked up a steel basin once more and dashed outside the supermarket, banging it furiously. To his dismay, it was ineffective. The surrounding zombies, having been vanquished numerous times, have nearly been eradicated. While an abundance of zombies once caused them distress, Their scarcity now presents an even greater dilemma. Why not first cleanse the imperial city? It would serve a dual purpose, suggested the corpulent one. Nay, that method is far too inefficient. It simply cannot yield sufficient energy crystals before the zombies undergo their secondary evolution, let alone do so in advance. Han Chong countered, dismissing the suggestion. In this post-apocalyptic world, possessing formidable strength is paramount. Otherwise, an abundance of resources is rendered futile. I must prioritize my evolution. Once the zombies undergo their secondary evolution, they will be significantly more powerful. More crucially, they will begin to acquire intelligence, making large-scale hunting of zombies exceedingly challenging. Second-tier zombies will not be foolish enough to crowd into a narrow passageway, rushing to their demise. If I do not complete my primary evolution and enhance my strength to the greatest extent possible beforehand, I will face not only the task of obtaining crystals, but also the necessity of gathering supplies, which will inevitably slow down the overall progress and heighten the danger. Furthermore, lacking formidable power will confine me, leaving me to cower in some corner, evading danger. This is not the fate Han Chong desires, especially since in his previous life he awakened a self-healing ability, leaving an unresolved knot in his heart. Should this life mirror the last, the sole means of becoming powerful would be through slaying zombies and beasts to acquire energy crystals for evolution. The issue, however, lies in the possibility of falling behind early on, thereby forfeiting the opportunity to grow stronger and facing elimination by evolution. Just like now, if I fail to complete my primary evolution before the zombies' secondary evolution, I will find myself ill-equipped to contend with the rampaging zombies and unable to collect sufficient second-tier energy crystals. An ordinary person encountering a rampaging zombie is doomed to be instantly killed, let alone facing even more formidable entities in the future. Those like Zhao Ziyue, who possess potent combat abilities, may fare better and have opportunities for resurgence later on, whereas I, lacking combat prowess, would be relegated to the lowest echelons of society. If I am to relive this life only to tread the same path, I might as well perish and forego rebirth. Thus, in this moment of extreme advantage, Han Chong resolutely refuses to squander any opportunity. Seeking zombies is not a daunting task. As Han Chong contemplated where to locate zombies, Zhao Ziyue suddenly interjected. This position is slightly east of the city center. A kilometer west lies the bustling Xinjiku, the area with the highest foot traffic. To the south, 26 kilometers away, is the Confucius Temple. Both locations typically attract hundreds of thousands of visitors. If we can draw the zombies from these areas, we need not worry at all. As a local, Zhao Ziyue capitalized on her knowledge, elaborating on the surrounding circumstances. Ziyue is correct. Zombies are not the issue. We simply need to devise a reliable strategy to lure them here. The elder chimed in. Very well, let us proceed to lure the zombies. Han Chong decisively declared. Could we not choose a different location for the extermination of the undead? As Han Chong contemplated action, Zhao Ziyue furrowed her brow and spoke. Why change locations? The supermarket is quite adequate. Chapter 32. Shifting the battlefield. This underground supermarket indeed serves as an excellent venue. While it is not difficult to find suitable places to eliminate zombies, a location that provides rest areas, ample food supplies, and facilities for bathing, complete with shampoo, body wash, and soap, is rare. After a refreshing wash, one can freely change into a variety of clothing, from undergarments to outerwear. During combat, the air conditioning offers comfort, allowing for the efficient disposal of zombie corpses, and a venue where energy crystals can be extracted within half an hour is hard to come by. Unless one seeks another large comprehensive supermarket, it would be a challenge. In Luqiao City, there are numerous large supermarkets, and finding another should not pose much difficulty. However, the reckless endeavor of changing locations at this juncture is perilous, not to mention that it would require at least a day to clear and prepare a new battlefield. Han Chong's primary concern at this moment is, indeed, time. Noticing Han Chong's perplexed expression, Zhao Ziyue elucidated. Currently, the global heatwave renders air conditioning rather ineffective. The basement level of the supermarket is nearly filled with corpses, and the stench has become unbearable over the past 2 days. Soon, decay will set in, breeding bacteria. Not only will it be uninhabitable, but the supplies within will also be contaminated. Ziyue's reasoning was sound. This issue had previously escaped my consideration. Captain, it appears we must expedite the relocation to Yiping Yuqing, the elder stated. The portly man nodded in agreement, hastily adding, Indeed, we have just endured the ancient virus. We must not succumb to the plague. It is said that corpses can spread disease. Han Chong paused, realizing he had not contemplated this matter. In his previous life, survival was a challenge. Who had the luxury to concern themselves with corpses? Moreover, with his limited strength, he had no opportunity to vanquish so many zombies. Later, As supernatural abilities awakened and fierce beasts emerged, the evolution of zombies led to the extermination of many lower-tier undead, rendering such a situation rare. Thus, the thought had never crossed Han Chong's mind. The supplies within the supermarket are the lifeblood for everyone. If the bodies were to rot and maggots infest, it would indeed become a significant problem. At that point, not only would consumption be unthinkable, but even the sight would be repulsive. What if we set the air conditioning to the lowest setting and endure for another 2 days? Han Chong rubbed his temples, realizing that a sudden relocation would not be straightforward. The underground garage. The portly man exclaimed suddenly. We can engage in battle there and return here to rest. With a few adjustments, the underground garage could be just as suitable. Xiao Dong's suggestion was indeed commendable and worthy of consideration. With the surrounding zombies mostly cleared, the danger of venturing outside would be significantly reduced. Zhao Laozhong concurred. The northwest corner of the square houses the municipal public library's underground garage. We can head there. Zhao Ziyue's eyes sparkled as she proposed. Moreover, there exists a distinct advantage to selecting the library as our refuge. During sweltering days, the number of individuals seeking respite within its cool confines far surpasses those engrossed in reading. The daily foot traffic averages at least 4,000 to 5,000. Considering the typical probability of human zombification, one might estimate that at least 1,000 or 2,000 of these patrons have succumbed to the undead. Beneath the library lies a 3-story underground parking facility, accessible solely via the elevator descending from the library, with just one exit located at the northeast corner. By sealing off the elevator and strategically fortifying the entrance, we would create an ideal arena for dispatching and managing the zombies. Zhao Ziyue spoke with fervor, clearly well acquainted with the library. The portly companion raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Ziyue, you are truly a female Zhuge Liang. How do you know this place so well? Zhao Ziyue herself had not anticipated that her routine habits would prove beneficial in such dire circumstances, and with a hint of pride, she replied, my grandfather has a penchant for visiting museums, so I often read here at the library. Parking at the museum is impossible. Hence I leave my car in the library's underground lot. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Han Chong decisively declared, as they pivoted towards the library's underground parking. Upon departing from the supermarket, each member of the group pushed a shopping cart laden with provisions, food, water, a chopping board, a knife for decapitation, and the remaining ammunition from the previous day, all in preparation for further endeavors. They intended to retrieve the supplies stored on the roof to mitigate the risk of attracting an excessive number of zombies. As they exited the supermarket, Zhao Ziyue reminded them. On the 4th day of the calamity, this team ventured above ground for the first time. The landscape was transformed. Trees and flowers grew uncontrollably, abandoned vehicles littered the streets, and grotesque corpses lay scattered about, the air thick with a foul stench, a pervasive sense of death enveloping the city. Humankind has truly brought this upon themselves. Zhao Ziyue lamented, observing the lifeless city. In relentless pursuit of immediate gain, they have ruthlessly exploited the natural environment, ultimately bearing the consequences of their actions. Though he lamented the state of the world, life must go on. As they traversed the southwest intersection, they encountered sporadic wandering zombies. Before Han Chong could engage, Zhao Ziyue and Zhao Ziyue swiftly dispatched them with their firearms, while the portly companion wielded his large blade to sever the heads of the fallen. Han Chong had already ascended to the rooftop via a rope he had secured the previous day. The rooftop was replete with supplies, including 30,000 bullets. Though Han Chong did not take them all, opting to gather only 3,000 rounds and 2 sets of tactical uniforms for special operations, leaving the remainder temporarily behind. Having received an enhancement from the energy crystals, Zhao Ziyue stood even more erect than before. Donned in the Special Forces uniform, he exuded vigor. The portly companion, however, appeared rather comical in even the finest clothing, resembling a rogue rather than a hero. We must first eliminate the zombies inside. The underground parking is densely populated with vehicles, and visibility is poor. We must proceed with caution. As they neared the parking structure, Han Chong instructed everyone to leave their carts outside, preparing to enter combat mode. Do not venture too far. Remain at the entrance and draw the zombies into the corridor. Otherwise, we risk being surrounded. Zhao Ziyue cautioned. Descending the slope of the parking garage, the crowd came to a halt just before entering the interior. From this vantage point, the situation within the garage became evident. At the entrance, a cluster of vehicles was ensnared in a chaotic blockade. It appeared to be a remnant of a long-forgotten viral outbreak. When individuals attempted to flee in their cars, oblivious to the fact that some had been infected and subsequently mutated. Consequently, they lost control of their vehicles, crashing into the gate and the walls on either side, which in turn obstructed the passage for those behind them, resulting in a jumbled mass of cars at the exit. Zhao Ziyue, upon witnessing this scene, felt her complexion pale as she murmured, "Thank heavens we didn't venture into the garage during the outbreak to retrieve our vehicles. Cover me." Han Chong cautiously approached, delivering a forceful kick to the BMW that had collided with the wall. After 3 rounds of enhancements, Han Chong's strength had significantly increased. His kick produced a resounding thud, followed by the blaring of the car's alarm. Damn it, if I had known it would set off the alarm, I wouldn't have exerted so much force. Han Chong lamented internally, feeling a twinge of pain in his ankle. The cacophony triggered a tumultuous response within the garage. As the growls of zombies, their frantic movements, and the sounds of impact against various objects erupted, the garage, once perceived as relatively safe, was suddenly inundated with the grotesque figures of numerous zombies spilling forth from every corner. In the past few days, the group had vanquished nearly 1,000 zombies. But those encounters had occurred under comparatively secure conditions. This, however, was their first direct confrontation with dozens of zombies. "Everyone, be cautious." Han Chong, clad in armor and wielding a sword, positioned himself at the forefront, his expression grave. Zhao Ziyue and the elder Zhao, each armed with rifles, flanked him on either side. Slightly behind, the portly companion brandished a large knife, taking up the rear. Their formation, with 2 in melee and 2 in ranged positions, was nearly flawless. As dozens of zombies surged forward like a tide, their movements were hampered by the congested vehicles. Some squeezed through the gaps, while others clambered over the cars, creating a chaotic scene. Yet this brief obstruction granted the group precious time to act. Zhao Ziyue and the elder Zhao, as their designated fire points, launched the first assault, the rapid gunfire echoing through the garage. Both were marksmen of considerable skill, and at such close range, they dispatched the undead with remarkable precision, each shot finding its mark, often resulting in a headshot. Even when a few managed to slip through, Han Chong swiftly eliminated them. This encounter marked a true display of teamwork, highlighting the significance of collaboration and firearms. Had Han Chong been alone, he would have scarcely stood a chance against such overwhelming numbers, even as a first-level evolved being. His only recourse would have been to flee. However, with the formidable marksmanship of the Zhao duo and the protective advantage of his armor, he could hold the line. Without that armor, enduring a frontal assault from zombies would have undoubtedly left him severely injured. The relentless zombies tore and clawed with ferocity, leaving a sharp pain in the scar upon his face. After 20 minutes, the garage felt eerily silent, devoid of any further undead appearances. Each vehicle was meticulously inspected, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. Han Chong, wielding his longsword, boldly entered the underground garage. To his surprise, the number of remaining zombies was greater than anticipated. However, most were trapped inside vehicles, unable to escape. It was likely that they had been caught in their cars during the outbreak of the ancient virus, confined ever since. He spared none, dispatching each one without mercy. After 2 hours, the entire underground level was cleared, with a total of 138 zombies slain. Adding the 220 eliminated earlier at the supermarket, the total reached 358. They acquired 4 energy crystals, evening out the previous day's unfortunate odds. Each of the 4 shared a crystal, resulting in a collective sense of joy. With this, Han Chong had amassed 5 energy crystals, having completed half of the requirements for his first evolution. In terms of sheer strength and speed, he now stood toe-to-toe with the zombies. The other 3, each with 3 crystals, experienced a significant enhancement in their overall abilities, leading to palpable excitement and renewed vigor among them. After a light meal at noon, the invigorated group set forth once more. Following their previously devised plan, they sealed all elevator entrances to prevent any unwitting zombies from breaching their defenses. The main entrance was barricaded with vehicles, creating a narrow, elongated passageway starting from the ramp at the entrance. Once everything was meticulously arranged, the critical moment arrived. Old Zhao and the hefty man prepared for their roles in the garage, while Han Chong was tasked with luring the zombies. Zhao Ziyue would provide cover during the operation, with everyone performing their designated roles in harmony. The initial target for attraction was the zombies within the library. The distance from the library's grand entrance, including the steps, to the exterior entrance of the underground parking lot was approximately 50 to 60 meters. At the zombies' full sprint, they would reach their destination in a mere 6 or 7 seconds. However, due to the stairs and the lack of intelligence among the zombies, their speed would likely be hampered, presenting the perfect opportunity to evade them. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Ziyue stood guard at the entrance of the underground parking lot, ready to cover Han Chong. Once the details were finalized, Han Chong, armed with a handgun, approached the library's entrance. Through the tempered glass doors, he could see countless shadows moving within. Zhao Ziyue noted that the library typically accommodated 4,000 to 5,000 visitors, and indeed, there appeared to be a substantial number present now. After his training with Zhao Ziyue and firearms, the handgun in Han Chong's grip transformed from a mere hunk of metal into an instrument of command. He felt confident in making a close-range shot at the library's expansive tempered glass wall. The sharp crack of gunfire and the shattering of glass greatly agitated the zombies within the library. Previously confined by the layer of glass, the zombies could not escape. Now, with the glass shattered, they surged forth like a swarm. Within the darkened interior, there were at least hundreds of them. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Chong took off running. Having consumed 5 energy crystals, his current speed was remarkable. Where he once ran 100 meters in 12 seconds, he now managed it in just over 7. To distance himself from the zombies, Han Chong leapt from one large platform to another, bypassing dozens of steps in the process. The zombies trailing behind him, however, were not nearly as agile. In theory, their speed and strength surpassed that of an ordinary person by 15-fold, comparable to Han Chong, who had undergone 5 evolutions. Yet, their lack of intellect rendered them incapable of fully harnessing their formidable power and speed. Those who stumbled upon the stairs tumbled down in droves, rolling helplessly to the bottom. Nevertheless, the zombies had their advantages. They were impervious to pain and injury. After falling, they would rise again, fiercely continuing their pursuit. As Han Chong fled, he glanced back, his heart racing with a mix of fear and excitement. This was a golden opportunity. Hurry, run, he called out to Zhao Ziyue ahead of him, turning to fire off a couple of random shots to guide the zombies, ensuring they wouldn't stray off course. Zhao Ziyue, startled by the sight of the zombies pouring out of the library like a floodgate unleashed, recognized the dire situation. If they were caught, it would be a dead end. Seeing Han Chong's signal, she quickly turned to flee. The two plunged into the underground passage, while the zombies surged after them, crashing against the obstacles within the tunnel, forming a chaotic stream as they squeezed through the narrow space. Do not fire yet. Do not shoot in the tunnel, Han Chong urged as he saw the elder raise his rifle. The elder paused momentarily before comprehending the situation. Unlike the supermarket, this underground passage did not have large iron gates, so for safety and practicality, it was designed to be quite narrow. In such circumstances, prematurely killing zombies would block the passage and complicate cleanup. Allowing them to enter one by one would simplify matters. A 2-on-1 approach could easily dispatch the zombies while facilitating cleanup. Realizing this, the elder stepped back to create some space. Chapter 34, completing the first level evolution. The elder will handle the kills, while I will defend. Ziyue and the fatty will manage the bodies, rotating duties every hour. After Han Chong entered the passage, he drew his sword and stood beside the old man, calling out to the crowd. The coordination had become second nature to them, and they quickly took their positions. A massive horde of zombies surged into the underground channel, only to be funneled into a long line, clawing and gnashing as they advanced. Zombies possess an innate thirst for and aggression towards warm-blooded creatures. Though humans and zombies belong to the same species, they have become adversaries due to an ancient virus. As the first zombie charged at them with its gaping maw and crimson eyes, the old man steadied his aim and pulled the trigger, dispatching it with precision. Zhao Ziyue utilized a clothing pole to hook the corpse and swiftly tossed it into a cart pushed from the supermarket. Resembling a skilled worker from an electronic factory in Kunshan, the battle raged on from 1 in the afternoon until 11:30 at night, with no time even to eat. Had the three not undergone enhancements, they would have been unable to withstand such intense labor. By nightfall, as the zombie onslaught ceased, the four were utterly exhausted. Yet, when they tallied their achievements, each nearly leapt for joy, eager for another wave to combat. In the morning and afternoon, they had slain a total of 358 zombies, collecting 4 energy crystals. In the span of 10.5 hours in the afternoon and evening, they had vanquished an astounding 233 zombies, yielding 11 energy crystals. This was undoubtedly the greatest harvest in history. With a total of 11 energy crystals, they could allocate 2 to each person, reserving 3 for Han Chong and the plump one, as they bore the brunt of close combat and required reinforcement. Zhao Ziyue cleaned the energy crystals with mineral water, holding them aloft to display before the group. The blue crystals shimmered in her fair hands, illuminated by the light. Hee, splendid. The plump one chuckled and reached for the energy crystals, but the old man suddenly intervened. No. He shook his head, stating, I propose we take a different approach today. As everyone turned to him, the old man continued, today's events have proven that efficiently eliminating zombies and collecting energy crystals is no longer an issue. The real challenge lies in attracting more zombies. Today's battle has essentially harvested all the zombies in the library. What about tomorrow? Upon hearing his words, the group fell silent. This brought them back to the morning's discussion. The lack of zombies necessitated their efforts to attract more. The journey to either Zinjiku or the tourist area exceeds 2 kilometers. fraught with danger. Therefore, I suggest prioritizing the enhancement of those responsible for luring the zombies tomorrow to ensure their safety, the old man advised. I have no objections. The plump one conceded, recognizing the necessity of the old man's suggestion. Among the multitude, he and the elder were relatively slower. Thus the task of attracting zombies naturally did not fall upon them. Moreover, once they succeeded tomorrow, they could swiftly bridge the gap. It could be argued that hiding here was indeed safer. Although a day late, he had still gained, and there was no reason for dissent. Observing the situation, Han Chong did not hesitate and declared, "Let it be the two of us, me and Ziyue. I shall take 5, while Ziyue will take 6. Once the distribution plan was confirmed, Han Chong wasted no time and began to consume the energy crystals. A warm sensation gradually rose within him, and his muscles throbbed with vigor. Han Chong could distinctly feel his strength continuously surging. With ample energy supply, he and Zhao Ziyue did not delay, setting an alarm to ensure they consumed 1 crystal every hour, depleting one before immediately following it with another. The energy crystals were consumed like candies, and for Han Chong, this was the first time in 2 lifetimes he experienced such exhilarating delight. Upon waking the next morning, the two stood up, their bones cracking audibly, and their presence exuded an unmistakable aura of enhanced might. Each movement was imbued with formidable strength, effortlessly covering distances of 4 to 5 meters. As they truly began to transform into something akin to superheroes. "Wow, impressive," the chubby one exclaimed with envy. Han Chong stretched his muscles and patted the chubby one's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, by this time tomorrow, you two will be the same." During these past few days, Han Chong had been observing the chubby one closely. When it came to selecting team members, he preferred quality over quantity, like Zhao Song, whom he had considered eliminating shortly after their introduction. However, thus far, the chubby one had performed admirably, even surpassing Han Chong's initial expectations. Upon first meeting him, Han Chong perceived him as clever yet cunning, possessing a silver tongue. Yet, after spending time together over the past 2 days, Han Chong discovered many commendable qualities in him. Although he was quite talkative, he approached tasks with a sense of diligence. Despite his evident fear of death, he displayed courage in crucial moments to rescue his teammates. From this perspective, Han Chong acknowledged him. According to the criteria for achieving the first level evolution, each person required 10 crystals. Currently, Ziyue lacked 1, while both he and the chubby one each required 7, totaling a deficiency of 15 crystals. If all went smoothly today, they would all achieve the first level evolution. The elder was equally excited about this prospect. The improvements in his body over the past 2 days had rekindled a youthful sensation within him. Han Chong nodded and stated, "The outbreak of the virus occurred on the 18th. The zombies officially mutated on the 19th, and in 10 days, on the 28th, a second collective evolution will transpire. Today is the 23rd, which means if all goes well, we have 5 days to prepare for the zombies' second evolution." Clenching his fist, Han Chong felt a surge of confidence for this life due to the promising beginning. "Brother, I have consistently heard you speak of the first level evolution, each requiring 10 crystals, and so forth. What would happen if we accumulate more energy crystals? Would our bodies continuously improve?" The curious, overweight man inquired. "Each energy crystal enhances physical attributes by 1/10. If one were to work tirelessly, obtaining dozens, even hundreds, of them, what fear would there be of the evolved zombies?" However, his fanciful notions were swiftly shattered by Han. "Your thoughts are rather naive," Han remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Every matter has its limits. Even if extraordinary events were to unfold in the future, they would still adhere to the laws of physics. For a first-level evolved being, the maximum is 10 energy crystals. Beyond that, no matter how many ordinary zombie energy crystals you consume, your physical attributes will not improve further. To continue evolving, one must hunt higher-level zombies, mythical beasts, or seize rare herbs. The lower-level energy crystals can merely serve to replenish your energy in times of exhaustion." Such knowledge was hard-earned. With countless lives sacrificed in my previous life, many shared your misguided belief, seeking to overwhelm powerful zombies or mythical beasts through sheer numbers, only to discover the futility of such a strategy. Chapter 35. Hell mode multiplied by 10 weight. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" The overweight man suddenly widened his eyes, staring intently at Han as if he had encountered something unbelievable. "You mentioned mythical beasts and rare herbs?" He gulped, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The prospect of zombies evolving, doubling their strength, was already terrifying enough. How could there be mythical beasts as well? This concern was mirrored on the faces of both old Zhao and Zhao Ziyue, who looked at Han with a mixture of caution and anticipation. "And rare herbs? Aren't those merely the fabrications of novels?" The overweight man felt bewildered, questioning whether he was still asleep, as if everything before him were an illusion. In fact, Han had alluded to this matter previously, but at that time, following the cataclysm, everyone was too shocked to grasp the significance of his words. The ancient virus has not only affected humanity, but all living organisms. Han reiterated, these beings, like humans, have undergone two types of evolution, one beneficial, the other detrimental, though such classifications are anthropocentric. For other creatures, it is simply evolution. I don't understand. The overweight man continued to look perplexed. What it means is that while they have evolved, it does not significantly alter their existence, yet it poses a different challenge for humanity. A tiger. Whether it transforms into a zombie or survives the virus, growing as large as a house, remains a threat to humans. An evolved fruit tree may be toxic, yet it could also enhance human energy. Han clarified. The hefty man patted himself, nearly matching the size of a woman's bosom, exhaling deeply as he remarked, fortunately. Ferocious creatures like tigers are scarce. I've hardly spotted a few even in a wildlife reserve. As for the fruits, if I come across something unfamiliar, I shall simply refrain from consuming it. Previously, you seemed quite astute, but now your wits appear to have dulled. Zhao Ziyue suddenly chuckled. While tigers may be few, what about other creatures? For instance, mice and snakes? Indeed, the world is teeming with organisms beyond humanity. Let's not even mention the countless mosquitoes and ants. Can you envision a scene where mosquitoes and ants the size of a basin swarm in overwhelming numbers? Every place they traverse would be left devoid of life. Han Chong solemnly cautioned the group, this is no jest. Even those who have completed their first or second level of evolution would be reduced to mere husks before a swarm of basin-sized giant mosquitoes. The hefty man shivered, contemplating that despite his bulk, he would likely only serve as a meal for a couple of these gigantic mosquitoes. Are you suggesting that these mutated creatures will proliferate massively? Zhao Ziyue inquired with a grave expression, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Such news would unsettle anyone. It is anticipated that 5 to 10 days after the collective evolution of the zombies, a catastrophe of giant mosquitoes will emerge, Han Chong asserted. The mention of the giant mosquito disaster caused the faces of all present to pale, finally understanding why Han Chong was so adamant about time, urging for early evolution and strategic preparation. Is there any means to eliminate these mutated mosquitoes, perhaps mosquito coils or insecticides? Should we not stockpile these supplies in advance? The hefty man felt a surge of anxiety. This calamity seemed to come in relentless waves, each more ferocious than the last, surpassing even the most harrowing of scenarios. I find it unlikely. Zhao Ziyue shook his head. You expect to defeat mosquitoes the size of basins with mere mosquito coils? That is absurd. Zhao Ziyue's complexion turned pale at the thought of the sky densely filled with giant mosquitoes. Han Chong cast a glance at Zhao Ziyue and stated, to combat the impending disaster of giant mosquitoes, we must prepare in advance and awaken formidable combat abilities, such as fire. According to memories from my previous life, the first batch of awakened individuals began to emerge on the 10th day, specifically on the 28th, and this group was deemed to possess the greatest potential for abilities. It was from this moment that humanity could begin to organize a counterattack against the zombies. He recalled that in his past life, Zhao Ziyue awakened the ability to control metal, though he was uncertain of the timing or the level of her awakening. Now, he hoped she would be among the first batch of awakened individuals. Only then would the group experience a modicum of relief following the second collective evolution of the zombies. Although Zhao Ziyue and Old Master Zhao possess remarkable marksmanship, should the zombies' speed increase and undergo further evolution, achieving a clean headshot would become increasingly challenging. Moreover, in the midst of a swarm of giant mosquitoes, firearms would prove to be of little efficacy. So what are we waiting for? Captain, I am fully prepared. You must quickly attract the zombies. Today, we will complete the first level evolution, and tomorrow we shall commence our preparations. The portly fellow was in a state of panic, devoid of any curiosity, and hurriedly urged Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue to set off. On September 23rd, at 7:45 a.m., amidst a light drizzle, Han Chong, having completed the first level evolution, stepped out once more onto solid ground. Beside him stood Zhao Ziyue, her figure elongated, gradually transforming into a warrior maiden. Which direction shall we take? She inquired, glancing at Han Chong. Though she still lacked a single energy crystal to finalize her evolution, Zhao Ziyue had undergone a significant transformation, her improved physical prowess enhancing her demeanor. Let us head south. The crowd at the Confucius Temple is more concentrated. Han Chong, having visited there previously, vividly recalled the throngs of people and chose the Confucius Temple without hesitation. If they could attract even a fraction of zombies, the potential yield of energy crystals would undoubtedly exceed expectations. With the daylight and their enhanced capabilities, the two felt emboldened. Exiting the underground parking lot, They made their way towards Taiping South Road. According to Han Chong's strategy, if there were few zombies on the ground, they would charge ahead. If the numbers were substantial, they would navigate the rooftops of Taiping South Road, as they had done previously. However, as soon as they stepped onto Taiping South Road, Zhao Ziyue halted. "What's the matter?" Han Chong asked, puzzled. A look of excitement crossed Zhao Ziyue's face as she pointed to a car. "What do you think about driving this one? A sports car?" The vehicle before them, with its sleek black body accented by orange stripes, appeared quite striking. Unfortunately, Han Chong had little knowledge of automobiles and could only discern that it was a sports car, its brand eluding him. "It's a Koenigsegg Agera, worth 47 million. One of the top 10 sports cars globally," Zhao Ziyue exclaimed, her fingers gliding over the car's surface with delight. Han Chong, somewhat speechless, thought, "What era are we in? What use is a fancy car now? No one else around to admire it." Nevertheless, since Zhao Ziyue was enamored with it, he had no objections. After all, the car's owner had likely succumbed to becoming a zombie. Furthermore, driving would certainly prove to be faster than running, possibly even safer. Chapter 36. The Zombie Tide. Can you drive? Han Chong asked as he settled into the passenger seat, experiencing the sensation of riding in a luxury car for the first time. "Well, it's all right," Zhao Ziyue replied confidently. "I drove a liberation truck during my time in the army." She skillfully ignited the engine and pressed the accelerator. The car surged forward with an exhilarating rush, startling Han Chong with its forceful acceleration. "Wait, is driving a liberation truck comparable to a sports car?" Han Chong thought incredulously. However, Zhao Ziyue had ceased to acknowledge her, her long eyelashes casting shadows over eyes that sparkled with a hint of wildness. Indeed, wildness. Han Chong was certain he had not misjudged, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him as he firmly fastened his seatbelt. As anticipated, Zhao Ziyue did not disappoint Han Chong. A sports car was transformed under her command, exuding the formidable presence of a tank. In this post-apocalyptic world, the streets were littered with corpses and abandoned vehicles. Yet Zhao Ziyue drove with reckless abandon. In less than 200 meters, the rearview mirror of the car was obliterated. By 500 meters, the right door had suffered a significant dent from scraping against an obstacle. Over 1,000 meters, the right front headlight was shattered. "Stop, stop, stop. Although there are no traffic police or traffic lights now, you cannot drive like this," Han Chong exclaimed, realizing he had misjudged her. He had thought her to be a car aficionado. A wave of dizziness washed over him, his stomach churning. Car aficionado. In the past, witnessing wealthy heirs flaunting such vehicles had provoked his ire, and he had fantasized about smashing one of those cars. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Moreover, wasn't he speed what they craved? It was fortuitously a win-win situation. Zhao Ziyue beamed, appearing thoroughly delighted. Han Chong was at a loss for words. Thankfully, she was indeed swift. The 2-kilometer journey was completed in under 2 minutes. Had it not been for the collisions and various obstacles, it could have been accomplished in even less time. "Don't get too close to the Confucius Temple. Turn around early and honk to attract the zombies," Han Chong urged, rubbing his chest, overwhelmed by a strong urge to vomit, reminding Zhao Ziyue to remain cautious and not solely focus on the thrill of the drive. "No need to attract them. Look ahead." Just then, Zhao Ziyue suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the car to drift. Caught off guard, Han Chong's face collided forcefully with the right side window, his body pressed against the glass by centrifugal force, becoming inseparably adhered to it. "Can you drive a little more steadily?" Han Chong fumed. However, as he lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Confucius Temple, his expression shifted drastically, abandoning any grievances towards Zhao Ziyue, his concern for her driving fading into the background. "Retreat! Retreat! We must leave immediately," Han Chong shouted frantically, pounding on the car to urge Zhao Ziyue to escape swiftly. In the direction of the Confucius Temple, a dense throng of figures, no, zombies, were surging forth like a dam that had burst, instantly inundating the road ahead, forming a relentless tide of the undead. Faced with such a horde, not even a tank could guarantee safety. "There are humans," Zhao Ziyue exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. Indeed, amidst the throng of zombies, a small group of survivors was desperately fleeing. Han Chong had seen them, yet he chose to ignore this glimmer of hope. Compared to that horde of zombies, the speed of these individuals was utterly insignificant. One after another, they were tripped or overtaken by the relentless undead, only to be engulfed and torn to shreds by countless ghouls. The zombies' velocity far surpassed that of these people. Within a mere 30 seconds, they would all succumb to the onslaught. If there were only a few, or even a dozen zombies, Han Chong would have been willing to rescue them. However, the sheer number before him was in the thousands. Under such dire circumstances, there was no opportunity for salvation. "We cannot save them," Han Chong spoke gravely, his gaze fixed on Zhao Ziyue, a weight of concern evident in his eyes. Zhao Ziyue felt a shiver run through her, especially upon seeing the grim expression etched on Han Chong's face. Although his wound had healed rapidly due to his ascension to a level 1 evolver, it left behind a ghastly scar that marred his visage. This scar was not only a mark on Han Chong's face, but also carved into Zhao Ziyue's heart, a constant reminder that some matters require prudence, while others demand unwavering commitment. A compassionate heart can sometimes bring harm to oneself and others. The group of people before them was perilously close to the zombies, leaving no time for rescue. Even if Zhao Ziyue wished to intervene, she could only resign herself to the inevitable. Eventually, with a heavy heart and at Han Chong's urging, she pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life. The cacophony of the engine and the blaring horn resounded loudly, a farewell for those left behind and a distraction for the advancing zombies. The return journey proved far less smooth than their initial passage. A throng of zombies had begun to congregate on the streets, drawn by the earlier commotion, becoming a formidable obstacle. As the car thundered forward, the undead lunged at them. "Hold on tight," Zhao Ziyue commanded, flooring the accelerator as the sports car surged ahead. Weaving left and right, in mere moments, the vehicle was splattered with blood, its windshield shattered from the impact. Fortunately, the zombies at the northern end of Taiping's South Road had been nearly cleared, and the few remaining did not pose significant challenges to the duo. Yet, the sports car was rendered utterly useless. What a bunch of fools. This is sheer suicide, daring to act so brazenly in the streets, Zhao Ziyue exclaimed, hurling a zombie aside and angrily sounding the horn. You must understand, after so many days of disaster without any rescue, they must be filled with panic, desperately seeking an escape. Furthermore, their hunger compels them to venture outside. If they remain inactive while they still have strength, waiting until they are too weak to move will only lead to a dead end. In contrast to Zhao Ziyue's agitation, Han Chong remained remarkably calm, fully aware of the seemingly foolish and impulsive actions of these people. In his previous life, he had experienced such despair and helplessness. With Han Chong's intervention, Zhao Ziyue and her two companions were among the most fortunate individuals in this apocalyptic world. How could they possibly comprehend the tragic plight of others? Who else can comprehend the world as they do? Who can elucidate the true state of affairs outside? In the midst of despair, they possess an abundance of sustenance, continuously evolving and growing stronger, holding on to the hope of life. Zhao Ziyue is indeed an astute individual. Her earlier observation of the multitude perishing at the hands of zombies had filled her heart with helplessness and rage. However, upon hearing Han Chong's reminder, enlightenment dawned upon her. In her heart, she felt an even deeper gratitude for Han Chong. In life, at times, hope surpasses all else in significance, and Han Chong embodies that prophetic role, instilling hope in everything that transcends mere hope. Moreover, she finally understood why her grandfather had decisively chosen Han Chong to lead their team. Chapter 37. A Bountiful Harvest. Everyone advances to the next level of evolution, seeing that Zhao Ziyue had finally let go of her fixation on the group behind them and attained clarity of thought. Han Chong sighed in relief. Yet, excitement soon surged within him, and he exclaimed, "This is an excellent opportunity. We must make the most of this large horde of zombies. Maintain a safe distance, keep the speed in check. Hand me your phone. I'll take care of the zombies. You handle it." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Ziyue suddenly cried out, "Hey, where are you touching?" A sudden stir in her chest was met with a large hand brushing against her. To her dismay, it even squeezed. In her agitation, she abruptly increased her pace, shaking her wrist, and with a resounding crash, their vehicle collided with a nearby broken-down car, flipping over and skidding across the ground. The car became utterly deformed, emitting clouds of white smoke. Han Chong shook his dazed head, coughed a couple of times, then kicked open the car door and crawled out, swiftly dispatching the zombie that Zhao Ziyue had knocked over. He then pulled Zhao Ziyue out, awkwardly inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I was focused on the zombie and didn't notice." "And you dare say that?" Zhao Ziyue retorted, embarrassed that Han Chong had touched her. In the past, she would have delivered a swift kick in response. She glared at him, suppressing her trembling long legs, fearing she might inadvertently kick out. Unbeknownst to her, Han Chong had not only touched her, but had also thoroughly seen her in a previous encounter. Had she known, her long legs would not merely tremble, but would have transformed into a flurry of martial prowess. In truth, Zhao Ziyue had no time for embarrassment. During their tumble, the zombie horde was already closing in, their blood-red eyes greedily fixated on the two of them. The distance had dwindled to less than 20 meters, and at the zombie's pace, it would only take a few breaths. "Run!" Han Chong shouted fiercely, leading the way as they fled. Any delay now would only lead to death. Zhao Ziyue turned and fired 2 shots before hastily following Han Chong. 2 individuals, one having achieved the first level of evolution and the other elevated to 90% of it, moved at a pace significantly swifter than that of the zombies. Fortunately, the elder had suggested prioritizing the enhancement of these two yesterday. Otherwise, they would certainly have encountered disaster today. At this moment, the duo found themselves less than 200 meters from the underground parking lot of the library. If it were merely a contest of speed, for them, it would be nothing more than an exhilarating exercise. Just as Han Chong believed victory was within reach, with only 30 meters left to cover, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A zombie, seemingly wandering from nowhere, suddenly lunged out from behind a car, catching Han Chong completely off guard and knocking him to the ground. "Don't worry about me, run," Han Chong shouted, his gaze catching Zhao Ziyue glancing back. He quickly yelled in anger while seizing the zombie by its hair, twisting its head to the side. The zombie emitted a guttural roar, clawing wildly at Han Chong. But his armor rendered the creature's attempts futile. Yet, the ferocity of the zombie's assault caused Han Chong considerable distress, leaving him unable to free himself in the short term. The approaching horde of zombies drew nearer, and every second was of utmost importance to Han Chong. Even with his extensive battlefield experience from 2 lifetimes, cold sweat began to bead on his brow. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and the zombie's head exploded, convulsing a couple of times before finally falling still. Gasping for breath, Han Chong realized that Zhao Ziyue had somehow returned to his side. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry," she scolded, her dual pistols firing continuously at the foremost zombies. As Han Chong regained his footing, he swiftly turned to follow her in retreat. The wave of zombies was now less than 5 meters away, the stench of blood and decay overwhelming. For the first time since his rebirth, Han Chong felt the chilling proximity of death. In this life-and-death crisis, the duo unleashed their potential to the fullest, descending the steps of the underground parking lot with unprecedented speed. At the entrance, Elder Zhao and the hefty man stood ready, bracing for the onslaught. As Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue dashed into the passageway, the horde of zombies collided thunderously with the vehicles that served as obstacles within the tunnel. The tremendous impact sent the barriers skidding along the incline of the passageway, sliding over a meter into the garage. "Damn," the hefty man exclaimed, his hands and feet numb with shock, barely able to grip his large knife. The expressions of the others were equally grim. Should the zombies breach their defenses, the outcome would be dire. Thankfully, after the initial wave of impact, the accumulation of zombies at the exit diminished the force of the assault. The zombies began to line up in a long row along the designated pathway, clawing and snapping as they charged toward the group. And everything finally aligned with their preordained plan. "Comrades, prepare for battle. A collective ascension is imminent," Han Chong exclaimed with exhilaration, the sound of gunfire erupting as the day's harvest commenced in earnest. At 7:45 in the morning, Han Chong and his companions departed, returning to the parking lot in less than 10 minutes. This indicates that their day of brutal slaughter commenced at 7:55 and persisted until 1:45 at night, spanning nearly 18 hours without a moment's respite. By the end of the day, they had vanquished a staggering 715 zombies, collecting 312 energy crystals. Such an abundance was unprecedented even for Han Chong in 2 lifetimes. A bountiful harvest indeed. The plump man was drenched in blood, resembling a figure risen from the depths of hell, with each step leaving a trail of crimson. Yet, upon beheld the cluster of energy crystals, he erupted into joyous laughter. "Time to wrap up. Let's return to the supermarket, cleanse ourselves, and prepare for everyone to advance to the first level of evolution. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on a new mission." Han Chong, equally exhilarated, patted the plump man to temper his overwhelming excitement. The environment of the underground parking lot was incomparable to that of the supermarket, especially after being filled with tens of thousands of corpses. The overwhelming stench of blood was nauseating. The entire 3rd underground level was nearly overflowing with zombies, and the cement floor had become slick with blood. Admittedly, the smell in the supermarket was hardly more pleasant, but it offered air conditioning, food, a restroom for bathing, and fresh clothes to change into. Upon hearing Han Chong's words, the group realized their own discomfort, feeling the slickness of their bodies, which was both disgusting and unbearable. Upon returning to the supermarket, the 4 hurried to the restroom to wash up. The supermarket restroom had only a sink with running water. Everyone had to use basins to collect water for bathing. As the clear water poured over them, it turned blood red upon hitting the ground. Numerous fragments of flesh also fell away from their bodies, remnants from the zombies, leaving them unaware of which parts they originated from. After cleansing themselves and donning fresh, comfortable attire, the 4 finally gathered together. The old man placed the cleaned energy crystals in a bowl before them, cheerfully stating, "A total of 312 crystals. I invite the captain to distribute them." Han Chong chuckled, knowing that distribution was unnecessary. They would certainly be allocated as needed, in ample supply. Chapter 38. Iron Fortress, September 24th, sunny, with the autumn heat in full swing. Under the greenhouse effect, it felt akin to a scorching summer. Despite a night devoid of restful sleep, the four were invigorated, particularly the plump man, who bounced around, finally realizing that his excess weight was no longer a burden to his movements. The over 2-meter-long blade, when swung, cut through the air with ferocity. Even the oldest among them, the old man, appeared spirited, his white hair contrasting with a physique that surpassed that of an ordinary young adult. Alas, what a pity! We expended so much energy and ammunition, yet these surplus energy crystals are of no further use. If only we could continue to advance our evolution, transforming directly into level 3 or 4 evolved beings, how splendid that would be. After a round of revelry, the portly fellow remarked with some sentimentality, "Waste? No. Such things are indeed abundant blessings." Han Chong chuckled, his spirits soaring. These treasures were undoubtedly akin to gemstones in a post-apocalyptic world, a veritable hard currency. Upon evolving to the first-tier evolutionary form, the energy crystals birthed from ordinary zombies may no longer facilitate further evolution. Yet this does not equate to a loss of their value. In the shadow of the apocalypse, the previous monetary system has crumbled, forcing humanity to revert to the primal barter system. Weapons, clothing, food, tobacco, and even items of little worth in peaceful times have gained immense value in this new reality. However, the most prized possessions remain the various energy crystals and rare natural wonders. These are indeed priceless treasures. Ironically, actual money has lost its worth. Having evolved to the first-tier evolutionary form, they find themselves in a world still teeming with countless individuals in dire need of these resources. Most importantly, Han Chong and his companions will soon require them. Following the awakening of their abilities, the enhancement of psychic energy and levels necessitates the absorption of vast amounts of energy. And these energy crystals serve as one of the primary sources. Although the energy contained within ordinary zombie crystals is relatively limited, even the smallest morsel holds value. Thus, in the future, such energy treasures will not be traded in the traditional sense. Rather, they will become the focal point of contention and conflict among all evolutionaries. Energy crystals, rare flora and magical beasts along with their potent essences are coveted by all. Humans, zombies, and various supernatural creatures alike will flock to them, fiercely vying for possession. We are currently at the forefront of evolution, having advanced prematurely due to my foresight, while others remain oblivious. Moreover, zombies and magical beasts have not yet evolved sufficient intelligence. However, this state of affairs will not persist for long. Therefore, I must urge everyone to maintain strict confidentiality regarding our possession of energy crystals in the future. Otherwise, we shall become prey in the eyes of others. Innocent men can suffer for possessing valuable treasures, especially in the apocalypse, where the absence of laws and moral constraints can drive humanity to commit unspeakable acts in the face of crisis and survival. Han Chong solemnly advised. The captain speaks true. Silently amassing wealth is the undeniable truth. The portly fellow chuckled, reflecting on the wisdom of his choice to follow Han Chong. There were indeed rewards to be gained. According to the captain's calculations, in 5 days, they would encounter a significant transformation. What detailed plans do you have next, Captain? As he gradually regained his peak condition, no longer burdened by the fear of aging and frailty, old Master Zhao's mood lifted, prompting him to inquire cheerfully. The first step is relocation. We must move to the Epine Royal City. This supermarket is no longer a viable residence, Han Chong declared. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyue immediately erupted in cheers. A girl's innate love for beauty is timeless, and mere endurance does not equate to enjoyment. Laozi furrowed his brow and remarked, although the imperial city is clean and comfortable, might its defenses be somewhat lacking? If, as you suggest, the zombies undergo a second evolution, followed by a third and fourth, we can no longer ascertain a definitive timeline. Moreover, the zombies will mutate into various monstrosities, not to mention the impending threat of giant mosquitoes. The doors and windows of the commercial buildings cannot possibly withstand such onslaughts, rendering them fatal vulnerabilities. In contrast, this underground supermarket, with its singular entrance and exit, is far easier to defend. Indeed, upon hearing of the dangers lurking outside, the stout man instinctively became apprehensive. While the imperial city may be desirable, if that is the case, remaining within the supermarket appears to be the safer option. Although the environment here is less than ideal, at least it lacks an abundance of windows. The elderly gentleman continued, stating that even after the second evolution, we would still need to eliminate zombies to acquire energy crystals. The geographical advantages of the supermarket far surpass those of the imperial city. Being a seasoned veteran, the old man's insights were astute and on point. Zhao Ziyue, though eager to reside in a more favorable environment, found herself unable to counter her grandfather's words and thus turned her hopeful gaze toward Han Chong. Although she was uncertain of a solution, she believed that since Han Chong had proposed relocation, he must have a plan. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to rely on and trust him more than she realized. Han Chong, true to form, did not disappoint her. His response to the elder's concerns was evidently well considered. The issues raised by the old man were indeed valid, which is why I emphasize the importance of completing the evolution in advance. Only in this manner can we allocate sufficient time for preparation. Although our physical constitution has improved, rendering ordinary ailments incapable of threatening us, the pollution resulting from decaying corpses will inevitably affect us, especially the supplies within the supermarket, which could be compromised. In this apocalyptic world, such resources are exceedingly precious. Every bit counts, and we must find an alternative location to safeguard them for future needs. Regarding the dangers mentioned by the old man, this leads us to the second step. While the underground supermarket has few entrances, it also implies that once breached, we will have nowhere to hide. Thus, we must establish a more suitable and secure refuge. For the second step, we need to gather steel plates, security nets, rebar, and the like to reinforce the residential buildings of the imperial city, transforming them into a layered defensive fortress with intervals and depth. Han Chong spoke eloquently about this second phase, a concept not born from spontaneity, but rather derived from experiences in a previous life, where many survivors and shelters implemented similar fortifications. Though it may not withstand every peril, its effectiveness is profound. Coupled with the defenders within, the safety of such a refuge would be exceedingly high. Moreover, there is one point that Han Chong did not mention. If all goes as anticipated, Zhao Ziyue will awaken her metallic manipulation ability, as long as they can withstand the initial phase, with Zhao Ziyue's power ascending. Their constructed iron fortress will only grow stronger in the presence of abundant metal. In her previous life, the Iron Blood Queen Zhao Ziyue established the renowned Iron Fortress, celebrated globally for its unparalleled defenses. Regrettably, during that time, her Iron Blood Legion accepted only female recruits. Han Chong had no opportunity to join the Iron Fortress and become a member of the Iron Blood Legion. However, now he intends to forge his own Iron Fortress. As his abilities have yet to awaken, Han Chong must exercise patience and refrain from raising the expectations of others recklessly. Chapter 39, A Distress Signal. An unmatched sanctuary. An Iron Fortress. The notion proposed by Han Chong ignited excitement and astonishment among the crowd. Yet, as the exhilaration waned, the elder resumed his contemplative demeanor and raised a question. Your idea is commendable. However, constructing a vast iron fortress with only the four of us may prove to be quite challenging. Given the scarcity of humanity today, finding professionals in this field is no easy feat. In peacetime, we were renowned for our infrastructural prowess, erecting a hospital in just 3 days and even constructing an island on the mainland. Yet now, with the population diminished, attempting to recreate the miraculous feats of peaceful times is not merely arduous. It borders on the realm of fantasy. The crux of the matter is that Han Chong has no intention of employing traditional construction methods. With the Iron Queen's presence, are these truly obstacles? Rest assured, I possess a 90% certainty of being able to construct an iron fortress. However, this will require a process, and for now, we must start from the basics. Han Chong declared with an air of mystery. Very well, as long as you are aware of the course ahead. You mentioned 2 steps. Is there a third plan? Han Chong is known for his calculated approach, and since he has a strategy in mind, Zhao Old Master feels relieved. Nonetheless, he cannot help but inquire about the subsequent plans. The third step involves acquiring secondary energy crystals, which is fundamental. I have some preliminary ideas, although they are still inchoate. Let us first attend to other matters and later confer with everyone to refine them. Han Chong organized his armor and weapons, beckoning everyone to commence a new day of work, preparing to clear the Yiping Yuqing and complete the initial stages of their relocation. We are moving. Our wishes are coming to fruition. Zhao Ziyue cheered with delight. Yiping Yuqing is a premier luxury residence, boasting commendable quality. The developers once claimed it could withstand a 10th-level earthquake. The portly fellow was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, 350,000 per square meter for such a mansion. What a steal. Han Chong smirked. Do you truly believe the developers' tall tales? They claimed it was nestled by mountains and rivers. Yet what they delivered was merely a mound of earth beside a foul ditch. Even if it could genuinely withstand a 10th-level earthquake, it would serve little purpose. As the end of the world approached and monstrous creatures began to emerge, even a grade 10 seismic resistance seemed but a fleeting notion. Since relocation was necessary, we decided not to venture empty-handed. The small shopping carts in the supermarket would serve us well. We would transport a portion of our supplies there. And once the zombies were cleared, we could directly store the resources. Observing the eagerness of the three young individuals, the old man promptly interjected. This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. The four who had completed the first level of evolution worked with remarkable efficiency. The initial selection of items consisted solely of survival essentials: rice, flour, noodles, instant noodles, ham, chili sauce, pickled vegetables, purified water, and beverages were prioritized. After all, sustenance was paramount, so this endeavor primarily focused on food. By 11 in the morning, over 200 carts were laden to the brim. Tethering these carts together with ropes, we formed a long procession that swept out of the supermarket, crossing the road and heading towards the Ipin Yuchin community. A mere street separated us. The distance was not great. The surrounding zombies had been eradicated over the past few days, leaving the streets eerily silent. The sycamore trees lining the road had grown remarkably, their gnarled roots stretching onto the pavement. Typically, the urban roadbed is about 3 meters deep, reinforced for stability. Yet, under these circumstances, the roots still caused cracks to appear in the roadway. It wouldn't be long before urban civilization faced complete collapse, the old man lamented. Look over there, Zhao Ziyue suddenly exclaimed. The group followed her gaze and saw thick smoke billowing in the distance. Is there a fire? The stout man asked, astonished. No. Judging by the smoke, it seems someone has deliberately created it. The old man frowned. Deliberately created it? What does that mean? Are they signaling for help? The stout man speculated. That is a possibility, but more likely, they seek to gather other survivors for solidarity, Han Chong remarked with a cold snort. That's a sound strategy. Should we not do the same? We might be able to rescue many lives. Zhao Ziyue hurriedly proposed. You never consider the consequences, do you? The old man chastised. In a city overrun by zombies, we have evolved to level 1, yet we must remain cautious. Do you truly believe those fortunate enough to survive can reach the source of the smoke? Such folly. Chastened by the old man's reprimand, Zhao Ziyue recalled the small group encountered on Taiping South Road the previous day. They had succumbed to the zombies while desperately seeking a path to survival. Han Chong, noticing her despondent expression, offered consolation. In these times, the most prudent course for the living is not to rush out seeking companionship, but rather to find a safe haven and endure. Can we not save them? We possess weapons, and we are indeed more formidable than those zombies. Though Zhao Ziyue was aware that her remarks might be inappropriate, she could not restrain herself any longer. We can attempt to rescue them. But have you truly considered the implications? We are not invincible. In our quest to save a few individuals who might be hiding, we could all perish. Even if we survive, we would squander precious time, leaving ourselves ill-prepared for the forthcoming calamities. If we cannot ensure our own survival, what good would it do to rescue those people? Conversely, if we continue to evolve and systematically eliminate the hordes of zombies, would that not also serve as a form of assistance to the remaining survivors? Should we not focus on constructing a formidable fortress, ensuring our own capabilities for self-preservation before embarking on a rescue mission? This perspective, articulated by Han Chong, was grounded in his genuine thoughts and shaped by experiences from a previous life. In that past existence, Zhao Ziyue had adopted a similar approach, though she had endured countless lessons before arriving at this understanding. In this lifetime, however, her survival trajectory was markedly different, leading to a more simplistic view. Yet Han Chong was unwilling to wager the lives of himself and his companions, or squander their valuable time, to allow Zhao Ziyue to learn through trial and error. The captain's words, though seemingly cold-hearted, represented the most prudent choice. The elder observed his granddaughter with a sigh, advising her thoughtfully. There exists a military term known as encircling points to strike reinforcements, which involves deliberately leaving a bait to lure reinforcements into danger. In the absence of superior strategies, we must possess the resolve to be ruthless. We must learn to be like a lizard severing its tail, demonstrating the determination of a warrior willing to sacrifice. Although our current situation does not precisely align with encircling points to strike reinforcements, the essence remains similar. I do not wish to imply that your compassion and kindness are flaws. Rather, I seek to remind you that in the struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, patience, meticulousness, and ruthlessness are equally essential, if not more so. The elder's words left Zhao Ziyue in contemplative silence, requiring her to thoroughly process this wisdom. While the desire to save the nation and its people is commendable, one must also exercise patience and focus on fortifying one's own strength when lacking the capacity to act decisively. Chapter 40. The valiant fat man as the army set forth. I shall take the lead. The portly fellow, astute as ever, sensed the shift in the atmosphere and promptly interjected. With his newfound strength, he relished this moment of bravado. Gripping a rope in one hand and wielding a large blade in the other, he strode boldly across the road, entering the gates of the esteemed UN community. However, fate had other plans, as he soon found himself humbled. Upon reaching the entrance, the sounds of clanging reverberated from the guardhouse, followed by the alarming emergence of two zombies clad in security uniforms, lunging forth with menacing intent. Zhao Ziyue, already irked, swiftly raised her wrist and fired a shot that struck the foremost zombie squarely in the forehead. "Stay still, everyone. Let me handle this. Allow me to showcase my prowess," the portly man bellowed, stepping in front of Zhao Ziyue. With that, he hoisted his large blade aloft and, striding with confidence, approached the oncoming zombies. Often, observing others in action is one thing, but engaging in the endeavor oneself is an entirely different matter. Previously, the hefty man witnessed Han Chong wielding a long sword, valiantly battling zombies with fervor. However, it was only when he attempted to take action himself that he realized the stark contrast between perception and reality. Combat is indeed a skilled endeavor. As the zombie burst forth from the guardroom, it charged forward with astonishing speed. The hefty man, sensing imminent danger, abandoned any pretense of bravado, raising his large blade high, preparing to unleash a mighty blow. "Behold my strength," he bellowed, his spirit momentarily soaring. Unfortunately, he swung the blade too high and underestimated the zombie's velocity. Before his weapon could descend, the zombie was already upon him. Despite having dispatched thousands of zombies before, those encounters had occurred under relatively safe conditions, where the zombie's attacks were significantly restrained, essentially allowing him to endure blows while remaining stationary. However, this scenario was vastly different. The zombie lunged at him with its gaping maw, intent on a direct confrontation. Faced with the sudden proximity of the zombie's menacing jaws and sharp claws, the hefty man was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Fortunately, his instincts kicked in. He discarded his blade and attempted to flee. Yet, in the brief moment it took for him to turn, the zombie collided with him, sending the hefty man crashing to the ground like a small mountain. "Help!" he cried out in terror. Just as he appeared destined to meet his demise beneath the zombie's ravenous jaws, a gunshot rang out. Zhao Ziyue elegantly lowered her firearm, splattering the hefty man with blood, leaving him utterly dazed. Han Chong approached, giving the hefty man a gentle kick before inquiring, "Where has your bravado gone, my friend?" "Oh, a miscalculation. I didn't anticipate the zombie-esque cunning ability to launch a surprise attack." The hefty man, somewhat thick-skinned, regained his composure, shoved the zombie off him, and rose to his feet, calmly stating, "Combat is not merely about brawling. It requires a harmonious integration of strength, speed, and technique, along with a keen sense of timing. You, little hefty man, possess greater strength and speed than the zombies, yet you nearly met your end at their hands. You must dedicate yourself to rigorous training." Elder Zhao observed keenly from the side, offering his earnest critique. Upon hearing this, Han Chong suddenly recalled something. Previously, Zhao Ziyue had mentioned that the elder was well-versed in the southern Shaolin martial arts and military combat techniques, possessing a wealth of practical experience. As battles would likely become a common occurrence in the future, with adversaries extending beyond mere zombies, he acknowledged that his current combat skills, accumulated from past experiences, were still lacking and rife with deficiencies. It seemed imperative that he carve out time to learn from the elder in the future. "Elder, Ziyue mentioned your expertise in martial arts. When time permits, we would greatly appreciate your guidance." Han Chong preemptively addressed the elder. "You all ought to practice diligently. To possess strength and speed without being able to harness their full potential is nothing short of a waste." The elder did not decline and pointedly identified the shortcomings in Han Chong's approach. Yiping Yuqing is an upscale residential community located at the heart of the main city, sprawling over more than 260 acres, yet comprising only 40 elegant buildings. The structures are modest in height, each rising a mere 6 stories, with 2 households per floor and only 4 families within each unit, resulting in a layout where every residence possesses a duplex charm, spanning 3 levels, lavishly adorned as if they were quaint villas. Within the community, artificial lakes and gentle hills are interspersed with towering trees and vibrant flora, alongside recreational areas, creating a picturesque scene at every turn, imbued with an enchanting ambience. The developers once proclaimed that they aimed to collect a corner of beauty, releasing a leisurely and refined lifestyle. They claimed that only 20% of the land would be designated for construction. While enjoying the bustling splendor of the city center, one could simultaneously relish the serene retreat of pastoral landscapes. However, due to an ancient virus, the vegetation within the community has grown rampant, left unattended. It now resembles a haunted domain. After neutralizing the 2 guards at the entrance, subsequent movements became considerably smoother, leading them to building No. 1 near the gate without encountering further complications. Even when Han Chong deliberately created noise to attract the attention of zombies, none emerged. Instead, a few zombies peeked out from the windows. The entrance door was locked, rendering entry impossible. The hefty man approached the grand glass door, pushing against it with little success. Such doors would not withstand the assault of second-tier zombies. Breaking it would be futile, as it would merely lead to another locked unit door. Han Chong signaled to the hefty man to use a large knife to shatter the glass door. Let us keep it intact for now. It might serve as a barrier against giant mosquitoes later, he mused. Besides, shattering the glass would be in vain, as there remained the secondary door. The elderly gentleman halted the hefty man, stepping back to observe for a moment before pointing to the upper windows. We can enter through the window. The residents inside surely possess access cards, he suggested. However, his optimism regarding the glass door's ability to deter giant mosquitoes was misplaced, as he underestimated their ferocity. A swarm of these colossal insects would surely breach ordinary tempered glass within mere minutes. Nevertheless, it held some utility. Han Chong reconsidered and abandoned the idea of smashing the door. He glanced upward, leaped, grasping the security railing on the second floor, then deftly flipped himself onto the third floor. This residence likely did not anticipate anyone would ascend to such heights, as the first and second floors were equipped with security screens, yet the third floor remained unguarded. Han Chong climbed to the third floor, effortlessly pushing the window open and slipping inside. I shall have a look too, Zhao Ziyue declared upon witnessing Han Chong enter the room. She tucked her handgun into her bag and, with a graceful leap, ascended to the upper level. Having practiced martial arts and undergone military training, her movements were more fluid and elegant than Han Chong's. The hefty man gazed upward, mimicking the actions for a moment before shaking his head, relinquishing his impractical aspirations. Despite being a first-level evolved being, he lamented that his size and weight rendered him unable to move as gracefully as Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue, for now. Such aspirations remain mere thoughts. I am a person of prudence. Let them engage in such capricious antics, he comforted himself inwardly. Chapter 41. The Fortunate Macaw. The room on the third floor was a bedroom, somewhat disheveled, yet devoid of occupants. Upon noticing that Zhao Ziyue had followed him, Han Chong exchanged a glance with her, then brandished his sword and led the way. Zhao Ziyue, with a firearm in each hand, trailed closely behind him. The third floor primarily consisted of bedrooms, totaling 3, all unoccupied and free from any zombies. Perhaps the absence of the residents was due to the viral outbreak occurring in the afternoon. The second floor featured a home theater, study, and exercise room, alongside an expansive master bedroom, yet all the rooms were vacant. Upon descending to the first floor, the two encountered the lifeless body of a middle-aged woman, presumably the housekeeper, sprawled on the living room sofa. Given the heavy layers of blankets enveloping her, it seemed she had succumbed to the chill brought on by the viral outbreak. After confirming the absence of further dangers, the duo conducted a brief search and discovered a set of keys at the entrance. Zhao Ziyue unlocked both the apartment and unit doors, calling for the portly man and the elder to enter. This place is relatively clean. We can store supplies in the 2 units below, while we reside in the 2 above. Zhao Ziyue surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Then it falls to you, elder. Please assist in moving the supplies inside. Ziyue and I shall continue to clear the other rooms. For Han Chong, the choice of residence was inconsequential. After exchanging pleasantries with the elder, he beckoned Zhao Ziyue, and they ascended to the 4th floor in a similar manner. However, this time their progress was met with resistance. As Han Chong's head emerged onto the 4th floor, a zombie lunged at him. Having evolved, his reflexes, speed, and strength had dramatically improved. With a swift motion, he seized the creature and hurled it out the window. The zombie crashed to the ground, still alive but with shattered bones, writhing and howling in agony. Han Chong glanced down and called out, "Fatty, there's a zombie below. Your chance to showcase your prowess has arrived." Having just carried a bag of rice inside, the portly man stepped out upon hearing Han Chong's shout. "What do you mean, underestimating me?" he exclaimed. Raising his arms in a stretch, he swiftly decapitated the incapacitated zombie. The wealthy truly waste resources. Such a grand house, extravagantly decorated, serves little purpose. After thoroughly searching inside and out without discovering anything amiss, Han Chong was taken aback by the opulence of the interior, murmuring with a hint of envy, "Ah, there is something here." Zhao Ziyue, leading the way, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Han Chong initially mistook the sight for a zombie, but upon closer inspection, he discovered otherwise. On the balcony of a room on the 3rd floor of the duplex, there stood an enormous birdcage containing a vividly colored large bird, predominantly red and green, measuring over a meter in length from head to tail. However, the majestic creature was now languishing, barely clinging to life. perhaps alerted by the voices of the two. The bird slightly opened its eyelids, revealing dull, lifeless eyes that blinked briefly before closing again. What kind of bird is this? So large? Han Chong wondered, astonished. For he had never encountered such a magnificent bird aside from peacocks and ostriches in a zoo. This is a macaw, the largest among parrot species, renowned for its strength. It is said to be immune to toxins, Zhao Ziyue explained, appearing quite familiar with the bird, then lamented, but it seems like it might not survive. It's probably starving. The disaster has persisted for several days. Its owner must have perished outside, leaving it unfed, Han Chong speculated after inspecting the surroundings. A food rack stood nearby, yet the macaw remained confined in its cage, unable to access it. Zhao Ziyue produced some nuts and water, placing them before the parrot. But the creature lacked the strength to eat. It must be too weak to move. Let me try, Han Chong remarked, intrigued by the bird's resilience against the viral onslaught that had allowed it to endure thus far. He pried open the macaw's beak, crushed the nuts, and fed them into its mouth, followed by a sip of water, but the bird still appeared half alive. Can it be saved? Zhao Ziyue asked hopefully. I doubt it, Han Chong replied, shaking his head. Energy crystals. Why not try using an energy crystal? Zhao Ziyue suddenly proposed. Using an energy crystal to save a parrot? Han Chong's first reaction was one of disbelief. In the future, a single energy crystal could provide a month's worth of food for a person. Please, let's save it. This world is filled with lifeless beings and zombies. It's rare to see a living creature, even if it is just an animal. Seeing Han Chong hesitate, Zhao Ziyue grasped his arm and pouted, pleading earnestly. The future Iron Queen is actually acting coy with me. Gazing at Zhao Ziyue's charming demeanor, with her fair face and fluttering eyelashes, he felt an irresistible urge as her rosy lips formed a tempting pout. Saving it is just one energy crystal, Han Chong thought, a surge of warmth rising within him. He lowered his head, chuckling, and feigned nonchalance as he placed an energy crystal into the macaw's beak. Oh, parrot, you must be the luckiest creature in the world, Han Chong murmured, stroking the bird's splendid feathers. The mass mortality of humans also extended to animals. Some survivors had undergone mutations while others remained unchanged. The survival of nature is bound to become increasingly ruthless. Organisms that fail to evolve will swiftly face elimination, leading to their demise and extinction. Although this parrot has survived the virus and continues to live, it exhibits no signs of mutation. Had it not been for Han Chong's timely intervention, it would have perished within half a day. Now, not only does it have the opportunity to survive, but it has also outpaced other creatures, becoming the fifth being in this world to consume an energy crystal. A fortunate turn of events indeed. Let us allow it to recuperate here while we hasten to clear the other inhabitants. The digestion of the energy crystal requires time, which is of the essence, and Han Chong cannot afford to linger. Not long after Han Chong and his companions departed, the parrot stirred its wings. Moments later, it opened its eyes, revealing bright, gleaming orbs that sparkled with surprise and curiosity. If Han Chong and the others had been present, they would have witnessed the wonder in the parrot's gaze. It flapped its wings and rose from the ground, tilting its head side to side as if to ascertain its comfort before expressing joy. After a few soft murmurs, the macaw, with its long tail trailing behind, approached the food that Zhao Ziyue had previously discarded and began to eat contentedly. Chapter 42. An unimaginable future. Modern society's security doors indeed pose quite a conundrum. While they serve as effective deterrents in times of peace, they transform into an iron fortress for Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue in their current predicament. As they exited room 103, they found themselves unable to access room 104. The pair had no choice but to return downstairs and repeat their earlier actions, climbing through the window to unlock it from the inside. However, unlike their previous attempts, as soon as they entered Unit 02, they were met with an unexpected assault. This time, their assailant was not a zombie, at least. Not a human one, but rather a large golden retriever transformed into a zombie. Golden retrievers are typically gentle and intelligent large dogs, beloved by many urban dwellers. However, the transformation into a zombie drastically alters their nature. The zombified retriever exhibited an alarming increase in combat prowess, surpassing even that of a Tibetan Mastiff. Upon spotting Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue, the zombie dog, lurking behind the coffee table in the living room, lunged ferociously. Its blood-red eyes and savage growl were exponentially more menacing than in life. Zhao Ziyue initially failed to notice the imminent threat, but when the dog leapt at her, she hurriedly fired her weapon. The bullets struck the creature, but the zombie dog remained unfazed, driven by its bloodlust. It used the nearby sofa to propel itself towards Zhao Ziyue's neck. Watch out, Han Chong exclaimed, horrified. He never expected Zhao Ziyue's marksmanship would fail her. He hurried to assist, but it was too late. Remaining calm under pressure, Zhao Ziyue twisted her body, swiftly raising her right leg like a whip, striking the zombie dog with precision. In the present day, Zhao Ziyue is no longer the same as before. After completing her first-level evolution, combined with her foundational martial arts skills, her fragile physique is now capable of unleashing formidable energy. The zombie dog was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Had it been an ordinary dog, no matter how robust, a kick from Zhao Ziyue would have likely taken half its life. However, the zombie dog is different. Its undead state renders it impervious to pain. Upon landing, it let out a fierce howl and sprang back into action, charging at her with even greater ferocity. Seizing a moment to breathe, Zhao Ziyue fired her pistol in rapid succession, but the creature's speed was astonishingly swift, causing the bullets to miss its head and instead strike its body, splattering blood in vivid bursts. Just as Zhao Ziyue braced for a second assault, Han Chong rushed in from behind. Die! He bellowed, his purple electric sword gleaming with a deadly light as it arced upward to meet the zombie dog. The indomitable sword sliced cleanly through the creature, and a cascade of colorful entrails, accompanied by blood, rained down from the sky. Upon hitting the ground, the dog had been cleaved in two. Yet, the severed zombie dog was still not defeated. Its lower half, detached from the upper, struggled onward, roaring in fury, its bloodthirsty eyes ablaze with madness. Zhao Ziyue seized the opportunity, raising her weapon and, with a resounding gunshot, obliterated the creature's head, finally bringing its wretched existence to a conclusive end. It seems that these transformed zombies are even more formidable than humans. After slaying the zombie dog, Zhao Ziyue felt a lingering unease. Though she had gained experience in combating zombies, encountering one so tenacious was unprecedented. Had all the zombies she previously faced possessed such tenacity, they would have surely met their doom. Animals possess a primal ferocity, and their inherent qualities are pronounced. Once transformed, this ferocity is amplified, making them indeed more formidable than their human counterparts, Han Chong elucidated. Fortunately, we are in a city, otherwise, we would be in grave trouble. Zhao Ziyue patted her not overly ample chest, trembling slightly, relieved. A city? Han Chong chuckled coldly. You are being overly optimistic. Do you not understand the geographical environment of Luqiao City? What geographical environment? Zhao Ziyue momentarily paused, then quickly realized. Luqiao City is situated by the sea, with the majestic Yangtze River coursing through its heart, a region historically abundant in biodiversity. If all animals globally underwent mutation, how many monsters would arise from the sea and the Yangtze? Moreover, Luqiao City is rich in both mountains and water. The city and its surroundings boast 5 or 6 peaks of varying sizes, with the largest, Purple Mountain, sprawling over an area of 30 to 40 square kilometers. Luqiao City, with its numerous mountains and abundant waters, has enjoyed excellent ecological preservation during peacetime. And there have even been instances of wild boars emerging from the mountains and wandering into schools, indicating that wild animals are far from scarce. If these creatures have also undergone evolution, how many would there be? Han Chong noticed her pale complexion, realizing she was frightened, and comforted her, saying, the monsters in the water will not come ashore for the time being. There will be battles and conflicts between the monsters and the zombies. Their targets are not solely humans. Thus, let us not think too far ahead. As long as we can continue to evolve, no matter how great the difficulties may be, we shall overcome them. The implication of them not coming ashore for now suggests that they will eventually do so. What would it be like if a multitude of Yangtze alligators crawled onto the shore? Zhao Ziyue found it hard to imagine. In truth, Han Chong, concerned about placing undue pressure on her, refrained from elaborating too much. The harshness of the future environment far exceeds imagination. The Yangtze alligator? At that time, they would measure over 100 meters in length. In comparison to then, the ordinary zombies currently present are truly insignificant. Of course, by that time, such lower-tier zombies will not be as numerous as those before. Humanity will hunt zombies in droves, seeking to collect energy crystals, while those formidable monsters, whether for sustenance or energy crystals, will also prey upon various zombies in great numbers. Within Luqiao City, the influence of these monsters is not inferior to that of humans. Particularly, several powerful monsters possess remarkable strength, rivaling human intellect, establishing their own domains with unparalleled might. In a past life, human evolutionists engaged in numerous battles with these formidable monsters, suffering heavy casualties in the end. However, discussing such matters now feels rather distant. For them at present, the most crucial task remains to navigate the immediate challenges, to survive and maintain evolution. Otherwise, all is but a mirage. Most importantly, according to Han Chong's plan, a significant clash with the monstrous beasts looms in the near future. Certain areas of Lu Chao City will give rise to extraordinary flowers and fruits, treasures that enhance energy. At that time, the evolutionists, zombies, and various monsters in Lu Chao City will all be stirred into action. The true bloodshed and collision will emerge then. These extraordinary flowers and fruits have been on Han Chong's mind since his rebirth. His relentless pursuit of evolution is aimed at acquiring the strength to contend for these treasures in the future. These will be pivotal in his ascent to becoming a top-tier evolutionist. Han Chong will not let this opportunity slip away, nor will he permit any missteps. Just as he told Zhao Ziyue, as long as he can become a top-tier evolutionist, no matter how terrifying the future may be, he shall navigate it with ease. Chapter 43. The adorable archer. After the zombie dog was slain, no other living beings remained in the house. It was not that the house was empty of people. Rather, all the inhabitants had perished. The corpses were mangled beyond recognition by the zombie dog, making it impossible to determine whether they succumbed to illness or met their end at the hands of the zombie dog after surviving the initial crisis. If they indeed survived the illness only to be bitten to death by the zombie dog, then this family met a truly tragic fate. Han Chong opened the door and called over the stout man across the hall, assigning him the task of cleaning up the corpses and bloodstains. Meanwhile, he and Zhao Ziyue would continue their exploration, clearing the last household in this unit. After methodically clearing 3 homes, Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue had become quite adept at climbing through windows. Standing on the windowsill of the 3rd floor, Han Chong leaped up to grasp the overhanging eaves, executing a swift flip to easily ascend to the balcony of the 4th floor. However, as soon as he poked his head out, a tightness gripped his heart, a chill coursing from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. This is bad. Han Chong hastily released his left hand, clutching the 4th floor windowsill with his right, pivoting sharply. Yet, this motion was too late. A sharp arrow had already struck his chest like a bolt of lightning. The sudden agony and force nearly sent Han Chong plummeting from the 4th floor. Fortunately, he had developed some resilience and managed to grasp the aluminum frame of the balcony window, suspending himself in midair. Who would have imagined that in a world overrun by zombies, a young girl lay in ambush in this 4th floor living room, bow in hand, waiting to strike? What was more shocking was her surprising skill. Her aim was swift and deadly. Han Chong was at a loss. Stop! Stop! We are not the bad guys, he shouted from his precarious position, too frightened to show his face. However, climbing through someone's window while claiming to be harmless was a rather implausible scenario. Who are you? Get out of here, or I'll shoot you with an arrow, the girl shouted, trembling slightly as she aimed her bow at Han Chong. Who am I? That seems rather complicated to explain. Han Chong thought to himself. Would it suffice to say he was merely visiting? He had never envisioned such a predicament. If it had been a zombie, it would have been a straightforward kill. But now, the homeowner was present, and she was a skilled archer. What could he do? Ouch! My chest hurts. Han Chong grimaced. What is happening? You're injured, Zhao Ziyue exclaimed, peering out from the 3rd floor window and spotting the arrow embedded in Han Chong's chest. Hanging there in shock. There's someone upstairs, alive, with a bow? Han Chong replied, his face contorted in pain. Who are you talking to? Slowly reveal your head. The girl called from within the house. Han Chong, clinging to the windowsill, cautiously and gradually exposed his head. You're not one of those man-eating monsters? The girl seemed surprised and cautiously approached, bow still drawn. At this moment, Han Chong could see her more clearly. She was a young girl, perhaps 17 or 18, with a doll-like haircut, wearing a short-sleeved naval uniform on top and a mini skirt below, youthful and vibrant, with a hint of baby fat. Of course not. Would a monster converse with you like this? Could you please lower your bow and let me up? I feel as though I might perish from your arrows. Han Chong winced in pain, especially as he lay against the window ledge, the arrow shaft inadvertently brushing against the wall, amplifying his suffering. Oh, what peculiar attire you wear. Are you a girl who has traversed through time? The young girl, lowering her bow, attempted to assist Han Chong in climbing up, her chatter incessant, rivaling that of any loquacious companion. With the thread of the bow removed, Han Chong managed to flip himself over and climb onto the balcony, lying back against the ground, the arrow protruding sharply from his chest. How are you? You're not truly dead, are you? The girl gasped as she saw Han Chong sprawled out on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Ziyue also climbed up, her heart racing as she rushed to check on Han Chong. Are you police? Special forces? Another person entered. But the girl was not surprised, having overheard Han Chong conversing with others earlier. Especially upon noticing Zhao Ziyue in her tactical uniform emblazoned with special police, she felt a sense of familiarity. It was Han Chong who found her appearance strange, clad in ancient armor with a long scar marring his face, giving him a fierce countenance. Do you have a first aid kit? Zhao Ziyue inquired urgently, ignoring the girl's questions. No. The girl shook her head. Just as disappointment washed over Zhao Ziyue, the girl added, but I have band-aids. An arrow embedded in one's body, and she suggested a band-aid? Zhao Ziyue widened her eyes, trying to ascertain whether the girl was jesting. I also have alcohol swabs and gauze, that's all. The girl continued. Quickly, bring them all here. Zhao Ziyue urged. The girl hurriedly gathered the items. And Zhao Ziyue forcefully extracted the arrow, carefully removing Han Chong's armor, cleaning the wound with precision, and then wrapping it with gauze. Rest assured, you won't die. Observing the diligent and anxious Zhao Ziyue, Han Chong felt a warmth envelop him. In his previous life, he had tended to his wounds alone, with no one to assist him. Of course, his ability to self-heal rendered him less concerned about injuries. Yes, I apologize, I thought you were a monster. I was overly tense and frightened, the girl admitted, inching closer with a look of concern for Han Chong, her embarrassment evident. What is your name? Are you the only one at home? Han Chong managed a faint smile. The arrow's force had been tremendous, penetrating 2 layers of armor. Although the armor absorbed much of the impact, Han Chong had sustained some injury, particularly at the chest, where even the slightest movement elicited pain. At that moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over Han Chong for the super healing ability he had long detested. If only he possessed that power now. Such a minor wound would heal in the blink of an eye. Alas, he was left to endure the pain. Fortunately, my physical condition has improved, alleviating concerns about wound infections. Otherwise, I would have faced considerable trouble after injuring myself twice over these past few days. Despite this, Han Chong felt a sense of melancholy. Although he could not reproach the young girl, after all, it was he who had climbed through her window. With a resigned hiss, he inhaled deeply, ultimately shouldering all burdens alone. Chapter 44. A shared future. The young girl, named Tang Luo, is 16 years old and a national first-class shooting athlete. She has previously claimed victory in the National Youth Archery Championships, showcasing a promising future ahead of her, at least during peacetime. However, with calamity now upon the world and the advent of an apocalyptic era, Tang Luo's life has been irrevocably altered. On the 18th, her parents had embarked on a trip, leaving her behind to prepare for a shooting training event scheduled for the 20th. Little did she know, this separation would mark the last time she would see her parents. As the world transformed dramatically around her, as an athlete endowed with exceptional physical prowess and equipped with the comforts of home, air conditioning, refrigeration, and underfloor heating, she managed to endure the extremes of cold and heat. Yet, what awaited her was the onset of disaster. Upon hearing Tang Luo's introduction, Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue fell into a contemplative silence. In a world where even the strongest are vulnerable, one must bear the weight of their era. They decided it was best for her to rest here while they continued their efforts. Following Zhao Ziyue's brief overview of the current global situation, Han Chong urged them to press on, as time was of the essence. There remained a considerable amount of work to be done, whether in resource accumulation or the construction of fortified shelters. Wherever you go, I want to join you, Tang Luo exclaimed, panic evident in her voice at the thought of being left behind. For some time, she had been consumed by anxiety and had not dared to venture outside. Finally encountering 2 normal individuals, she was reluctant to be alone again. We are going to confront the zombies. It's dangerous. You should stay here, Zhao Ziyue reassured her. The building had been thoroughly cleared, and Han Chong intended to use it as a base. For the time being, it would serve as a sanctuary. No, please. I can help. I'm skilled in archery, Tang Luo insisted, hastily slinging her bow and quiver over her shoulder, eager to showcase her abilities. She almost revealed how she had hit Han Chong with an arrow earlier, but caught herself, feeling embarrassed and shyly glancing at him. Han Chong felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, realizing that her statement might have inflicted more discomfort than the arrow itself. Let us take her downstairs, he suggested, noting Tang Luo's vulnerable demeanor. What should we do? She seems terrified, Zhao Ziyue whispered, concern etched on her face. Regarding the young girl Tang Luo, Han Chong held her in high regard. Her skill with the bow and her courage, especially at such a tender age in this apocalyptic world, were indeed rare qualities. Most importantly, her adorable demeanor and innocence brought Han Chong immense reassurance. Otherwise, had she been like Zhao Song, he would have swiftly dispatched him with a single sword strike. As they descended the staircase, they encountered a plump fellow struggling to carry 2 large bags of rice through the front door. Earlier, he had been pinned down by a zombie security guard at the entrance, leaving him bloodied and rather grotesque in appearance. Upon seeing Tang Luo, he exclaimed in astonishment. His words, however, elicited a startled scream from Tang Luo, who instinctively readied her longbow. Had Han Chong not intervened, the plump man might have met an untimely end at her hands, a lesson Han Chong himself had learned the hard way. Relax, he is a living person, one of us, Zhao Ziyue quickly introduced. The plump man was taken aback, never having expected this adorable girl to brandish a formidable bow with such proficiency. What was the meaning of this? The elderly gentleman also peered out from his room, surprised and delighted to see Tang Luo. Although only 5 or 6 days had passed, it felt as though a century had elapsed since he had encountered other humans. Upon learning that Han Chong intended to establish a base here rather than depart, Tang Luo finally felt at ease. Ultimately, under the elder's guidance, she chose to remain and assist in organizing the supplies while Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue set out once more. Their task for the day was to clear the residential area of Yicheng. With their newly acquired first-level evolution, their strength surpassed that of the zombies. Particularly when they worked in tandem, they faced little pressure against the scattered zombies within the buildings. As the day progressed, they managed to clear the majority of the residences, transporting the collected corpses to the supermarket. Before nightfall, they also relocated the firearms and ammunition piled on the rooftops along Taiping South Road into building number 1 of Yicheng. Although many supplies remained to be moved from the supermarket, the sight of the stacked goods filled everyone's hearts with joy and satisfaction. That evening, as they settled into a clean and comfortable environment with the addition of a new companion, it felt like a double blessing. The elderly gentleman, in high spirits, arranged a lavish dinner and proposed a small celebration. Since the onset of the apocalypse, everyone had been living under immense pressure, striving for survival and engaging in brutal tasks they despised, pushing their spirits to the brink. The elder, a man of military background, believed that psychological counseling was essential for new recruits after the harrowing experiences of war. He felt that they needed moments of respite, as the brutality and pressure of conflict could easily lead to psychological collapse. Even if one managed to endure, their character could still be irrevocably altered. Han Chong served as a poignant illustration of this truth. Before the apocalypse, he had been a lively and cheerful youth, spending his days at university playing games with friends and admiring the beauty of the library. However, following the tribulations of his past life, he gradually morphed into a selfish, cold, and suspicious individual. Perhaps it was the time spent with the elder and the others that shielded him from the fear and loneliness he had once faced. Thus, his darker traits had significantly diminished. When the elder proposed a discussion with Han Chong, the latter readily nodded in agreement, recognizing his own need for relaxation. Since his rebirth, he had been relentlessly preoccupied with survival and evolution. Although he had attained evolution through energy crystals, the psychological fatigue remained unavoidable. Upon seeing Han Chong's ascent, the group erupted in cheers. I propose we raise a glass to Captain Han Chong. Without him, we would not be living the lives we enjoy today, the elder proclaimed, lifting his glass in a toast. Only those who had walked alongside Han Chong understood the depth of his significance. The elder's proposal was quickly echoed by Fatty and Zhao Ziyue. Even the newly joined Tang Luo, though unaware of the context, joyfully raised his juice in a show of camaraderie. I owe my gratitude to everyone. Today's gathering is the fruit of our collective efforts. I hope that we can continue to share such a life in the future. I toast to all of you. From this moment on, we are family. For our shared future. Cheers, Han Chong declared, downing his drink in one go. Family, united for a common future. Everyone raised their glasses, and in that moment, they were the closest of kin, safeguarding a small warmth amidst the desolation of the apocalypse. In the midst of the harsh realities of the end times, resources remained relatively abundant. The supermarket was stocked with an array of snacks, beverages, and alcohol. This small celebration was both heartwarming and meaningful, igniting hope for the future within them, a moment that would be cherished forever. Of course, each person carried their own hidden burdens. Though the present appeared secure, no one dared to let their guard down. Thus, while indulging in drinks, they were all mindful of their limits, refraining from complete abandon. However, Han Chong's tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high. After just 2 glasses of red wine, he began to feel a slight inebriation. As the others retired for the night, Han Chong ascended to the rooftop to enjoy the cool breeze, gazing down at the city engulfed in darkness, contemplating his plans for the future. Once a city alive with a myriad of lights and the vibrant hues of nightlife, now only faint glimmers remain. Without first-hand observation, none can ascertain whether the illuminated areas harbor the living or are overrun by the undead. Those places might symbolize hope or despair. What thoughts occupy your mind? As Han Chong stood lost in contemplation, Zhao Ziyue approached unnoticed, offering him a glass of red wine as they both gazed at the nocturnal cityscape. Under the greenhouse effect, the late September evening felt oppressively warm, as if summer had not yet relinquished its grasp. Dressed in a cool attire, Zhao Ziyue's fair skin glowed with a pearlescent radiance under the moonlight. With her curvaceous figure, she resembled a goddess emerging from the moonlit ether. Han Chong pondered what he might be doing had the apocalypse never occurred. When he turned to Zhao Ziyue, his heart inexplicably raced. his gaze flitting anxiously to the shadowy city below. Unaccustomed to drinking, he felt his throat dry and took a couple of sips from the wine she had handed him to ease his discomfort. Huh, what did you do before? Before the calamity struck, Zhao Ziyue inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Upon their first encounter, Han Chong's appearance and attire suggested he was merely a student. However, his subsequent actions belied the demeanor expected of an ordinary university student. Having undergone systematic military training, Zhao Ziyue found herself inadequate in many respects compared to him. Thus, she had always suspected that Han Chong harbored intriguing stories, though the post-apocalyptic world had deprived her of the opportunity to inquire. Women often possess a hint of curiosity, and Zhao Ziyue was no exception. A student, an ordinary university student. Han Chong took a sip of wine, yet the more he drank, the drier his mouth became. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, his gaze inevitably drifted toward Zhao Ziyue. At that moment, she leaned against the rooftop railing, her elbows resting upon it, slightly tilting backward, her graceful form stretching as a gentle breeze tousled her hair. Perhaps it was the influence of the alcohol, but Han Chong felt an overwhelming urge surging within him. Just as he grappled with his restlessness, his eyes unexpectedly met Zhao Ziyue's mischievous gaze. Instantly, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he hastily drained his glass, his face flushed crimson. Zhao Ziyue, unfazed by his inadvertent peeking, leaned in closer with a playful grin, teasingly asking, "A university student? Have you ever been in love at college? Do you have a girlfriend?" Having lived two lives, Han Chong was far from a naive young man, yet being caught in the act of stealing glances was undeniably awkward, especially with Zhao Ziyue leaning in. Her hair brushing against him, her breath fragrant and laced with a hint of flirtation, she evoked a uniquely intoxicating atmosphere. Should such a tension continue to build, it was uncertain whether Han Chong could resist the impulse. After all, having consumed a bit of wine, and with a beautiful and captivating woman before him, even a eunuch might find their heart stirred. However, Zhao Ziyue's inquiry caused Han Chong to withdraw into himself, evoking a buried memory that surged forth, quickly filling his chest with an overwhelming sense of hatred. A girlfriend? Ever since his rebirth, Han Chong had deliberately avoided contemplating this matter, casting aside all thoughts of his school life, never once wishing to reflect upon or consider it. Having lived two lives, Han Chong had endured much. Yet if there were individuals he loathed above all, they would undoubtedly be Li Xiaoran and Cheng Nan. The former was his girlfriend, the woman he cherished most in his previous life, a fellow university student. The latter, a roommate he had trusted implicitly, his closest companion. Yet, these two had betrayed him, stabbing him in the back with the cruelest of blades, subjecting him to humiliation that ultimately led to his tragic demise at the hands of a monstrous beast, leaving no trace of his remains. Thus, even upon his return to life, Han Chong's hatred remained unabated. His greatest desire was that in this lifetime, he might not exist, allowing those two wretches to live long enough for him to take vengeance with his own hands. As Han Chong sunk into his memories, Zhao Ziyue was taken aback. Confident in her beauty, she was well aware of how many sought her attention, all of whom she had effortlessly repelled. In her grandfather's words, she had her eyes set high, deeming ordinary men beneath her. Over the past few days of interacting with Han Chong, her perception of him had shifted remarkably. Witnessing him rescue a parrot today revealed a tender side beneath his cold exterior. While she could not yet claim to have deep feelings for him, she at least felt no aversion. Thus, when she noticed Han Chong stealing glances at her, she felt no anger. On the contrary, she sought to tease him, eager to see the humorous side of this typically stoic individual. However, after a single comment from her, Han Chong suddenly changed, his eyes turning crimson, his expression contorted and menacing. "Han Chong, what is wrong with you?" Zhao Ziyue exclaimed, startled. His demeanor resembled that of someone suffering from post-traumatic stress. Could it be due to the excessive killing of zombies? Understanding that such mental stimuli required immediate calming, she rushed forward, taking his hand in hers, striving to soothe him back to composure. Yet, Han Chong was lost in a peculiar state, consumed by his hatred, oblivious to who stood before him. Upon grasping Zhao Ziyue's hand, he tightened his grip fiercely. Despite her evolution, Zhao Ziyue found the force of his grip excruciating. Given Han Chong's bizarre condition, she dared not provoke him further, gritting her teeth to endure the pain while cradling his head in her embrace, comforting him as a mother would. After a moment, under her gentle reassurances, Han Chong's trembling gradually subsided, and the rage within him began to ebb. "Thank you," he murmured, lifting his head from Zhao Ziyue's chest. In this moment, he harbored no malicious thoughts, only a sincere sense of gratitude. The resentment accumulated from a past life, after a prolonged period of suppression, suddenly erupted, causing him to lose control. Had it not been for Zhao Ziyue just now, He feared he might have truly succumbed to madness, transforming into a savage beast. It is I who should apologize. It was my fault that I reminded you of unhappy memories. Zhao Ziyue spoke softly, her heart filled with concern for Han Chong's condition. From the previous situation, it was evident that Han Chong had endured tremendous emotional trauma. Such psychological factors, regardless of their origins, are exceedingly troublesome. If left unaddressed, allowing them to fester and develop, their eventual eruption would be far more difficult to manage. Yet, what exactly was buried within his heart? It seemed she had asked him whether he had a romantic relationship in college, whether he had a girlfriend. Could it be related to that? Chapter 46, Tang Luo's Trial, Part 1. The residence in Yuqing had been partially cleared. However, essential and crucial supplies, such as firearms and ammunition, were stored in room 403 of Unit 1, the very household where the parrot was discovered. The place they were staying was in room 404, which belonged to Tang Luo's family. Accommodating the 5 of them in this spacious 3-story residence posed no issues whatsoever. The 2 households downstairs were filled with other relatively important supplies, such as rice and clothing. Once those 2 units were packed, they began to store items in the 4 rooms of Unit 2. The entire building comprised 2 units and 8 households. Was this extravagant? Indeed, it was quite opulent. In the heart of Luqiao City, where every inch of land is precious, constructing such properties selling for 30 to 40,000 per square meter is not considered expensive. On September 25th, Han Chong awoke early. The sun shone brightly outside, filtering through the gaps in the curtains, casting light into the room, leaving Han Chong with a sense of unreality. It felt as though this was not an apocalyptic world, but rather an ordinary morning. Han Chong did not rise immediately. Perhaps the emotional outburst the previous night and Zhao Ziyue's comfort had brought him a sense of tranquility, allowing him to calmly contemplate many matters in his mind. It was not until morning that a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Han Chong got up to open the door, only to find the rotund Dong Qi standing outside with a mischievous grin. What were you 2 doing upstairs last night, that you can't get up this late? Did you overexert yourselves? Upon seeing Han Chong, Dong Qi squinted and smirked lewdly. Han Chong cleared his throat, glancing behind Dong Qi without uttering a word. Surely, it couldn't be that coincidental. Dong Qi felt a chill run down his spine, as if touched by the cold wind from the netherworld. He quickly coughed, straightened his back, and said, "Captain, if you're all right, I'm relieved. The old man is looking for me. I must take my leave." Without daring to look back, he hurried away. "Is your hand all right?" Disregarding the repulsive figure of the overweight man, Han Chong cast an apologetic glance towards Zhao Ziyue. Following the events of the previous evening, their relationship appeared to have grown significantly closer. "I am also a level 1 evolver, so rest assured." Zhao Ziyue beamed, subtly concealing the marks on her wrist, and swiftly redirected the conversation. "What are the plans for today? First, let us thoroughly clear out the remaining buildings. If time permits, we can proceed with our next phase of planning." This morning, Han Chong had contemplated numerous matters concerning himself, the team, and future strategies. "What about Tang Luo? How does she fit into our plans?" Zhao Ziyue inquired, glancing at Tang Luo, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, nibbling on bread, her voice lowered. Han Chong paused, quickly grasping Zhao Ziyue's intent. Among the current group of 5, 4 were already level 1 evolvers. Tang Luo, having joined just yesterday, had not yet experienced any evolution and was unaware of such a process. Zhao Ziyue's implication was clear. She wished to elevate Tang Luo's capabilities and facilitate her evolution to a level 1 evolver. "I have no objections to taking in Tang Luo, but energy crystals are exceedingly precious. The further we progress, the more critical their use becomes. We must allocate our resources judiciously. Tang Luo requires further observation. If she demonstrates potential and courage in combat, we can begin her training. If not, I suggest conserving resources and assigning her safer tasks," Han Chong articulated delicately. The notion of conserving resources essentially meant temporarily withholding energy crystals from Tang Luo. Zhao Ziyue understood Han Chong's perspective. Resources were invaluable, and as the leader, he needed to consider the challenges ahead and ensure the survival of the group. Consequently, achieving complete equality was impractical. It was imperative to maintain formidable strength within the team to confront impending dangers. If everyone were equal, mediocrity would ensue. "Today, while we clear the buildings, we can certainly bring her along," Han Chong proposed. This would serve as an excellent opportunity for assessment. Tang Luo's performance would ultimately determine her worthiness for training. "Are you taking me to fight zombies? That is fantastic." Upon hearing about the day's plans, Tang Luo sprang to her feet in excitement. After a few quick bites of bread, she began preparing her bow and arrows, adopting an adventurous stance. "I've practiced archery for many years. Now I finally have the chance to showcase my skills." Once ready, She eagerly urged Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue not to dawdle. Han Chong smirked, realizing he had perhaps underestimated Tang Luo's robust spirit. He hoped she would maintain such optimism in the challenges to come. After breakfast, the five of them divided into two teams as planned. Han Chong led Zhao Ziyue and Tang Luo to continue yesterday's task, responsible for clearing the remaining floors and the entire neighborhood, while the overweight man and the elderly gentleman resumed their roles as porters, tasked with transporting supplies from the supermarket. In recent days, the supermarket has become nearly inaccessible, filled with the stench of decaying bodies and teeming with maggots. Following the elder's advice, we planned to salvage supplies for one more day and, ideally, set the underground supermarket ablaze by nightfall to prevent the spread of pestilence. It was evident that we could not transport all the supplies in a single day. We could only rescue a handful of essential items, leaving the rest behind. The task weighed heavily on the shoulders of the elder and the portly man. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue, the cleanup progressed swiftly. However, Tang Luo felt a twinge of frustration as she had no opportunity to engage in battle, lacking the agility of Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue. She was unable to climb through the windows. Thus, she waited outside, only able to enter once they had opened the door, by which time the skirmish was already concluded. Her sole responsibility was to assist in clearing the corpses, whether they belonged to zombies, those who succumbed to the elements, or humans who had fallen victim to the undead. As Han Chong had surmised, despite Tang Luo's resilient spirit, it was a formidable challenge for a girl still in middle school to aid in the transportation of bodies, especially those that had been dead for some time, already decomposing, with maggots crawling from their mouths and into their nostrils. The stench was unbearable. Tang Luo's face turned pale, and she lost her composure multiple times. Yet, witnessing Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue handle these gruesome tasks with seemingly serene expressions left her in awe. Sister Ziyue, brother Han Chong, don't you feel nauseated? After expelling the contents of her stomach from breakfast, she donned 3 layers of masks, making it difficult to breathe while daring not to remove them. Nauseous. How could one not be? But if you have witnessed something even more revolting, you would likely find peace of mind as I have. Zhao Ziyue glanced at Han Chong, recalling his earlier experiences of decapitating zombies and extracting their brains. It was a haunting memory, yet here she was, handling such matters with composure just days later. I shall share a secret with you. Within the heads of these zombies lies a treasure. If you can uncover it, you will become as formidable as a Sailor Scout. She encouraged Tang Luo. As Han Chong would say, one must learn to endure in this post-apocalyptic world. In the bleakness of the end times, life is as fragile as grass. Zhao Ziyue realized this when she witnessed Zhao Song perish before her eyes, torn apart by a horde of zombies on Taiping South Road. If Tang Luo wished to avoid becoming an expendable existence, her life perpetually at risk, she must learn to endure and dare to take risks. In that moment of reflection, Zhao Ziyue herself was unaware that her mindset was gradually aligning with that of Han Chong. The perspective on problem-solving has shifted from the strategies of peacetime to the primal laws of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 47. Tang Luo's Trial. Part 2. Sister Ziyue. You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Tang Luo leaned closer to Zhao Ziyue, her large, innocent eyes blinking with skepticism, hoping to glean some truth from her expression. Transforming into a magical girl, indeed, sounded enticing. However, the task at hand involved extracting something from the skull of a zombie, which sent a shiver down Tang Luo's spine. Zhao Ziyue, with her fingers spread wide, gently pushed Tang Luo away from her. Observe closely. Seeing is believing, she declared, determined to demonstrate her point. After scanning the surroundings, she effortlessly lifted a nearby mahogany sofa with ease. Tang Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, a strong man? Sister Ziyue, are you disguised as a man? Zhao Ziyue shot her a look of disdain, replying, this is evolution. Have you heard of Superman? As long as you can find the blue energy crystal within a zombie's head, you too can achieve this. Magical girl, Superman, Tang Luo murmured, her eyes brimming with envy. Yet, her cherubic face contorted in apprehension. The allure of becoming a magical girl was undeniable, but the thought of having to extract something from a zombie's skull was daunting. I need to prepare myself mentally first, she lamented, her expression a portrait of distress. Feeling that life was indeed too challenging. As Tang Luo circled the zombie with a kitchen knife, her petite face scrunched in concentration, Han Chong suddenly intercepted her, extending his wrist and stating, this is a reward for you. Is this the energy crystal? Tang Luo's eyes sparkled as she eagerly grasped the blue bead from Han Chong's palm. She blinked once, then twice, examining the crystal, but found nothing particularly special about it. This isn't for looking at. You need to consume it. Han Chong rolled his eyes, bemused by Tang Luo's naive behavior, uncertain whether nurturing her was the right decision. "Oh, thank you, Brother Han Chong," she exclaimed, promptly tossing the crystal into her mouth and swallowing it with a gulp, her eyes closing in anticipation. After a few moments, when nothing seemed to happen, she wondered if Brother Han Chong was merely teasing her. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she suddenly felt a strange sensation within her, a warm energy beginning to stir inside her, an extraordinary feeling that enveloped her senses. "Aren't you supposed to be training her?" Zhao Ziyue whispered to Han Chong, moving closer to him. "She is still young. Her mind isn't fully developed. Overwhelming her with demands could distort her character." Han Chong explained, "This is a realization I've only just come to. Much of my thinking is based on experiences from my previous life. In my view, to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, one must be ruthless and fierce. Only then can one navigate the harsh realities of existence. Otherwise, one might find oneself exploited, betrayed, and ultimately discarded, leading to a tragic demise akin to that of a past life." However, the emotional turmoil experienced last night abruptly awakened Han Chong. Despite being rooted in his own psyche, the virus's impact on humanity is far more complex than it appears on the surface. In his previous life, he had heard accounts of individuals who survived the initial wave of the apocalypse only to transform into various monstrosities later on. Should one become ensnared in a spiral of slaughter and hatred, their thoughts could become distorted, potentially transforming them into mere killing machines. At present, Tang Luo is still young. What he requires is a partner who embodies independence and courage, rather than a demon with a twisted mindset. Upon hearing Han Chong's explanation, Zhao Ziyue's eyes sparkled with contemplation and astonishment. She suddenly realized that the man before her was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Just when she thought she had come to understand him, Han Chong would unexpectedly reveal another facet of himself. Fortunately, his behavior increasingly reflected humanity, which delighted Zhao Ziyue and infused her gaze with a newfound complexity. In the process of clearing the floors, the most challenging aspect was not merely vanquishing the zombies, but rather the need to scale walls, crawl through windows, and meticulously search each room. The bodies within each room also had to be removed entirely. As they progressed, Han Chong took on the roles of combatant and searcher, while Zhao Ziyue handled the task of dragging the bodies into the elevator, and Tang Luo focused on removing them from the elevator. Their cooperative efforts significantly increased their efficiency. Especially invigorated by the recent changes brought about by evolution, Tang Luo radiated energy and enthusiasm. Even the somber task of transporting corpses could not overshadow the joy and vitality exuding from him. Influenced by Tang Luo's infectious spirit, Han Chong, who typically bore a gloomy demeanor, appeared to lighten up considerably. It seemed that having such a source of joy within the team was not a disadvantage at all. At precisely 4:10 in the afternoon, the three of them successfully completed the cleaning mission of the Yuqing Tower and the underground parking lot ahead of schedule. "Should we assist my grandfather and the others in transporting supplies?" After disposing of all the cleared bodies in the supermarket, Zhao Ziyue clapped her hands and inquired. According to their plan, they needed to gather various resources after relocating. Time was running short. They had to make the most of the evening hours. However, venturing out at night to collect supplies was fraught with danger. A shift in strategy was necessary. "You live here. Do you know where there is a construction material market nearby, one that has an abundance of rebar, steel plates, and security nets?" Time was not as ample as Han Chong had envisioned, prompting him to contemplate a slight adjustment in their approach. "Oh, that is not hard to find. It's just a wall away." Tang Luo pointed excitedly. Beyond the walls of Yuqing Tower lies a narrow alley known as Limin Alley. Along the western side of Limin Alley, various large trucks and buses were parked. On the eastern side of the street, numerous shops lined the pavement, predominantly offering custom anti-theft windows, steel reinforcement, sunrooms, and various hardware components. Upon glancing inside each establishment, where an array of steel materials lay piled high, Han Chong was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, it seemed that everything he required was readily available. Otherwise, the mere thought of procuring these steel materials would have been a considerable headache. The construction market was far too distant, compounded by traffic congestion and the rampant presence of zombies. Given the shortage of manpower on his side, gathering the necessary steel materials within the short span of a few days was no simple task. Han Chong even contemplated, should the situation become dire, dismantling doors and windows from nearby communities. Now, with all problems resolved, the situation was even better than he had anticipated. Limin Alley was not a bustling thoroughfare. Although there were zombies within, their numbers were manageable. Han Chong summoned the elderly gentleman and the stout man, and together they spent 2 hours clearing the area of zombies. Zhao Ziyue and the elderly man, transformed by experience, engaged in gunfire while Han Chong provided support, and with Tang Luo merely assisting, They collectively vanquished 122 zombies. The stout man, wielding a knife, collected 2 energy crystals from the battlefield. Despite showing signs of panic, Tang Luo's overall performance pleased Han Chong, as he bravely confronted the zombies and initiated attacks. This bolstered Han Chong's resolve to cultivate Tang Luo, promptly equipping him with the crystals necessary for a first-level evolution. Chapter 48. The low-end steel fortress. The mere wall separating them indeed facilitated their efforts. Untroubled by zombies, several first-level evolved beings found the physical labor remarkably straightforward. Moreover, the elderly gentleman, Zhao Ziyue, and the stout man all possessed driving skills. Particularly, the elderly gentleman and his grandson, both from military backgrounds, claimed they could maneuver even the largest vehicles with ease. Thus, operating a standard truck was hardly a challenge. The stout man, though only licensed for regular cars and inexperienced with trucks, managed to learn under the elderly man's guidance and handled the vehicle without issue. The distance was short. There were no traffic police to impede them, and they need not worry about colliding with pedestrians. At 7 p.m., welding guns, cutting machines, screws, steel bars, wire mesh, and steel plates filled 3 trucks to the brim, which then set off in overloaded fashion to the entrance of Building 1 at Yiping Yuqing. After a hurried meal, the group began working overtime, implementing the most critical step in their plan to construct the steel fortress. This endeavor was the linchpin of Han Chong's numerous strategies. The creation of the steel fortress was vital for ensuring survival amidst the dangers that would arise following the second collective evolution of the zombies. With the existence of the steel fortress, the group would be able to advance when necessary and retreat to safety, thus providing ample security. Except for Tang Luo, everyone was acutely aware of Han Chong's meticulous planning and the terrifying prospects of future disasters. Thus, in the construction of the Iron Fortress, every effort has been made to ensure that shoddy engineering is categorically avoided. Where 5 steel bars can be utilized, 4 will never suffice. Where 2 steel plates can be employed, 1 will not be deemed adequate. From the very first floor, a vast network of steel rebar, meticulously welded together, serves as a protective layer for the outer walls, complemented by anti-theft installations. The windows have been treated with particular attention, sealed off completely with thick steel plates, leaving only narrow openings for observation and defense. Under the relentless pace of construction, massive steel patches gradually coalesced, enveloping the first building. This fortification extends beyond the external doors and windows. Every corridor on each floor, the entrances to individual units, and even the rooftop have been reinforced with sturdy steel railings. In essence, accessing the rooftop from the first floor necessitates traversing numerous checkpoints. However, it is evident that the collective effort of the untrained workers has resulted in a fortress that is, to say the least, aesthetically displeasing. Brother Han Chong, while sealing the windows is one thing, why must the entrances of the corridors be closed off as well? With the windows sealed, there is no sunlight. The rooms are shrouded in darkness. Tang Luo observed Han Chong's fervor for fortifying every inch of the premises with steel and plates, transforming what was once a beautiful home into a space less inviting than a prison. In a few days, you will understand the benefits and significance of these measures. Han Chong replied. Those who have never endured such calamities remain blissfully unaware of the tribulations that may lie ahead. Hey, Captain, our iron fortress must be formidable. Surely, those giant mosquitoes won't be able to breach it. The matter of survival has always been of paramount importance to the rotund worker, who, while engaged in labor, devoted himself with such intensity that he would have enveloped the entire house in steel if circumstances allowed. While the iron fortress may effectively deter giant mosquitoes, it still falls short of being a true stronghold. The current structure, to put it kindly, is a low-tier iron fortress. To be blunt, it is merely a vast steel cage. Han Chong shook his head in disapproval. A cage is a cage. As long as it is sturdy, that is all that matters. The rotund worker reassured himself. Han Chong cast a glance at Zhao Ziyue, recalling that the only true iron fortress was the one Zhao Ziyue had constructed in her previous life using her metal manipulation abilities, which withstood countless assaults yet remained unyielding. The current dwelling should suffice to repel zombies and monsters of level 4 and below. Given the global pace of species evolution, it would be at least 6 months before zombies and monsters evolve beyond level 4. By that time, Zhao Ziyue would have undoubtedly awakened her metal control abilities. Zhao Ziyue's formidable reputation in her previous life stemmed not only from her powerful abilities, but also from her exceptional innate talent. Based on this reasoning, it is likely that she belongs to the earlier group of awakened individuals. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly challenging for a young woman to navigate the myriad disasters of the early apocalypse. However, the exact moment of her awakening remains uncertain to Han Chong. Will it occur within 10 days, or perhaps after half a month, or even a month. All possibilities exist. Therefore, the iron fortress that Han Chong is constructing has a fundamental requirement. It must endure until Zhao Ziyue's extraordinary abilities are awakened. Once Zhao Ziyue gains her metal manipulation powers, that will be the true moment to forge an iron castle. There are still some final touches to complete, and over the next couple of nights, we shall refine and enhance it further. What plans do we have for tomorrow during the day? Before resting for the night, the elder Zhao sought out Han Chong. With only 3 days remaining, 26th, 27th, and 28th, there are 2 crucial tasks we must accomplish. Han Chong gathered his thoughts and articulated his intentions. The first task is to gather as many supplies as possible, food, clothing, and necessities, before the second wave of zombie evolution. These resources will become scarce in the future, and we must stockpile them in advance. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves competing with other teams for survival. The second task concerns the hunting of second-tier zombies to collect energy crystals, which presents a significant challenge. Upon hearing Han Chong's words, the elder furrowed his brow. He had heard much about second-tier zombies from Han Chong before. Once zombies evolve to the second tier, our first-tier abilities will lose their current advantages. Especially when second-tier zombies exhibit intelligence, our group will struggle in one-on-one combat, let alone in large-scale hunts. What are your plans? Our ammunition is nearly depleted, and if we still intend to rely on firearms, we must stockpile ammunition in advance. The police station is not a military unit. Having over 30,000 rounds of ammunition is already extraordinary. If we seek more bullets, we may need to visit other police stations. The elder advised. Ammunition reserves are indeed necessary. In the near future, firearms will still play a significant role. We can visit the next police station while gathering supplies tomorrow. However, depending on firearms to swiftly hunt zombies as we did before is no longer viable. A vague idea had taken shape during our time at the supermarket, and while reinforcing the house these past few days, I have refined it further. Whether it is feasible remains to be discussed with everyone. Chapter 49. Methods for hunting second-tier zombies in the span of 2 or 3 days. Gathering various supplies should not pose a significant issue for our group. The primary concern lies in how to hunt enough zombies and harvest the energy crystals necessary for advancing to the second tier after the zombies undergo their second collective evolution. Thus, upon hearing that Han Chong had devised a plan, the elder immediately showed interest and urged him to share. It is quite simple. Second-tier zombies are formidable and possess intelligence, making large-scale hunting difficult. However, first-tier zombies can be easily managed. Han Chong stated confidently. Captain, you haven't lost your mind, have you? Didn't you mention that the energy crystals from level 1 zombies are no longer beneficial to our evolution? At this moment, the stout fellow joined the conversation. No, I believe Han Chong's emphasis is not on the level 1 energy crystals. The elder shook his head, casting a glance at Han Chong. Han Chong smiled and gave the elder a thumbs up, not keeping them in suspense, and continued. Do you remember the 48 zombies we captured in the supermarket initially? We can employ the same method. Ah, brilliant, the stout fellow exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Captain, you truly are remarkable. How did I not think of this? Level 2 zombies are formidable, but we can first capture the level 1 zombies. Wait, hold on. But how can we capture so many zombies? The stout man's excitement waned as he realized the challenge. While slaying thousands of zombies is feasible, capturing thousands of live ones and binding them is an entirely different endeavor. The crux of the matter is that the zombies must be alive for them to undergo evolution. Capturing them is out of the question, but if we can confine them en masse in a specific location, that remains achievable. What we need to do now is find a suitable place, Han Chong asserted. Excellent idea. The elder, who had been listening and pondering, suddenly slapped the table. Have you thought of a place? Han Chong inquired. You likely have as well. Ha. The elder laughed heartily, eagerly stating, the subway station. Han Chong once again gave the elder a thumbs up. The elder continued. Next to the library is the subway station intersection, with Line 4 heading south to Confucius Temple and Line 2 to Zinjiku. Either of these subway routes can attract countless zombies. The elder was indeed correct. My thoughts aligned perfectly with his. Upon discussing this matter, Han Chong felt a surge of excitement. The subway tunnels, narrow, enclosed, and elongated, can accommodate a vast number of zombies. As long as we set up the appropriate arrangements in advance to lure the level 1 zombies into the subway tunnel, we might gather enough energy crystals in just 1 day. Yet the stout fellow remained puzzled and asked, even if we can find the zombies, what if they hide deep within the tunnels and do not come out? Should we go in and kill them? I have not fully considered that either. The elder chimed in. Fire! Han Chong exclaimed succinctly. The elder immediately stood up, pacing back and forth while clapping his hands in excitement. Good, good, good. This idea is truly splendid. The elder praised Han Chong profusely. If you had been born in ancient times, you would undoubtedly have been a master strategist in warfare. Elder, could you explain that? I still don't quite understand. The stout fellow was taken aback, wondering how a single word could resolve the issue. Considering that the subway tunnel lacked flammable materials, making it difficult to set a fire. What is hard to comprehend? If the conditions are lacking, we simply create them. First, let us get some rest. Let us get some rest. Ha ha ha. Recharge our spirits and continue our work tomorrow. A significant matter has been resolved, and the old gentleman is in exceedingly good spirits. On September 26th, the third to last day before the second collective evolution of the zombies. Despite having only rested for 2 or 3 hours the previous night, everyone rose at the break of dawn, precisely at 7 a.m. Captain Han, I pondered the matter further yesterday, and I believe the evolution is of utmost importance. To achieve our goals, there is an overwhelming array of preparations required. The installation of gates on both sides of the subway tunnel, the procurement of gasoline and diesel, and the arrangement of fuel within the tunnel cannot be taken lightly. 3 days may not suffice. We have already accumulated a sufficient supply of food resources, and maintaining this for a period should pose no problem. Therefore, I propose that we prioritize the arrangement of the subway tunnel while the collection of resources can be flexibly scheduled later. Early in the morning, old Zhao, eyes reddened, approached Han Chong with great enthusiasm. Clearly, he had also reflected on Han Chong's plans during the night and had refined them further. The old gentleman spoke with the wisdom of experience, and Han Chong naturally had no reason to oppose him. Conceiving ideas is simple, yet the reality of implementation reveals that many matters are not as straightforward as they appear. It was only when Han Chong began to take action that he realized how fortunate he was to heed the old gentleman's advice. Otherwise, they might not have managed in time. Sealing off the subway entrances on both sides was not a daunting task for the group. There were ample steel reinforcements and iron plates in Limin Alley. They simply needed to weld the sides together and leave openings as required. The crux of the issue lay in the collection and arrangement of the fuel. Gasoline evaporates, and if it were poured into the tunnel in advance, it might dissipate during the waiting period for the zombies to mutate, rendering it ineffective by the next day. Moreover, the distance between the 2 subway stations is several kilometers. How much fuel would be necessary to ignite the tunnel thoroughly and eradicate the secondary zombies? It is well known that zombies possess formidable vitality. As long as their heads remain intact, they can endure. Methods that are lethal to ordinary humans are insufficient to eliminate secondary zombies, regardless of how much fuel we require. There are no longer any regulations at the gas stations. We can simply gather all the fuel from the nearby stations. Fatty stated dismissively. His reasoning was sound. They might as well procure it all. Ordinarily, a level 3 gas station stores 60 cubic meters, a level 2 gas station holds 120 cubic meters, and a level 1 gas station accommodates 180 cubic meters. Within a 3-kilometer radius, there are 3 gas stations, 2 level 1 and 1 level 3, sufficient for their needs. If that proves inadequate, there are also vehicles on the surrounding roads filled with gasoline. Fatty, a minor internet celebrity with merely 10,000 followers, is a typical underdog who cannot afford a car. Han Chong is merely a student and also lacks a vehicle, while Tang Luo is far too young and does not even possess a driver's license. Among the crowd present, only Zhao Ziyue frequently drove and was a local, thus possessing a clear understanding of the nearby gas stations and directly pointed out the direction to everyone. Standing here discussing serves little purpose. Let us first proceed to the nearest gas station and deliberate on the finer details while we work. Han Chong has always been a man of action. Once the general direction was established, he promptly resolved to set out. Let us go, let us go, Tang Luo exclaimed with excitement. Engaging in cerebral tasks was not her forte, and the mere thought of it made her drowsy. However, when it came to setting out to slay zombies, Tang Luo was exceedingly enthusiastic. Chapter 50. Tang Luo's personal debut. The nearest gas station to the library subway station was situated 12 kilometers east of the library. Along Longzhong Road, a state-owned brand, Zhao Ziyue was in charge of driving, with the elder seated in the passenger seat, as the truck rattled and sped down the road. Despite the numerous broken-down vehicles on the eastern roadway, the number of zombies wandering about was relatively sparse. The majority of the zombies were trapped inside the vehicles, and as the truck passed, those within would frantically pound on the windows upon hearing the commotion. If time permitted, Han Chong would have preferred to eliminate all these zombies. For while they were currently immobilized, their threat would significantly escalate post-evolution. Vehicles would no longer confine them. This vicinity was not far from Ipin Yuqing, which would eventually pose a problem for everyone. Yet, with other urgent matters at hand, Han Chong could only reluctantly abandon that idea. The zombies that could freely roam the road were either knocked aside by the truck or dispatched by Han Chong and the hefty man, or left in their wake. Tang Luo stood atop the truck, observing the pursuing zombies. Initially thrilled, her excitement waned after loosing 2 arrows. She soon realized that her quiver contained only 12 arrows in total. Each shot diminished her supply. Now pressed for time, she could not afford to dismount and retrieve them. Once an arrow was shot, it was gone. Upon this realization, Tang Luo ceased her shooting, feeling dejected as she cradled her bow and returned to the truck. Watching Han Chong wielding his sword and the hefty man brandishing a large knife, relentlessly hacking at the zombies attempting to climb aboard, Tang Luo genuinely cherished her bow and arrow, carrying them wherever she went. Perhaps it was this fondness that led her to achieve remarkable prowess in archery at such a young age. In peaceful times, such a weapon could only be utilized in competitions. Now, having the opportunity to employ her bow to slay zombies, putting it to practical use, filled her with immense joy. The predicament, however, lay in the fact that arrows had been rendered obsolete by modern warfare. They were exceedingly rare, seldom seen outside of competitive shooting or museums. This scarcity meant she could find no means to replenish her supply. Losing 1 arrow meant 1 less in her quiver. The arrows she possessed, suitable for slaying, were the custom-made gift from her father on her 16th birthday. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Luo, clutching her bow and arrows, sat forlornly in the corner of the truck, her sorrow intensifying with each passing moment, tears streaming down her cheeks. When Han Chong and the chubby companion managed to fend off the zombies and turned back, they were taken aback. "What's wrong?" Han Chong inquired. Plopping down beside Tang Luo, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Brother Han Chong, I can't fight alongside you anymore." Tang Luo sobbed, her voice thick with emotion. Han Chong and the chubby one exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. "What's this about? I have only 12 arrows, and I've already lost 2. Tang Luo wiped her tears, her heart heavy with despair. "That's inconsequential. You can still fight without arrows. Listen to me. Grandpa Zhao is a martial arts master. You can learn from him later. Both the chubby one and I are training with him." Han Chong reassured her. "And your sister Ziyue is incredibly skilled. Taught by her grandfather too. Is that true?" Tang Luo asked, her eyes widening with surprise, but her joy was short-lived. "But I still love archery. I've adored it since childhood. The coach said if I were in ancient times, I'd be a female Li Guang." "Ah, loving archery complicates matters," Han Chong mused. "In this era, where can you procure arrows? Is there express delivery for that? The only solution is to craft them yourself? But who has the expertise for such a task?" Suddenly, Han Chong's thoughts turned to a certain individual, Zhao Ziyue. Her metallic abilities allowed her to manipulate metal. Surely, she could replicate arrows. With newfound determination, Han Chong proclaimed, "Fear not. It's merely a matter of arrows. For now, endure a little longer and hone your martial skills. In no more than 6 months, you will possess an abundance of arrows. As for the 2 you lost, we can retrieve them when we return." "Really?" Tang Luo quickly dried her tears, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at Han Chong. "Absolutely," Han Chong asserted confidently, convinced that Zhao Ziyue would awaken her powers within 6 months. Completely oblivious to the complexities of arrow production, he was solely focused on Ziyue's abilities. Little did he know, even if she awakened her power to control metal, she would only be able to replicate arrowheads. What are the shafts? Should they also be made of metal? Nevertheless, at that moment, Han Chong's words provided significant comfort to Tang Luo, who soon brightened up again. The truck traversed a mere 2 kilometers, taking only a few minutes. It did not enter the gas station, as it was choked with vehicles, rendering access impossible. Within the gas station, 6 or 7 zombies shuffled about, 2 of whom were clad in the uniforms of gas station attendants, dutifully guarding the premises even in their undead state. Zhao Ziyue leaped from the truck, instinctively drawing her pistol. "Don't fire recklessly, no matter how accurate your aim. Discharging a weapon in a gas station is extremely dangerous. It could easily lead to a fire. Moreover, the sound of gunfire attracts nearby zombies. We are not here to hunt zombies. Let us avoid unnecessary trouble." The elder intercepted Zhao Ziyue. Allow me. My bow and arrows are perfectly fine." Tang Luo finally seized the opportunity to showcase her skills, eagerly stepping forward to volunteer. Han Chong had already intended to nurture Tang Luo, and seeing her initiative, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Now, after the enhancement from the energy crystals, Tang Luo had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her physical capabilities elevated to an entirely new echelon. With Han Chong's approval, Tang Luo effortlessly leaped onto the roof of a car and swiftly released an arrow. The sharp projectile struck true, piercing the skull of a zombie, which collapsed instantly. The other zombies stirred slightly before resuming their aimless wandering. In total, Tang Luo unleashed 7 arrows, successfully dispatching all the zombies, thus splendidly accomplishing her debut performance. Little Tang Luo is truly remarkable, a master marksman, Elder Zhao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Han Chong was equally astonished, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. This young Tang Luo undeniably possessed immense potential for development. However, the issue arose: how to transport the fuel back. The group circled the gas station, quickly falling into despair. Gasoline and diesel are not mere objects that can be moved directly. They are liquids, after all. What if we use this bottle? The chubby one suggested, emerging from the convenience store with a bottle of mineral water, finishing it in one gulp before shaking the empty bottle. Chubby brother, how much can this little bottle hold? Tang Luo giggled, covering her mouth. Haha, I was just joking. But seriously, there's always a way. The chubby one shrugged off the teasing. But his offhand remark sparked a flash of inspiration in Han Chong's mind. Yes, we can use bottles, he exclaimed. You don't mean to use a mineral water bottle, do you? That won't hold much. Zhao Ziyue expressed her astonishment, questioning whether Han Chong had lost his senses as well. Chapter 51. Shifting perspectives. One bottle won't suffice, but what if we use multiple? Han Chong reasoned. I was pondering how to utilize this gasoline in the subway tunnel. And now I have a solution. Unfazed by Zhao Ziyue's skepticism, he radiated confidence. The elder, recognizing Han Chong's seriousness, urged, do share your thoughts. If we were to pour gasoline and diesel into the underground tunnel, it would seep into the ground, evaporating and diminishing its effectiveness. Moreover, we wouldn't be able to gather enough gasoline to cover the tunnel in a short period. This was easily understood, and the others nodded in agreement. But what if we approached it differently? Instead of spilling the fuel on the ground, what if we suspended it above? Suspended above? The chubby one stared blankly at the mineral water bottle in his hand. Are you suggesting we put gasoline in the bottle and hang it from the ceiling of the tunnel? How would we ignite it up there to burn the zombies? Seeing the questioning gazes of the crowd, Han Chong continued excitedly. All we need is to create a long strip of cloth soaked in gasoline, and then tie countless bottles of mineral water together. Before Han Chong could finish his sentence, the crowd understood. As long as the zombies swarm into the passage, we only need to ignite one end of the cloth strip, and the bottles will fall one by one, spilling gasoline onto the zombies. The ignited zombies will dart about in the passage, igniting all of their kind. How delightful! Tang Luo clapped his hands in joy. His enthusiasm naturally mirrored the sentiments of the group. To ensure effectiveness, we would need at least one bottle every meter along the 2.5-kilometer passage, amounting to over 2,000 bottles. If we deploy 2 tunnels as previously planned, we would require at least 4,000 to 5,000 bottles. At that point, if we scatter some flammable materials in the passage, it will intensify the flames, making this method feasible. However, gathering so many bottles in a short time will be quite a challenge. The old man quickly made calculations and proposed some improvements. The hefty man pointed to the convenience store at the gas station and said, there are at least 400 to 500 here. We just need to find a large supermarket. Zhao Ziyue immediately chimed in. The Chengdu supermarket we passed earlier must have even more. We do need to visit Chengdu supermarket, but we don't necessarily have to collect bottles. Han Chong's mind was racing with ideas. Without waiting for questions, he continued, we could use shopping bags. Indeed, shopping bags are even better. Once ignited, the gasoline will surely spread everywhere. Plus, it will save time from emptying the bottles. Zhao Ziyue also expressed her excitement. Seeing that no one had any objections, the 5 of them quickly divided their tasks. The convenience store at the gas station had hundreds of plastic bags. The old man, the hefty man, and Tang Luo began to fill them. Meanwhile, Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue would undertake the more perilous task of heading to Chengdu supermarket to collect shopping bags. The Chengdu supermarket at the intersection of Longzhong Road and Jinhui Road is quite renowned in the area. Not only has it been established for a long time, but its size also surpasses that of the large comprehensive supermarket near the library by more than double. A small parking lot at the entrance is filled with electric bikes and bicycles, indicating a substantial flow of people and, consequently, a significant number of zombies inside. The plastic bags are generally located at the exit gates. We need not venture deep inside. Just grab the bags at the entrance. Zhao Ziyue observed for a moment and said, there are numerous zombies outside, which complicates the cleanup, and the key concern is attracting even more. Han Chong frowned. Dealing with so many zombies in an open area would not be easy. Look over there. Zhao Ziyue pointed towards the eastern side of the small square. Along Jinhui Road stood a row of 2-story storefronts, yet all doors and windows had been removed, with large characters for demolition painted on the walls. Han Chong glanced over and immediately gave Zhao Ziyue a thumbs up, exclaiming, what a brilliant idea. Once Zhao Ziyue realized Han Chong understood her intention, she leaped forward, crossing the intersection and sprinting towards Jinhui Road diagonally, with Han Chong closely following. Their speed far exceeded that of the wandering zombies, and by the time the undead reacted, the two had already passed them. As the zombies howled and chased after them, they swiftly climbed to the second floor of the storefront, leaving the enraged creatures to roar below. Ignoring the zombies downstairs, they positioned themselves at the westernmost side of the building and began to shout loudly towards the parking lot. Upon hearing their calls, the wandering zombies in the parking lot, along Longzhong Road, and at the intersection immediately surged towards them. Realizing their strategy was effective, the pair continued their cries, enticing the zombies to move eastward along Jinhui Road. The storefront extended only 400 to 500 meters eastward, culminating in a large gate behind which a construction site was underway. Once they gauged the distance was sufficient, they ceased their shouts and, leaving the bewildered zombies behind, returned to the western side along the rooftop. Even though the square was deserted, they remained cautious, knowing there were likely many more inside the supermarket. This supermarket is stocked with supplies. If we have time later, we should focus on gathering resources here. Han Chong felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the large supermarket. They now led the pack, as the rampant zombies had deterred others from venturing out to scavenge, presenting a unique opportunity for them. Upon entering the supermarket, they encountered a line of over a dozen turnstiles. However, the zombies at the turnstiles were astonishingly numerous, likely remnants of disaster victims waiting to check out. What should we do? Zhao Ziyue dared not speak, silently inquiring with her lips. Han Chong pointed outside. Upon receiving a nod from Zhao Ziyue, he let out a furious roar. The zombies loitering at the turnstiles and on the first floor, upon hearing Han Chong's shout, had their crimson eyes gleam brightly, each letting out desperate howls as they surged towards the two. Relying on their superior speed, they employed the same tactic once more, luring a multitude of zombies to the eastern side of Jinhui Road. When they returned, the area at the turnstiles was now deserted. Sharing a knowing smile, they dashed to the turnstiles and tore down every convenient bag, regardless of size. Retreat. After estimating they had collected no fewer than several thousand, if not over 10,000 bags, Han Chong signaled to Zhao Ziyue, and the two hastily sprinted back to the gas station. At this moment, the old gentleman and his companions were joyfully filling bags with fuel, having already filled over 100. They then secured the bags with ropes to prevent any leakage. Upon seeing the two return, laden with numerous bags, the plump fellow exclaimed with excitement, "Ha! This method of storing fuel is truly delightful. With the prices of oil skyrocketing daily without any sign of decline, we have struck a tremendous bargain today." Chapter 52. The Pre-Evolved Parrot at this gas station. After a long day of labor, the group managed to fill over 5,000 shopping bags of various sizes, with ample supplies of both convenience bags and gasoline remaining. And as night fell, they decided to forego further filling, preparing to head home. All 5,000 bags were strung together with ropes, suspended in the truck's cargo area, swaying gently and emitting a potent aroma. The truck was packed to the brim, and the overpowering scent made it impossible for the group to sit in the cargo area as they had previously. Consequently, Han Chong and his companions opted for a different vehicle, dispatching the zombies trapped in the driver's seat before taking it for themselves, with the plump fellow leading the way. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyue and the old gentleman, a grandfather-granddaughter duo, drove the truck closely behind. The convenience bags were inherently fragile, and filled with gasoline, they became even more delicate. A moment's carelessness could lead to leaks, hence they could not drive recklessly like they had on their way there. Thus, Han Chong's vehicle took the lead, honking the horn to lure zombies ahead, while Zhao Ziyue followed in the truck at a cautious pace. Occasionally, a few zombies, not drawn away, trailed behind the truck, but they posed little threat, easily dispatched by the old gentleman with a shot. When Han Chong and his group had successfully led the zombies in a wide circle back to Yiping Yuqing, Zhao Ziyue and her companions had already driven the truck into the city. With the gasoline gathered, the remaining tasks became considerably simpler. However, as night had fallen, the group did not immediately begin setting up the subway passage. Han Chong, the plump fellow, and the old gentleman continued their work as welders, reinforcing the low-tier steel fortress. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyue and Tang Luo collected bedsheets and covers from various households, cutting them into strips and tying them together. When Han Chong finally returned to Tang Luo's house, exhausted and famished, he was taken aback to find an unexpected presence in the room, aside from the two young women. What on earth? Where did this large bird come from? Is that a parrot? The plump fellow's head popped up from behind, and upon seeing the magnificent macaw strutting around the living room like a sovereign surveying its domain, he gasped in astonishment. Intrigued by this novelty, he rushed forward. Yet, before he could approach, the parrot spread its wings wide, squawking loudly, adopting a fierce stance, and glaring at him menacingly. Oh my, what audacity! A mere feathered creature dares to glare at me. Before me, the zombie is but a mere chick. How dare it challenge me? If I do not teach you a lesson, you will never comprehend the extent of my prowess. With that, The hefty fellow rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the parrot. Han Chong swiftly grasped his arm and inquired of Zhao Ziyue, "How did you release it?" After reviving the parrot, Han Chong had been preoccupied and had nearly forgotten about it. Had it not been for Zhao Ziyue's actions, the parrot might have met its demise once more, starving in its cage. While searching for bedsheets, he fortuitously spotted it again. The parrot, quite clever, seemed to remember me, chirping in delight. Feeling pity, I liberated it. To my surprise, it did not fly away but followed closely behind me, trailing my every step. Zhao Ziyue explained, her curiosity piqued by the parrot's behavior. Han Chong, this parrot is remarkably intelligent. It comprehends everything we say and is truly delightful, albeit a bit fierce. Tang Luo chimed in, chattering away, likely feeling a bit rejected like the hefty fellow. As Han Chong spoke, the parrot noticed him, promptly tucking its wings and hopping over to nuzzle against his leg. To the eyes of the hefty fellow and Tang Luo, the seemingly fierce parrot displayed a gentle demeanor akin to that of a playful puppy. Goodness, has this parrot become a spirit? Why is it so selective? Witnessing Han Chong receive such affection, the hefty fellow seethed with frustration. Tang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. This shouldn't be. I am exceptionally adorable and beautiful. Why does this grand parrot favor Han Chong instead? Is it that all beautiful beings repel one another? Then what of my brother, who is far from handsome? Meanwhile, Han Chong remained unfazed. He had revived the parrot alongside Zhao Ziyue and even provided it with a precious energy crystal for its sustenance. Being inherently intelligent, the parrot, having undergone evolution due to the energy crystal, exhibited an even greater sense of awareness. Yet, its behavior filled Han Chong with joy. Unlike humans, animals possess a wild nature that can be fierce when untamed. However, once trust is established, they become remarkably loyal. Thus, witnessing the parrot's affectionate demeanor stirred a sense of joy within Han Chong, leading him to ponder a unique thought. What if he were to nurture this parrot diligently? With that notion in mind, Han Chong knelt down, deftly flipping his wrist to offer the parrot another energy crystal. The parrot's round, bean-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Having experienced its value, it eagerly gulped down the precious gem. Thank you, thank you. The parrot flapped its wings in delight, tilting its head to emit a couple of cheerful calls. Goo goo, so this grand parrot can talk as well. Tang Luo giggled, leaning closer to Han Chong. As the parrot once more assumed a defensive posture towards her, Tang Luo immediately felt displeased, her small lips pouting in indignation. They were all allies, after all. A modicum of courtesy was in order, was it not? Observing Tang Luo's sulky demeanor, Han Chong chuckled softly, capturing the parrot and presenting it before everyone, earnestly offering several admonitions. The macaw bobbed its head, curiously glancing about, incessantly uttering thanks, though it remained uncertain whether it comprehended Han Chong's words. Had this parrot undergone some form of transformation? The old gentleman, having shared camaraderie with fellow veterans who enjoyed keeping birds, was no stranger to parrots. After a careful observation, he discerned that this particular parrot was indeed peculiar, unlike any he had encountered before, igniting his curiosity. There appeared to be no evident changes in its size or appearance. Rather, its behavior was likely a consequence of consuming energy crystals. Han Chong himself was also scrutinizing the parrot, yet he found no signs of transformation. Did you feed it energy crystals? Can animals evolve too? The portly man contemplated, realizing that this peculiar creature's arrogance stemmed from its consumption of the energy crystals, elevating it to an extraordinary status. I am not entirely sure, Han Chong replied, but the energy crystals do indeed serve a beneficial purpose for them. In his previous life, Han Chong was aware that the formidable creatures often hunted high-level zombies and other entities, not merely for sustenance, but primarily to acquire energy crystals and demon cores to facilitate their own evolution. The issue lay in the fact that those beings typically underwent transformation before harnessing such energy to enhance themselves. Yet, this macaw had not transformed. It remained an ordinary avian. Han Chong was uncertain what changes feeding it energy crystals would evoke, but one thing was certain. This parrot would undoubtedly become more intelligent and powerful. The current circumstances seemed to corroborate that notion. Chapter 53. The first passage on September 27th. The greenhouse effect continued to unleash its might. Six Dynasties City, positioned at the estuary of Chongjiang, was enveloped in oppressive heat and humidity, devoid of any refreshing autumnal chill. Feeling the weight of the weather, Han Chong was filled with apprehension. Such conditions were conducive to the proliferation of mosquitoes. In a few days, when the calamity of giant mosquitoes erupted, it would be exceedingly intolerable. Without possessing formidable awakened abilities, even second-level evolved beings would have no choice but to retreat in the face of these monstrous insects. Consequently, once the passage was arranged, additional preparations would be necessary. Time was of the essence. Only 2 days remained, a mere blink in the grand scheme of things. At 7:30 in the morning, the group arrived punctually at the subway station adjacent to the library. As a transit hub, the subterranean space of this station was quite expansive. After luring the wandering zombies within the subway station into the narrow entrance of the passage, they swiftly eliminated them, subsequently sealing off the other 2 passages that were temporarily unnecessary. The paths leading to the Confucius Temple and Xian Street have been fortified with steel and iron plates, leaving only a single entrance for individual passage, facilitating prompt closure as needed. Once this arrangement was established, the group proceeded along the passage towards Xian Street, affixing strips of cloth, saturated with the remnants of abandoned automobile fuel tanks, to the ceiling. In accordance with their prior strategy, they hung bags of gasoline every meter. Additionally, they spread out some blankets lightly soaked in gasoline, along with books transported from the library to aid combustion. These tasks were tedious, bothersome, and time-consuming. Fortunately, the absence of zombies within the passage allowed their efforts to proceed relatively smoothly. It was only upon reaching the vicinity of the Xian Street subway station that they encountered difficulties. Xian Street is a major station, serving as a central transportation hub of the Sixth Dynasty city and an important commercial center, with a daily footfall of hundreds of thousands. The underground passages are extensive, and merely at the exit of the passage near the Line 2 parking area, there were hundreds of zombies. Engaging in combat with such a multitude of zombies was one concern, but the construction of iron gates and the setup of traps would certainly be unfeasible under these circumstances, rendering their prior efforts futile. Most critically, these passages are interconnected. Should a battle erupt, zombies would continuously surge in, complicating the situation beyond the current visible threat. Stay put here and do not move. I will retrace my steps and lead these zombies away. Han Chong observed the situation, realizing that rushing forward was not a viable option, and was left with no choice but to resort to the simplest method. After Han Chong departed, the remaining 4 concealed themselves within the passage, too fearful to reveal themselves for fear of attracting the attention of the zombies outside. Ironically, the more one worries, the more likely trouble arises. One zombie, seemingly disoriented, stumbled onto the tracks while meandering on the platform. When it regained its footing, it began to shuffle along the tracks towards the direction of the group. Witnessing this, the others were immediately drenched in cold sweat. One lone zombie was not terrifying, but the potential for this singular creature to jeopardize the entire plan was daunting. Zhao Ziyue instinctively raised her pistol, her palms slick with sweat. Thankfully, the elder remained composed, firmly holding her back and instructing Tang Luo, use the bow and arrow. Tang Luo's expression tightened, yet she nodded with excitement. Despite her youth, having secured victory in a national competition, she possessed a commendable capacity for pressure. She first bit down on an arrow for readiness before knocking it to her bow, aiming it at the zombie. The zombie's vision during daylight was poor, primarily due to the effects of sunlight. However, within the underground passage, sunlight was absent, and aside from the flickering lights, the overall ambience was quite dark. Although the group pressed against the walls, striving to remain hidden, the zombie nonetheless detected their presence. Just as it was about to unleash a roar, a sharp arrow swiftly pierced through its throat, transforming its growl into a mere rasping sound. Though the throat wound was not fatal, the zombie, despite being severely injured, showed no sign of slowing down. Almost immediately, a second arrow followed suit, penetrating the zombie's brain and ultimately bringing it down. Just as the crowd began to rejoice, the horde of zombies on the platform suddenly stirred. What was happening? Panic ensued as everyone feared the zombies had been roused. To their astonishment, the undead began to rush outward. It must be Captain Han Chong who had drawn their attention. It turned out to be a false alarm. The old man let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat. The peril they had just faced was akin to his past missions abroad, where a moment's lapse could have spelled disaster. The discovery by the zombies was a trifling matter. The true concern lay in the potential failure of the mission, which would jeopardize subsequent plans. The multitude of passages here made it unpredictable when a swarm of zombies might surge in. Everyone needed to hasten. Once safety was assured, the old man promptly summoned everyone to begin preparations. The strength of a level 2 zombie exceeded that of an ordinary zombie by more than double. While they were more frenzied and bloodthirsty, they also possessed a modicum of intelligence. Thus, everyone was meticulous in creating the barricades. 3 sheets of steel, each 2 centimeters thick, were welded together and reinforced with a steel mesh to form a colossal iron gate. The gate was pre-suspended at the top of the passage, one end secured while the other remained movable. Once the zombies entered the passage, releasing the hook would cause the movable end to drop, automatically locking into a preset notch. Where's Brother Han Chong? Just as everyone finished setting the mechanism and prepared to celebrate, Tang Luo suddenly spoke. At these words, the crowd shuddered. In their focus on work, they had forgotten about Han Chong. He was responsible for luring the zombies. Where was he? Zhao Ziyue hurriedly took out her phone and dialed Han Chong. To her surprise, the call connected almost immediately. Where are you? Zhao Ziyue's voice trembled. Damn it. There are just too many zombies at Xinjiku. I nearly lost my life in there. I'm at the subway entrance of the library. Han Chong's heavy breathing and hissing gasps resonated through the line. Zhao Ziyue hung up and sprinted down the passage toward the library. As she burst through the iron gate, she beheld Han Chong lying there, drenched in blood. The armor he had once polished to a brilliant shine was now in tatters. The left arm of his armor had vanished, along with a substantial portion of flesh from his left arm. The sight of the wound was horrifying. How did you get so badly hurt? Zhao Ziyue gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. It's nothing. I'm not going to die, Han Chong replied, taking a deep breath. As I returned earlier, I walked by the pharmacy and procured some alcohol and gauze. Please assist me in bandaging my wounds. In the future, let us undertake perilous endeavors together. Zhao Ziyue hurriedly picked up the gauze to tend to his injury while resolutely stating her intent. Chapter 54. A frenzied collection of supplies. Han Chong, who had been crying out in pain, gradually calmed down. His gaze lingered on Zhao Ziyue's profile, momentarily entranced. Though his eyes were slightly reddened and brimming with tears, her exquisite visage radiated determination. In that moment, Han Chong felt a stirring in his heart. As expressed in the sorrows of young Werther, what girl does not harbor youthful affections, and what boy remains untouched by love, unless one's inclinations veer astray? Mastering one's emotions proves to be the most arduous task. At that juncture, the old man and the portly fellow emerged from the passageway. Their shouts shattered Han Chong's reverie, and the pain surged back to him in an instant. The injury appeared rather grave. Zhao Ziyue secured the gauze tightly. Han Chong winced and managed a wry smile, saying, It's merely a superficial wound. I shall not perish. How did your preparations fare? We have everything set. Are you all right? Perhaps you should return and rest for a while? The old man approached, examining the injury with concern. Han Chong was the pillar of their group, and he could not afford to falter. No, since we have established this passage, we must proceed with the next one. If we let this opportunity slip, we may never encounter a more opportune moment. Han Chong resolutely shook his head. In the struggle for survival in this post-apocalyptic world, injuries were a common occurrence. Yet, the prospect of harvesting such a vast quantity of energy crystals in one go was unprecedented, even in Han Chong's 2 lifetimes. Once the second evolution occurs, and the zombies gain intelligence, it will be utterly impossible to gather such a multitude of them together. Moreover, as time progresses, it will only become more challenging. Zombies endowed with energy crystals will continue to evolve, emerging ever stronger and more cunning. Each crystal may well demand a fierce struggle to obtain. Thus, Han Chong was determined not to miss this opportunity. Had time permitted, he would have considered setting traps in even more passageways. Witnessing Han Chong's unwavering resolve, the others reluctantly proceeded to prepare the second passage. The situation at the Confucius Temple scenic area differed markedly from that at Xinjiku. Here, the crowds were denser, with people lingering and wandering about. The advantage lay in the fact that this was merely a subway station, unlike Xinjiku, which had numerous interconnected underground tunnels. The ground was dotted with massive sycamore trees, their branches densely interwoven due to mutation. Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue deliberately created noise to lure the zombies from the subway, then ascended the trees to conceal themselves. In a matter of moments, the area beneath the large trees teemed with a throng of zombies, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. Those standing atop the towering trunk offered a sense of stability. Zhao Ziyue's complexion remained pallid as she cast a glance towards Han Chong. The horde of zombies at Xinjiku was not any less than that here. The area was barren, dominated by lofty shopping malls and buildings, devoid of any space for climbing or evasion. How had Han Chong managed to escape? Noticing Zhao Ziyue's gaze upon him, Han Chong refrained from elaborating, merely flashing a grin as he said, Let us lead these zombies on a circuit, but let us not stray too far. Otherwise, it will complicate our efforts to lure them back tomorrow. With the threat of zombies diminished, the work below progressed smoothly for the old man and his companions. Building upon the experiences of the morning, their pace exceeded expectations. By the time all tasks were completed, the clock struck 6:30 in the evening. After a day of relentless toil, even those who were evolved beings felt the weight of fatigue. Yet, a moment of respite was not granted. For Han Chong proposed that they should exert themselves further while time permitted. Will the risk not be greater at night? The old man inquired. The zombies are considerably stronger and more agile after dark. We won't venture far. We will act collectively, focusing our movements around the vicinity of the library subway station. Han Chong explained. The surrounding zombies have been lured and cleared multiple times, thus their numbers are relatively few. Moreover, we must continue to eradicate the remaining zombies to prevent any potential second evolution that could jeopardize our plans. The completion of the zombie secondary collective evolution was anticipated to occur in the early hours of the 29th. If they intended to incinerate and eliminate the zombies, it must be after this evolution. Should they face an onslaught from the zombies during this crucial phase, all their efforts could very well prove futile. It was imperative to ensure that the time frame and operational area, from incinerating the zombies to collecting energy crystals and returning to I Ching, remained relatively secure. Currently, they could still survey the zombies from a vantage point, but in 2 days, the tables might turn, with the zombies gazing down upon them. Furthermore, should their plan to incinerate the zombies fail, they would be subjected to the dominance of these second-tier zombies for an extended period, perhaps even forever unable to reclaim their standing. Han Chong was resolute in preventing such an eventuality. Once unified in purpose, the group sprang into action, though not without strategy. Under Han Chong's guidance, they revisited the police station, clearing out the remaining police supplies within. Regrettably, the ammunition they coveted was scant, totaling merely 15,000 rounds. Even with the previous reserves, it amounted to less than 20,000 rounds. Han Chong distributed a shield to each member. These police shields, though somewhat cumbersome and less agile, offered a broad defensive range. With this protection, the group would be relatively safer during their nocturnal endeavors, especially for Tang Luo, who lacked close combat abilities, making the shield all the more vital. Indeed, as Han Chong has remarked, ordinary zombies possess little intelligence. Absent any extraordinary stimuli, they merely meander aimlessly. A stretch of Taiping South Road near the library is comparatively safe, with hardly any zombies in sight. However, numerous stranded vehicles line the road, trapping many within. The group, courteous yet resolute, systematically dispatched the zombies. When they encountered convenience stores flanking the roadway, they would momentarily pause their onslaught to seize the available supplies, transferring everything deemed useful to their trucks. Anything that caught their eye and seemed potentially beneficial for the future was not overlooked. Cigarettes and alcohol? Collected. Clothing? Gathered. Convenience stores? Completely emptied. Pharmacies? Cleared out entirely. In this apocalypse, with doctors absent, these medications assume paramount importance. Particularly, first aid kits will be crucial as the ensuing battles promise to be numerous, and injuries are inevitable. Such kits will become exceedingly vital unless one possesses a super healing ability, akin to Han Chong's previous life. Yet, the irony lies in Han Chong's reluctance to awaken that super healing power once more. After clearing Taiping South Road, they began to methodically cleanse the area around the library, progressing south, north, and west. By the end of the night, the group lost count of the number of zombies they had vanquished, yet fortuitously recovered 2 arrows previously lost by Tang Luo from the corpses of the undead. As for supplies, the first building was filled to capacity. However, in Han Chong's eyes, these were but trifles. The true prize lay within the Chengdu supermarket. He reserved this substantial bounty for last, knowing that acquiring a large supermarket was already an ambitious goal. Chapter 55, The Protagonist of the Mission. The parrot and the gorilla. September 28th marked the final day before the second collective evolution of the zombies. Tension and excitement permeated the air. Even after a long night that stretched into the early hours, the entire group awakened at 7 o'clock, each member invigorated and brimming with determination. After rising, Han Chong casually offered the gorilla parrot another energy crystal before quickly freshening up and joining everyone for breakfast to discuss the day's strategy. "Captain, we've been waiting for you. When do we begin attracting the zombies?" asked the plump man, his mouth full of bread, his excitement palpable. Despite being under 30, his unshaven visage made him appear a decade older. Coupled with his protruding belly, had his hair been white, one could easily mistake him for an elder. The question posed by the plump man echoed the sentiments of the entire group. Yesterday's exertions were all for this moment, and all eyes turned toward Han Chong. Should this plan come to fruition, they would be among the first to harvest an ample supply of evolution energy crystals, so plentiful they could be likened to candy. Ideally, these 2 passages could ensnare at least 100,000 zombies. Due to the nature of collective evolution, the probability of second-tier zombies producing energy crystals is the same as that of ordinary zombies, standing at a mere 1%. With 100,000 zombies, it implies that we could potentially harvest around 1,000 second-tier energy crystals. The mere thought of such a bountiful yield ignites a thrill within. Even Han Chong, having lived 2 lifetimes, could scarcely fathom such a victory. In the face of the eager gazes around him, he calmly took a sip of milk before slowly stating, "After breakfast, we shall proceed to attract the zombies." The lively duo of Fatty and Tang Luo immediately erupted into cheers. However, Just then, a cacophonous squawk pierced the air. The two, caught off guard, felt their smiles freeze as they turned to identify the source of the sound. There stood the golden parrot, strutting with an air of confidence. Incessantly squawking fool, fool. Fatty's expression turned a shade of green. He could endure mockery from others, but being ridiculed by a bird was infuriating. Which fool are you referring to? He bellowed. Fool, fool, the parrot continued, ignoring Fatty completely as it swaggered past with an air of disdain, surveying its territory in the living room. By the heavens, I am being scorned by a bird. Fatty was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Tang Luo as if to ask whether they should retaliate. It's talking about you, Tang Luo calmly remarked, then picked up a piece of bread and resumed eating. Zhao Ziyue, unable to contain her amusement, quivered with laughter for a while before managing to ask Han Chong, how is your injury? It may take some time for a full recovery, but it won TMP today's mission. Han Chong replied, testing his left hand. Fortunately, it was his non-dominant hand that was injured, or else he wouldn't be able to wield his sword. How about I attract the zombies today? Zhao Ziyue proposed. No way. Han Chong decisively refused. I already circled around New Street yesterday, and I am more familiar with the distribution of zombies there. But Zhao Ziyue began, only to be interrupted by the elder, who stated, as Captain Han Chong previously mentioned, this plan is of utmost importance and will directly affect our future development. Moreover, we have only one chance. We must ensure success and gather as many energy crystals as possible. Although zombies lack intelligence, they are not easily manipulated, rendering this mission exceptionally perilous. With all eyes now on him, the elder continued, this operation cannot be accomplished by a single individual. We require one person to lure the zombies into the underground passage while reserving another to seal off the mechanisms at the back, trapping the zombies effectively. Upon hearing the elder's words, everyone realized they had indeed overlooked this critical aspect. Not only must they attract as many zombies as possible, but they also needed to ensure their complete confinement. After a moment of contemplation, Han Chong concluded, currently, our speed surpasses that of the zombies. Outrunning them is not an issue. As for the mechanisms ahead, it may be necessary to observe the situation with the pursuing zombies. The tunnel spans several kilometers, and the sound of movement from the front will undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies. However, the zombies that lag behind, having lost their target, may not continue to chase relentlessly. Consequently, the zombies left behind might linger at the entrance of the subway station. The task of disabling the mechanisms and ensuring a safe retreat becomes exceedingly perilous. I will take responsibility for guarding. Zhao Ziyue glanced at Han Chong and spoke first. Han Chong neither refused nor nodded. He merely tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, his mind racing with thoughts. Throughout their journey, Zhao Ziyue had earned his trust, and he could not possibly send her forth knowing the grave dangers that lay ahead. Yet, this plan evidently harbored a flaw. To ensure its successful execution, this defect must be addressed. Fool, fool. At that moment, the resounding voice of the parrot pierced the silence in the room. The chubby man was about to admonish the parrot to silence, not wanting to disturb Han Chong's contemplation, when he suddenly saw Han Chong whip around to look at the parrot. Jingang, come here. Han Chong called out. Its name is Jingang? Wait, isn't that the name of a giant ape? The chubby man felt that Han Chong had squandered a magnificent name, questioning whether this foolish bird was worthy of such a formidable title. The others paid no heed to the chubby man's grumbling, their attention fixed on Han Chong. At that moment, they firmly believed that Han Chong would not interrupt without purpose. Hearing Han Chong's voice, the parrot paused its antics, tilting its head and fixing its beady eyes on him, its squawking transforming into a chorus of thank you, thank you. Come here, come here. Han Chong beckoned once more, calling out. Remarkably, the parrot actually took steps towards him, evidently having become more intelligent after consuming 3 energy crystals. Han Chong bent down and lifted the parrot, discovering it weighed at least 4 to 5 pounds. If it were to be prepared as a dish, it could easily suffice for a single serving. Of course, Han Chong's intention in grasping the parrot was not culinary. He placed the parrot on his arm and raised it abruptly, exclaiming, fly around and show me. The parrot responded, flapping its wings and circling the living room before returning to perch on Han Chong's arm. Seeing this spectacle, Han Chong erupted into hearty laughter, addressing the bewildered crowd. It seems our crucial task is to be entrusted to Jingang. The chubby man's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Captain, I do not intend to question your judgment, though you are usually quite wise. Entrusting our grand scheme to this foolish bird seems rather hasty. If this foolish bird can manage, I, Fat Master, will bathe it and clean its droppings every day. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Han Chong chuckled. Wait, Captain, you cannot be serious. The chubby man exclaimed, visibly agitated. Let us go. Let us set off and begin our work before Mr. Parrot makes his official debut. We must attend to some minor arrangements. Han Chong refrained from further elaboration and, akin to a warrior bearing a falcon, departed the room with the parrot in tow, leaving the onlookers bewildered, at a loss to comprehend Han Chong's intentions. Chapter 56. The performance of the macaw upon leaving his residence. Han Chong did not immediately set out to attract the zombies. Instead, en route to the subway station, he had the macaw undergo several test flights. Within the parrot family, there exists a vast array of species, each varying in size and hue. The parrot in Han Chong's possession is a macaw, specifically a large specimen characterized by its vibrant red and green plumage. Typically, blue and gold macaws are valued between 8,000 to 10,000 yuan. Red and green macaws range from 15,000 to over 20,000 yuan, and scarlet macaws can reach around 30,000 yuan. Thus, macaws are not inexpensive in the realm of pet birds. However, what Han Chong deemed significant at this moment was not the parrot's vivid coloration or its monetary worth. Such frivolities hold no value in a post-apocalyptic world. His primary concern was whether the macaw's speed, endurance, and intelligence had improved following 3 evolutionary advancements. To assume the role of a protagonist, one must possess exceptional capabilities. Among the parrot species, there are indeed those that can fly swiftly. The swift parrot, also known as the fast parrot, boasts a flight speed that can reach up to 95 kilometers per hour. Large macaws, however, do not achieve such velocities, with a standard speed of around 70 kilometers per hour being acceptable. After 3 enhancements, the macaw's speed has theoretically approached that of the swift parrot. Of course, its improvements extend beyond mere speed, encompassing increases in strength, endurance, and intelligence as well. While Han Chong had exuded confidence earlier, it is only at this moment that he feels a sense of relief. After conducting several trials, he finds the parrot to be quite dependable. The onlookers observed Han Chong's antics with the bird, akin to witnessing a dandy parading his trained falcon or hound. It was not until they arrived at the library subway station that Han Chong seized his whimsical behavior. He then rallied the group to reposition 2 vehicles at the entrances of the underground passages. This time, Han Chong was straightforward, providing instructions to the hefty man and the elder. When those inside attracted the zombies and rushed out, you must frantically honk the car horns. This is easily understood. The passage is enclosed, allowing sound to carry and thereby enticing more zombies. The elder nodded in acknowledgement of Han Chong's directive. The arrangements here are entrusted to you. Attracting the zombies will be managed by me, Ziyue, and the macaw. After rehearsing the procedure for breaching the enclosed entryway and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Han Chong raised his arm, playfully engaging the parrot. Though uncertain of Han Chong's ultimate intention for the parrot, Ziyue felt a sigh of relief upon hearing that he still wished to keep her by his side. Under the countless admonitions of the old gentleman, the 2 individuals and a parrot departed from the library subway station, prioritizing their journey towards the direction of Xinjiku. Within a radius of 500 meters, the path had been cleared, allowing for smooth progress. However, upon nearing the bustling commercial core of Xinjiku, the number of zombies rapidly increased. Zhao Ziyue swiftly surveyed her surroundings and noted the absence of low, continuous buildings and tall, interconnected banyan trees on either side of the road. Their conventional methods proved ineffective here. It seemed that the only way to access the Xinjiku subway station was through a forceful breach. Zhao Ziyue suddenly grasped why Han Chong had been injured the previous day. Yet, the sheer number of zombies before them was overwhelming. Even if they managed to break through, there would be no opportunity to draw more zombies, leaving them with no choice but to hastily enter the underground passage. After expending such significant effort and time, how many zombies could they possibly attract? What to do? Zhao Ziyue glanced at Han Chong, realizing that this task was far more challenging than anticipated. Han Chong chuckled, raising his arm and commanding, "Jin Gang, it's time to get to work. Fly along this path and call out. Do not stop unless I tell you to." Upon hearing Han Chong's order, Jin Gang cocked its head, its round eyes filled with confusion, remaining motionless on Han Chong's arm. "Is this your plan?" Zhao Ziyue was bewildered, staring at Han Chong and the foolish parrot in disbelief. Goodness, this damned parrot wouldn't falter at a critical moment, would it? Perhaps the task was too intricate for it to grasp at once. Noticing Zhao Ziyue's expression, Han Chong felt an overwhelming embarrassment and quickly explained. He fished out an energy crystal, waved it in front of Jin Gang, and slowed his speech, saying, "Keep flying forward, maintain your altitude. Complete the task, and I shall reward you with one of these." Jin Gang instantly perked up, its beak moving like lightning as it eagerly pecked at the energy crystal in Han Chong's hand. However, Han Chong's reflexes were quicker. He clenched his fist, retracting the crystal just in time. Jin Gang pecked at nothing, its big, round eyes looking at Han Chong with bewilderment, tinged with a hint of grievance. Silly bird. Han Chong silently cursed, took a deep breath, and reiterated, fly forward, maintain altitude, and call out while you fly? Lure away those monsters ahead, complete the task, and you shall receive a reward. This time, Jin Gang did not hesitate. Its graceful figure danced in the air while a resounding call erupted from its beak. The parrot's voice was inherently loud and penetrating, and after its evolution, it had grown even more powerful. The surrounding zombies, upon hearing the call, immediately sprang into action, especially since Jin Gang was a warm-blooded creature. It provoked an even greater response from the zombies, who roared and relentlessly pursued it. Upon seeing such a sudden influx of foes, Jin Gang was terrified, flapping its wings frantically, forgetting to call out in its panic. However, upon observing the raucous creatures below, who despite their cacophony could not lay a finger on him, King Kong began to swell with pride, resuming his incessant and foolish calls. At times, he would pause mid-flight, alighting upon a street lamp to mock incessantly. As countless injuries surged beneath him, he soared with delight, perching upon the next lamppost. Han Chong's original intention was merely to have King Kong draw the zombies away from the roadway. The fact that the creature understood his intent and continued to fly forward was already commendable. To his astonishment, King Kong's arrogance and innate aura of derision exceeded Han Chong's expectations. How did you know he could do it? Zhao Ziyue exclaimed, dumbfounded. I have no idea. I just thought I would give it a try. Han Chong chuckled, urging her to follow closely behind. Such an important matter. How could you merely try? Zhao Ziyue longed to inquire further, but Han Chong swiftly left her no opportunity, hastening to trail behind the horde of zombies, racing toward the new intersection. The street lamps became the finest stage for King Kong. Each time he landed upon a lamppost, he would leap and bound, employing his unique and resounding voice to unleash a torrent of mockery. What was unachievable for Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue posed no challenge for the flying King Kong, who executed it with even greater finesse. Chapter 57. The massive zombie tied with King Kong's assistance, his taunting skills unleashed in full force, and his fervent allure of animosity. The number of zombies at the new intersection only continued to swell. Witnessing the throngs of the undead gathering around him, King Kong became increasingly exhilarated, flaunting his prowess with unrestrained exuberance and resonant cries. The zombies wandering throughout the new intersection surged forth like pilgrims, trailing behind King Kong. Initially, Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue dared to keep their distance, but as the horde expanded to a staggering scale, both felt their scalps prickle with dread. No longer daring to approach, should they disturb the advancing swarm, their meager flesh would scarcely suffice. At the heart of the new intersection stood a vast crossroads, with a small garden at its center, and within that garden, a towering statue. King Kong ascended the statue, surveying the world below like an unparalleled master, gazing down imperiously. Surrounding the statue at his feet, the mass of zombies numbered at least 50 to 60,000. Zombies, ignorant of order or decorum, surged forward in a frenzy driven by bloodlust, creating a scene of utter chaos. Were it not for their unusual resilience, ordinary humans would have long since perished beneath the crushing throng. What should we do next? Zhao Ziyue's complexion paled slightly. Han Chong's palms were clammy with anxiety. Yet this was not the time for trepidation. Fortune favors the bold, and this was not merely a chance for wealth, but a fleeting opportunity to ascend to affluence. The underground passage here is a labyrinth, teeming with the undead. Our sole opportunity lies in locating the nearest entrance to descend. Han Chong retrieved his phone and, after pulling up the map, pointed to a subway entrance situated at the southeastern side of the intersection. However, the streets are currently congested with zombies, rendering our passage impossible. Zhao Ziyue, well acquainted with this area, did not even need to consult the map. This presents a conundrum. Descending through alternate passages would not only confront us with zombies, but also deny us the chance to lure the undead above into the tunnels. Yet, if we attempt to traverse the surface, we must confront a veritable sea of zombies. It seems we require Jin Gang's assistance. Faced with this seemingly insurmountable predicament, Han Chong found his thoughts once again gravitating towards Jin Gang. He had not anticipated Jin Gang's exuberance. Initially, he had merely intended for it to divert the zombies, allowing them a chance to infiltrate the subway station. Unexpectedly, this foolish bird attracted countless zombies, all congregating at the center of New Street, the scene resembling a grand assembly of the undead. Now, the distance between us is too great. Summoning Jin Gang would undoubtedly draw the attention of the zombies. At this juncture, calling for Jin Gang would be ill-advised, Zhao Ziyue cautioned. Han Chong surveyed the surroundings and then pointed to the entrance of a nearby building, suggesting, "We should first climb atop it, and then summon Jin Gang. Is this not too perilous?" Zhao Ziyue hesitated. The building's facade was composed entirely of smooth glass walls. Standing over 4 meters high, ascending it posed no problem for the two. However, the challenge lay in the descent. Once atop, retreating would not be so simple. Should they call for Jean Gang and inside a zombie onslaught, they would find themselves trapped, with no way out. At this moment, they could only gamble everything. If they succeeded, it would be a monumental triumph. Han Chong exclaimed with a mix of joy and excitement. If all else fails, we can only hope for the old man to rescue us. Reaching this point, Zhao Ziyue had no better alternatives, gritting her teeth and deciding to follow Han Chong. Prepared to face death together. Once atop the building's entrance, Han Chong gazed upon the ocean of zombies ahead, inhaled deeply, and began to call out for the parrot Jean Gang. Meanwhile, Jean Gang stood in the center of the intersection, seemingly oblivious to its mission. As it reveled in the cacophony of its own calls, countless zombies surged from all directions, a mass of bodies pressing together. In its excitement, Jean Gang had forgotten Han Chong's instructions, instead joyfully hopping atop a statue, its hard beak tapping rhythmically against the surface while it incessantly squawked. When it finally heard Han Chong's call, Jean Gang appeared to recall something, tilting its head and scanning the vicinity, yet failing to spot Han Chong. Nevertheless, it took flight, following the direction of the sound. As Jean Gang soared away, the zombies surrounding it immediately turned to follow. The crowd surged, making any attempt to turn around an arduous struggle. Numerous zombies were trampled to the ground, unable to rise amidst the throng of bodies. The grim reality was that these zombies could not be crushed to death. Instead, they endured relentless torment, suffering time and again. Upon spotting Han Chong, the mighty Kong rushed over with exuberance, calling out joyfully. A horde of zombies followed closely behind, crashing violently against the walls, their gaping maws emitting desperate, hunger-driven cries that sent chills down one's spine. Standing atop a meager 10-square-meter awning, facing the ocean of zombies below, even Han Chong found it challenging to remain composed. Once Kong settled on Han Chong's arm, it pecked excitedly at his shoulder, seemingly seeking praise. Well done, Han Chong commended, tossing it an energy crystal as a reward. Here's another task. Lead all these individuals to the west of that statue, and when I signal, bring them back. Kong eagerly consumed the energy crystal. Though the task Han Chong described was initially perplexing, drawing from past experiences, Han Chong simplified his language and utilized gestures to ensure Kong understood before it soared off once more. The rolling sea of zombies immediately pursued the vibrant color and the loud taunts, surging westward. While the zombies lacked organization, they possessed the advantage of fearing neither crowding nor trampling, allowing for rapid movement. However, Han Chong soon recognized a complication. Due to Kong's erratic flights, the zombies became disoriented, clustering together. After waiting for over an hour, only a sparse few dozen zombies remained to the east of the statue, prompting Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue to leap down from the awning. I will divert the remaining zombies. You enter the underground passage and wait atop the tunnel for an opportunity. Remember, I will not return for you, so do not come down. If possible, Han Chong wished to avoid placing Zhao Ziyue in a position of vulnerability. However, the unfolding events had exceeded his prior expectations. The tasks ahead would be increasingly perilous, necessitating a temporary alteration of his plans. Chapter 58. A grave mistake. Once Han Chong confirmed Zhao Ziyue understood the arrangement, he dashed out with a sharp whistle, deliberately creating noise to attract the zombies' attention. The remaining zombies on the ground, along with those previously knocked down and unable to keep pace, surged toward him. Han Chong dared not engage with these creatures. He only resorted to kicking them away or charging through when avoidance proved impossible. He intentionally passed by the subway entrance he had previously designated, calling out to draw out the zombies within. Then, at a precarious distance, he led the mass of zombies toward the center of the intersection. Upon witnessing Han Chong divert the zombies, Zhao Ziyue hastily rushed out, seizing the opportunity that Han Chong had bravely crafted at the cost of his own safety. Upon entering the subway, she was immediately confronted by two zombies lunging toward her. No longer the novice she once was, Zhao Ziyue remained composed under attack. With a swift maneuver, she rolled into the adjacent elevator shaft, using the elevator's railing to fend off the zombies, and effortlessly dispatched them with two precise shots. Without pausing, she swiftly descended the staircase. To her surprise, the subterranean passage, which Han Chong had previously attracted zombies to the day before, was now teeming with them once again. Just as she reached the bottom of the stairs and was about to turn into the corridor, 6 or 7 zombies charged at her. This forced her to retreat back up the stairs, firing her dual pistols as she moved, skillfully eliminating the threat before it could close the distance. In mere moments, a cold sweat had enveloped her. Yet, retreat was not an option. Han Chong was fighting fiercely outside, and if she failed to reach the designated location, all of their efforts would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ziyue raised her weapon and surged forward once more, descending the staircase. She turned right into a corridor approximately 7 or 8 meters long, only to be met by 4 more zombies halfway through. This time, she refused to retreat. Instead, she ran toward the oncoming zombies, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The straightforward path of the advancing zombies provided her with the perfect opportunity for accurate shots, and they fell swiftly before her as she burst through the ticketing area of the subway station. A dozen zombies were trapped behind the turnstiles, clawing and howling in frustration. These mindless creatures, knowing only to charge, were effectively immobilized. Initially startled, Zhao Ziyue soon felt a surge of exhilaration. With a flick of her ponytail, she charged forward, unleashing a flurry of shots. The presence of the turnstiles proved to be a significant advantage. After easily dispatching the few zombies, Zhao Ziyue leaped over the turnstile but paused to reconsider, returning to the entrance leading to the subway platform. She called out loudly several times, and sure enough, a group of zombies came rushing up from the platform below. Grateful for her prudence in not recklessly descending, she utilized the turnstiles to eliminate these zombies before finally dismantling the turnstile and removing the barriers, facilitating the passage for the oncoming horde. Once inside the underground platform, Zhao Ziyue sprinted to the trap she had previously set, grasping the overhead framework and suspending herself in silence, awaiting the arrival of the zombies. Meanwhile, Han Chong, relying on his speed, was outpacing the zombies as he dashed wildly around the central garden of the intersection. However, as he continued to run, he sensed an unsettling shift in the situation. With the increasing number of zombies, he realized that he was now caught in a precarious loop. With the zombies behind him closing in rapidly, the zombie left behind sensed that something was amiss. Turning around, it was taken aback to find that the person it had been pursuing was now directly behind it. Consequently, the horde of zombies abruptly reversed course, encircling Han Chong. This was quite the predicament. Han Chong, perceiving the dire situation, realized that entering the underground passage was not an option at this moment. Having expended such considerable energy, he could not bear the thought of being surrounded by 100 zombies. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted towards the statue at the center and, emulating a parrot, climbed atop it. The surrounding zombies quickly gathered, clawing desperately at the base of the statue. Fortunately, the marble pedestal, standing over 2 meters high, was sturdy enough. Otherwise, under such relentless assault, he would surely have met his end. Even so, Han Chong felt a chill of dread within him, thinking to himself that he had truly found himself in a grave situation and hoped he would not perish here. Momentarily dismissing the zombies below, he gazed westward from the statue and was struck by the sight of the zombie army stretching endlessly into the distance. It dawned upon him that a more pressing issue had arisen. He had instructed the parrot to keep flying, and now it had vanished without a trace. What was he to do? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a vibrant flash suddenly emerged from the southern road. Am I seeing things? Han Chong rubbed his eyes, incredulous. Hadn't that foolish bird been flying west? How could it have returned from the south? Moreover, with the parrot's reappearance, the zombie horde followed closely behind, a throng of bodies surging forth like an army on the march. When Han Chong turned once more to the west, he noticed that the tail of the seemingly endless zombie army continued to contract towards that direction. It was then that he comprehended the truth. The parrot had indeed aligned its thoughts with his, leading the zombie horde in a grand arc. However, his circle was smaller while the parrot's was far larger. The zombies, lacking intelligence, initially pursued the sound, and as they ran, they fell into a collective phenomenon, swept along by the larger group, effectively completing a grand circuit. The entire zombie procession resembled a colossal, gluttonous serpent, weaving around the southwestern corner of Xinjiku, traversing through the steel jungle of the apocalyptic city. The tail remained in view, while the head had already looped back around. Just how long was this line of zombies? Han Chong could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even if the underground passage were to be destroyed, it could not accommodate such a multitude. However, there was no time for further contemplation. At this juncture, regardless of the circumstances, he had to take a bold gamble. As Han Chong caught sight of the parrot, in turn, noticed him. Upon seeing Han Chong wave, the parrot emitted an excited cry, its speed surging as it distanced itself from the zombie horde, transforming into a streak of colorful light that soared to Han Chong's side. Han Chong swiftly commanded King Kong to lower its altitude, diverting the horde of zombies surrounding the statue. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped down, only to find the enormous, gluttonous serpent a mere 10 meters away. Trembling with exhilaration, Han Chong let out a furious roar that echoed like a wolf howling at the moon, urging King Kong to make haste. The duo, a man and a bird, clambered ahead, pursued by an endless army of the undead. Chapter 59. A narrow escape. Upon entering the underground passage, Han Chong immediately spotted the corpses strewn across the ground. Although he anticipated the presence of zombies below, the sight of so many lifeless bodies weighed heavily upon his heart. He fervently hoped that Zhao Ziyue was unharmed. As he dashed to the underground platform, the sight of Zhao Ziyue clinging to the ceiling brought him immense joy. Similarly, the ever-anxious Zhao Ziyue felt tears welling in her eyes upon seeing Han Chong, overwhelmed by an immense sense of relief. In that moment, they shared a profound connection, as if they had gazed into each other's souls for eternity. However, time was not on their side. Han Chong hurriedly called out, "Hang on, I'll be back soon," before leaping off the platform and racing into the dark corridor. Behind him, the relentless tide of zombies surged in, slithering like a colossal serpent into the depths of the underground passage. Zhao Ziyue, clinging to the corridor's ceiling, watched in awe as the seemingly infinite horde passed beneath her, a spectacle that would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Yet, this was also the moment of greatest peril. The platform was overrun with zombies, leaving no room to stand. The stench of blood and the cacophony of their roars were unbearable. It was a scene that would unnerve anyone who beheld it. Approximately 6 or 7 minutes later, the thunderous sound of a car horn echoed through the passage. Zhao Ziyue felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing that Han Chong had exited the corridor and completed his task. Now, the focus shifted to her own predicament. Below, the zombies continued to flood into the passage. Perhaps due to their overwhelming numbers, the entrance could not accommodate them all at once. Some lingered in the corridor, while others fled in the opposite direction. According to their previous plan, upon hearing the car horn, she was to release the mechanism. However, seeing the zombies persistently entering the passage, Zhao Ziyue hesitated to act. Despite her rising anxiety, she understood clearly. Even if she shut the mechanism now, escape would be impossible. It was wiser to wait a bit longer. The more zombies that entered, the greater her potential gain. After another 5 or 6 minutes, the zombies began to loiter within the passage, creating a bustling throng that filled the corridor to its limits. Zhao Ziyue realized that waiting any longer was futile. Gritting her teeth, she released the heavy iron door. With a resounding crash, the door came down, obliterating the zombies below into a gruesome pulp. However, this series of actions inadvertently revealed Zhao Ziyue's position. The zombies at the platform raised their heads in unison, crowding beneath her and emitting furious roars. Zhao Ziyue's complexion turned pale, her heart racing with trepidation. As she observed the growing horde of zombies accumulating below, they began to precariously stack upon one another, inching closer to her. In a panic, she drew her pistol and fired several shots. Yet, rather than alleviating her predicament, her efforts exacerbated the dire situation. The fallen bodies of the zombies became stepping stones, and the distant undead, drawn by the sound, surged forth with renewed frenzy. The claws of the zombies drew perilously near, and in that moment, despair engulfed Zhao Ziyue. Death itself may not have been terrifying, but the thought of being devoured by the undead was horrific. At that juncture, a colorful figure, adorned in red and green, accompanied by the cries of "Fool! Fool!" burst into the scene. It was King Kong. In an instant, delight illuminated Zhao Ziyue's eyes. The appearance of King Kong signified that Han Chong had likely returned outside. Upon hearing Zhao Ziyue's call, King Kong flapped its wings, soaring in an arc just above her. The space of the subway station was limited, and the parrot's flight hovered perilously close to the heads of the zombies. Instantly, countless zombies were captivated by the sound. Shifting their focus, their claws raised high in an attempt to claw at the obnoxious parrot. King Kong seemed to sense the danger, its initial bravado swiftly transforming into panic as it hastily circled around and fled towards the exit. The zombies, now agitated, shrieked and followed closely behind King Kong, surging out of the subway station in a chaotic rush. Within moments, the once crowded subway station transformed into an empty expanse. Only those zombies that had either flowed into the opposite tunnel or fallen onto the tracks remained, trapped and unable to escape. As for the remaining 10 or so zombies on the platform, Zhao Ziyue believed that with a bit of speed, there was still a chance to escape. She stretched her limbs. Even as a first-level evolved being, hanging suspended from the ceiling for an extended period had left her extremities tingling. Just as she was about to attempt transitioning directly from the ceiling to the platform, a figure plummeted down. Han Chong led the charge, followed closely by Tang Luo. And behind them was the rotund figure wielding a large sword. "Ziyue, Sister Ziyue." Upon entering, they called out anxiously, "I'm right here." Zhao Ziyue leapt from the ceiling, her knee crashing into a zombie's chest, toppling it over, and with a swift motion, she shot it down. Before the second zombie could pounce, she executed a roll on the ground, raising her pistol to pierce through the head of the second undead creature. Let us go, let us go! At this moment, Han Chong had already rushed forward, cleaving a zombie in two with his sword, and urgently pulled Zhao Ziyue up, exclaiming, "I'll clear the way." Just as the rotund figure reached the stairway, he heard the call to return and immediately turned around, brandishing his sword as he charged out. At long last, an opportunity arose for the formidable Fat Master to showcase his prowess. With a mighty blade in hand, he cleaved through the oncoming horde of zombies, dispatching them with ease, and immediately made his escape. With Han Chong and the stout figure of the Fat Master providing steadfast defense, Zhao Ziyue found ample room to unleash her dual firearms. The relentless crack of gunfire echoing as she methodically eliminated the undead. Tang Luo, reluctant to expend arrows, wielded his great bow as a weapon. His expression taut as he assisted in the defense. Upon emerging from the passage, Zhao Ziyue was confronted with a reality far grimmer than she had envisioned. She felt a deep sense of gratitude for her companions who had risked their lives to rescue her. Perhaps it was due to the sheer number of zombies drawn by the mighty King Kong earlier. For the central intersection of the new interface was now swarming with the undead. Although King Kong had managed to divert a portion of them, the sheer volume of zombies remained overwhelming, as not all had followed him away. Furthermore, with Han Chong and the others hastily rushing in to save Zhao Ziyue, they inadvertently attracted yet another wave of zombies. To the undead, these living beings appeared far more delectable than King Kong. The quartet faced the most harrowing trial of survival since the apocalypse began. If they were contending against mere humans, their chances of survival might have been better. However, these relentless, unyielding zombies posed a significant challenge. In the midst of the utter chaos and cacophony, striking the zombies' heads consistently to deliver a fatal blow was no trivial feat, just as their situation grew increasingly precarious and they found themselves at an impasse. The rhythmic sound of gunfire erupted around them. One by one, the surrounding zombies fell, and the pressure on the group was momentarily alleviated. Chapter 60. The pursuit continues quickly. Quickly. Fat Master leads the charge. With the arrival of reinforcements, spirits lifted, and Han Chong urged them onward. With the support of firearms, the density of zombies ahead thinned slightly, and the Fat Master swung his blade with renewed vigor, carving a path forward. After sprinting over 100 meters eastward, a figure suddenly emerged from the side, joining their ranks. It was then that Zhao Ziyue recognized her grandfather, who had taken position atop the building where she and Han Chong had previously sheltered, providing them with cover. For the first time since their team was formed, they had all mobilized together and, against all odds, successfully completed their mission, emerging from the jaws of death. Well, how did I do, little Tang Luo? Was Fat Brother impressive? Like the reincarnation of Guan Yu, wouldn't you agree? After narrowly escaping, the Fat Master reveled in his triumph. Reclining proudly on the hood of a car, having endured the brutality of battle, Tang Luo's pallor had yet to fade, yet the young girl remained resolute. Hearing the Fat Master's boast, her chubby face broke into a beaming smile as she retorted, "Is there such a plump Guan Yu? Focus. Where's the emphasis?" The Fat Master replied, slightly disgruntled, "The emphasis is on being mighty." Huh, Fat Master is indeed mighty, but remember to give King Kong a bath afterward. Tang Luo revealed her pearly white teeth, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Despite her tender years, she possessed an enchanting beauty that could captivate nations. However, the stout fellow was thoroughly vexed by her, with no one to offer a counterargument. He cursed under his breath, recalling that he had been the one to utter such words. Enough of that, my dear chubby friend. There will be moments for you to regain your grandeur. We have just completed one passageway. There is still another. After surveying the scene, Han Chong noted that the group had suffered minimal injuries. He instructed everyone to tend to their wounds and rest briefly before preparing for the next endeavor. Captain, this is exceedingly perilous. The number of individuals we have confined in this passage could be nearing 100,000, far exceeding our expectations. Should we consider abandoning the other passage for the time being? The earlier events had indeed been heart-stopping. The old gentleman perched atop the building's entrance observed with keen clarity. The throng of zombies at the intersection numbered in the thousands. Had the subway entrance not been situated at the roadside, with high walls and buildings on the right preventing the zombies from encircling them, even with reinforcements, survival would have been improbable. His descent was not born of cowardice, but rather of prudent caution. Though Han Chong understood the old man's concerns, after careful contemplation, he resolved to proceed. Such opportunities were truly rare. The risks at the Confucius Temple route, while still present, were significantly less daunting than those at Xinjiku. Reluctant to forfeit this chance, Han Chong pondered aloud, "Grandfather, I believe Han Chong is correct, setting aside the potential rewards of taking risks and the rarity of this opportunity. The dangers at the Confucius Temple Station are indeed less than at Xinjiku. The sycamore trees lining the road, the easily climbable structures on either side, along with the assistance of King Kong, mean that with proper planning, we can minimize the dangers. Typically, it was the old man who conferred with Han Chong about strategies. Yet this time, Zhao Ziyue clearly aligned herself with Han Chong. Nevertheless, the old man hesitated. The earlier scene had left a profound impact on him. In his lifetime, he had few grand aspirations. His sole wish was for his granddaughter to live safely. He was unaware of the precise nature of the adventures Zhao Ziyue and Han Chong had embarked upon together, but witnessing the recent turmoil made him cautious. While the energy crystals had bestowed formidable combat prowess upon the group, facing a seemingly endless horde of zombies was still a daunting prospect. However, observing Han Chong's resolute demeanor and his granddaughter's determination, the old man sighed and conceded, "Very well. In my old age, I seem to have lost my edge. If we are to act, let us meticulously examine our plan to ensure absolute safety." Han Chong was relatively familiar with the conditions at the Confucius Temple subway station, having lured zombies and set traps there on 2 prior occasions. He recalled the surrounding environment and the resources available, marking them for the group's reference. Until all the details were meticulously finalized, the group decided to mobilize once more. However, this time, a shift in roles was implemented. The responsibility of luring the zombies and providing rear support fell upon Han Chong, the hefty man, Tang Luo, and the parrot, King Kong. Meanwhile, the elder and Zhao Ziyue were assigned the crucial tasks of remaining behind and executing the final rescue cover. Both were marksmen of exceptional skill, and their ambush from either side of the road would prove invaluable during the retreat. As they journeyed toward the Confucius Temple Station, Han Chong diligently prepared for the endeavor, leaving behind resilient escape ropes strung between the tall buildings to facilitate the group's escape. Moreover, from a distance away from the subway station, in areas where the zombie presence was sparse, he strategically placed canisters of liquefied gas every 10 meters in conspicuous locations. Once everything was set, the group commenced their operation. The trio traversed rooftops, circumventing the vicinity of the subway entrance, before swinging down to a colossal sycamore tree that stood a mere 10 meters from their target. The zombies that Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue had previously diverted had returned, with one appearing every 4 or 5 steps. Soon, after King Kong led the zombies away, the remaining ones would be drawn in by the hefty man, allowing for a temporary clearance of the area. At that point, I will escort Tang Luo down and then return to attract the zombies, Han Chong stated seriously from his perch atop the sycamore. Having coordinated with Zhao Ziyue multiple times, many things required no further elaboration. However, this was the first genuine collaboration between the hefty man and Tang Luo, especially for the younger Tang Luo. This was an immensely significant undertaking, facing fear and danger for the first time, which necessitated Han Chong's utmost caution. Rest assured, when it comes to work, Fatty is reliable, the hefty man proclaimed, thumping his chest. Tang Luo rolled his eyes and derided. Is reliable even a single word? Han Chong, don't worry. I can do this, Tang Luo assured Han Chong, but immediately after, he pitifully clung to Han Chong, pleading, you must come to rescue me later. Fear not. I shall undoubtedly return to save you, and I will ensure your safe extraction. If I fail, I will leave the hefty man behind to keep you company. Han Chong chuckled, patting Tang Luo on the head. Damn, Fatty is taking the heat. Tang Luo chuckled lightly, feeling considerably relieved. Once he confirmed that both understood their tasks, Han Chong summoned King Kong, offering it an energy crystal before raising his arm and declaring, go. Chapter 61. Despairing Tang Luo recognizing King Kong's significance and value. Han Chong truly regarded it as an immensely important companion. Although energy crystals were precious, at this moment, he was unconcerned. The potential rewards this plan could yield far outweighed their worth. Furthermore, as King Kong consumed more energy crystals, its plumage became increasingly vibrant, and its intelligence soared. Attracting zombies has become second nature for King Kong. After taking flight from Han Chong's arm, King Kong let out a resounding roar and circled the subway station, flying low for 2 laps before heading towards the northern gate of Confucius Temple. The zombies, drawn by King Kong's presence, howled in a chaotic frenzy, trailing behind him in a wild rush. After approximately 10 minutes, the effect of King Kong's allure dissipated, and the remaining zombies, having lost sight of him, began to wander once more, albeit in significantly reduced numbers. At this juncture, Fatty, adhering to the plan, stood atop a tree and began to emit loud, raucous cries. The zombies, lured by his antics, began to congregate beneath the great tree. Fatty, scampering along the sturdy branches, aimed to lead the zombies farther away. However, he was ill-suited for climbing. Even after evolving, he navigated the branches unsteadily, inching eastward with great caution. At one point, he nearly slipped and fell, letting out a startled yelp before managing to grasp a branch and pull himself back up. His commotion, however, had a pronounced effect, inciting the zombies below to become even more frenzied in their attempts to reach him. Trembling, Fatty slowed his movements, clinging tightly to the branch, only daring to shift his feet once he had confirmed his safety. Han Chong and Tang Luo exchanged glances of disbelief as they watched Fatty's departure, then redirected their focus towards the subway exit. There are certainly more zombies inside the station. You stay here. I'll go down and draw a few out. Han Chong instructed Tang Luo before leaping from the tree. Fortunately, the passageway was devoid of zombies. It was only after Han Chong navigated through the corridor and turned a corner, spotting the ticket gates and platform, that he encountered a horde of zombies. With a loud shout, Han Chong drew the attention of the zombies, who immediately lunged towards him. He dashed away, even as he continued to call out, drawing dozens of zombies in his wake. Utilizing the large tree for cover, he managed to retreat back into the underground passage. After repeating this process 3 or 4 times, only 4 or 5 zombies remained in the subway station, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings and unwilling to depart. With no other choice, Han Chong resolved to confront them directly, dispatching the remaining zombies before signaling for Tang Luo to assist her in climbing to the top of the passage. Remember, if I don't come to rescue you, do not descend, Han Chong cautioned firmly. Gazing into the darkened passages at either end, Tang Luo felt no fear, yet she nodded resolutely. Han Chong exited the subway station and climbed atop a nearby building, searching for King Kong's presence. The Confucius Temple area was a sprawling scenic spot, filled with an array of ancient architecture. Although the number of visitors might rival that of Xinjiku, they were dispersed across the various alleys and corners of the expansive site. Aside from a few towers, the structures within the scenic area were not particularly tall. Han Chong searched for a long time but failed to catch a glimpse of King Kong, unsure of where the creature had flown off to. In his desperation, he let out a whistle, hoping that King Kong would recognize it as his call. As the sound reverberated, a magnificent figure ascended from the heart of the Confucius Temple. Han Chong, bouncing joyfully on the rooftop, waved his arms until he confirmed that King Kong had spotted him and was soaring in his direction. Only then did he descend from the building. Moments later, King Kong let out a resounding roar as it approached at low altitude, trailing a formidable army of zombies behind it. With a cheer, King Kong landed on Han Chong's shoulder. Just as the zombie horde surged to within 10 meters, Han Chong bellowed, urging King Kong to dive into the underground passage. As he passed by Tang Luo, he flashed a reassuring gesture before vanishing into the tunnel. When Tang Luo saw the dense mass of zombies below, she repeatedly reminded herself not to be afraid, to stay calm, and that she could handle it. Yet, despite her mental affirmations, fear gripped her heart. Choosing to avert her gaze from the chaos, she shut her eyes and began counting sheep. In her dazed state, she lost track of how many she had counted when suddenly, the blaring of a car horn echoed through the tunnel. Startled, Tang Luo instinctively pulled the lever to close the mechanism. The heavy iron door came crashing down in an instant. Oh no. It dawned on her that she had previously heard Zhao Ziyue mention that one could wait until the zombies ceased entering before lowering the door, allowing for the collection of more zombies. Now, a wave of regret washed over her, but there was no turning back. The zombie battalion was abruptly cut off, and all their fury and bloodlust now focused on Tang Luo. With Zhao Ziyue's experience and mental fortitude, she would have handled the situation far better than Tang Luo. Countless zombies bared their gaping maws and extended their claws, howling in rage, a truly terrifying sight. Tang Luo felt her limbs weaken, as the sensation of vulnerability and helplessness returned for the first time since her evolution. Han Chong, brother! Fatty brother! She cried out in terror, beginning to crawl along the fixed rod at the top of the passage, desperate to distance herself from the zombies. Yet, wherever she attempted to escape, the zombies surged forth, their gaping mouths poised to catch her should she fall. The more she climbed, the greater her fear became, and it seemed her strength was swiftly dissipating. Suddenly, in her heightened anxiety, Tang Luo lost her grip and slid down, hanging precariously in midair, her left hand the only thing keeping her from falling. Han Chong, come save me, she wailed, exerting all her might to pull herself back up. Meanwhile, the zombies, sensing food so close, became increasingly frenzied and bloodthirsty, their crimson eyes flickering ominously in the dim underground space. The throngs of the undead surged together, shattering the tempered glass shielding the platform, and they tumbled down into the abyss of the tracks. Feeling the grasp of a zombie's claws on her leg, Tang Luo let out a piercing scream. The terror ignited a sudden surge of adrenaline within her, and her slipping right hand managed to clutch the support pole once more. At that moment, however, her left leg was also seized by a zombie, its tremendous pull nearly dragging her down. In a state of sheer panic, she desperately kicked downward, striving to dislodge the zombie beneath her. The grotesque visage of the creature was crushed under her foot, yet it clung on tenaciously. To make matters worse, dust began to rain down from above, and the support poles started to wobble precariously. It seemed inevitable that it would soon be torn from its place. I am going to die, Tang Luo thought in despair. Chapter 62. Desperate escape. What a sight it was to behold thousands of people crammed into such a confined space. The subway station before her was a veritable hive of humanity, with no room to spare. With a powerful kick, Tang Luo finally snapped the neck of the zombie beneath her, seizing the chance to scramble back up to the top of the passageway. Blood dripped from her wounded leg, inciting the zombies into a frenzy. Just then, a cacophony of clanging sounds and shouts erupted from outside. The zombies crowded around the subway station momentarily halted, then began to rush out in a wild frenzy. Moments later, another round of clanging and shouting ensued. This time, Tang Luo distinctly heard Han Chong calling her name. However, with a multitude of zombies still surrounding her, she bit her lip and refrained from responding. After 3 successive attempts to lure them away, the majority of the zombies had been diverted, yet a few stubborn ones remained, fixated on her. At that moment, a figure dashed into the subway station. Unable to contain herself any longer, Tang Luo cried out in tears, "Brother Han Chong, hold on, just a little longer." Han Chong exhaled in relief, fearing that upon entering, he might not catch sight of Tang Luo. Yet, upon noticing the substantial number of zombies still lingering below, he felt a surge of urgency and began to shout loudly to attract their attention. As the zombies surged toward him, Han Chong quickly turned and fled outside. After about 10 minutes, Han Chong returned, but this time, he was not alone. Beside him was the figure of the stout man. "Little Tang Luo, Big Brother is here to save you," the stout man bellowed, brandishing a large blade as he charged ahead. Relying on his considerable strength and the length of his weapon, he never concerned himself with technique, merely swinging the blade with abandon. Even Han Chong, following closely behind, dared not draw near, fearful of being inadvertently harmed. Seizing the opportunity while the stout man attracted a horde of zombies, Han Chong helped Tang Luo down. "Oh, Brother Han Chong, I thought I would never see you again." Tang Luo sobbed as she embraced Han Chong, crying uncontrollably. Upon observing the bloodstains on her legs, Han Chong was taken aback. Could she still walk? The pain in her legs was excruciating. Tang Luo wiped away her tears. Without time for a thorough examination, Han Chong hastily lifted her onto his back and signaled the hefty companion to flee. The sight of 3 robust individuals in front of them only incited the ravenous zombies, who became utterly frenzied. Despite the hefty man's valiant efforts, he could not withstand the onslaught of dozens of zombies. After toppling a few of them, he could no longer maintain his bravado, relinquishing any claim to the title of Fat Master. Even his formidable blade was seized by the zombies, and he could not reclaim it. Heartbroken, he was forced to abandon it. Without his weapon, the hefty man resembled a toothless tiger, lacking the prowess of Zhao Ziyue or the old man. He could only engage the zombies with his bare hands and feet for a brief struggle. His speed in retreat was remarkable, almost uncharacteristic of his stature. He surged ahead of Han Chong. "What on earth? Is this really the hefty man I know?" Han Chong was momentarily bewildered, having anticipated that this fellow would cover their rear, yet he found himself racing ahead instead. "You carry Tang Luo." Han Chong quickly exchanged positions with the hefty man, realizing that if both of them fled, their chances of survival would dwindle. After entrusting Tang Luo to him, Han Chong turned around and kicked a pursuing zombie down the stairs, momentarily obstructing others in the process. After severing another claw that reached for him with a swift strike, he too dashed out. While he could temporarily hold off the zombies in their immediate vicinity, the threat outside loomed larger with each passing moment. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted, as Zhao Ziyue and the old man took their positions, aiding the trio in clearing the encroaching horde of zombies. As Han Chong burst forth from the subway station, he noticed the hefty man sprinting with Tang Luo on his back. The zombies that had been diverted were now returning en masse, drawn by the noise. The parrot-like creature leading the zombie horde had vanished, and Han Chong realized he had lost the opportunity to summon it back. With the assistance of the 2 marksmen and Han Chong's own prowess, their escape proved to be considerably less harrowing than their previous encounter at Zenjiku. Once they reached their designated location, Zhao Ziyue triggered a series of gas canister explosions, engulfing Taiping South Road in a tremendous blaze. The zombies were effectively isolated on the opposite side of the fire. Fortunately, only superficial wounds afflicted Tang Luo, with no damage to her bones. Upon safely returning to Yiping Yuqing, Zhao Ziyue promptly tended to Tang Luo's injuries. The young girl cried out in pain, having been sheltered from such hardship in an era of peace. Amidst Han Chong and the hefty man's continuous praise and admiration, Tears glistened in Tang Luo's eyes as she smiled brightly. Old man, we cannot rest just yet. After confirming Tang Luo's safety, Han Chong reiterated with a serious tone. The 2 successful lures of the zombies consumed nearly an entire day, exceeding our expectations. It is now 4:20 p.m., and if we work through the night, we have approximately 12 hours of supplies remaining. After several consecutive days of intense labor and combat, even the first-tier evolved beings among us are beginning to feel the strain. However, when Han Chong voiced this concern, no one objected, not even the injured Tang Luo, who insisted on assisting, only to be restrained by Zhao Ziyue and the others. The Jean Defy supermarket lies merely 1 or 2 kilometers away, and the route has been cleared multiple times, which is precisely why Han Chong saved it for last. Thus, after Han Chong proposed the plan, the group took a brief rest and immediately set off. 3 trucks, departing from Limin Alley, found themselves blocked at the entrance of the Jean Defy supermarket. With zombies scattered throughout the store, the group was forced to engage in another bloody battle. After more than 40 minutes, once they confirmed that no living zombies remained inside, they embarked on a frenzied collection of supplies. Rice, snacks, beverages, alcohol, laundry detergent, soap, shampoo, cosmetics, and all manner of daily necessities were hastily emptied from the shelves. Clothing, bedding, and home appliances were also collected, though the latter were deemed unnecessary. The clothing and bedding were entirely cleared out. After completing the supermarket, the group continued their search along the streets. With the owners no longer present, they gathered anything of value, such as medical supplies, food reserves from restaurants, and garments from clothing stores, packing everything up for transport to Yiping. In the future, these items would become scarce, and it was illogical not to seize the opportunity. While other survivors cowered in fear across the corners of the world, Han Chong and his companions had begun to amass capital. Besides daily necessities, at Han Chong's suggestion, they made a final dash to the Wenchong Fire Brigade beside the museum. After spending over 20 minutes, they collected a batch of air respirators, protective clothing against chemical corrosion and high temperatures, goggles, firefighting axes, and more. It was now 4:30 a.m., and the second collective evolution of the zombies would occur within the next hour. Even if Han Chong had more ideas, he had no choice but to dutifully call everyone back to Yiping, preparing to await the dawn. Chapter 63, Awakening of Abilities, September 29th. The 11th day since the outbreak of the ancient virus. As the sun rose, the city seemed to have reverted to a primitive era. Various plants experienced a rapid resurgence in growth. Countless ornamental trees in the city soared to heights of dozens or even hundreds of meters overnight. The once still jungle was indeed transitioning into a wild thicket. More alarmingly, the city echoed with the roars reminiscent of wild beasts. In the preceding 10 days, those who bravely ventured out from their refuge in search of sustenance ought to feel fortunate. For from this day forth, the difficulty of stepping outside has doubled once more. It is also on this day that individuals began to realize that the environment has transformed, the zombies have evolved, and even their own potentials may have changed. Some suddenly found flames erupting from their hands, others sprouted horns atop their heads, some could metamorphose into stone, while others radiated electric currents. Within the illustrious city of Yiping, at 8 o'clock in the morning, a group gathered anxiously in the living room, awaiting Han Chong's arrival. Typically, everyone would rise by 7, regardless of the fatigue from the previous day. However, today, they were astonished to discover that it was already 8 o'clock, and Han Chong had yet to make an appearance. According to plan, this morning marked a significant occasion, the day when they would gather to exterminate zombies and collect energy crystals. Yet, Han Chong was late. Why don't you go check on him, Ziyue? The plump one suggested, glancing at Zhao Ziyue and gesturing toward Han Chong's room. This rotund figure was clearly jesting, as Zhao Ziyue recognized. Nevertheless, she felt a pang of concern. Just as she was about to rise, Han Chong appeared. The sight rendered her utterly speechless. Not only her, but everyone was taken aback. Han Chong, what happened to you? Tang Luo gasped, mouth agape, one hand covering his mouth while the other pointed at Han Chong, his eyes wide with disbelief. The plump one nearly toppled from the sofa in shock. The elderly man, possessing a higher level of composure, maintained a steady demeanor despite his astonishment. Han Chong emerged wearing nothing but a pair of bull-nosed shorts. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that from his back sprouted a pair of jet-black wings. The first day of the ancient virus outbreak also marked the awakening of the first batch of humans. Han Chong's awakened ability was, indeed, these wings. But was it merely this pair of wings? No, it was not, for Han Chong had simultaneously awakened another extraordinary power. Even Han Chong himself was astounded by this unexpected outcome. The past few days had been exceedingly draining, compounded by relentless battles. His body bore numerous scars, the most severe being a gaping wound on his arm, where flesh had been torn away by a zombie. Over the past 2 days, he had relied solely on sheer willpower to carry on. When the final moment arrived, Han Chong felt a slight easing of his mental strain. Thus, upon returning to his room, he swiftly fell into slumber, even forgetting that the following day was the time for awakening his powers. Since his rebirth, he had existed under immense pressure, leading a life fraught with hardship. During sleep, he seldom dreamed. If he did, it was often of nightmares, being gnawed upon by zombies, betrayed by friends, or reliving the moment of his demise in his previous life. However, this time, as Han Chong drifted into slumber, he found himself in an extraordinary dreamscape. In a state of hazy consciousness, he perceived himself enveloped by a verdant expanse, adorned with countless twinkling emerald stars that surrounded him. Immersed in this lush realm, Han Chong felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to that of an infant nestled within the womb, prompting him to close his eyes and revel in the tranquility. Reluctant to awaken, time seemed to lose meaning as he luxuriated in this state of bliss until, quite abruptly, a sensation of unease washed over him. A sudden throbbing erupted from his back, swiftly followed by an excruciating pain, as though something were attempting to pierce through from his shoulder blades. The skin swelling and tearing left him in torment. In unbearable agony, Han Chong let out a startled cry, jolting him awake from his dream. Upon awakening, he realized that the pain was not a figment of his imagination, but a stark reality. In a state of terror, he turned his head only to discover that something dark was indeed emerging from his back. Alarmed, Han Chong leapt from his bed and dashed into the washroom. Upon glimpsing his reflection in the mirror, he was taken aback. The image before him revealed a robust and well-proportioned physique, a benefit of his first-stage evolution. His previously slender form had been optimized, rendering him more powerful, agile, and resilient than ever before. Yet, what truly astonished him was the complete absence of the prominent scar on his face, the wounds on his arms, and the bruises that had marred his body. Moreover, two dark, nebulous formations protruded from the region of his shoulder blades. These entities seemed to emerge rather than grow, as they appeared not to touch his skin. Observing them in the mirror, they resembled a mist or smoke, deepening in color and expanding. Although they were not physically attached to him, they moved in tandem with his every motion. Most alarming was the excruciating pain emanating from his shoulder blades, as if the marrow of his very bones were being extracted. Amidst his panic, the two dark mists suddenly transformed, stretching and reshaping, coalescing into a tangible form. It was then that Han Chong clearly discerned that these dark entities were, in fact, a pair of wings. Once solidified, these wings bore an appearance that was neither feathered nor purely metallic, shimmering with a chilling luminescence. Coupled with Han Chong's austere visage, marked by the absence of scars and his tousled hair, he exuded an air of mystery and enigma. He had sprouted wings. As the wings took form, a sense of calm washed over him, and he finally grasped the significance of this transformation. Today marked the 11th day, the moment when the first batch of awakened individuals would unlock their extraordinary abilities. He had awakened to his own powers. In his previous life, the awakening of his supernatural abilities occurred 6 months later. Merely from the perspective of timing, his innate talent was significantly inferior to others. Yet now, he had experienced an immediate awakening of his powers, which surpassed what he had previously deemed to be a rather ineffectual form of superhealing. This revelation filled Han Chong with immense excitement. The manifestation of abilities and the emergence of wings were not unprecedented in his former existence. There had been instances of individuals bearing horns, let alone wings. It was said that in Europe, there existed a being who sprouted white wings and ultimately evolved into 6, declaring himself a seraph. This individual was unmatched in strength, dominating the era and engaging in multiple confrontations with the most formidable practitioners in his homeland. However, at that time, Han Chong's power was far too feeble. Merely stepping beyond the confines of 6 Dynasty City was a struggle, let alone crossing national borders. And he had never witnessed this person with his own eyes. Now that he too had sprouted wings, could he possibly be as powerful as that seraph? Or was he merely granted the ability to fly? Chapter 64. The dual abilities of death and life with the experience of his previous life. Han Chong hastened to calm his racing heart and began to earnestly assess his situation. Yet, upon sensing the state of his mind, he was left dumbfounded. When a supernatural being awakens their powers, a unique mark forms within their consciousness. Through this mark, the awakened individual can comprehend and control their abilities. To his astonishment, Han Chong discovered not one, but 2 marks of awakening within his mind. Typically, the awakening of supernatural powers in humans is a random occurrence, with the characteristics of these abilities also being unpredictable. However, it is a well-established fact that each awakened individual can usually manifest only one power. This power may evolve over time, altering or enhancing its capabilities or form to some extent, yet there has never been a record of anyone simultaneously awakening two abilities. Yet, here he was, undeniably possessing two marks. Overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and joy, Han Chong pondered whether this meant he possessed two powers, thereby becoming the sole dual ability awakened being in this apocalyptic world. Suppressing his inner excitement, he quickly focused his attention on the two marks of his abilities. One mark resembled a vibrant green sapling, while the other exuded a deep, eerie aura, resembling a miniature version of the wings on his back, but appearing even more enigmatic and sinister. The sapling's branches were lush and verdant. Han Chong cast a fleeting glance at it before dismissing it entirely. He was all too familiar with this mark. In his previous life, he had possessed it, symbolizing his super healing ability and representing vitality. Although awakening earlier in this life with a promising talent would indeed grant him formidable healing capabilities, Han Chong felt little excitement. Deep down, he preferred to possess a power that boasted significant combat prowess rather than merely an ability to endure. The earthworm, when severed into two segments, does not perish. However, if it is cut into 8 or 10 pieces, it will inevitably meet its demise. In a previous life, I experienced such an end myself. A formidable regenerative ability does not equate to invincibility. Standing idly while being struck is far less gratifying than delivering blows to others. The prospect of reclaiming this ability fills Han Chong with joy, though he remains indifferent to it. His entire focus is drawn to the dark winged mark before him. The black wings, shaped like a figure 8, oscillate with an unpredictable rhythm, enveloped in an elusive shroud of darkness that emanates a profound, chilling, and suffocating aura. Staring for too long feels as though one's very soul might be drawn into its depths. The death wings, at their initial stage, possess the ability to devour souls. Upon merging his consciousness with the black-winged mark, Han Chong acquires the corresponding knowledge. These wings, dubbed the death wings, are capable of consuming and assimilating the souls of living beings to enhance their own power. The more souls consumed, the stronger they become, and the evolution of the death wings accelerates accordingly. Additionally, as wings, they inherently possess basic flight capabilities, with speed increasing alongside their rank. Currently, at the initial stage, the time he can maintain this form is limited to half an hour. With rank advancement, the capabilities of the death wings will further intensify. After comprehending the information regarding the death wings, Han Chong is filled with exhilaration. The ability to fly is undoubtedly a boon, but the soul-devouring capacity ignites a profound excitement within him. To his understanding, this ability likely belongs to a category of non-physical powers. Among all forms of supernatural abilities, while physical means are potent, non-physical abilities often possess a greater degree of mystery and enigma. Han Chong is immensely pleased to have access to such a power. Moreover, he possesses another supernatural ability. Redirecting his attention to the green sapling mark, Han Chong is taken aback upon receiving the transmitted information. He quickly withdraws his consciousness to re-examine the form of the sapling mark. To his surprise, this new sapling mark is distinctly different from the one he was previously familiar with. In his past life, the sapling mark bore a simple green hue, whereas the current one glistens with a vibrant emerald brilliance. Most importantly, this sapling exudes a vigorous vitality, as if it were alive, firmly rooted within the chaotic depths of his mind. In simpler terms, the mark from his previous life was merely a symbol, while this one represents a genuine, living sapling. Examining the sapling's form reveals further distinctions. The sapling from his past life was relatively simplistic, resembling a tree branch with 3 green leaves. In contrast, the sapling before him boasts a gnarled trunk, devoid of any leaves, adorned with 9 swollen buds, ready to bloom. Upon confirming that the mark was indeed different from before, Han Chong once again connected his consciousness with it. The tree of life, initial stage, healing. As the information from the sapling mark arrived, Han Chong was engulfed in immense surprise, further validating his inner conjectures. The self-healing ability awakened in his previous life was known as infinite vitality, and now it was referred to as the tree of life. The formidable healing power of infinite vitality could only mend oneself, but as the level increased, the healing speed would accelerate. Upon advancing to a higher level, as long as he was not killed instantly, any wound could heal in an instant, leaving no trace. Given Han Chong's previously feeble strength, the key to his prolonged survival was this extraordinary self-healing ability. Time and again, he had withstood zombie attacks, beastly maulings, and human-inflicted injuries, relying solely on this power to endure. Vitality and life, though differing by a single character, embody entirely disparate concepts. The tree of life, in its rudimentary state, bestowed upon Han Chong not only the extraordinary self-healing ability, but also the capacity to heal others. As the power evolved, the evolutionary forms of life abilities would no longer be confined to self-healing, diverging significantly from the evolution of infinite vitality. Although the specific forms of these evolutions remained unknown to Han Chong, he anticipated that they would surpass infinite vitality in at least some respects, without delving into other aspects. Merely from the level and manifestation of the Tree of Life mark, it appeared to exude a far greater prestige than that of infinite vitality. With dual abilities awakened on the first day, alongside a first-level evolutionary form, Han Chong suddenly realized that fate had finally bestowed a semblance of a smile upon him in this lifetime. If he were to acquire a substantial amount of energy crystals and successfully advance to a second-level evolutionary form, Han Chong's heart brimmed with fervent anticipation. Having understood and grasped these two formidable abilities, Han Chong's consciousness returned to his body. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he comprehended why he had experienced that verdant dream and why all his scars had vanished overnight. It must have been the power of the Tree of Life that had come into play, effortlessly healing him at the moment of awakening. Chapter 65. Soul Devourer. Han Chong turned away from the mirror, then glanced back to inspect the state of his wings. The black wings were positioned about a fist's distance from his skin. When he reached out to touch the space between, he found it utterly empty, devoid of any obstruction. Yet, this entity remained steadfastly by his side. Contemplating that these wings were formed from a congealed black aura, Han Chong was intrigued and reached out to touch them. Hard and frigid, that was his initial impression. The texture resembled that of metal or stone, yet it was neither. It felt incredibly solid and weighty. However, in reality, Han Chong could not sense that coldness or weight unless he specifically chose to touch them. Yet paradoxically, he was able to master and control the wings through the mark. With a mere flicker of thought, wings unfurled with a graceful flourish, appearing incredibly agile. It seemed that with the slightest flutter, one could ascend into the sky. However, due to the cramped confines of the washroom, Han Chong temporarily relinquished this notion. In a deliberate attempt, the ebony wings transformed instantaneously into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. With another thought, the smoke materialized once more, swiftly coalescing into the black wings, the process remarkably expedited compared to their initial emergence, taking scarcely a second to complete. After a brief training session, Han Chong felt immensely satisfied and prepared to don his attire. Yet, as he was about to dress, he abruptly altered his decision, wishing to showcase his extraordinary abilities to the onlookers. Thus, when Han Chong made his appearance, everyone beheld the earlier spectacle. Clad in shorts and boasting a robust physique, the pair of black wings on his back rendered him akin to a figure from myth. "Is this your awakening of supernatural powers?" the elderly gentleman inquired, astonished, immediately recalling Han Chong's prior words. The overwhelming busyness of recent times had caused him to overlook this matter. Since the 11th day following the outbreak of the ancient virus, a fraction of humanity, precisely 1 in 1,000, had the chance to awaken extraordinary abilities, becoming either new humans or mutants. It was evident that Han Chong had mutated, joining that rare percentile. The elder's question jolted the others into realization, elucidating why Han Chong had taken on such a peculiar appearance. This revelation sparked both joy and a tinge of disappointment among the crowd. The joy stemmed from Han Chong's status as one of the mutants, signifying a fortification of the team's strength and enhancing their survival capabilities in the uncertain future. Particularly, the flight ability afforded by his wings promised to significantly increase their operational range. Conversely, the disappointment arose from the awareness that they were not part of that fortunate 1 in 1,000. Everyone understood that in a world beset by peril, possessing additional abilities equated to an added skill for survival. Yet, probabilities were beyond anyone's control. If fortune favored you, it was a certainty, but if it did not, it was an absolute zero. "Captain, give it a try. See if your wings can fly." The stout fellow approached Han Chong, enviously inquiring if he too possessed wings. Even if he couldn't run swiftly, he could certainly soar, thus ensuring his safety. "It should be possible," Han Chong responded, though he could not affirm this with certainty, as he had yet to test his wings in flight. "What material are these wings made of?" "They don't appear to be feathered," the stout one, unable to contain his curiosity, reached out to touch them. However, the moment his hand made contact with Han Chong, he suddenly rolled his eyes back and collapsed flat on the ground. "By heavens, what is happening?" The crowd was stunned, taken aback by the turn of events. Even Han Chong found himself momentarily at a loss. "What is going on? What is happening?" The elderly gentleman hurriedly bent down to check on the stout fellow's condition. "Is he all right?" Han Chong was equally bewildered, and with a flicker of thought, he swiftly retracted his wings, as if he had fainted. After a thorough examination, The old man sighed in relief and patted the chubby man's face a few times in an attempt to rouse him. After a while, the chubby man finally opened his eyes, which appeared somewhat vacant. It took several more seconds for his gaze to refocus, as if his soul had just returned to his body, and he stared at Han Chong with a look of astonishment. What had just transpired? The old man helped him to the sofa and urgently inquired. Those wings, there is something peculiar about them. The chubby man shuddered, clearly shaken. Everyone was acutely aware of the strangeness, but the pressing question remained. What exactly was so strange? Although curiosity surged within them, they waited patiently for him to regain his composure before continuing to probe. With a quiver in his voice, the chubby man recounted, "The moment I touched those wings, I felt an intense chill enveloping me. It was not an ordinary cold. It felt as if it emanated from the depths of my very soul. My spirit was being tugged by an invisible force, yearning to plunge into an endless abyss of darkness. I barely caught a glimpse of that abyss before everything went dark." The group was once again taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment as they turned to Han Chong, who had not anticipated that the black wings were so eerily powerful. Noticing the terror etched on their faces, Han Chong managed a wry smile and replied, "I had no idea it would turn out like this. The ability I awakened is called Wings of Death, possessing a unique power known as soul devouring. It can consume the souls of living beings to augment my own strength. However, I am still uncertain about how to wield it effectively. When I touched it myself, it merely felt a bit cool. Captain, it is attached to your own body. So naturally, you are unharmed. Meanwhile, I was nearly left in a state of eternal sleep after assisting you." The chubby man exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Soul devouring. How terrifying. It can consume one's own soul. My heroic life has only just begun, and I almost lost it in such a bewildering manner. Enough. Who told you to recklessly explore without understanding the situation?" The old man chided. "Get up quickly. If you are unscathed, we have important work to attend to. Collecting energy crystals? That sounds a bit dizzying, but I feel I am up to it." Upon hearing of a promising task, the chubby man immediately sprang to his feet. "Grandfather, I want to go too." At that moment, Tang Luo, who had been seated on the sofa, eagerly chimed in, bouncing on one leg like a little rabbit. Her foot had been injured, and she had been confined at home the previous night. Although it was comfortable and safe, she felt lonely and anxious, fearing that something might go amiss with Han Chong and the others. Additionally, her naturally vivacious spirit found it intolerable to remain idle at home. "No. Your foot isn't healed. How can you go out?" Zhao Ziyue promptly rejected her plea and pushed her back down. Not only Zhao Ziyue, but the old man also denied Tang Luo's request. Although today's task is indeed in dire need of manpower, Tang Luo is truly unsuitable for the job. According to Han Chong's earlier introduction, as of today, the zombies have ascended to level 2. They have begun to possess intelligence, learn to think, and their speed and strength have doubled compared to their level 1 state. This means that even though they are currently level 1 evolved beings in a one-on-one confrontation, they are highly likely to be outmatched by a level 2 zombie. If they were to encounter 3 or 5 level 2 zombies, how could the group manage to care for the injured Tang Luo? Chapter 66, Healing Little Tang Luo. Stay at home and wait for Brother Fat to bring you delicious treats. The stout fellow swiftly donned the firefighting combat gear he had prepared yesterday, holding a breathing apparatus in one hand and a fire axe in the other, proudly signaling a victory gesture to Tang Luo. "Humph." Tang Luo pouted, clearly displeased. Upon hearing their conversation, Han Chong's heart stirred. He had previously been focused on demonstrating the Wings of Death and had forgotten that he possessed another ability. Now that he had the opportunity, why not test its efficacy? He immediately approached Tang Luo, smiling as he said, "Come, let me see how your wound is faring." When Han Chong intended to unwrap the bandage on Tang Luo's leg, Zhao Ziyue hurriedly intervened, saying, "The dressing was just changed this morning. It will take a few more days to heal." "Is that so?" Han Chong smiled as he crouched down, one hand grasping Tang Luo's ankle, resting it on his thigh, while the other hand brushed over the wound on her leg. To those unaware of the situation, it appeared as though Han Chong's hand merely swept through the air. However, for Tang Luo, it was a different experience altogether. As his hand glided past, she distinctly felt a warmth emanating from her wound, followed by an intense itch. The sensation was so overwhelming that she could not help but want to scratch, but Han Chong firmly grasped her hand. It itches, it's so itchy," Tang Luo exclaimed. "Bear with it. It will be over in a few minutes." Han Chong shook his head, resolutely preventing her from scratching. What felt like 3 or 4 minutes to Tang Luo seemed like an eternity, as the incessant itch tormented her. Just as she was about to reach her breaking point, the itch abruptly vanished, as suddenly as it had appeared. "Hey, it doesn't itch anymore," Tang Luo cried out in delight. Upon hearing this, Han Chong promptly tore away the bandage. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Luo's fair calf bore no trace of a wound. Only a faint red mark remained. Han Chong gently patted the red imprint, applying pressure a couple of times before saying, "It's all right. In 2 or 3 days, this red mark will completely fade, ensuring your skin remains flawless, without any scars." "Oh, thank you, Brother Han Chong." Tang Luo was ecstatic. Every girl cherishes beauty, and the thought of an unsightly scar on her leg would mean no more skirts in the future. After stamping her feet a couple of times to confirm her leg was healed, Tang Luo joyfully leaped into Han Chong's embrace, showering him with a heartfelt hug. As she pouted her small lips, eager to bestow a kiss upon Han Chong's face as a token of her gratitude and excitement, a hand unexpectedly appeared between Han Chong's cheek and Tang Luo's mouth, promptly halting her actions. Zhao Ziyue calmly shifted her hand, turning Han Chong's face towards her, and inquired, "Do you possess another extraordinary ability? The scars on your face and arms have vanished?" When Han Chong first made his appearance, his striking visage had captivated everyone, causing them to overlook certain details. It was only at this moment, prompted by Zhao Ziyue's remark, that they realized the scar on Han Chong's face and the marks on his arms had completely disappeared. "Wow, they really are gone," Tang Luo exclaimed with delight, her small hands exploring Han Chong's body. "Brother Han Chong has abs. Such a splendid physique." The abrupt shift in focus caused the expressions of those present to freeze in disbelief. While everyone was engrossed in discussions about the awakening of extraordinary abilities, Tang Luo seemed preoccupied with something else entirely. Moreover, Zhao Ziyue's expression appeared as if it could drip with water. Han Chong felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Upon his emergence, he had chosen not to wear a shirt to showcase his wings of death, donning only an impressive pair of shorts. This in itself was inconsequential. But with Tang Luo's playful embrace and touch, the situation had taken a turn. Tang Luo, blissfully carefree and spontaneous, remained oblivious to the nuances. The chubby boy stole a glance at Zhao Ziyue and noticed her eyelids drooping, her demeanor far from normal. He quickly exchanged glances with Han Chong, signaling him to prepare. You all get ready. I'll be right back." Han Chong hastily retreated to put on his clothes. When he re-emerged, the group was fervently discussing Han Chong's extraordinary abilities, his mysterious wings, and miraculous healing powers. The chubby boy winked at Han Chong, intentionally lightening the previously tense atmosphere with jest. "Let us have something to eat first. We're all waiting for you to discuss today's plans." The elder cheerfully beckoned Han Chong, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Ziyue's earlier expression. During this period, the group had subsisted on milk and bread, perishable provisions that needed to be consumed swiftly. However, they could not sustain this for many more days. While the packaged milk was relatively stable, the bread had a mere 37-day shelf life, necessitating a change in their diet soon. Yet, with 4 adults and a half-grown child, none were particularly skilled in culinary arts. Although their food reserves were plentiful, it was highly probable that they would soon be dining on instant noodles paired with Laogan Ma, as proper cooking remained elusive for the time being. "How are you all feeling? Any special sensations?" Han Chong inquired as they ate. The awakening of extraordinary abilities was a unique transformation. Those who had mutated could comprehend the changes occurring, yet it was difficult to explain for those who remained unchanged. In uttering these words, Han Chong's primary focus remained on Zhao Ziyue. The circumstances of others remain uncertain. Whether they will awaken their abilities is unclear to Han Chong. However, it is a certainty that Zhao Ziyue awakened a metallic control ability in her previous life. After his rebirth, Han Chong's own ability underwent a transformation. Yet he harbors the wish that Zhao Ziyue remains unaffected by his influence, avoiding any deviation in her awakening. Currently, his death wings exhibit more peculiarity than practicality, necessitating further exploration on his part. In contrast, Zhao Ziyue's metallic manipulation stands as an undeniably formidable skill. As he contemplates the construction of an impregnable steel fortress, her ability becomes crucial. Without it, the dream of establishing an indomitable base remains mere fantasy. Special sensations? None. Disappointment flickered across Han Chong's face as he observed everyone shaking their heads. In a post-apocalyptic world, abilities are a vital assurance of strength. In the future, numerous teams, shelters, and organizations will undoubtedly seek to absorb various awakened individuals to bolster their power. If his team consists solely of himself as the lone awakened, competing with others would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage. It seems he must alter his perspective, moving beyond merely safeguarding the current team members. If he can identify and assist other awakened individuals in advance, it could prove to be a wise choice. To incinerate thousands of zombies requires considerable time, hence, waiting outside is unnecessary. From this day forth, the dangers lurking outside have shifted. We must exercise greater caution. I will venture out to assess the situation and ignite the flames. Once the fire has spread sufficiently, we shall depart together. Having swiftly consumed his bread, Han Chong rose to his feet. Chapter 67. The incineration of zombies. From today onwards, all activities must be conducted with utmost care, maintaining a low profile, lest we attract a horde of zombies. Before departing, Han Chong reiterated his warnings. Although everyone was eager to venture outside, they understood the truth in Han Chong's words. There exists a fundamental difference between the intelligent and the mindless. Mindless zombies may be hunted freely, but those with intelligence will turn the tables and hunt the living. Han Chong's insistence on constructing a steel fortress was primarily to guard against assaults from intelligent zombies and sinister creatures, allowing for peace during meals, rest, and even personal moments. After renovations, the main entrance of Building 1 now features not only the original glass door, but also 2 steel gates, one embedded in the exterior wall and the other within the interior wall of the building. Each time they enter or exit, Han Chong insists that the iron gates be securely locked. Upon descending, Han Chong did not immediately exit but cautiously observed through a gap, ensuring no activity was present before he opened the iron gate and departed with King Kong. Flight requires space. Standing in an open area, Han Chong stretched his limbs, filled with excitement as he summoned the death wings. Thank you, thank you. Suddenly, something materialized behind Han Chong, startling the golden eagle at first. But soon it erupted with joy. After circling Han Chong twice, the eagle excitedly lunged forward a couple of steps, flapping its wings vigorously, then turned to Han Chong, chirping incessantly. Having consumed 10 energy crystals provided by Han Chong, the eagle had grown increasingly intelligent, yet, aside from its feathers becoming more vibrant and lustrous, its appearance remained largely unchanged. The characteristics of a demonized creature are easily identifiable, but the golden eagle had not been demonized. Rather, it had evolved, leaving Han Chong somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, Han Chong understood the eagle's recent actions. It had likely noticed its own wings and wished to teach him to fly. What it did not realize, however, was that the essence of flying through supernatural abilities hinges on the manipulation of those powers, rather than merely flapping wings as birds do. Birds can soar as long as they possess strength, whereas for Han Chong, once his supernatural energy is depleted, not only can he not fly, but he cannot even summon his wings. All right, let us take flight together. The eagle's behavior eased Han Chong's initial anxiety about flying. With a powerful flap of his dark wings, he immediately ascended into the air. The eagle, ecstatic, let out a few joyful cries and took off after him. After completing its first level of evolution, the eagle's flying speed had more than doubled compared to its previous capabilities. It still needed to catch up to Han Chong, who had just begun his trial flight. Moreover, the eagle continuously performed various maneuvers, flips, side flights, and glides, chirping to encourage Han Chong to join in. While flying was instinctual for the eagle, it was a newly acquired skill for Han Chong, requiring ongoing practice. However, this was not the moment for training. He had pressing matters to attend to. We shall practice together later. Han Chong called out to the eagle, then lowered his altitude, beginning a thorough search around the library subway station. The area had previously been cleared of zombies, yet Han Chong remained cautious, wary of any unforeseen circumstances. With the emergence of intelligence among the zombies, it was plausible that they could wander back into this vicinity. After confirming there were no threats, Han Chong landed at the entrance of the subway station, wielding his sword with utmost caution as he ventured inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the clanging of iron doors and the furious roars of countless zombies, who were angrily battering against the metallic entrance. The zombies that had been confined there the previous day had now undergone secondary evolution. Endowed with intelligence, they sought ways to escape. As Han Chong approached, he could clearly discern that the second-level berserk zombies had diverged even further from their human forms, evolving in directions increasingly distinct from humanity. The second-level berserk zombies exhibited duller skin, beginning to keratinize into a chalky hue, yet they had become more resilient, akin to leather, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Beneath the skin, flesh and blood began to vanish, possibly consumed by evolution itself, leaving behind skeletal forms hunched over. Their nails had morphed into sharp and elongated points, resembling the claws of a beast. Hair thinned and fell out considerably, while sunken eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness, no longer resembling the lifeless gaze of a fish. Lips, sunken due to the loss of flesh, curled upward, revealing sharp teeth within, particularly the elongated canines. In every conceivable way, these secondary violent zombies appeared increasingly grotesque, desiccated, and emaciated. Yet Han Chong understood clearly that, in reality, these zombies were far more agile and powerful, frenzied and formidable. In a previous life, speculation arose that zombies represented the true evolutionary path for humanity, a notion not devoid of merit. After all, with each evolution, they grew stronger and better adapted to the apocalyptic environment. Moreover, this evolution was a matter of autonomous progression, akin to how humans naturally mature from infancy to adulthood. Periodically, zombies would ascend to more formidable forms. In stark contrast, human evolution, particularly in the case of evolved beings, was fundamentally predatory, reliant on external cultivation. Even those who awakened required a relentless pursuit of various evolutionary resources to elevate their status. Relying solely on self-directed evolution, their pace paled in comparison to that of the undead. However, at this moment, Han Chong was unconcerned with such matters. What did it matter if he were the chosen one? He was human, and he needed to survive and grow stronger. Even if zombies were regarded as the celestial progeny, they would still be slaughtered without hesitation. Not only must they be killed, but on the occasion of opportunity, they should be exterminated en masse. As was the case before him, Han Chong regarded the zombies coldly, perceiving them merely as vessels for energy crystals. Their ability to move and run rendered them somewhat formidable, but nothing more. As he scrutinized them, the zombies, too, focused their attention on him. The frenzied assault against the iron gate ceased, replaced by gazes filled with hunger and wariness, an unusual display for a mere first-level zombie. After observing closely, Han Chong bared his teeth in a smile and greeted them with a casual hello. He then decisively produced a lighter, igniting the prepared fuse, and added, "Goodbye." The petrol-soaked cloth instantly ignited, casting bright flames that instilled fear in the zombies, compelling them to retreat in unison. Yet, in the throng, all struggles proved futile. The newfound intelligence born from the zombies' mutation was insufficient to cope with the unfolding chaos. The flames spread swiftly, like a piercing arrow shooting into the depths of the dark passageway. Behind the swift arrows, plastic bags filled with gasoline or diesel cascaded from above, showering down upon the undead, followed closely by flames that ignited the fuel, instantly engulfing the zombies below. The dark underground passage transformed into a searing blaze of light. As the inferno spread, leaving countless zombies to writhe and wail in agony amidst the flames. Chapter 68. Urban fireworks as the flames consumed. The entire subway station became saturated with an oppressive heat and the acrid stench of burning. Han Chong could scarcely endure it. Thus, employing the same method, he ignited another passage before departing the subway station. Each corridor housed approximately 100,000 zombies, and this fire was likely to burn for an extended period. Han Chong estimated that it would be nearly impossible for anyone to traverse the passage during the morning hours. To collect energy crystals, it would likely be necessary to wait until nightfall or the following morning. The energy crystals birthed from second-tier berserk zombies were black, containing double the energy of those from first-tier zombies. While they were impervious to flames, if the zombies perished and the crystals were not retrieved within 6 hours, they would also vanish. Han Chong's choice to utilize fire was primarily due to its ability to reduce the zombie corpses to ash. This way, even with limited manpower, they could leisurely harvest the energy crystals later, without the concern of their efforts being in vain if retrieval was delayed. Upon leaving the underground passage, Han Chong did not return to Yiping Yuching, but instead unfurled his wings and soared towards the location of the new junction. Strictly speaking, choosing Yiping Yuching as a base had both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was its proximity to the most heavily trafficked areas, with a plethora of zombies in the vicinity, facilitating rapid mass hunting and accumulation of energy crystals in the early stages. Conversely, the drawback was equally evident. As the zombies continued to evolve, formidable adversaries would proliferate, increasing the dangers they would face in the future. Zenjiku and Confucius Temple were the two locations with the highest concentration of human traffic, which made survival increasingly difficult for the remaining humans, as zombies roamed freely, leaving no refuge for the living. Thus, the only active beings were essentially zombies. At this moment, the underground passage was ablaze, and the nascent intellect of the second-tier zombies was insufficient to comprehend the significance of the dense smoke billowing from the passage. Han Chong was concerned that these creatures, possessing a modicum of intelligence yet lacking the acumen of humans, might foolishly wander over to investigate the smoke. Currently, the Death Wing was in its initial stage, allowing for only half an hour of sustained flight. Thus Han Chong was cautious about relying on it for prolonged periods. In most instances, he traversed the rooftops, utilizing the Death Wing only during the gaps between buildings to aid his flight. Standing atop a tall building near Zenjiku, he could clearly see 3 thick columns of black smoke rising from the center of Luqiao City. The Library Subway Station, the Confucius Temple Subway Station, and the Zenjiku Subway Station fortuitously form an isosceles right triangle. The zombies on the ground did not congregate towards the rising smoke as Han Chong had speculated. Instead, They exhibited a certain fear of fire and heat, retreating to distant corners, which brought him considerable relief. Furthermore, Han Chong observed a notable difference. The original zombies were typically in a state of unconsciousness, wandering within fixed areas or performing repetitive actions at specific points. However, the newly evolved second-tier zombies resembled beasts, now purposefully and consciously roaming about, learning to search every nook and cranny. Post-evolution, their sensitivity to warm-blooded creatures had also heightened significantly, whether human or uninfected animals. Evading zombies had become a daunting task. This was precisely why Han Chong repeatedly cautioned the elderly and others to exercise utmost caution. Upon further inspection, Han Chong felt a sense of reassurance. A significant number of zombies had been lured into the underground passage, resulting in a surprisingly sparse population of zombies in the bustling area of Xinjiku. Perched atop the tallest building in Xinjiku, Han Chong surveyed the entirety of the Sixth Dynasty's city, experiencing a sensation akin to overseeing a myriad of lives, with all things seemingly under his control. He mused. No wonder the superheroes in glamorous films and the masters in domestic novels often favored the rooftops. It wasn't merely for show, but for the unique perspective it offered. Standing high above, his heart and mind naturally expanded. While Han Chong was lost in thought, he suddenly discovered, to his astonishment, a thick plume of smoke rising in the northern direction of Xinjiku. Was it a cry for help or a fire? Observing the smoke ahead, Han Chong hesitated. Judging by the distance of the smoke, he estimated he could make a round trip in half an hour. If he utilized rooftop leaps, he might even extend his time further. Yet the pressing question lingered. If it was indeed a plea for help, should he intervene? Days prior, during his evacuation from the supermarket, he had witnessed a fire and had chosen to ignore it. As he could not ensure his own safe arrival at the site of distress, nor could he guarantee a secure return with anyone he might rescue. One must act within the bounds of their capabilities. Even now, despite a shift in his mindset since his rebirth, no longer as impetuous as before, this principle remained unchanged. After a moment of contemplation, Han Chong rose, swiftly moving across the rooftop, leaping from the edge of the building towards the source of the smoke. With the aid of the wings of death, he effortlessly overcame obstacles, racing atop the city. Beside him, a beautiful parrot soared, the duo weaving swiftly between the towering edifices of the urban landscape. As Han Chong arrived at the smoking building, he realized it was a residential structure soaring over 30 floors high. Flames had ignited from the midsection of the edifice, rapidly ascending in ferocity. On the rooftop, a dozen individuals huddled together in sheer panic and despair. If they were on a lower floor, they might have contemplated jumping, but at this height, even a glance downward sent shivers down their spines, let alone the act of leaping. Although the flames had yet to reach the rooftop, the thick smoke rendered their eyes unable to open, causing incessant coughing. What do we do? What do we do? The building is teeming with zombies. And now it's on fire. We are doomed. I had warned that we should have fled downwards instead of upwards. What good does it do to say that now? Besides, in a situation where zombies are surrounding us, how can you possibly break through? Someone retorted. It's all dang AI's fault. If he hadn't set the fire, we wouldn't be trapped here. He's a monster. Nonsense. If it weren't for dang AI holding back those zombies, we would have been torn to shreds by now. You wouldn't even have the chance to be here yelling. Enough of the bickering. We must find a way to escape. If we delay any longer, we will only meet our end. The one who had previously scolded them spoke again. Yet, amidst their overwhelming fear, the crowd paid little heed to his admonitions, continuing their fruitless squabbles. As Han Chong soared above the building, he overheard their arguments and couldn't help but shake his head. This was precisely why he hesitated to save others. Human nature is complex, and when the masses gather, myriad conflicts arise. Sometimes, even with the best intentions, one can be misunderstood or even wrongfully accused. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, Han Chong gleaned a valuable piece of information from their conversation, which was the very reason for his visit. Hello, may I inquire who is Deng Ai? Han Chong approached the group, a smile gracing his face. The tumultuous crowd, startled by the sudden appearance of this young man, fell momentarily silent. His peculiar attire drew their attention. Having discarded his damaged armor, Han Chong now donned a striking special police uniform, albeit without the accompanying gear, instead brandishing an ancient longsword at his waist. Curiously, a large, striking parrot perched upon his shoulder. Who are you? A man in his 40s, with a wary demeanor, scrutinized Han Chong. Judging by his tone, he was the most vociferous in the earlier commotion, the one berating Deng Ai. I am also a survivor of this building. Han Chong replied with a smile, pressing further. May I ask, who is Deng Ai? At that moment, a somewhat awkward young man stepped forward. However, a girl standing beside him grasped his arm and stepped ahead, asking, what do you want with Deng Ai? Han Chong discerned that it was this girl who had just rebuked the crowd in defense of Deng Ai. If that were the case, the young man she had just seized must indeed be Deng Ai. As Han Chong advanced a few steps, the onlookers, gripped by panic, retreated in haste, unwilling to approach him. In contrast, the girl clung to Deng Ai, resolutely standing her ground and attempting to shield him behind her. Yet, Deng Ai, exhibiting a stubborn resolve, silently brushed aside her arm, placing himself in front. "You need not fear. I harbor no ill intentions," Han Chong declared, his gaze fixed upon Deng Ai. This young man, not much older than himself, sported a buzz cut, and though his countenance was somewhat expressionless, his eyes sparkled with determination. "The fire was ignited by me. Direct any inquiries towards me," Deng Ai responded, meeting Han Chong's gaze with unwavering intensity. Han Chong remained noncommittal, yet his eyes, sharp as arrows, locked onto Deng Ai's as he inquired, "By what means did you ignite the flames?" Deng Ai's eyes flickered, revealing a mixture of panic and confusion. Observing his demeanor, Han Chong was increasingly certain that the other party had indeed awakened a fire-related ability. "Could you unleash your flames for me to witness?" Han Chong sought further confirmation. Deng Ai, the girl beside him, tugged at his sleeve, seemingly reluctant for him to showcase his powers. After a moment's hesitation, Deng Ai reasoned that given their imminent peril and the fact that many had already witnessed his abilities, there was little to conceal. With this thought in mind, he steeled himself and extended his hands, flames erupting from his palms in a vibrant display. The fire danced and flickered around his hands, and Han Chong could acutely sense the heat emanating from it, while Deng Ai appeared unaffected. "Monster! Monster! He is a monster, akin to those zombies, just a monster," the earlier gentleman cried out again. Influenced by his exclamation, the others recoiled in fear, hastily distancing themselves from Deng Ai, retreating to a far corner of the building. Witnessing the fear and aversion on their faces, Deng Ai felt a pang of sorrow. Having aspired since childhood to become a firefighter like his father, he never anticipated that he would now be perceived as a feared arsonist, a monster. As Deng Ai wallowed in self-pity, the mighty creature perched on Han Chong's shoulder suddenly extended its neck, its sharp beak reaching its full length. In an astonishing turn of events, the flames from Deng Ai's hands transformed into a radiant stream, darting into the creature's mouth. Once the creature had consumed all the flames, it let out a resounding belch, releasing a wisp of smoke and a few sparks from its beak. What in the world is this? Both Deng Ai and the girl beside him were immediately taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, retreating in alarm. Not just them. Even Han Chong himself was momentarily rendered speechless by this unforeseen occurrence. Han Chong hastily pulled the parrot, Jin Gang, from his shoulder, examining it closely. At first glance, nothing seemed particularly amiss. He pried its beak open, and the green smoke and embers that had been there moments before had vanished without a trace, leaving it as unchanged as when he last fed it. However, the recent spectacle had been undeniably real. Could it be that this parrot was a supernatural being? Who on earth were they? A profound sense of panic enveloped Deng Ai. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Chong temporarily set aside his investigation of Jin Gang and addressed Deng Ai. "We are akin to you, merely expressing it in a different manner. Are you suggesting that you are also a monster?" Deng Ai's surprise flickered through his eyes, sensing a kindred spirit. "No, this is not monstrosity. This is evolution," Han Chong replied, shaking his head. As the searing heat began to radiate from beneath his feet and the smoke thickened, he quickly articulated his intention. "Follow me, and I shall reveal the truth of this matter." "Follow you? Where can we possibly go? We are surrounded by flames, and zombies lurk everywhere. There is no escape," Deng Ai lamented. "You need only tell me if you wish to accompany me. As for the escape plan, I have it all arranged." Han Chong smiled. "Agree to him." "Shao Ai, agree to him," urged the girl beside Deng Ai. "Staying here means certain death. This may be your only chance at survival." Deng Ai glanced at the girl, a spark igniting in his eyes as he solemnly nodded. "All right, I will follow you. But I have one condition." "Speak." "I must take Jingjing with me." Deng Ai grasped the girl's hand firmly. Han Chong's expression faltered. With his current capabilities, carrying one person was feasible, but two might prove challenging. Sensing Han Chong's hesitation, Deng Ai quickly asserted, "If Jingjing is not included, I will not leave." "No, Shao Ai, you must go. Surviving alone is better than both of you perishing." The girl, Jingjing, interjected vehemently. "Absolutely not. If you don't go, then I won't either. We promised to face life and death together. Why are you being so foolish? You never contest what others say, yet now you insist on arguing." Jingjing exclaimed in frustration, shoving Deng Ai aside and dashing toward the edge of the building, intent on jumping. "Jingjing." Deng Ai stumbled, trying to reach her, but time was against him. As the girl approached the precipice, Han Chong suddenly appeared before her. Caught off guard, Jingjing collided with Han Chong, tumbling to the ground. Ignoring her pain, she stared at him in horror, speechless, bewildered by his ghostly presence. How had he been over there one moment, and suddenly in front of her the next? Chapter 70. The killed Deng AI rushed forward, embracing the fallen Jingjing, exclaiming, "What are you doing? What are you trying to do?" Jingjing, without acknowledging him, broke free from Deng AI and knelt before Han Chong, pleading, "Please, you must save us." Han Chong gazed down at the girl before him, secretly admiring her. In contrast to Deng AI, this girl named Jingjing was remarkably astute. Her reaction swift, whether persuading Deng AI to comply or responding quickly upon seeing him. However, what truly moved Han Chong was the bond between the two. The willingness to face death for the sake of a loved one was profoundly touching. In his previous life, had that wretched Li Shaoran possessed even half the kindness of this girl, he would not have suffered so greatly. With this thought, Han Chong grasped both of them, declaring, "Saving two individuals simultaneously presents a challenge for me. Nevertheless, I am willing to endeavor for your sake." Upon hearing his words, the two were instantly filled with joy. "Let me first take you to a safe place. This building is about to collapse." Han Chong firmly grasped Deng Ai's arm. Yet, Deng Ai stubbornly insisted that Han Chong save Jingjing first, his fiancée. Han Chong remained non-committal, thinking it was merely a matter of 2 minutes. Thus, he turned and seized Lu Jingjing, leaping from the edge of the building. A gasp escaped the lips of both Lu Jingjing and Deng Ai, and even the onlookers at a distance could not help but cry out in shock. However, as they approached the rooftop's edge, they suddenly saw Han Chong and Lu Jingjing rising from below. The mysterious young man had sprouted a pair of wings. "He can fly. That man can fly. We are saved." The crowd erupted in cheers, as if they themselves had been rescued. While Lu Jingjing remained in a state of shock, her head spinning. Han Chong had already placed her on the rooftop of the adjacent building and returned to the scene. "Please help us. I beg you, save us too." Upon seeing Han Chong return, the crowd immediately surrounded him, clamoring to be saved first. "Get away from me." Han Chong bellowed in anger. Not only was he currently unable to assist, even if he could, he would refuse. The previous behavior of these people had filled him with disdain, and he had no intention of aiding them now. "If you do not save us, none of you shall escape. If we die, we all die together." Witnessing Han Chong's cold rejection, an older man rushed forward, clutching Deng Ai in desperation. The others, driven by the looming threat of death and their prolonged brush with mortality, were on the brink of madness. Now, stimulated by fear, they too began to act irrationally, attempting to restrain Deng Ai, with some even trying to pull at Han Chong. "What are you doing?" Deng Ai struggled desperately, never expecting that the individuals he had selflessly endeavored to rescue would treat him in such a manner. Meanwhile, in another building, Lu Jingjing noticed the disturbance and shouted anxiously. However, Han Chong, witnessing the unfolding situation, was not particularly surprised. Such scenarios were bound to recur in the future, potentially manifesting in even more grotesque forms. In a world unraveling under apocalyptic conditions, civilization crumbles, along with the laws and morals that uphold it. The primal instincts, confined by civilization and legal frameworks, would be amplified in the end times, relentlessly probing the depths of morality. Han Chong felt no compassion for those who had succumbed to their baser natures. Thus, when a man charged at him, Han Chong resolutely drew his sword and plunged it into the man's chest. While exterminating a zombie posed a challenge, taking a human life proved to be a far simpler task. How could you? The man clearly did not anticipate Han Chong's sudden act of violence. Nor did he believe that Han Chong would dare to kill him, his eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. Han Chong let out a cold snort, withdrawing his sword and preparing to advance towards the next adversary when he noticed a gray shadow abruptly drifting from the man's body into his own. What on earth? Han Chong was momentarily taken aback. He then sensed the mark of the wings of death in his mind suddenly stirring. Hastily, he focused, only to discover that the wings of death had indeed grown stronger. This, soul-devouring. Han Chong suddenly recalled the true essence of the wings of death, the ability to consume souls. The surge of energy invigorated him, prompting an exuberant laugh. "You dare to commit murder? Do you still acknowledge the law?" Han Chong's abrupt strike left the onlookers stunned, particularly the lead elder, whose bravado crumbled in the face of fear. "Now you choose to speak of law? I offer you a chance. Release him and retreat." Han Chong's voice was stern as he admonished. The crowd, petrified by Han Chong's lethal prowess, stumbled backward upon hearing his command, the bloodied sword in his hand instilling terror. "Do not fear him. He is but one man. What are we afraid of?" The elder, observing the retreat of his companions, also fell back, but desperately shouted. However, his words were insidiously persuasive. The 10 or so individuals hesitated, exchanging glances that betrayed a frenzied resolve. Then, in unison, they roared and lunged at Han Chong. These were merely ordinary mobs, lacking the speed, strength, and defense to rival that of zombies. Having honed his combat skills against the undead, Han Chong was indifferent to these assailants. For those who sought his life, his response was singular: to kill. Faced with the onslaught of the crowd, Han Chong not only refused to retreat, but also boldly advanced with his treasured sword. Had these individuals not taken the initiative to attack, Han Chong would have found it challenging to strike, for he still maintained a semblance of a moral compass. However, with their aggression, he felt no remorse. The souls that presented themselves were too tempting to ignore. In a mere 5 minutes, or perhaps even less, all 10 or so adversaries lay lifeless on the rooftop, leaving Han Chong standing amidst the carnage, exuding an aura of menace and bloodlust. Deep within Han Chong's heart, however, was an exhilarating thrill. The souls of these individuals had undoubtedly enhanced the power of his Death Wing's energy. Deng Ai observed Han Chong, resembling a deity of death, wielding his sword amidst a pool of blood, filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. For a moment, he stood frozen, hesitant to approach Han Chong. Fear. After sensing the power of his Death Wings, Han Chong turned to Deng Ai. Deng Ai swallowed hard, his expression stiff, rendered speechless. To survive in this apocalypse, one must relinquish unnecessary compassion and sympathy. Otherwise, one cannot protect oneself, nor those one cherishes, Han Chong stated coldly. Chapter 71. Taking the initiative, protecting oneself and loved ones. Deng Ai glanced at Lu Jingjing, who was anxiously observing from another building, then at the corpses strewn around, and finally at Han Chong. The initial fear and hesitation in his eyes gradually transformed into resolute determination. All right, I will follow your lead. Deng Ai nodded firmly. Upon witnessing this change, Han Chong sheathed his sword and swiftly lifted Deng Ai into the air. Without the infusion of souls from those 10 individuals, rescuing both Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing would have necessitated alternative strategies, such as separating their efforts, saving one today and the other later once his energy was replenished. However, the demise of these individuals had fortuitously provided Han Chong with the means to restore and enhance his depleted energy. With a combination of dragging and leveraging the advantages of the rooftop, he managed to bring both Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing to the Yiping Yuqing, just as his energy was on the verge of exhaustion. Upon seeing the towering structure enveloped in steel beams and iron plates, Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing were astonished, finally realizing that Han Chong had not deceived them. What is this place? Deng Ai inquired, bewildered. A sanctuary. You may consider it our temporary home, Han Chong replied with a faint smile, brimming with pride. In this apocalypse, there is no place that could be deemed a home. This place is second to none, even in times of peace, where wealth and power reign supreme. In the face of the apocalypse, all that once was has crumbled, leaving humanity's fate uncertain. Even if some survivors remain, they cower in fear, hiding away in some obscure corner. Those who, like Deng Ai, have recently awakened to the existence of extraordinary abilities but have yet to recognize their true value will likely require a few more days for a genuine eruption. Yet, within this seemingly unappealing steel cage, there exists a remarkable sense of security, accompanied by ample provisions for sustenance. What a curious situation this is. Upon witnessing Han Chong returning after a morning of exploration, much to everyone's astonishment, he had brought back 2 living individuals. The rotund figure expressed his surprise with a sense of wonder. Upon entering the building, Deng Ai and his companion were utterly taken aback. Having never anticipated such a tranquil refuge amidst the apocalypse, their hearts brimming with delight. Han Chong observed their expressions with a subtle smile and proceeded to share the observations of the morning, introducing Deng Ai and his companion to the others. The revelation that Deng Ai was also a mutant elicited further astonishment from the group. To encounter 2 mutants in a single day only underscored the fact that this world was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Simultaneously, the group felt the profound implications of Han Chong's earlier statement regarding the brutal reality of being eliminated by this world if one does not strive to adapt. The zombies were growing stronger, animals were evolving, and even plants were mutating beyond their previously known forms. Had it not been for Han Chong's foresight in allowing them to harness energy crystals to evolve, what future would there be for their survival? However, what shocked them even more was Han Chong's assertion that the parrot had also undergone some form of mutation. This caused the rotund individual and Tang Luo to exhibit blatant jealousy and envy. How disheartening it was to realize that they seemed inferior to a mere bird. Yet, since the parrot had absorbed that flame, it appeared satiated, indifferent to any form of temptation or reprimand from Han Chong, merely bobbing its head without displaying any peculiar behavior. With no other options, Han Chong reluctantly abandoned his attempts at investigation, still perplexed by the situation of the bird. There was no sign of demonic transformation, no trace of demonic energy, nor the emergence of a demon core, yet it could absorb flames. Could it be that the parrot had, like humans, awakened extraordinary abilities? Yet, there had never been any accounts of animals or plants possessing such powers. As Deng Ai and his companions began to integrate into the team, engaging in conversation with the rotund figure and Zhao Ziyue to get to know each other, the elders seized an opportunity to pull Han Chong aside and spoke with a veiled implication. Han Chong understood the elders' concerns regarding the emergence of newcomers, which would inevitably divert some resources, particularly for someone like Deng Ai, who possessed immense potential and would require focused cultivation. However, these resources had been painstakingly acquired by the previous members of the team at great peril and cost. If newcomers are allocated resources upon arrival, regardless of the reasons, it undeniably seems rather inequitable, and it can easily breed discord within the team, particularly in the case of Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing, where Deng Ai possesses limitless potential as a mutant, while Lu Jingjing is an ordinary individual. Should resources be extended to her as well? Previously, when Tang Luo joined, the numbers were too few, and given that Tang Luo was merely a child of 15 or 16, with an adorably endearing appearance, no one raised any objections. Furthermore, just yesterday, Tang Luo risked his life to close the Iron Gate, thus earning the recognition of the entire group. According to Han Chong's perspective, for the sake of future development, he aims to attract more awakened individuals to the team. As the team continues to expand, it may become a common trend. As the number of members increases, issues related to resource distribution and personal selfishness become increasingly pronounced. Human nature is intricate, and once fissures of discontent arise, they can easily lead to various complications. The elder's ability to articulate these concerns to Han Chong indicates that he has already contemplated this issue. As a former general, he possesses more experience in management than Han Chong. Fortunately, Han Chong is perceptive, which has alleviated some of the elder's worries. Otherwise, had he encountered someone lacking in understanding, his suggestions might have been misconstrued as petty jealousy, inadvertently causing harm despite good intentions. Human emotions are complex, and management is inherently challenging. This team, this family, and everything we have built together, I shall never permit anyone to disrupt it in any form. Adhering to the rules signifies unity. Those who do not comply are free to leave, Han Chong asserted with unwavering conviction. The elder, being a long-standing member of the team, has Han Chong's utmost trust and reliance. Moreover, behind him stands Zhao Ziyue, who may awaken her powers at any moment. Regardless of the elder's hidden thoughts, Han Chong must soothe his inner turmoil. Before the emergence of mutants, evolvers indeed felt superior. However, with the advent of mutants, a psychological disparity inevitably arises. After all, evolvers are universal, while mutants are chosen ones. Although Han Chong's mind remains agile, thanks to his reincarnation, he possesses foresight in many aspects. Nevertheless, this does not render him omniscient. In areas such as team management and organizational development, his experience remains considerably lacking. The elder, being a former general, provides timely reminders, foreseeing the need for preemptive measures before issues manifest. Fortunately, upon his realization, Han Chong embraced the elder's counsel. For the team to thrive, certain actions must be taken proactively. Chapter 72. The first official meeting of the organization in his previous life. The organization that Han Chong belonged to was established by a student from a neighboring university. This individual was also among the first batch of awakened mutants, possessing the ability of metal transformation, allowing him to become a being of metal, impenetrable and exceedingly resilient. This extraordinary ability was, from its inception, an invincible force, rendering firearms and projectiles utterly ineffective against him. As long as the energy of this power remained abundant, he could completely disregard the assaults of zombies, even those of the second tier, which posed no threat to him whatsoever. It was precisely due to this remarkable trait that he emerged as a formidable figure in the eastern district of the university town. Amassing and congregating a significant number of survivors from the area, he established a renowned organization, aptly named the League of Heroes. In the nascent phase of this organization, it indeed engaged in numerous benevolent acts, rescuing many individuals. However, as their understanding of the world deepened, comprehending the collapse of the entire civilized system, coupled with their enhanced capabilities that solidified their foothold, the essence of the League began to morph. What was once a powerful organization transformed into a private plaything, and their sanctuary devolved into an exclusive club. The formidable mutants within the organization grew increasingly ruthless, indulging in the wanton slaughter of ordinary people and committing acts of pillage and violation with alarming frequency. Particularly, the surviving beautiful girls in the university town became their personal possessions. It is worth noting that it remains uncertain whether any of these girls were willing participants. Among them was Han Chong's former girlfriend, the despicable Li Xiaoran, whose betrayal fueled Han Chong's lifelong fury. In her relentless quest to curry favor with the powerful awakened ones, she callously abandoned her own. Most repugnant of all, she not only felt no remorse, but later sought to humiliate and entrap him. The behavior exhibited by the League of Heroes was not an isolated incident, but rather a reflection of the prevailing norms among the majority of organizations in the later stages of the apocalypse. With the absence of legal and moral constraints, the rulers of each organization became local tyrants. In times of chaos, while it may not be entirely objectionable for capable and powerful evolved beings to seize control, treating ordinary people as mere slaves, cannon fodder, and playthings is far from humane. These individuals possessed complex backgrounds, having engaged in various pursuits prior to their awakening, and their qualities varied widely. Once in power, the consequences of their unbridled freedom were all too predictable. Upon discovering that Zhao Ziyue was the Iron Queen, Han Chong was inclined to accept her largely due to the humanity exhibited by her iron blood core, which sheltered numerous innocent civilians. Although he did not fully endorse all of the Iron Queen's measures, he respected her character. Gradually, he transitioned from an initial intention to operate independently to forming a small team of 4 and now harbored increasingly grand ambitions of establishing a powerful faction and organization of his own. As Han Chong's strength grew, so did his mindset. The old man had once advised him to assist as many innocent individuals as possible within his means. Perhaps he would do so in the future. However, at present, Han Chong did not possess such lofty ideals. His sole aspiration was to become formidable, powerful enough to command his own destiny and forge a realm of authority that reflected his will. Given the circumstances, it is imperative that the foundation of this kingdom is steadfast from its inception. This necessity is precisely why he increasingly relies on the elder. It is not solely due to Zhao Ziyue, but more significantly, the elder's wealth of experience and wisdom, which can provide him with substantial assistance. For instance, the elder's recent reminder has made Han Chong acutely aware of certain oversights he had previously neglected. In the early stages of team formation, a set of preliminary rules was established, including the 2 priorities proposed by the elder. However, in the ensuing days, as the team members collaborated harmoniously and became engrossed in the relentless fight against zombies, the significance of these rules diminished, overshadowed by their overwhelming successes. Now, as they seek to redefine their guidelines, it is essential to revisit and refine the original rules, delving deeper into their details. At the elder's suggestion, the 2 reached a preliminary agreement, after which Han Chong proposed convening a meeting with all team members. Following their brief conversation and exchange, a greater understanding blossomed amongst them. Fostering familiarity, Deng Ai, a former firefighter, and Lu Jingjing, a nurse, had only recently become engaged. Through the accounts of others, they learned of the harrowing events unfolding in this world, feeling both terror and relief, realizing how fortunate they were to encounter Han Chong. Upon Han Chong's introduction, the group warmly welcomed the new additions, exclaiming, "Dear friends, surviving in this apocalyptic world and finding one another here is a profound twist of fate. The addition of 2 new companions to our team is a cause for celebration, and perhaps in the future, our group will continue to grow." To maintain harmony and stability within the team, akin to a family, there are certain matters that must be addressed up front, with the hope that everyone can comprehend. Aside from their initial impression of Han Chong as somewhat aloof and cold, especially in the face of outsiders and zombies, the group rarely witnessed him speak with such gravity. They instinctively straightened in their seats, eager to hear what he had to convey. In this world, survival is a daunting challenge, and life is fraught with difficulties. Today, as we sit here in relative safety, free from worries about sustenance and danger, it is a privilege earned through perilous endeavors. Hence, we must cherish all that we currently possess. Deng Ai, having just experienced the madness that can ensue in this apocalypse, understands the gravity of the situation. Therefore, while we will continue to welcome new members, we must be discerning in our choices. Above all, without rules, order cannot be established. I hope that since you have chosen to join this family, you will abide by its regulations. Should anyone choose not to comply, the door remains open for departure. Upon concluding his remarks, Han Chong gazed at the assembled crowd, while the elder, having shared a silent understanding with Han Chong and having initiated this discussion, maintained an air of calm assurance. Zhao Ziyue, ever eager to heed her grandfather's counsel, has recently engaged more frequently with Han Chong, developing a certain respect for him, which has largely gone unchallenged by others. Meanwhile, The corpulent fellow, upon hearing Han Chong's words, immediately embraced his characteristic demeanor, disregarding any established protocols, and promptly raised his hand, declaring, "The captain's words embody the will of the team. I shall be the first to offer my support." Tang Luo, having long considered them family, naturally followed suit. However, when it was Deng Ai's turn, both he and his companion hesitated. Given their recent acquaintance, Han Chong understood their reluctance and nodded towards the elder, inviting him to announce the few preliminary rules they had devised. As for how the two would choose after hearing them, that was left to their discretion. Chapter 73. Regulations of the Iron Blood Corps, with the current number of personnel being limited in the team in its infancy. The elder proclaimed the rules to be quite straightforward, tentatively titled Regulations of the Iron Blood Corps. The first rule confirmed the organization's name as the Iron Blood Corps. This name, reminiscent of Zhao Ziyue's previous life, resonated with Han Chong, who felt a surge of anticipation for what lay ahead, thus he proposed it. The elder, a veteran of military service who had spent his life amidst the clamor of warfare, found the name fitting and readily assented. The second rule established Han Chong's position as the leader, granting him the ultimate authority in decision-making regarding the team's development and resource allocation. The third rule mandated that once members joined, they must pledge unwavering loyalty to the Iron Blood Corps and unconditionally execute its commands. Should anyone find themselves in disagreement, they could submit a request to withdraw. However, they were strictly forbidden from undertaking any actions that could harm the Iron Blood Corps, as the organization reserved the right to seek retribution, even to the extent of pursuing them. The fourth rule prohibited members from engaging in pillaging and other forms of misconduct, although exceptions were made during competition with other organizations, particularly in times of conflict. This stipulation, proposed by the elder, stemmed from his lifetime of service as a people's soldier, having witnessed the brutality and chaos of war firsthand. Yet, when the elder suggested this rule, Han Chong proposed an amendment, particularly concerning the aspects of competition and conflict. In the not-so-distant future, with the emergence of awakened humans and the gradual resurgence of humanity, numerous mercenary groups would arise, leading to a fierce competition for resources. The scarcity of various essentials would become acute. Not only basic necessities like food and clothing would be sought after, but even items such as lighters, gas canisters, and alcoholic beverages would become coveted commodities. Han Chong had initially intended for these resources to be gathered prior to a second outbreak of the undead. However, the decision to create two passageways proved to be a considerable waste of time, resulting in insufficient reserves. Consequently, they would inevitably find themselves in competition with others or other organizations for these vital resources. At that juncture, resources would represent the essence of survival. To seize them was to live, while failure to do so meant starvation. Even other organizations might observe the abundant supply reserves of their own, prompting them to launch an attack. Thus, war becomes inevitable. If, as the elder states, plundering is off the table, one can only await others to seize what is theirs, a notion that Han Chong naturally abhors. After much debate, the elder ultimately acquiesced to Han Chong's perspective, leading to the establishment of this peculiar fourth regulation. The fifth stipulation declares that the team shall not harbor useless individuals. Every member must adhere to organizational directives and engage in corresponding tasks. Failure to do so grants the team the authority to expel them. The sixth regulation asserts that all resources acquired by team members shall belong to the team, to be distributed uniformly according to contribution points, with personal possession strictly prohibited. Beyond these six foundational rules, there exist myriad detailed plans, yet these six stand as the most essential. From an individual standpoint, these regulations may seem inequitable, particularly the sixth. However, given the current circumstances, the implementation of such exceptional management is understandable. During times of national distress, plan management has also been enacted. Certainly, those with keen perception may discern the fundamental essence of these regulations. The team members are subject to team governance, while the team itself is under Han Chong's command, who wields the highest authority. In essence, this establishes Han Chong's unique position in a more legitimate manner. Although the elder proposed these suggestions, they resonated profoundly with Han Chong's intentions. In these tumultuous times, a team's development often hinges on the leader's prestige, especially in the later stages. Should the team grow as Han Chong anticipates, lacking the privilege of exclusive authority would render many decisions indecisive. As the adage goes, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Should one refuse to listen, they may be subjected to the third regulation. Conversely, those who disregard this will find that Han Chong will not show leniency. Upon hearing the elder's introduction, Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing exchanged glances, then nodded earnestly at Han Chong, stating, "Rest assured, Captain, We agree with the team's regulations, and our lives were saved by you. We are willing to comply with your arrangements and adhere to team management. While Deng Ai may appear somewhat dull, Lu Jingjing is indeed a wise and courageous young woman. Though some of Han Chong's conditions may seem domineering, they are not unacceptable given their current lack and the harsh external environment. If they can gain something within such a team, even if it is subject to reallocation, it is still a fortune earned. Their earlier hesitation stemmed primarily from apprehension regarding excessively harsh terms, such as those revolting notions of overriding authority. However, what remains to be concerned about now? On the contrary, as members of such an organization, they ought to feel elated and proud. Seeing the two nod in agreement, the atmosphere within the team once again became vibrant. As the team's chief logistics officer and principal advisor, the elder allocated the room across the hall, once belonging to the original owner, to the couple, Deng Ai and his partner. After all, they were a couple, setting them apart from the others. Meanwhile, Han Chong and his companions resided in Tang Luo's home, as there was ample space, allowing each person their own room. Once Deng Ai and his partner settled in, the rather impatient Fatty approached Han Chong and inquired, "Captain, what is the situation outside? When shall we take action?" Fatty and his companions had yet to awaken and yearn for evolution. Their sole means of advancement lay in energy crystals. Given that the individual strength of the zombies had now surpassed theirs, Fatty naturally felt a sense of urgency. Han Chong glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The flames had burned fiercely in the morning, and logically, the zombies inside should have been reduced to ashes. However, the temperature within would likely remain elevated for some time. With such extreme heat, even clad in firefighting gear, it would be challenging for them to linger inside for long. Moreover, with 2 passageways spanning 4 to 5 kilometers and over 100,000 zombies, it would be difficult to collect everything before nightfall, Han Chong expressed with concern. "That's easy to handle. If necessary, we can work through the night. It's not something we haven't done before," Fatty declared, thumping his chest, disregarding the risks in pursuit of the crystals. Yet, it need not be so drastic. If nightfall posed dangers, we could collect a portion first, allowing ourselves to advance to the second level of evolution, and then gradually gather more tomorrow after strengthening our abilities. The elder suggested. His approach was deemed prudent and garnered unanimous agreement from Fatty and the others. Han Chong realized that this indeed made sense. With a wave of his hand, he instructed everyone to don firefighting combat gear, respiratory masks, and prepare bags, readying themselves for their inaugural harvest of second-level energy crystals. Chapter 74. Gather, gather, gather. Deng Ai and his partner remained in a state of bewilderment as newcomers. They were unaware of what energy crystals were or that zombies could even produce them. Given the sheer number of zombies outside, which appeared to have grown stronger than before, they pondered what kind of energy crystals could possibly warrant such a perilous venture. Did they truly need to wear firefighting gear? Was it a rescue mission? However, upon hearing their captain's command, they donned the firefighting suits, reluctantly following suit, as they had just pledged their loyalty to the organization and were obliged to adhere to its directives. As a former firefighter, Deng Ai was pleasantly surprised to find himself donning the firefighting suit once more, which brought him great joy. After stepping outside, Han Chong, as usual, took to the skies aboard the Titan to survey the area. However, he found it peculiar that the zombies, which had once roamed the streets, seemed to have vanished. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought, focusing on the pressing matter at hand, momentarily indifferent to these anomalies. The absence of zombies was fortuitous. It provided an opportune moment to gather the crystals. Under Han Chong's leadership, the group hurried towards the library subway station. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were nearly overwhelmed by the acrid stench emanating from within. Prompted by Deng Ai's guidance, they donned their respirators before venturing into the subway station. The once pristine and elegant station had now succumbed to a foul state. The fire had rendered the electrical circuits beneath the station entirely inoperative, plunging the previously illuminated underground passage into utter darkness. This power outage served as a mere prelude, with the cessation of operations in power and water supply sectors. All technological advancements of civilization would gradually fade away. Thus, one might ponder the significance of a lighter in the future, not merely for smoking, but as an essential tool for survival. Fortunately, the fire safety equipment was ample, and the group equipped their helmets with explosion-proof, waterproof searchlights, bringing forth a semblance of light amidst the gloom. Yet, in the oppressive darkness, these beams appeared rather feeble, enhancing the atmosphere of tension and unease. The objective of their search was a black crystal. Everyone was instructed to search meticulously while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. This admonition was chiefly directed at Deng Ai's 2 new members. After issuing the instructions, Han Chong was the first to plunge into the passage. As Han Chong had surmised, the heat had not dissipated in a timely manner, resulting in an oppressive warmth. Had they not prepared their firefighting gear, particularly the respirators, even he, a mutant and a first-level evolved being, would have been unable to enter. Under Han Chong's direction, the group diligently scoured the ground, akin to professionals rummaging through refuse. The excessive presence of gasoline had resulted in the gruesome incineration of the zombies within the passage. Their remains now resembled nothing more than desiccated, brittle husks. Stepping upon them elicited a crunching sound. Initially, Han Chong had anticipated the need for a fire axe, but that proved unnecessary. Upon encountering a round object resembling a head, he simply stepped upon it, sifting through the debris thereafter. The concentration of the zombies' parched corpses within the tunnel was alarmingly dense, and it wasn't long before the group began to reap their rewards. The thrill of treasure hunting, devoid of risk, was exhilarating. In their fervor, they lost track of time, their minds fixated solely on the task of collecting. What could be more joyous than this? Their revelry was abruptly interrupted when Lu Jingjing, who had been trailing closely behind, suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. The group snapped out of their trance, startled by her fall. Jingjing! Deng Ai exclaimed, rushing to her side. What has happened to her? Han Chong and the others were equally alarmed, quickly gathering around. With her extensive experience as a firefighter, Deng Ai quickly assessed the situation. The temperature within the tunnel was excessively high, and Lu Jingjing was suffering from dehydration. Captain, I must take her out, Deng Ai implored, glancing at Han Chong. Han Chong glanced at the time, astonished to find that it was already 6:30 in the evening. Engrossed in his endeavors, he had lost track of time. No wonder Lu Jingjing had fainted. She was merely an ordinary girl, unable to compare with the evolved beings around her. Even Deng Ai, who was specifically trained and a master of fire, likely possessed a higher tolerance to heat than Han Chong and his companions. Thus, he promptly called upon everyone to abandon their treasure-seeking for the day and assisted Deng Ai in carrying Lu Jingjing on his back as they swiftly retreated. The sky outside had grown dim, and faint growls began to echo in the night air. Han Chong understood that the second-level zombies would soon emerge in search of prey, so he urged everyone to hastily return to Yicheng and securely lock the heavy iron gate behind them. Once they were back upstairs, Tang Luo, who was running ahead, instinctively turned on the lights, only to have Han Chong rush in and switch them off again. What's wrong, brother Han Chong? It's too dark in here to see anything, Tang Luo asked, puzzled. From now on, do not turn on the lights at night. It will attract the zombies. Han Chong replied, covering the flashlight with his hand and turning it on just enough to emit a faint glow, allowing Deng Ai and Zhao Ziyue to check on Lu Jingjing's condition. He also instructed the hefty boy to draw all the curtains, after which Han Chong placed the flashlight on the ground to provide minimal illumination. At that moment, Deng Ai and Zhao Ziyue had already removed Lu Jingjing's fireproof suit. Zhao Ziyue was using a towel to help cool her down, while Deng Ai continuously offered her water. Is Sister Jingjing all right? Tang Luo inquired anxiously as she approached. She's severely dehydrated. We should get her to a hospital, Deng Ai said, his face filled with worry and frustration. Dehydration can be remedied with some saline solution. Do not fret, we have some here, Zhao Ziyue quickly reassured. Fortunately, Han Chong had insisted that everyone prepare in advance, or they would truly be in a predicament now. Once the saline solution was administered and Lu Jingjing's condition stabilized, Han Chong approached Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing, producing 2 first-level energy crystals. You both should consume these. They will aid in enhancing your physical constitution. This is the one we found today? No, the color seems off, Deng Ai remarked, intrigued. Han Chong nodded and, without reservation, explained the origin and effects of the energy crystals to them. You are a mutant, and in the future, I will focus on nurturing your growth. However, regarding Jingjing, I must apologize. This crystal will enhance her constitution, ensuring she remains free from illness in the future. Consider it a gift from me upon our first meeting. As for more in the future, greater contributions will be required on your part, or you must achieve significant feats to earn them for her. Deng Ai nodded, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. He could hardly believe such extraordinary items existed in the world. As for the remarks made by Han Chong, they are indeed stipulated in the regulations of the Iron Blood Legion, which they have acknowledged. Deng Ai is a man of integrity, and naturally, he harbors no objections. On the contrary, Han Chong, by sharing this information with them, graciously bestowed upon them 2 energy crystals, thereby providing them with an opportunity for enhanced development in the future. This was the true source of his astonishment. Chapter 75, Promotion to Level 2 Evolutionary Body in the evening. After the group had bathed in darkness, they meticulously cleaned all the Level 2 energy crystals they had collected that day, placing them in a large white bowl, resembling obsidian. A total of 312 crystals. The elder exclaimed with delight. It was impossible for him not to be thrilled. They had only cleared 1/3 of a passage, yet managed to gather over 300 crystals. If both passages were fully cleared, the total count could potentially exceed 2,000 crystals. These energy crystals were hard-earned spoils, achieved through numerous life-threatening endeavors, and at present, there was an urgent need for enhancement. Thus, those who participated in setting traps and luring zombies were allocated 10 crystals each, striving to complete their level 2 evolution today. With a wave of his hand, Han Chong decisively made the distribution. The chubby fellow, having received his treasure, greeted the others and hurried back to his room to indulge. Meanwhile, the others sought quiet corners to begin consuming their crystals, each striving to enhance their own strength. In the apocalyptic world, one must possess a sense of urgency. Elevating one's capabilities sooner translates to a greater assurance of self-protection. After everyone had received their allotments, Han Chong also offered a crystal to Jin Gang. From the perspective of contribution, this was entirely deserved by Jin Gang. Even though the chubby one often grumbled out of jealousy, he had no complaints regarding the distribution of energy crystals to Jin Gang. Without Jin Gang, their plan would likely have faced failure. Furthermore, it appeared that Jin Gang had awakened, transforming into a mutated bird. In terms of developmental potential, Jin Gang exhibited greater promise than the chubby fellow and his companions, making it entirely reasonable for Han Chong to focus on nurturing him. Once Jin Gang swallowed the crystal, raised his head high, and strutted away, Han Chong also consumed a level 2 crystal. Mere moments later, a searing energy began to rise within him, coursing through his limbs and body. His bones, meridians, blood, muscles, and skin felt as if they were being scorched by flames. This sensation was entirely different from that experienced with level 1 energy crystals, which induced a feeling of comfort and warmth, whereas level 2 brought discomfort. Fortunately, this discomfort was not severe, it was merely an unease. Han Chong had mentally prepared for this, as level 2 energy was certainly more ferocious than level 1. Level 1 energy crystals are blue, level 2 are black. Level 3 is brown, and subsequent levels range from yellow to dark red, and so forth. With each ascending level, the color of the energy crystals varies, as does the energy contained within. Each level gained results in a doubling of energy, accompanied by increasingly ferocious strength. Aside from the energy crystals of the undead, the demon cores of the monstrous beasts essentially adhere to the same principle. Han Chong experiences a slight discomfort, primarily due to having already completed the first stage evolution. Otherwise, his reaction would not be so mild. Evolution, in essence, is a systematic progression from the lower to the higher, embodying the most fundamental laws of nature. The second-tier energy crystals harbor a greater reservoir of energy, even requiring fewer units to ascend to the first stage evolution. However, this contravenes the natural order. Consequently, in terms of the ultimate evolutionary outcome, this method of evolution exhibits a significant disparity when compared to the first stage evolution achieved through first-tier energy crystals. A steady evolution commencing with first-tier energy crystals provides the most comprehensive enhancement to the human body and optimally develops its potential. While it is not impossible to utilize second-tier or higher-level energy crystals for evolution, the accompanying challenges are conspicuous. First, the substantial energy contained within the second-tier crystals poses a considerable risk. Without the foundation of a first-stage evolution, consuming these crystals results in a severe energy backlash. The process is not only excruciating, but also carries a certain probability of fatality. This explains why Han Chong, despite having completed the first stage evolution, still experiences a trace of discomfort during consumption. Second, this method of cross-tier consumption leads to insufficient enhancement of latent potential, resulting in pronounced disadvantages in later stages. Those who evolve steadily within the same tier exhibit significantly greater strength and a clearer evolutionary advantage compared to those who consume energy crystals across tiers, thus possessing a more profound potential for growth. It is akin to one child growing normally while another is forcefully accelerated. The latter may appear tall, but lacks a stable foundation. Currently, the global zombie population has undergone a collective evolution, rendering first-tier energy crystals exceedingly rare. Although the energy contained within these crystals is minimal, the 300 first-tier energy crystals remaining in Han Chong's possession are invaluable treasures. In the later stages, their worth may surpass even that of 5th or 6th-tier energy crystals, even in scenarios where quantities are insufficient. Starting with a single first-tier energy crystal as a foundation before consuming a second-tier crystal for ascension is far superior to directly ingesting a second-tier crystal. This is akin to the adage that one must first consolidate their foundation before indulging in potent tonics. In the previous era, by the time humanity recognized this issue, First-tier zombies had become extinct, and second-tier zombies were exceedingly scarce. Coupled with the probability factor, the likelihood of obtaining low-tier energy crystals approached zero. However, humanity displayed ingenuity. In the absence of zombie energy crystals, they resorted to demon cores from equally ranked monstrous beasts as substitutes. Yet, in terms of efficacy, there remains an inherent gap between the demon cores and the energy crystals of the undead. Ultimately, while humanity and the undead share a common origin, humans and demonic entities represent two distinct species. In summary, those evolved through primary and secondary energy crystals are considered perfect evolutionary entities, while those evolved through other means invariably possess some flaws. Previously, Han Chong had a total of 312 energy crystals left from his last batch, and after clearing Limin Alley, he obtained an additional 2, bringing the total to 314. The cultivation of Tang Luo and Jin Gang consumed 20 crystals, and tonight, he gifted 2 to Deng Ai and his companion. Thus, from this moment onward, the global total stands at a mere 292 crystals. Han Chong had previously asserted that these energy crystals hold more value than money, a statement not made lightly. However, at that time, he did not harbor such grand ambitions. He had no intention of utilizing them extensively for himself, initially planning to use these crystals to enhance his abilities. Now, with greater aspirations to cultivate his own organization and influence, these energy crystals have transformed into exceedingly precious strategic resources, making Han Chong reluctant to expend them. In the future, these energy crystals will serve as crucial resources for nurturing elite personnel, and alternative methods for enhancement must be devised. As Han Chong pondered these matters, he also sensed the changes within his body. With the continuous consumption of energy crystals, he could distinctly feel the transformations taking place within him. While remaining still, his hearing and vision exhibited the most pronounced improvements. As time passed, and he digested 10 secondary energy crystals, a crackling sound resonated within him, prompting Han Chong to rise abruptly. He had successfully attained the status of a secondary evolutionary entity. Chapter 76. Delight. Dual awakening. The enhancement of the overall physical quality of a primary evolutionary entity equates to more than double that of an ordinary human. However, a secondary evolutionary entity experiences a further doubling of this enhancement. The transition from 1 to 2 may not be immediately apparent, but the leap from 2 to 4 is strikingly evident, particularly for Han Chong and his companions. The acceleration of their advancement from ordinary humans to secondary evolutionary entities has been remarkably swift, achieving a quadrupling of their overall attributes within just 11 days. While a primary evolutionary entity might be likened to a minor superhero, a secondary evolutionary entity can truly be regarded as a genuine superhero. The average standing long jump for a normal person is just over 2 meters, while those with slightly better physical conditions might reach around 2.5 to 3 meters. With a fourfold enhancement, someone as fit as Han Chong could effortlessly leap 10 meters from a standstill. With a running start, jumping 20 to 30 meters would be entirely within reach. Previously, when Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue traversed the rooftops along Taiping South Road, they required ropes for assistance. Now, should they encounter any obstacles, they could simply leap over them with ease. As Han Chong completed his transformation into a secondary evolutionary entity, the others also followed suit in their ascension. As soon as the plump fellow achieved his upgrade, he dashed out with enthusiasm, flexing his arms before Han Chong, and exclaimed, "Captain, how about it? Now, when I encounter those zombies, I can knock them down with a single punch." Upon observing the ostentatious figure of the corpulent man, Han Chong felt a sense of exasperation. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, a voice interjected. That was in the case of a stationary zombie. Otherwise, it could very well be you who ends up on the ground. The stout man, slightly embarrassed, turned to Zhao Ziyue, who was approaching alongside Tang Luo, and declared, "Times have changed, you know. I am now a person forged in the crucible of battle. Once, I wielded a great sword and carved my way through hordes of zombies. Much like the legendary Zhao Zilong of Chongshan. Brother, Zhao Zilong used a gun, and he is undeniably more handsome than you." Tang Luo chimed in with a chuckle, adding a playful jab. The stout man, infuriated, exclaimed, "What's the point, little Tang Luo?" Tang Luo stuck out her tongue and made a silly face before rushing to Han Chong's side, exclaiming excitedly, "Brother Han Chong, I have awakened my supernatural abilities." "You have awakened your abilities?" Han Chong replied, astonishment etched upon his face. What a serendipitous discovery. He had already been impressed by Tang Luo's marksmanship, but to learn that she had also awakened extraordinary powers was truly remarkable. "I too have awakened," Zhao Ziyue remarked nonchalantly, though the smile gracing her face betrayed her inner thrill and excitement, indicating that her composure was but a facade. The awakening of her abilities signified that she would not be eliminated in the evolution process, nor would she fall too far behind Han Chong, allowing her to continue fighting alongside him. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Ziyue had grown accustomed to standing by Han Chong's side, a change she had yet to recognize in herself. Double awakening. This is indeed a moment of double joy. Han Chong remained oblivious to Zhao Ziyue's inner thoughts, utterly astonished, his mouth agape in sheer delight. Meanwhile, the stout man, who had been boasting about his recent elevation, felt his jaw nearly drop to the ground in shock. What the hell? This is quite the blow to my ego. I thought I was a king, but it turns out I'm just a novice. However, the stout man's dismay went unnoticed as Han Chong gazed at Tang Luo and Zhao Ziyue, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If one were unaware of the cause of his elation and his character, they might even mistake him for a lecher. Quick, tell me about your awakened abilities. Han Chong urged eagerly. I'll go first. Tang Luo, unable to contain her enthusiasm, or perhaps eager to showcase her newfound prowess, interrupted before Han Chong could finish. Yet, rather than describing her abilities, she opted to demonstrate. Extending her fair left hand forward, a brilliant light flashed, revealing a magnificent and ethereal longbow in her grasp. Following this, her right hand rested upon the bowstring as silver radiance swiftly spread from her fingers to the string. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance subsided, and a silver arrow materialized, poised elegantly upon the shimmering bow. In the shimmering silver light, the cherubic-faced and somewhat dazed Tang Luo resembled a fairy from myth or an ethereal sprite from fantasy. As she drew her bow and adjusted its aim, it appeared she was in search of a suitable target. However, the confined space of the room rendered it an impractical setting for archery, prompting her to direct the arrow towards the portly individual present. In that fleeting moment, a chilling wave coursed from her head to her toes. The stout man's body froze in place, paralyzed by the palpable threat of death. Not only the stout man, but even Han Chong felt a piercing discomfort at his brow when Tang Luo had aimed the bow in his direction moments earlier. Seeing her point the arrow at the stout man, Han Chong hastily admonished, "Put it down. Do not aim your bow at your own people." With a flick of her wrist, the bow and arrow vanished, and she sheepishly stuck out her tongue before rushing to the stout man's side, pulling at his arm in a playful apology. Yet, the stout man remained in a daze, his body still chilled and stiff, unable to shake off the shock of the recent fright. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Han Chong inquired in astonishment. The manifestations of such powers are numerous and bizarre, but he had never encountered someone like Tang Luo who could conjure a bow and arrow. My ability is called divine archery, with an added death arrow, Tang Luo explained. In its initial stage, I can shoot 8 ordinary arrows. However, utilizing the death arrow will completely deplete my energy. The death arrow is an assured strike, capable of defeating foes of higher levels. Anyone struck is certain to perish. Although the energy cost is significant, its potency is indisputable. Upon hearing Tang Luo's description, Han Chong felt a surge of elation. This was undeniably a formidable combat skill. If it was this powerful at the novice level, future advancements would surely yield even greater strength. What about you, Zhao? Han Chong turned to Zhao Ziyue, his heart brimming with anticipation. I have awakened my supernatural ability, Zhao Ziyue began, her lips parting gently. Metal control. In its initial stage, I can merely move metal objects with simplicity, perhaps not as powerful as Tang Luo's archery. No. Han Chong laughed heartily, excitement bubbling within him as he grasped Zhao Ziyue's shoulders. You simply need to become more familiar with this ability. Once you grow accustomed to it, especially after further advancements, you will discover its true might. Zhao Ziyue's awakening of her supernatural ability, reminiscent of her previous life's power over metal, brought immense relief to Han Chong, replaced swiftly by exhilaration. He had previously feared that his rebirth might alter Zhao Ziyue's trajectory, affecting her ability to awaken her powers. It now appeared that his concerns had been unfounded. With Zhao Ziyue's reawakening, the establishment of an impregnable fortress of iron and blood in the future seemed all but assured. Chapter 77. Zhao Ziyue possessed by the invincible East. As Han Chong had surmised, Zhao Ziyue was yet to grasp the full magnitude of her supernatural ability, primarily due to her unfamiliarity with applying it in combat. Zhao Ziyue's rudimentary mastery of metal manipulation enables her to effortlessly control metallic objects within a modest radius of 5 meters. For instance, she can deftly maneuver a kitchen knife or a set of keys. While this may seem trivial at first glance, substituting these items with sharp daggers or blades transforms the situation entirely. Han Chong removed a blade from a utility knife and handed it to Zhao Ziyue, encouraging her to give it another try. As the blade whirled through the air with a whoosh, Zhao Ziyue's imagination was ignited. This was significantly more formidable than the famed flying daggers of Shaoli. Aware of her ample energy reserves, she contemplated the theoretical possibility of the blade soaring infinitely. However, she noted that the blade felt rather flimsy, leaving her somewhat dissatisfied as she pinched it between her fingers. This is simple. How about we try this instead? Han Chong, as if performing a magic trick, produced a box of long, sturdy steel needles and presented them to Zhao Ziyue. He then handed her 2 steel rods, each the thickness of a finger and 10 centimeters in length, with sharpened ends. Goodness, Captain, did you prepare these in advance? The portly companion finally regained his composure. Marveling at Han Chong's promptness, Han Chong smiled, offering no explanation. Indeed, he had anticipated this moment, having known all along that Zhao Ziyue would awaken her extraordinary abilities and what those abilities would entail. Previously, she had demonstrated exceptional proficiency with firearms, which led Han Chong to forego the idea of providing her with weapons. However, once her powers awakened, he had already conceived various means for her to harness them effectively. The awakened abilities may be fixed, yet the myriad ways to employ them in combat are boundless. Just as the outcomes differ between controlling a cluster of keys and wielding a blade, the potential for mastery is vast, without fully realizing one's capabilities. Even the mightiest of powers can fall short against others. Take Deng Ai, for instance. Although he had awakened the ability to control flames, which appeared formidable in a confrontation, even Han Chong, devoid of his powers and yet not having reached the evolved state, could devise numerous strategies to defeat him. In the previous lifetime, as the widespread awakening of abilities occurred, diverse combat styles emerged through battles, gradually forming a comprehensive system of warfare. Much like the martial arts of ancient times, the combat techniques associated with these powers were resplendent and captivating. Particularly, those high-level evolved beings endowed with unique abilities exhibited combat scenes reminiscent of myth, both enchanting and perilously destructive, accompanied by devastation and death. Han Chong had once envied those combat styles immensely, yet his own abilities were not combat-oriented, rendering his admiration futile. He could only endure the blows, finding solace in the knowledge that, after such trials, he would recover more swiftly than others. Yet this life is different. Whether it is the evolved beings or the awakened abilities, they endow him with the capability to directly engage in combat. The various combat techniques he has encountered, heard of, or contemplated in his previous life can now be employed. Not only he, but also Zhao Ziyue and Deng Ai, along with anyone who has awakened their powers, must diligently train in their combat techniques to develop their unique fighting styles and maximize their abilities. Additionally, they need to practice the Old Master's Tiger Crane double form fist and the military combat techniques. This period has been immensely busy, to the extent that he has not truly engaged in serious training. However, during his sparse free moments, the few techniques he learned from the Old Master have proven to be of great benefit to Han Chong. The martial arts passed down from ancient times in our country have been refined through countless years of rigorous practice, possessing immense combat value and practical significance. Unfortunately, in times of peace, such skills cannot be fully realized, and the majority of practitioners engage solely for physical conditioning or to show off, thereby tarnishing the art, reducing it to mere decorative display. The ancients practiced martial arts with an emphasis on training in the harsh winters and sweltering summers, combining herbal remedies and diet, practicing diligently for over a decade to achieve any success. Yet Han Chong and his companions are different. Their second-level evolution grants them conditions unattainable by the ancients. Once they master the techniques of these martial arts, they will naturally become experts. This is akin to the character Sherpatian from Jin Yang's The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, whose profound internal energy allows him to effortlessly wield techniques with remarkable prowess. Presently, Han Chong and his companions find themselves in a similar state. However, in this apocalyptic world, with the virus outbreak and rampant zombies, it is likely that traditional martial arts masters have all but perished. Thus, Han Chong feels incredibly fortunate to have such a master nearby. If he fails to take advantage of this opportunity, he would feel he has betrayed himself. Zhao Ziyue did not expect Han Chong to be so thoughtful. He presented her with a gift at the moment she awakened, which filled her with immense joy. In comparison, the wealthy heirs who once offered her luxury sports cars worth millions could not evoke such elation, especially after she attempted to manipulate the steel needle. Zhao Ziyue's heart swelled with delight. With a flick of her fingers, the steel needle shot forth, piercing the steel plate sealed within the window with a resounding whoosh. Witnessing this power, Zhao Ziyue felt a surge of pride and could not help but turn back to Han Chong with a radiant smile, her expression blooming like a flower. Is this your ability? It looks remarkably like the embodiment of Dongfeng Bubi. Han Chong felt a sense of elation. Yet the stout companion beside him felt a chill run down his spine, unable to restrain his murmurs. He finally understood why Han Chong valued mutants so highly. Zhao Ziyue's manipulation of the steel needle surpassed even Dongfang Bubi's prowess. Although he had just recently ascended to a second-level evolution, he doubted he could withstand even a single round against such skill. As for the steel bar, thick as 2 fingers, under Zhao Ziyue's control, it pierced through the cement wall with remarkable ease. One could imagine it would hardly struggle if it were to strike a human skull. The rotund man seemed to sense the imminent rise of a formidable female villain, prompting him to inch backward toward the old gentleman standing nearby, who was observing with a smile. He inquired, "Old sir, you haven't awakened as well, have you?" The elder shot him a glare, fully aware of the plump man's intentions, seeking psychological solace from him. The elder retorted sharply, "A 1 in 1,000 chance. Do you think it's that simple? Besides, you are currently a secondary evolved being. You will evolve further. As long as you train diligently, you need not be inferior to the mutants. But if you refuse to put in the effort, you will still be no match for the zombies." The rotund man rolled his eyes, feeling that the incident of being overpowered by a zombie was an indelible mark on his pride. Why couldn't they remember his moment of glory? Chapter 78. The expanding Vajra. The exhilaration brought by advancing to a secondary evolved state and the enhancement of physical capabilities kept everyone, despite a sleepless night, invigorated the following day. Even Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing, having consumed merely a primary energy crystal, felt rather spirited at that moment. Most importantly, through this event, they realized that Han Chong had opened a grand door for them, leading to a world so wondrous and vibrant, filling them with awe and boundless yearning. Crucially, Han Chong had treated them exceptionally well, gifting them 2 precious crystals without any contribution on their part. This ignited within them an insatiable fighting spirit and filled them with hope for the future, believing that with enough effort, they too could become as formidable as their leader. Noticing the gratitude and excitement radiating from the two, Han Chong discreetly nodded in approval. From the moment he bestowed the energy crystals, explaining their significance and origin, to later distributing the secondary crystals, he remained transparent with them. Han Chong intentionally approached it this way, hoping to test their character. Different individuals respond uniquely to kindness. Some express gratitude, while others take it for granted and yearn for more. Just as yesterday, when numerous secondary energy crystals were placed in a bowl, each of Han Chong's companions received 10, while Deng Ai and his companion received none. It is challenging for most to maintain equanimity in such circumstances, often questioning why more could not be allocated to them given the surplus. Yet, they remained oblivious to the sacrifices made to acquire those hundreds of crystals. Thus, Han Chong quietly observed Deng Ai and his companion, noting their expressions of wonder and envy, but notably devoid of resentment, which brought him some comfort. One could hardly blame Han Chong for being cautious and suspicious. The betrayal he endured in his previous life left him with profound psychological scars. The current demeanor of the two reassured him, leading him to grant Deng Ai another energy crystal, eager to nurture his potential swiftly. Utilizing the imprint to control the extraordinary abilities within the body, allowing for natural digestion, without converting the crystal's energy into extraordinary power, Han Chong specifically cautioned. Unlike ordinary individuals, mutants prioritize the absorption of energy bodies entering their systems through their imprints. If one fails to regulate the imprint, the energy, once transformed into extraordinary power, will render any physical enhancement impossible. While opportunities to elevate extraordinary energy in the future abound, chances to improve one's physique are scarce. Upon receiving the crystal, Deng Ai glanced at Lu Jingjing, who nodded encouragingly and remarked, "You are a mutant, possessing immense potential for development. If you strengthen yourself swiftly and contribute more, the leader will reward us with greater resources." Motivated by Lu Jingjing's words, Deng Ai finally placed the crystal into his mouth. The following day, they set out with their original equipment, yet the group's confidence had noticeably increased. Han Chong soared into the sky with King Kong, conducting another inspection. This time, he observed a starkly different scenario. Yesterday, the vicinity of the library was devoid of any zombies, but today, Han Chong spotted their figures. These second-level zombies, hunched over, seemed to have all taken on a uniform appearance. Were it not for the remnants of their former clothing, it would be challenging to distinguish their original genders. As Han Chong landed on the library's rooftop and gazed at the few zombies below, a sense of unease enveloped him. Although these zombies could be dealt with, their presence posed a potential risk of attracting other zombies from a distance during the ensuing conflict. After a moment's contemplation, Han Chong issued a command to King Kong. Now a second-level evolved entity, King Kong had grown significantly more astute, unlike before, when Han Chong needed to repeat commands multiple times. A single utterance was now sufficient for King Kong to comprehend. With its striking plumage, King Kong was easily identifiable. It dove from the library's heights, gradually lowering its altitude, and pounced directly upon the nearest zombie. According to Han Chong's understanding, this creature, much like a cowardly individual, would likely only need to make a few noises to draw the zombie away. However, King Kong's subsequent actions left Han Chong utterly astonished. Upon reaching the zombie's head, instead of retreating, it descended like a hawk, launching itself directly at the creature. The second-level zombie, known as a berserk zombie, was inherently aggressive and would not tolerate such provocation. It let out a furious roar, charging toward King Kong. What on earth? Has this foolish bird consumed too many energy crystals lately and become overly arrogant? Han Chong exclaimed in astonishment and anger, fearing that the zombie might tear King Kong apart. He hurriedly leaped from the rooftop, but before he could approach, he witnessed King Kong suddenly accelerate, reaching the zombie just before its hands could close in. With its claws grasping at the zombie's face, King Kong's formidable beak pierced through the creature's eye. The zombie emitted a piercing howl once more, its hands swiftly altering direction as it clawed at its own face. However, the mighty ape was swifter, having already seized the zombie's facial skin and darted away. In the briefest of moments, the clash between the two was both breathtaking and brutal, marked by an intensity that was equally sanguine and savage. The zombie, endowed with formidable vitality, found its severe injuries inconsequential. Upon witnessing the ape's flight, the zombie let out a furious roar and relentlessly pursued it. After sprinting a few paces, it leapt onto an abandoned car and propelled itself into the air. The combat prowess of a level 2 zombie is approximately thrice that of an ordinary human, rendering this leap quite astonishing. The ape, reveling in its momentary triumph, was caught off guard by its adversary's actions. By the time it sensed the impending danger, the zombie's hand had already struck it. A chilling cry escaped the ape as it was sent crashing to the ground. Seizing the advantage, the zombie wasted no time and lunged forward, intent on tearing the ape into shreds. Quick to react, the ape sprang up from the ground and charged at the zombie. But before they could close the distance, the ape suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a brilliant fireball that struck the zombie squarely in the face. This battle was fraught with unexpected twists, leaving Han Chong, who had intended to rush to their aid, utterly astonished. Especially the final move, where the ape expelled the fireball with such speed and cunning, left Han Chong in awe. He quickly dashed forward, seizing the opportunity to strike the zombie's head with his sword. The ape circled in the air twice, uttering a couple of silly calls before soaring away. Han Chong watched the vibrant figure of the ape, speechless, but a realization dawned upon him. This foolish creature had indeed awakened its latent powers, and it had become rather inflated in its self-importance. Chapter 79. The Crisis of Annihilation. With the confirmation of the ape's overwhelming combat prowess, Han Chong no longer harbored the same level of concern for its safety. It should be more than capable of diverting the zombies. After all, the ape had engaged in such tasks numerous times, possessing ample experience. Meanwhile, Han Chong swiftly turned to welcome Zhao Ziyue and the others as they entered the subway station together. After a night of cooling, although the stench in the passageway remained unpleasant, the temperature had dropped. Without the oppressive heat of burning, coupled with the enhanced capabilities of the group, their efficiency had markedly improved compared to the previous day. By the end of the day, one passageway leading to Zinjiku had been entirely cleared, while another had only a fraction remaining. However, upon glancing at the time, Han Chong hesitated. At 6 o'clock, darkness was about to envelop the outside world. If they continued, they might not complete the task until 7 or 8 in the evening. Shall we muster our efforts and finish the last bit before departing? The old man inquired. Noticing Han Chong checking the time, Han Chong surveyed the dimly lit passage and shook his head, responding, "We have already gathered a sufficient amount of crystals. Safety must take precedence." Upon hearing Han Chong's words, the group reluctantly decided to temporarily abandon their treasure hunt. Comforted by the prospect of returning the next day and the bulging bag of crystals they held, which lifted their spirits immensely. However, as they arrived at the subway station, their expressions shifted dramatically. The sky had not yet succumbed to darkness. The setting sun painted it a deep crimson, casting ominous shadows from the towering buildings of the city. While silence reigned within the passageway, the cacophony of undead wails outside sent a chill down their spines. Hadn't this area been cleared previously? How could there be so many of them? After attentively listening to the commotion beyond, the old man furrowed his brow, clearly realizing that the number of zombies outside was far from negligible. The rapid evolution of the undead was alarming. They grew stronger each day, and with newfound intelligence, their actions became increasingly unpredictable. Reminiscing about the previously desolate street corner, Han Chong shook his head, feeling that the behavior of these zombies was exceedingly strange. We must leave swiftly, Zhao Ziyue interjected. As night falls, the horde will only increase in number. Han Chong nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her concerns. Darkness favored the zombies, enhancing their strength. Yet, traversing the mere few hundred meters ahead would prove immensely challenging, as the level 2 berserk zombies were a far cry from their level 1 counterparts, especially with Lu Jingjing and Deng Ai in their midst. Their speed was no match for that of the zombies, making it a daunting task to navigate through the throng. Han Chong quickly devised a plan. Let Jin Gang draw some attention first, while I assist Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing in flying over. The four of you will have to charge through. At that moment, Han Chong lamented not having brought back the shields earlier. Their presence, combined with the fire axes in their group, would have made the charge significantly safer. I'll take the lead. Grandpa will assist from the side. Tang Luo, be ready to intervene at a crucial moment, and Fatty, you'll cover the rear. Zhao Ziyue declared swiftly. Han Chong glanced at her, noting how she had begun to exude an air of authority. Perhaps it was her innate potential, which had been stifled by his own presence. Once the group was prepared, Han Chong promptly issued orders to Jin Gang. With a roar, Jin Gang soared from the underground exit, seemingly reveling in its newfound power. As soon as it emerged, it unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. Though the fire was only the size of a fist, it was quite dazzling in the dim light. The noise and flames would undoubtedly draw the attention of the zombies outside, yielding a significant effect. As the group concealed at the entrance of the passageway beheld the radiant light outside, they recalled Han Chong's earlier claims about the awakening of the Titan's extraordinary abilities. Once dismissed as mere fantasy, it was now a palpable reality. Prepare yourselves, charge. Han Chong bellowed, grasping the hands of Deng Ai and Lu Jingjing, propelling them swiftly towards the subway exit. Upon reaching the final step, a surge of strength erupted beneath their feet, launching them into the air. The wings of death unfurled behind them, carrying the trio aloft. In their wake, Zhao Ziyue, one hand wielding a firearm and the other maneuvering the steel spear gifted by Han Chong, surged forward with great haste. The number of zombies outside exceeded their expectations, and alarmingly, these undead had congregated in a throng. After the Titan lured the zombies a few paces away, they halted their pursuit, instead directing their fury towards the Titan's retreating figure. It was evident that with newfound intelligence, they no longer mindlessly followed. Recognizing their inability to catch up, they opted to abandon the chase. Once Han Chong and his companions emerged, the zombies immediately found an outlet for their pent-up rage, flooding towards them in a chaotic rush. Their advance was not the clumsy charge of ordinary zombies, but rather a display of agility akin to that of monkeys, propelled by remarkable leaping abilities. Witnessing this scene, both Han Chong above and Zhao Ziyue below wore expressions of grave concern. Without hesitation, Zhao Ziyue opened fire. Yet her once precise marksmanship faltered against the heightened speed and agility of the second-tier zombies. After Zhao Ziyue dispatched 2 zombies with her initial shots, the remaining undead quickly dispersed, evading her aim with rapid jumps and erratic movements. As Han Chong had predicted, these zombies had grown cunning and became increasingly formidable. Although they could not vanquish the zombies, Zhao Ziyue and the old man continued firing relentlessly. Bullets erupted against the zombies, creating a spray of crimson, yet this barrage could not stem the onslaught of the horde. Fire! Set the blaze! Han Chong shouted to Deng Ai, acutely aware that if this swarm were allowed to advance unchecked, the lives of those below could be at grave risk. Fortunately, Deng Ai, a firefighter by training, maintained his composure. Before Han Chong's intervention, he had previously led a group of survivors in encounters with the undead. Thus, he was not easily shaken. Upon hearing Han Chong's command, he swiftly gestured, summoning flames from the heavens. The flames he conjured were not mere fireballs the size of fists, but vast torrents of flame that blazed wherever he directed. Startled by the sudden inferno from above, the zombies' formation scattered in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ziyue followed closely behind the advancing flames, propelling herself forward. Chapter 80. Life and death break through the roaring flames surged forward, with Zhao Ziyue and her companions closely following in their wake. However, Deng Ai, as a novice fire controller, could only manipulate the flames within a limited range of 7 or 8 square meters. After a brief moment of chaos, the zombies quickly circumvented the flames, encircling them in a large circle and launching an assault from all directions. This predicament imposed immense pressure not only on those in the front and flanks, but also on the portly individual trailing behind, who was compelled to run while simultaneously engaging in combat. Being a rather inept fighter, he was thrown into disarray under such duress. The first-level zombies, oblivious to evasion, were met with his wild swings of the broadsword, but now, having lost his weapon at the Confucius Temple subway station and wielding a rather short axe, He felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Compounding his anxiety, the second-level zombies were agile and ferocious, even capable of dodging his strikes. His axe, while cutting through the air with a whoosh, failed to connect with any of the zombies. As the old man remarked, this individual possessed strength but could scarcely harness even 30% of it, leaving him breathless and exhausted. Fortunately, Tang Luo was nearby to lend a hand, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. At this juncture, the disparity between the trained and the untrained became evident. Zhao Ziyue and the old man, seasoned martial artists with extensive battle experience, unleashed their formidable combat prowess. Following an enhancement of their physical capabilities, the techniques they had diligently practiced transformed into devastating effectiveness. Realizing that firearms were ineffective, they sheathed their pistols and opted for close-quarters combat with their axes. Any zombie that approached them was swiftly dispatched, limbs severed and entrails spilled. Zhao Ziyue's axe, in perfect synergy with her metallic control ability, swung through the air as steel spikes whizzed, piercing through the skulls of the zombies. In aiding her own efforts to vanquish the undead, she also provided temporary respite for her companions. The old man, having undergone 2 evolutions, had shed his former frailty. Despite his silver hair, his combat strength was formidable. He exhibited his martial prowess to the fullest, single-handedly felling zombies left and right. Yet, they faced a unique adversary in the form of these mutated beings. Unlike other creatures, whose injuries might prove fatal when eviscerated or dismembered, zombies did not succumb. They continued to thrash about relentlessly. In light of this, even the old man's impressive skills and strength proved to be a considerable challenge. Han Chong, observing the fierce struggle from above, noted that while the group maintained a commendable fighting spirit, peril loomed. The surrounding horde of zombies was substantial, and as night fell, their dominion, the noise from the skirmish would undoubtedly attract more of their attention. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for everyone. Hurry! Do not pause, accelerate. King Kong, return to assist. Han Chong shouted desperately from the air, wishing he could leap down himself. However, he was acutely aware that his descent would only exacerbate the dire situation due to the presence of Deng Ai and his companion. Upon hearing Han Chong's cry, King Kong immediately soared back from the front lines. This creature had indeed grown bolder. Spreading its wings, it charged directly at the zombies, targeting their faces with ferocity. King Kong embodied the essence of aggression, striking with precision. Its sharp beak and claws could rip flesh apart, creating gaping wounds. Yet, its attacks, though damaging, were not lethal, merely serving as a means of distraction, providing slight relief amidst the relentless pressure. However, given the overwhelming number of zombies, this assistance was insufficient to turn the tide. As the group advanced, they quickly found themselves struggling, just as Han Chong had anticipated. Zombies began to swarm from all directions, continuously augmenting their ranks. Despite their relentless efforts, the number of zombies only grew. In this perilous moment, Tang Luo could no longer contain herself and unleashed her extraordinary abilities, summoning her divine archery skills. Under the darkened sky, enveloped in a silvery glow, Tang Luo resembled a goddess formed from moonlight, her youthful visage illuminated with a sacred radiance. The arrows, forged from her powers, easily pierced the heads of the zombies, causing explosive bursts that shattered their skulls into fragments. In a flurry of 8 arrows, each shot claimed a life. Tang Luo's eruption of strength granted the group a glimmer of hope, enabling them to reach the entrance of the imperial city. They were merely a few dozen meters away from Building 1, yet the situation grew increasingly dire. The outer horde of zombies had swelled to 50 or 60, and with several members sustaining injuries and blood seeping from their wounds, the zombies became more frenzied, charging recklessly towards them. Han Chong recognized the precariousness of their plight. If they did not devise a strategy soon, they would be overwhelmed. With a sudden surge of determination, he thrust Deng Ai and his companion toward the gates of the iron fortress. Open the door. Fire at the zombies as they approach, he instructed briefly, not pausing to consider whether Deng Ai and the others could manage on their own, before turning back to confront the advancing zombies. With Han Chong's aid in clearing the zombies blocking the entrance to the imperial city, the pressure on the group significantly eased, allowing them to avoid being attacked from both sides. Do not linger in battle, retreat quickly, Han Chong bellowed. The group was already battered, particularly the heavy-set man, whose back bore a massive claw mark, blood soaking through and indicating he could hardly endure much longer. They swiftly retreated through the opening Han Chong had created. However, the heavy-set man's speed was already lagging behind the others, and after a few hurried steps, he found himself separated from the group. Brother! Tang Luo beheld the rotund figure behind her ensnared in a dire predicament, and her heart seized with terror as she cried out in alarm. Han Chong surged forward from behind, grasping her arm and flinging her backward, propelling her out of the undead's clutches. "Go!" he shouted fiercely, while he himself dashed toward the portly man. The first-tier zombies were mindless, merely extending their hands to grasp and biting with their mouths, advancing straightforwardly. However, the second-tier zombies displayed agility, leaping and pouncing with ferocity, their claws swiping like those of a beast. In terms of both offensive tactics and ferocity, they surpassed their first-tier counterparts by a significant margin. With his sword in hand, Han Chong swung left and right, finding the struggle to be exceedingly arduous. With no opportunity to slay the zombies, he sought only to momentarily repel them. The portly man had lost considerable blood and was on the verge of collapse, ensnared by the zombies and nearly engulfed in despair. Upon witnessing Han Chong's perilous advance, the man, his eyes bloodshot, shouted, "Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me." Yet, Han Chong remained undeterred. In the final strides, he summoned the wings of death, soaring into the air and diving toward the rotund figure. "Go!" Han Chong took the man's place, standing resolutely at the rear. At that moment, Han Chong noticed that the portly man was not only injured on his back, but bore numerous wounds upon his face as well. To his surprise, despite the man's usual timidity, he displayed remarkable courage in this critical moment. Chapter 81. The wind-like, portly man. The distance from the entrance of the Imperial City to the entrance of Building 1 was merely a few dozen meters. Yet, this seemingly trivial span loomed like an insurmountable chasm before them, challenging their escape. Even as the elder and his companions broke free from the encirclement, they were relentlessly pursued by the zombies, who nipped at their heels, and a moment's delay could lead to being surrounded once more. Just then, Deng Ai, who had been stationed at the entrance, suddenly roared and charged forward. Lacking the formidable combat prowess of Zhao Ziyue and her companions, he relied on his abilities, unleashing 2 long columns of flame from his hands to assist Zhao Ziyue and others in repelling the undead. With Deng Ai's aid, Zhao Ziyue the elder and Tang Luo successfully drew closer to the entrance, while the zombies, wary of the flames, momentarily relinquished their pursuit, redirecting their assault toward Han Chong and the portly man. As a result, the pressure on Han Chong and his companion intensified, the encircling horde of zombies thickening around them. Despite Han Chong exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not shatter the frenzied zombies. Soon, his body bore numerous wounds, while the portly man fared even worse. He had intended to lift the portly man into the air, but the relentless onslaught of the zombies denied him the opportunity to take flight. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyue and the others, having escaped the encirclement, observed Han Chong and the portly man once again besieged and in grave danger, compelling them to turn back in an attempt to rescue him. "Cover me." As both sides appeared poised to clash once more, Zhao Ziyue suddenly experienced a moment of inspiration. She cast her axe to the ground and, summoning her powers with unwavering determination, deftly manipulated a pair of steel spikes. The air was pierced by a whistling sound as the 2 sharp, dart-like spikes arched gracefully through the atmosphere, swiftly penetrating the skull of one zombie, splattering crimson brain matter, before burrowing into another's head. The blossoms of blood erupted in the air, a grotesque, yet hauntingly beautiful sight. Under the pressure of life and death, Zhao Ziyue finally unleashed her latent potential. Her mastery over metal manifested an astonishing lethality. The sharp steel spikes became instruments of slaughter against the undead. The sudden display of power left onlookers aghast, illuminating the reason behind Han Chong's earlier assertion that Zhao Ziyue was unaware of the true extent of her abilities. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. Even Zhao Ziyue herself was profoundly astonished. With her full control, the steel spikes moved with a precision akin to an extension of her own limbs, proving far more effective than any firearm. Especially under the protection of the Elder's battle axe and Deng Ai's flames, Zhao Ziyue transformed into a harbinger of death, each step accompanied by a shower of blood. The horde of zombies surrounding Han Chong and the others had finally yielded a gap. Seeing the opportunity, Han Chong urgently bellowed for the hefty companion to flee. The stout man, who had previously thought himself doomed, found a flicker of hope in the newly opened passage. In that moment of desperate yearning for survival, his spirit surged to unprecedented heights, as if some unseen shackles had been shattered. The once feeble body erupted with an astonishing vigor, and he bolted toward the exit. In the blink of an eye, the portly figure vanished from the center of the fray, and before anyone could react, a resounding crash echoed from behind. The stout man had crashed headlong into the heavy iron gate, only to collapse straight to the ground. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. What had just transpired? Was that a gust of wind, a whirlwind of a portly figure? How could he run so fast? Goodness, had the seemingly lifeless man merely been feigning weakness? Yet, Amidst the chaos, there was no time for contemplation. With the zombies mounting a frenzied assault, the group had to recommit to the fight. Freed from the burden of their companion, Han Chong, while still under immense pressure, found himself somewhat more at ease. Armed with a sharp sword, he fought and retreated in a bid to reunite with Zhao Ziyue and the others. In the brief interval, the number of zombies swelled. Not only outside the gates of Yipin Yucheng, but also within its confines, where a multitude of undead began to emerge. The exterior walls of Yipin Yucheng could not withstand the onslaught of the second-tier berserk zombies as they scaled the walls on either side of the entrance. Drawing ever closer, under the full eruption of Zhao Ziyue's extraordinary abilities, she carved a bloody path, yet the consumption of her powers was alarmingly swift. Her complexion began to pale, and her once resolute strides began to tremble. Nevertheless, in her determination to rescue Han Chong, she gritted her teeth and persevered. When Han Chong finally broke free from the encirclement and reunited with the group, Zhao Ziyue's body softened, and she collapsed. Her powers had been overdrawn. Go! Han Chong rushed in, lifting Zhao Ziyue into his arms before handing her over to the elderly man. By this point in the battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. Continuing the fight would make escape even more arduous. The last few steps must not end in death. Han Chong clenched his teeth and turned back to engage once more, providing cover for the others to retreat. Fortunately, they were not far from the iron gate. Tang Luo stood guard behind the door, while Lu Jingjing cowered inside in sheer terror. As for the fallen portly figure, he had been pulled inside by two others. The elderly man cradled Zhao Ziyue, and with Deng Ai's flames shielding them, they finally surged through the iron gate. Hurry in! The group shouted anxiously to Han Chong. Outside, a sea of zombies had emerged, rapidly closing in on the entrance to Building 1. Deng Ai gritted his teeth, continuing to unleash flames in an attempt to repel the zombies assaulting the door, striving to provide Han Chong with an escape route, though he was perilously close to exhausting his strength. The elderly man had no choice but to set Zhao Ziyue down, drawing his pistol to fire through the bars, assisting Deng Ai in their defense. Little Tang Luo, quickly fetch me the rifle, the elderly man shouted while firing. Having left home that morning without anticipating such a dire situation, both the elderly man and Zhao Ziyue only carried pistols, leaving the rifles behind. In the current defensive scenario, a rifle with its larger magazine and greater firepower would have been far more suitable. Hearing their cries, Han Chong desired to break free, yet the relentless zombies lunged at him, leaving him weary from the onslaught. He could only take a step back after landing a few blows. In the air, the parrot was providing cover for Han Chong, though its voice had now turned hoarse, unable to conjure fireballs any longer. The frenzied zombies fixated on Han Chong, drenched in blood, dismissing the parrot's attempts at distraction. The parrot squawked incessantly, calling him a fool. Go in first, I'll follow shortly. Han Chong urged the parrot, then, gritting his teeth, he began to abandon some of his defenses, focusing solely on the critical points, recklessly advancing towards the iron gate. Chapter 82. Siege of the Zombies. Through flames, gunfire, and Han Chong's desperate sprint, he finally drew near to the iron gate. When the gate slammed shut with a clang, he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent and drenched in blood. Captain, are you all right? Deng Ai exclaimed, startled as he assisted the elderly man in locking the iron gate. Jingjing, come quickly and check on the captain. Lu Jingjing, a nurse, was the first person Deng Ai thought to summon for assistance. At this moment, Han Chong was in a dire state, his body marred by vicious claw marks from a zombie, leaving gory trails of blood and exposed flesh that were utterly horrifying. A significant chunk of flesh had been torn from his shoulder, and his intestines were protruding from his abdomen. Even Lu Piapiao, with her nursing background, was overwhelmed and uncertain about which wound to attend to first. Outside, the zombies relentlessly battered the iron door, creating a cacophony of clanging and furious growls. The old man seized the opportunity, shooting through the iron bars without pause. However, the sheer number of zombies was insurmountable, an endless tide of death. Han Chong took a moment to catch his breath and glanced outside, confirming that the zombies were temporarily held at bay, allowing him a slight sigh of relief. Noticing Lu Piapiao's intention to assist him with his wounds, he shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I'm fine. What about them?" He turned his gaze to the ground where the hefty man and Zhao Ziyue lay. Never had they faced such devastation in this apocalypse, nearly facing total annihilation. Indeed, survival in the apocalypse demanded utmost vigilance. A moment's lapse could lead to complete destruction. He had relied on his early evolution and awakened abilities, yet had underestimated the perils of this new world. Ziyue had merely fainted, suffering from superficial wounds that required dressing. However, the hefty man's injuries were far more severe. He was losing a great deal of blood, and a wound had penetrated deeply into his chest, severing an artery in his neck, which gushed uncontrollably. So serious? Upon hearing this, Han Chong disregarded his own exhaustion and struggled to rise. Approaching the hefty man, he realized that he was barely clinging to life. Lu Piapiao had attempted to staunch the blood flow with her clothing, but it continued to seep out, pooling beneath him. Given such a critical condition, even in peacetime, reaching a hospital would be impossible, let alone in this chaotic era. Lu Piapiao, relying on her conventional knowledge, had effectively condemned the hefty man. Without a moment to lose, Han Chong activated the healing ability of the Tree of Life, determined to assist in treating his own wounds despite his own grave injuries. Strictly speaking, while both the Tree of Life and Infinite Vitality possessed healing capabilities, they differed significantly. The Tree of Life required Han Chong's active control to initiate healing, whereas Infinite Vitality operated automatically. In his current predicament, had he possessed Infinite Vitality, his wounds would have healed on their own by now. Rather than remaining in such a state, Infinite Vitality resembled a unique constitution, while the Tree of Life was a skill that needed to be unleashed. With his dual awakening and the pressure of life and death, Han Chong had yet to masterfully wield both abilities during combat, resulting in his failure to treat his own injuries. At this moment, Han Chong's extraordinary abilities played an exceedingly crucial role. The rotund figure was on the brink of death, teetering at the threshold of the underworld, yet Han Chong resolutely pulled him back. However, the injuries inflicted upon him were grievous. After healing 2 fatal wounds, Han Chong had depleted a significant portion of his own powers. How is my brother? Is he all right? At this juncture, Tang Luo, having retrieved the old man's rifle, turned pale with fright upon witnessing the injuries sustained by both Han Chong and the corpulent man. He won't die, but he has lost too much blood. He simply needs to rest. Han Chong replied wearily, shaking his head. He then addressed Tang Luo. My energy is insufficient for now, and I cannot heal everyone at this moment. You and Lu Jingjing must assist the others in tending to their wounds. Provide Ziyue with a second-level energy crystal to help replenish her strength, and you must also recover swiftly to regain your combat efficiency. The residual energy from the Tree of Life's abilities was barely enough for Han Chong to mend his own injuries, although others were also wounded to varying degrees. He could only opt for basic medical treatment for them at this time. Outside, the horde of zombies grew increasingly numerous, relentlessly battering against the iron door, the cacophony instilling a sense of dread. Han Chong dared not let his guard down. With the corpulent man gravely injured, Zhao Ziyue unconscious from overexertion, and Deng Ai reaching his limits, even the parrot-like creature had fallen silent. The only one capable of continuing the fight was the old man. Yet he too bore wounds and was utterly exhausted, relying solely on sheer willpower to persist. It appeared that the zombies had encircled their location, aware of the presence of the living, and it was unlikely they would disperse anytime soon. This could very well become a protracted defensive battle. Thus, Han Chong needed to restore his combat capacity post-haste. You must recover quickly as well. Deng Ai had already consumed 2 first-level energy crystals, prompting Han Chong to hand over the remaining 8 crystals needed for his ascension without hesitation. In this extraordinary time, unconventional measures were imperative. With the zombies besieging them and the situation critical, Han Chong had to mobilize the strength of every individual without delay. Though he had initially designed this shelter with confidence to withstand attacks from zombies and monsters of levels 3 and 4, the sheer number of zombies now posed a formidable challenge. Too many ants can indeed bring down an elephant. Han Chong had to tread carefully. Failure would yield catastrophic consequences. After instructing Deng Ai, he consumed a second-level energy crystal himself, simultaneously drawing upon its energy to replenish his powers while healing his wounds. In such dire circumstances, even the most precious crystals could not be hoarded. When necessary, they must be treated as potions, akin to past gaming experiences. As the healing powers of the Tree of Life activated, Han Chong's numerous injuries healed rapidly. By the time he had mended most of his wounds, his abilities were nearly exhausted, and fresh energy had yet to arrive. Having sustained only minor injuries, which were no longer a cause for concern, Han Chong resolutely abandoned further treatment. He opened his eyes and rose to his feet, only to discover that Zhao Ziyue had awakened at some point, her body wrapped in bandages, as she stood with a rifle, shooting alongside the old man. Look outside. Upon seeing Han Chong approach, Zhao Ziyue urgently pointed towards the exterior with a grave expression, peering through the railing and aided by the veil of night. Han Chong discerned a figure of a zombie, perched atop the entrance of Yiping Yuqing. Unlike the frenzied behavior of other zombies, this one seemed to assume the role of a leader, orchestrating the assault of its fellow undead. The sight plunged Han Chong's heart into despair. Could it be that the zombies had evolved at such an alarming rate? Were they now capable of producing entities of such heightened intellect? Chapter 83. The Enlightener, do zombies possess commanders? The old man had never witnessed Han Chong's countenance so grave and could not help but inquire. No, this is the Enlightener. Han Chong fixed his gaze on the zombie atop the gate, shaking his head. Following the second collective evolution, the evolution of zombies had become random and unpredictable. What could be affirmed, however, was that the evolution of zombies was occurring almost daily, and those endowed with energy crystals evolved at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. These formidable zombies not only exhibited greater intelligence, but were also significantly more powerful. Among these potent beings, some would emerge as leaders and commanders of the horde, referred to as Enlighteners. Enlighteners evolve rapidly, possess great strength, and most critically, they exhibit heightened intelligence. Han Chong recalled that, in his previous life, Enlighteners typically manifested only at levels 3 or 4. Yet the second awakening of zombies had transpired merely 2 days prior. Could it be that the misunderstandings of the past had led to an erroneous conclusion regarding the timing of the emergence of Enlighteners? Nevertheless, whether right or wrong was now irrelevant. What mattered was that he had encountered an Enlightener, an unfortunate stroke of luck. It was no wonder that the zombies he had observed at the new interface had appeared so formidable. The presence of an Enlightener had been the underlying reason. With an Enlightener in the mix, the zombies had transformed from a chaotic mass into a relatively organized force. Order and disarray were fundamentally different states. After absorbing Han Chong's insights, both the old man and Zhao Ziyue were visibly moved. According to Han Chong, the previously chaotic zombies had, in an instant, morphed into an army of the undead, marking a profound distinction. You should take a moment to rest. I fear that the coming period will necessitate a protracted struggle. Additionally, we must inspect the upper floors to avert any unforeseen incidents, Han Chong stated solemnly. Despite having sealed the outer walls, he remained uneasy. The second-tier zombies are inherently formidable, and with the presence of the Enlightener, it is quite possible that the walls and rooftops outside are already teeming with the undead. As soon as Han Chong's voice faded, a clattering sound echoed from the rooftop. I will go check. You all stay below. The old man's expression shifted, and he promptly ascended the stairs with his rifle in hand. Deng Ai, follow closely behind the old man. Form a pair. Han Chong instructed urgently. Hearing his command, Deng Ai hurriedly followed the old man upward. While Han Chong and the others deliberated, the onslaught of zombies outside intensified once more. This time, the sounds of their relentless assault resonated not only from the main entrance, but also from all directions surrounding the building. Clearly, the zombies were searching for any vulnerabilities in this structure, just as Han Chong had surmised. Although he had sealed the house thoroughly, he had inadvertently left an opening that made it easier for the zombies to scale the premises. Fortunately, you had everyone seal the house with iron plates. Otherwise, we would have been utterly defenseless, Zhao Ziyue remarked, holding her weapon with relief. Han Chong shook his head, exhaling deeply. I did not anticipate encountering second-tier zombies. This house was originally constructed to withstand the threat of giant mosquitoes and the subsequent emergence of higher-level zombies. He then turned to Zhao Ziyue and inquired, how is your ability recovering? The energy required for my powers far exceeds that contained within energy crystals. I have barely managed to regain a portion of it. Once I digest this, I will continue to feed. We must be at our peak strength to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Han Chong was filled with concern. While he could devise a means to fortify the building, he could not guarantee that the zombies would not find ways to dismantle these defenses. Ordinary zombies may lack the intelligence to do so, but the Enlightener is an entirely different matter. The fact that it evolved into an Enlightener upon becoming a second-tier zombie indicates its complexity. Through the narrow gaps, Han Chong was able to glimpse the figure of the Enlightener, which was relatively small, around 1 meter 30 to 40 in height. Not particularly tall, yet its features remained obscured. Bloodstains marred the iron door and the external walls. The frenzied zombies, under the command of the Enlightener, clawed and crashed into the structure without regard for their own well-being, often injuring themselves severely without pausing. After an extended period of cacophonous collisions, the tumult finally subsided. The zombies gathered outside, releasing furious howls. Have they given up? It seems eerily quiet, Zhao Ziyue observed, gesturing to summon back the 2 drones that had fallen outside due to her previous fainting spell. Since they are not moving, we shall take a moment to rest. Han Chong sensed that the vitality of his life tree ability had nearly recovered, so he carefully unwrapped the bandages on Zhao Ziyue to assist in healing her wounds. However, there was one particular injury that extended from her collarbone down to her chest, leaving Han Chong feeling somewhat embarrassed. The crimson wound juxtaposed against the porcelain skin was a sight both striking and heart-wrenching. Both elements were indeed. Han Chong hesitated for a moment, uncertain of how to proceed. It was Zhao Ziyue who, with determination, seized his hand and pressed it against her injury. Given the gravity of her condition, any further hesitation on his part would seem rather pretentious. Instantly, Han Chong gathered his focus and earnestly began to assist Zhao Ziyue in her healing. If it weren't for you, perhaps we would all have perished, Zhao Ziyue murmured softly as Han Chong tended to her wounds. He remained silent, yet he understood that even without his intervention, Zhao Ziyue would not succumb. However, the fate of the old man and Tang Luo remained uncertain. After all, in his previous life, Han Chong had never encountered their names. Particularly concerning was Tang Luo. Her awakened archery abilities were formidable, although her prowess did not manifest prominently against hordes of zombies. In one-on-one confrontations against mutants, undead, or supernatural beings, her combat effectiveness would become apparent. Her specialized skill, the death arrow, could eliminate foes of a higher tier, making her an invaluable asset. Such a character, if she survived to the later stages, would undoubtedly command respect and fear. Yet, Han Chong had never heard of her before, suggesting that Tang Luo likely did not survive long enough to awaken her powers. His arrival might have altered her destiny. All right. As these thoughts coursed through Han Chong's mind, Zhao Ziyue suddenly spoke softly. All right. Han Chong was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering toward her. What do you mean, all right? The wound has healed. Zhao Ziyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she reiterated. Caught off guard, Han Chong realized that while treating her, he had inadvertently placed his hand on a soft, elevated area, even feeling a slight protrusion. Startled, akin to being scalded, he quickly withdrew his arm, his face turning crimson in embarrassment. Brother Han Chong, Sister Ziyue. Just as Han Chong struggled to formulate an explanation, Tang Luo's voice echoed from the top of the staircase. He felt a wave of relief, as if liberated from an awkward predicament. However, his expression soon shifted to one of seriousness. Chapter 84. The Awakening of the Fatty, Lightning Speed. What happened? Han Chong inquired anxiously, glancing at Tang Luo as she rushed down the stairs, fearing she bore ill tidings. Brother Fatty has awakened, and he has developed abilities, Tang Luo exclaimed enthusiastically. Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue exchanged glances. Is this a blessing in disguise for Fatty? What powers has he awakened? Though Han Chong felt somewhat bewildered, he was genuinely pleased to learn of Fatty's awakening. After all, it was not uncommon for individuals to suddenly manifest their abilities in moments of life and death. Once, it was speculated that every individual possesses the latent ability of awakening extraordinary powers, or perhaps a genetic predisposition, with some being overtly manifest, allowing for autonomous awakening, while others remain dormant, requiring specific conditions for activation, much like the overweight individual in question. In a previous life, numerous experiments were conducted, resulting in the demise of many human survivors, as the underlying principles remained elusive, ultimately leading to the abandonment of these trials. Run, exclaimed Tang Luo with a chuckle. Run? What sort of extraordinary ability is that? Retorted the stout fellow. Little Tang Luo, are you concocting tales to undermine my grand image? This is lightning speed, lightning speed. Remember that. The sound of his booming voice suggested that he had made a commendable recovery. Isn't that just a fast getaway? You nearly crashed into the door. Tang Luo disregarded the stout man's bluster, exposing his vulnerabilities without hesitation, akin to a diamond striking a face. A sense of humiliation washed over the stout man, who felt as though he could perish from despair. Who would have thought that at that moment, he would suddenly awaken extraordinary powers? He had merely wished to rush outside. Never did he anticipate that he would run so swiftly. Lightning speed? The stout man had awakened the power of speed? The fastest stout man. Han Chong's lips twitched. The absurdity of the situation struck him as peculiar. Perhaps Tang Luo was indeed correct. The stout man's awakened ability was merely advantageous for a hasty retreat, something he had longed for. Nonetheless, as a secondary evolved being, his speed was already 4 times that of an average person. Even with a poor foundation, he could manage 100 meters in just 5 or 6 seconds. Now that he had awakened his speed ability, what would that mean for his 100-meter dash? After a spirited outburst, the stout man's figure wobbled into view from the staircase. Once downstairs, he plopped down on the steps and raised a hand towards Han Chong, saying, Captain, I want to bother expressing my gratitude for your life-saving grace. I'll keep it in my heart. The stout man, having lost considerable blood, appeared pale and physically weak. Although Han Chong had healed his wounds, he could not replenish the blood that had been lost. His ability to stand was due, in part, to Han Chong's treatment, but primarily attributed to the physical prowess of a secondary evolved being. The losses today have been significant. The zombies won't breach our defenses anytime soon. We cannot afford to linger like this. Tang Luo, gather everyone. We need to organize ourselves. After treating the stout man's other wounds, Han Chong waved at Tang Luo. Once everyone had assembled, Han Chong reiterated his earlier instructions. Everyone was fatigued, and there were no objections. It was midnight, and with each person taking a turn for an hour, it would work out perfectly. Deng Ai would take the first watch, as he was uninjured and currently evolving towards a first-tier being, making him the most capable at that moment. After observing the zombies' movements one last time, Han Chong lay down. Though he did not sleep, instead, he reflected on the events of the day. The emergence of the Enlightener made Han Chong realize that the large-scale zombie siege he was facing today was not a mere coincidence. Following the appearance of the Enlightener, it was inevitable that the zombies would be gathered and their territory solidified. Earlier in the morning, those few zombies were likely the scouts of the Enlightener. Had he considered this possibility beforehand, he might have exercised greater caution instead of hastily eliminating them. Now, trapped in this predicament, the following days were bound to be troublesome. Reflecting on his past life, it seemed there were not as many zombies then. Despite his enhanced abilities, he found himself struggling even more than he did in his previous life, which left Han Chong feeling quite disheartened. However, he quickly came to a realization. In his past life, although there were numerous people in the university town, it could not compare to places like Xinjiku or Confucius Temple. Not to mention the regular flow of people. The population within a single residential complex or a large office building could easily surpass that of an entire university. Oh, one must gain some and lose some. If there weren't so many zombies here, he wouldn't reap such benefits. After pondering for a while, Han Chong redirected his focus back to himself. He had reached the second-level evolutionary body that morning. Once achieved, it essentially solidified his physical constitution. In the absence of higher-level energy crystals to facilitate further evolution, consuming low-level energy crystals would only maintain his current state. However, awakened abilities differed. As long as there was sufficient energy support, these abilities could continuously absorb energy and grow stronger. Previously, when Zhao Ziyue had overextended her powers, Han Chong had her replenish her energy through second-level energy crystals, which was the rationale behind it. However, converting energy crystals into ability energy posed a challenge in terms of conversion rates. This meant that the energy absorbed from a single energy crystal could amount to only about 40 to 50% at most. In the past, Han Chong would not have concerned himself with such matters. He would have consumed as much as possible to enhance his own strength. Yet now, with greater ambitions, he found himself unable to act as recklessly as before. The recent harvest of second-level energy crystals was preliminarily estimated to exceed 2,000. Though he had not yet had the opportunity to count them precisely, it was crucial to consider how to utilize these resources effectively. Had the Enlightener not appeared, Han Chong might have temporarily refrained from contemplating the use of this batch of energy crystals. But now, with the Enlightener's emergence, he had to proceed with caution. The zombies, unable to breach his defenses yet remaining encircled, indicated that the Enlightener had not given up and continuous assaults were likely to follow. In light of this, these energy crystals needed to be swiftly converted into personal strength to avert unforeseen circumstances. Han Chong had simultaneously awakened two abilities. Among them, the Wings of Death had seen a significant increase in energy due to the absorption of the souls of several individuals. What intrigued him, however, was the apparent existence of souls within those zombies, albeit with an exceedingly scant amount of soul energy. This morning, as Han Chong encountered the zombie, he felt utterly indifferent. However, during the fierce battle against the undead that transpired later in the evening, the sheer number of fallen zombies stirred a peculiar sensation within him. A faint gray thread seemed to drift from the corpses into his own body. Despite having vanquished dozens, if not hundreds, of these creatures, the energy from their souls appeared to pale in comparison to that of a human being. The effort he exerted was vastly disproportionate to the meager gains he reaped. As for the Tree of Life, it showed little sign of enhancement. Yet, in truth, the tree's role today was of paramount significance. Had he not awakened this extraordinary ability, he and the rotund companion would have met their demise. Presently, the awakening level of the Tree of Life's power lingered in its nascent stages, and with both of them grievously injured, even healing himself proved to be an arduous task. The thought of extravagantly tending to numerous wounds simultaneously, ensuring no scars or marks remained, felt like a distant luxury. Han contemplated which abilities required further enhancement, realizing he needed to deliberate carefully on the matter. Chapter 85. The insufficiency of energy crystals. From midnight until dawn, the zombies launched two successive waves of assaults. Their methods, however, remained the same: frenzied charges and relentless pulls. While some steel reinforcements had loosened, the integrity of the entire building remained intact, which brought a measure of comfort to the group. The rotund man took pride in his craftsmanship, for he had exerted considerable effort to prevent the construction from being shoddy and to establish a robust life support system. As the sun ascended in the morning sky, a vast number of zombies retreated like a receding tide, and the figure of the Enlightener atop the main gate vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the situation outside, the group could not find joy in their hearts. A multitude of zombies still lingered, seemingly left behind by the zombie leader as sentinels. Fortunately, the onslaught had subsided. Apart from a few straggling zombies attempting to breach the gate, the overall situation remained stable, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief and enjoy a semblance of peace for breakfast. To their astonishment, Lu Jingjing had managed to prepare an exquisite meal. Given the limited resources and environmental conditions, she had crafted a splendid spread that delighted Han Chong and the others, who were accustomed to the near-expiration bread and milk. I took the liberty of calculating our haul. Yesterday, we collected 236 second-level energy crystals, combined with the 318 from the day before, totaling 554. After accounting for the needs of our group and the energy required for Jean Gang's ascension to a second-level evolution, we were left with 491 crystals. Energy crystals are the most crucial strategic resource. Once breakfast concluded, the elder promptly collected and cleaned the energy crystals from yesterday's harvest, reporting the count to Han Chong. In the past, such a bounty of energy crystals would have undoubtedly thrilled him. However, after 2 promotions and the awakening of extraordinary abilities, being besieged by zombies in a confined space left Han Chong feeling exceedingly frustrated. He lamented the scarcity of energy crystals. If only he possessed tens of thousands, he could indulge freely and elevate everyone's ability levels significantly. At that moment, concepts such as enlighteners and the Grand Army would be irrelevant. He could simply charge forth, vanquishing foes with ease. It was disheartening to find himself trapped by second-tier zombies, akin to a turtle caught in a jar. Although the 2,000 crystals appeared abundant, they were woefully insufficient for transforming abilities. Evolved beings and extraordinary powers represented 2 distinct paths of evolution, each with unique energy requirements and advancement methods. The evolution of beings progressed incrementally through levels 1 to 3 and beyond, mirroring the energy crystal levels of zombies. The criteria for advancement were relatively straightforward, demanding only 10 crystals of the next tier to ascend. In theory, relentless hunting of higher-tier zombies would facilitate continuous progression. However, there were drawbacks as one advanced. The scarcity of high-tier zombies would complicate the hunt, impeding the path of evolution. Utilizing demon cores for advancement could result in an imperfect constitution, presenting a significant challenge. The awakening of extraordinary abilities, on the other hand, presented a different situation. Depending on the level of awakening, classifications range from initial, intermediate, and advanced stages to pseudo-deities. True deities, deity kings, and deity emperors, reflecting a distinctly Eastern classification system reminiscent of cultivation traditions. In contrast, the Western world categorized awakening levels as delta, gamma, beta, alpha, and omega, with delta being the weakest and omega the strongest. This classification comprised 5 tiers, with 2 additional levels beyond, namely deity king and deity emperor. It was said that during the later stages of the apocalypse, humanity had grown sufficiently powerful, resulting in individuals who once secluded themselves in various corners of the world beginning to cross borders and engage internationally. Upon discovering the Eastern classification system, Westerners were impressed by its grandeur. Terms like deity king and deity emperor resonated with high prestige, leading to the adoption of these titles for the final 2 tiers to establish a unified international standard. As for what lay beyond deity emperor, regrettably, Han Chong had already perished by that time, leaving him unaware of any subsequent levels or whether anyone had achieved them. Indeed, while evolved beings and extraordinary abilities represent 2 divergent evolutionary paths with slightly differing grading systems, it would be a grave error to assess superiority solely based on these classifications. Although higher levels generally imply greater strength, this is not an absolute rule. The systems of evolved beings and extraordinary powers are distinct, and comparing the lowest tier evolved being with an initial stage extraordinary user raises the question, who is truly stronger? It is difficult to ascertain with certainty. If Deng Ai were to ignite a fire upon the corpulent figure, the latter would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, should the corpulent one manage to approach Deng Ai and snap his neck, Deng Ai would also meet his end. Even if Deng Ai's abilities were to ascend to a 2nd or 3rd level, this phenomenon would remain unchanged. Of course, if he were truly to attain such elevated levels, his fire control skills would undoubtedly become exceedingly formidable, leaving the 1st-level evolved being with little chance of survival. Hence, the levels of the 2 evolutionary systems serve merely as a gauge of personal evolution and do not necessarily denote an absolute superiority in combat prowess over others. This is profoundly influenced by one's combat style, the type of abilities possessed, and other significant factors. While this may seem somewhat tangential, it illustrates the considerable disparities between the two evolutionary methods, perhaps in an effort to compensate for the shortcomings of evolved beings. The energy required for their evolution is significantly less than that needed for abilities. 10 second-level energy crystals can elevate Han Chong to a second-level evolved being. However, the same 10 second-level energy crystals cannot enhance Han Chong's initial abilities to the intermediate level. If energy is fully converted, multiplying the quantity by 10 would yield 100 first-level energy crystals, which could potentially elevate the abilities to the mid-stage of the initial level. Considering a conversion rate of approximately 40 to 50%, it implies that at least over 200 first-level energy crystals would be necessary to achieve this. It is crucial to note that this pertains to advancement to the mid-stage of the initial level, not to the intermediate level. The progression follows a sequence: initial early stage, initial mid-stage, initial peak stage, and then the intermediate stage. This elucidates why Han Chong experiences such profound frustration, as the consumption of energy crystals for enhancing abilities is excessively burdensome, with low conversion rates resulting in substantial energy wastage. It is important to acknowledge that they risk their lives to obtain these numerous energy crystals through clever utilization of a controlled breeding method. Under normal circumstances, where would one procure such quantities? As evidenced by the current situation, even with the awakening of abilities and the presence of second-level evolved beings, they remain ensnared by zombies, unable to escape the confines of the building, let alone procure crystals. Nevertheless, reflecting upon the immense consumption required for the advancement of abilities is understandable. After all, the potency and distinct characteristics of abilities are indeed exceptional in certain aspects, not merely attainable through superior physical attributes. For instance, Han Chong can heal severe injuries in an instant using abilities, while Zhao Ziyue can wield steel spikes with lethal precision, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Yet, despite the circumstances being thus, the limitation of one's energy crystals remains a pressing issue. Han Chong pondered deeply, realizing that the finest steel must be employed judiciously. Chapter 86. The situation grows dire. Energy crystals must be utilized, yet they cannot be expended recklessly. Therefore, careful consideration is warranted regarding who should receive them and in what quantity. Presently, Zhao Ziyue stands as the foremost candidate for cultivation, possessing an unparalleled combat capability and a unique mastery over metal that allows for both offense and defense. Tang Luo's archery skills boast extraordinary offensive power, ranking first in attack capability. However, the frequency of his assaults is limited, revealing a significant flaw when confronted with hordes of zombies. His skills are best suited for decapitation missions rather than large-scale battles. On the other hand, Deng Ai possesses commendable fire abilities, which are particularly effective against zombies, scorching large areas. The drawback, however, lies in the zombies' agility, enabling them to evade the flames. Moreover, the range and speed of his fiery attacks are restricted, rendering them more defensively oriented, with a lack of offensive prowess. Once ignited, zombies do not perish immediately. Instead, they flail about, engulfed in flames. Most critically, Deng Ai's combat experience is severely lacking. He relies solely on fire, while his overall combat capability is nearly non-existent, placing him on par with the overweight individual, if not inferior. As for the overweight individual, it is best to set him aside for now. Confined within the walls, he has nowhere to flee. Should the zombies breach their defenses, escape would be futile. Additionally, there is King Kong, whose small fireballs serve as single-target attacks. While their impact is decent, it still falls short of the necessary potency. They can serve as distractions, but cannot be relied upon for primary combat. Han Chong pondered this for a moment and ultimately resolved to allocate resources primarily to Zhao Ziyue, with Deng Ai and Tang Luo following in priority. At this stage, he decided to focus on a supportive role, guarding Zhao Ziyue and Tang Luo, allowing them to unleash their full potential while simultaneously healing wounds to ensure sustained combat capability. With this strategy in mind, Han Chong formulated a rough plan for the arrangement and utilization of energy crystals. Currently, first-level energy crystals are scarce and exceedingly precious, so they would be reserved for the time being. The crystals available for extensive use are primarily second-level energy crystals. The energy reserve of a second-level crystal is double that of a first-level crystal. Thus, to progress from the initial stage to the mid-stage, approximately 200 first-level crystals would be required. Considering the level disparity of second-level crystals, around 160 to 180 would suffice for a minor tier advancement. The elevation of abilities is characterized by quantitative enhancement within a larger tier, without involving qualitative changes. Zhao Ziyue is presently at the initial stage of her abilities. To achieve a qualitative transformation, she must progress through the initial early stage, mid-stage, and peak stage before ultimately advancing to the mid-level early stage. This signifies that elevating by one major tier necessitates at least 3 minor levels, accumulating a minimum of 480 second-level energy crystals. Currently, there are just over 2,000 crystals available, which equates to a direct depletion of a quarter of their resource reserves. It is a painful thought. Nonetheless, despite the discomfort, actions must be taken. Once elevated, if they can successfully eliminate these zombies, there will still be opportunities to gather energy crystals from underground as a means of replenishment. The bodies of the zombies before them also present a chance for collection. Merely cowering within the confines of the house would lead to certain doom. When Han Chong shared his thoughts with the elder immediately slammed the table, exclaiming, "It is indeed the case. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid shall perish." Resources must be utilized. They need to be continuously transformed into combat power to be deemed resources. If something remains hidden and unused, it becomes worthless. The old man's words resonated with Han Chong, not only aligning with his thoughts, but also subtly transforming his previously conservative mindset. He resolved to make significant investments and take bold actions. After all, with his unique ability tied to the Tree of Life, as long as he did not perish on the spot, he could essentially revive himself. There was nothing to fear. As long as he could endure, he would push himself to the limits. There is a saying that goes, "The gentle embrace is the grave of heroes," which indeed holds a kernel of truth. In the early days of his rebirth, he had no fears and simply pressed forward. Now, with resources at his disposal and a secure base, he found himself lacking the fervor he once had. With this realization, Han Chong promptly gathered everyone to share his ambitious plans, except for Lu Jingjing, who appeared somewhat anxious. The others expressed their support, including the usually taciturn Deng Ai. Han Chong wasted no time in presenting the energy crystals, for 191 in total, a substantial resource investment. To ensure ample energy for a smooth advancement, he calculated based on estimates, allocating 550 crystals each for Zhao Ziyue, Tang Luo, and Deng Ai, totaling 650 crystals to elevate their abilities to the intermediate level. As for Han Chong himself, possessing 2 distinct abilities, his requirement for advancement was twice that of the others. However, he had yet to fully grasp the combat style and function of the Death Wings, which, at least for now, seemed less potent than the attacks of Zhao Ziyue and the others. Thus, he chose not to focus on enhancing the Death Wings, but instead fortified the powers of the Tree of Life, allocating 480 second-level energy crystals. This endeavor consumed a staggering 920 crystals in one go. For the following day, the task of defense and vigilance was entrusted to the old man and the stout fellow. Meanwhile, Han Chong and his companions devoted all their time to absorbing the energy from the crystals, not only enhancing their own abilities. The enhancement of their powers was an active process of energy absorption, while the evolution of their forms was a passive digestion. The speed of these two processes was naturally incomparable. Otherwise, with each individual nearing 500 energy crystals at the slow rate of digestion for the evolved forms. By the time they completed their enhancements, the zombies would have likely reduced their sanctuary to rubble. Nonetheless, consuming such a vast quantity of energy crystals was no simple task. As night fell once again, the number of zombies outside surged yet again, perhaps due to the overcast skies. The absence of starlight and moonlight rendered the undead's blood-red eyes all the more conspicuous in the darkness. The stout fellow, gazing into the murky shadows where the crimson glimmers swayed, couldn't help but shiver, exclaiming, "Old man, why haven't those few returned?" The number of zombies seems even greater than last night. Their intentions do not bode well. The old man, his expression grave, also sensed the unusual circumstances. Last night, the zombies had been a chaotic mass, wailing incessantly. However, today, these zombies stood eerily silent, each one looming in the darkness, quietly awaiting something. Behold, the figure of the enlightener has emerged. At that moment, the rotund man suddenly widened his eyes, gazing outside. In the shadows, a dark and seemingly feeble silhouette materialized atop the entrance gate of the community, resembling a ghostly apparition. With the appearance of the enlightener, the previously tranquil zombies erupted into agitation, as if welcoming their sovereign. Why does it feel like something's amiss? The rotund man could not help but exclaim once more. The elderly gentleman longed to reprimand him, urging him to remain silent and observe with decorum. Yet, deep within his own heart, he sensed an unusual tension, an unsettling atmosphere that rendered him increasingly grave. As the two speculated, the densely packed horde of zombies outside suddenly parted. Upon witnessing the situation revealed within, Even the elderly gentleman, known for his composure, could not suppress his shock. Chapter 87. The Bottomless Pit. Today, Han Chong had repeatedly cautioned that the enlightener possessed considerable intellect. Yet the elderly gentleman had not grasped the true magnitude of this. In his perspective, these zombies, having evolved from mindless beings, could only be so formidable. Akin to a pack of wolves led by an alpha, they could indeed strategize in battle. He perceived these zombies as nothing more than ordinary monsters, or rather, as peculiar animals. However, upon observing the items the zombies had fashioned, the elderly gentleman realized his grave misjudgment. Their intelligence had evolved beyond imagination. They had spent the day constructing enormous iron hooks after failing to breach the door yesterday. Quickly, we must not allow them to succeed, the elderly gentleman shouted, raising his rifle to unleash a flurry of shots at the oncoming horde. The rotund man, recognizing the dire situation, understood that while one or two zombies could not breach the iron gate, if thousands converged together, they could easily pull it down. He wielded an axe within, yet found himself unable to strike at the zombies, his abilities rendered ineffective, leaving him in a state of anxious desperation. At that moment, the zombies surged forward with frenzied determination. Not even the elderly gentleman's rifle would suffice, and even if he had a machine gun at that instant, it would prove inadequate. The clanging of heavy impacts echoed as the hastily crafted iron hooks latched onto the gaps and bars outside. Though the zombies were clumsy and lacked the dexterity of humans, their relentless efforts accomplished the task. Upon witnessing this scene, both the rotund man and the elderly gentleman understood the gravity of their predicament. The great iron gate had been compromised. Hurry, open the iron door at the stairwell and prepare the second line of defense, the elderly gentleman urged urgently. Initially, Han Chong insisted on the installation of defensive measures at the stairwells on each floor of the building. Others found it reminiscent of a prison and were perplexed by his foresight. Now, faced with the current predicament, the old man finally comprehended Han Chong's prescience. Just as the two retreated to the stairwell and secured the iron door, the outer gate crashed to the ground, and the glass door was shattered in an instant by the relentless onslaught of zombies. Hurry and call for help, otherwise, we shall not withstand this. The first iron gate, the most robust of all, could not hold against the assault, and the inner defenses were even more vulnerable once the zombies latched onto it with their iron hooks. It would be merely a moment before it was torn asunder. The old man had initially believed that with the fortified defenses he could endure for a while, only to discover that it was utterly futile. The portly man's speed finally found its purpose. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted upstairs. The cacophony of gunfire below had already roused the occupants on the upper floors. However, this was a crucial moment for everyone as they surged towards the mid-tier. Despite their anxiety, they could only suppress their urgency. You all carry on. I shall assist the old man. Upon witnessing the portly man's call for aid, Han Chong rose decisively. His decision to abandon his advance to the mid-tier was born of necessity. Before his training commenced, he had been oblivious. Yet upon genuinely beginning to absorb energy, he realized that his powers were becoming increasingly incomprehensible. In his previous life, though impoverished, Han Chong had managed to acquire several energy crystals. Thus he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding energy absorption and transformation. However, upon truly beginning to draw upon energy, he sensed that something was amiss. The situation of Zhao Ziyue and the others mirrored his past experiences. Yet the disparity between his current circumstances and those of his former life was stark. Based on his previous knowledge, the energy crystal absorption transformation rate was around 40 to 50%, but he found himself capable of perfect absorption. Each energy crystal he consumed turned to ash, while others merely transformed into hard, dry stones. Although his energy absorption was more complete, the rate of enhancement of his abilities was agonizingly slow. In similar conditions, others had smoothly progressed to the mid-level of the initial stage, while he had only just begun. This revelation filled Han Chong with astonishment and fury. A higher transformation rate for energy absorption was indeed advantageous. However, if he could absorb energy without growth, or if his progress was sluggish, how could he hope to evolve? Moreover, being inherently different from others, he had awakened two types of powers, requiring energy that was double that of his peers. If, under optimal absorption conditions, the enhancement of a single power necessitated double the energy of others, then his advancement would demand quadruple the energy of other awakened individuals. In a state of panic, Han Chong hastily delved into the depths of his consciousness, striving to uncover the root of the problem. As he absorbed vast amounts of energy, the mark of the tree of life seemed to transform in an increasingly peculiar manner, though he could not quite articulate the specifics of this change. If one were to describe it, it would feel as if one has truly come alive. This is an extraordinary phenomenon. Once humans awaken their latent abilities, They acquire a unique mark within their consciousness. This mark serves as the key to unlocking their powers and signifies the type of abilities they possess. Consequently, once this mark is formed, it remains unchangeable, regardless of one's ascension in rank. However, Han Chong discovers that his mark appears to defy this norm. It does not resemble a lifeless symbol. Rather, it feels akin to a living entity. Upon connecting his consciousness with the tree of life, he realizes that the tree embodies him, and he embodies the tree. He perceives that the tree of life has indeed transformed into a tree. It is diligently absorbing energy to root itself. Yes, to take root. Perhaps due to the insufficient energy from the secondary energy crystals, despite its extensive absorption. The rooting process is exceedingly slow. After utilizing over 500 energy crystals, the tree of life has only managed to extend 3 slender roots, deeply anchoring itself in the void of his mind. At this moment, Han Chong finds himself too exhausted to complain. The good news is that the energy absorbed into his body was not wasted. However, the bad news is that the tree of life resembles an insatiable abyss. If he continues to feed it, he cannot predict what will transpire next. Will it continue to root itself, or will the tree of life grow even taller? Such outcomes are utterly unforeseeable. Everything unfolding has far exceeded Han Chong's expectations. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he has never encountered such a bizarre situation. Most critically, this is merely the tree of life. He also possesses a death wing. Based on his observations, the death wing does not seem to be an ordinary entity either, matching the tree of life in its peculiarity. If its advancement is akin to that of the tree of life, an endless abyss, then Han Chong finds himself at a loss for words. When he initially awakened his dual abilities, he was elated. Now, he feels a profound sense of regret. By the time the hefty individual calls for assistance, Han Chong has absorbed 520 secondary energy crystals. Upon withdrawing his consciousness from the tree of life, he realizes that his ability level has only ascended to the initial stage of vitality. The peak of the initial stage remains a distant goal, let alone breaking through to the intermediate stage. Chapter 88. The eerie behavior of zombies with no hope for advancement and the situation becoming increasingly dire. Han Chong reluctantly abandons his training and rises to accompany the hefty individual for defense. However, upon descending the stairs, a cold sweat breaks out over him. Although he was aware of the ferocity of the zombie attacks and the urgency of the situation, he never anticipated it would be this severe. Every inch of space from the first to the second floor is packed with zombies, and the stair railing has been shattered by their sheer numbers. The defensive structures on the lower 2 levels have been nearly obliterated by the onslaught of zombies. The old gentleman had retreated to the 3rd floor, his ammunition depleted, wielding an axe to fend off the advancing zombies. Were it not for the narrowness of the staircase, which hindered the zombies' progress, he would have been utterly overwhelmed. It was likely that by now they would have surged straight to the rooftop. Given the dire circumstances and the intensity of the battle, Han Chong's descent went unnoticed by the old gentleman. Han Chong seized the old man, pulling him behind the iron gate on the 4th floor, thus removing him from the fray. It was only then that the old man emerged from the haze of carnage, shaking his head slightly to regain some clarity, exclaiming, "There are too many zombies. They are using hooks to breach the iron gate. It is impossible to hold them back." As the old man retreated, the zombies surged forward, crashing against the barricade of the 4th floor. This iron door would not withstand the onslaught for long. They had already learned to coordinate their efforts, and soon the hooks would be deployed. Taking a breath, the old man warned Han Chong, who peered down to see a small horde of zombies below, dragging long ropes with hooks, pushing their way through the crowd towards the upper floors. The rapid loss of several lower levels was likely due to this very reason. What should we do? What should we do? The stout man, following Han Chong, grew frantic upon seeing the mass of zombies below. "Hand me the shield. We must confront them head-on. As long as Ziyue and the others successfully evolve, we can drive the zombies away." Han Chong urgently instructed the stout man, who swiftly disappeared. Turning to the old gentleman, he said, "You rest for a moment. I will take over." Han Chong's expression hardened, revealing a fierce and determined glint in his eyes. The stout man, swift as the wind, quickly descended with the shield. After receiving the explosive shield brought from the police station, Han Chong instructed him to open the iron gate of the 4th floor. After all, the gate could no longer hold back the zombies. It was better to create an opening. As expected, once the gate was opened, the zombies went into a frenzy, immediately surging through the entrance. Prepared for the assault, Han Chong raised the shield in one hand and gripped the Zydian sword in the other, charging forward. As a level 2 evolved being, his strength surpassed that of the level 2 zombies. Furthermore, with the staircase's narrow confines and the iron gate as an obstacle, in a one-on-one scenario, armed with both shield and sword, he had nothing to fear. As the first zombie lunged at him, Han Chong met it with the shield, then swiftly severed its head with his sword. The saying to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools held true. He was immensely grateful for having seized this sword at the onset of the apocalypse. The combination of extraordinary strength and the sword's sharpness made him a nightmare for the zombies in this cramped environment. Far more effective than the old gentleman with his gun or axe. In a brief span, the staircase was littered with the fallen bodies of zombies. A multitude of corpses not only posed a dilemma for Han Chong, but also for the zombies, who found themselves in an even more precarious situation. The already narrow passageway became exceedingly congested, rendering it nearly impossible for the undead to advance. Han Chong stood resolutely at the stairway, sword in one hand and shield in the other, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior capable of holding back an entire army. Sensing that he had temporarily stabilized the situation, Han Chong let out a sigh of relief. Given the current circumstances, it seemed plausible that he could hold out until Zhao Ziyue and the others regained consciousness. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a chilling wail erupted from outside, causing the frenzied zombies to retreat in a wave, as if drawn back by an unseen force. The once crowded corridor suddenly lay desolate. Not only that, but the zombies had also managed to drag all the bodies from the ground away. Were the zombies truly driven back? The portly companion felt a sense of disbelief. He had mustered the courage to replace Han Chong when he grew weary. Impossible. Han Chong shook his head. Zombies are bloodthirsty and relentless. They will not easily abandon their pursuit of the living. Moreover, the fact that the zombies exhibited the peculiar behavior of removing corpses was indeed strange. He pointed to the now empty corridor. Are they devouring their fallen comrades? Or clearing a path? The portly man speculated. Hard to say, Han Chong replied. The intellect of the enlightened ones should not be underestimated, combined with the zombies' insatiable thirst for blood and their disregard for injury, making them exceedingly difficult to resist. The elder's expression remained grave. He did not allow the zombies' retreat to lull him into complacency. The notion that the enlightened ones could devise a means to breach the building's defenses filled him with unease, rendering him wary of treating the zombies as mere mindless creatures. Furthermore, the fact that the zombies had so thoroughly collected the corpses was undeniably eerie. You all stay here. I shall descend to investigate, Han Chong declared, feeling an unsettling apprehension regarding the zombies' strange behavior. We shall accompany you, the elder promptly responded. The portly man's countenance twisted in apprehension as he wanted to voice a protest, suggesting that they face whatever awaited them outside. Yet with Han Chong and the elder already descending, he felt reluctant to remain behind. With a heavy heart, he steeled himself, hoisting his shield and following suit. The ground floor lay in disarray, with the iron gates torn away and shards of shattered glass strewn about. Although the bodies had been removed, a plethora of bloodstains remained, making the once smooth floor perilously slippery. While the trio descended, they halted at the stairway's edge. The zombies may have retreated from the building, but they had not vacated the vicinity. The broken gates were filled with the silhouettes of the undead. Upon seeing the three descend, the zombies erupted in a chorus of angry roars, yet they did not charge. However, the more they hesitated, the more Han Chong's suspicions deepened. What were they up to? The portly man, timid yet driven by curiosity, craned his neck to observe, but he could discern nothing of significance. If I had known, would I still be waiting here? Han Chong pondered how to approach when he suddenly heard the portly man's inquiry, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. The man chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had not yet made a display of his abilities, and immediately declared, I'm quick. I'll run to the entrance for a look. This plan was indeed feasible, as the man's extraordinary speed was akin to a wisp of smoke. The zombies were momentarily inactive, likely caught off guard. Seeing that both Han Chong and the old man approved, the portly fellow took a deep breath at the staircase and then darted out. It must be said that the man's speed was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the rear of the zombies. He positioned his shield in front of him to guard against any sudden attacks and stretched his neck to peer outside. At that moment, a loud, piercing howl erupted, and the zombies at the entrance abruptly turned in unison. The only words that could encapsulate the portly man's feelings at that moment were "oh my." Encountering thousands of zombies in a single glance, the man's minuscule courage nearly shattered. With a startled yelp, he turned and fled. If speed was the issue, the portly man had no qualms. However, the ground was exceedingly slippery. In his frantic escape, he lost his footing and fell onto the ground after just a couple of steps. With his considerable weight, the fall was rather jarring. Fortunately, despite the tumble, his momentum did not wane. Propelled by inertia, he slid like a roller coaster directly to the staircase. Had the context been different, Han Chong would have surely laughed at the man's antics. Yet, upon seeing the zombies swiftly pursuing him, Han Chong had no time for mirth. He grasped the portly man and quickly retreated to the second floor. Once on the second floor, Han Chong halted his retreat, once again positioning the shield in front of him, sword in hand, prepared to utilize the narrow stairway to fend off the zombies. Corpses. Those corpses. The portly man clutched his rear, gasping for breath, and hastily exclaimed, "Those zombies have torn open the corpses. It's as if they are hosting a human feast." The zombies' heads are smashed like watermelons, offered to the Enlightener. Are you certain it's the brains that have been offered to the Enlightener? Han Chong's expression soured suddenly, becoming even graver than when he had seen the zombies charging. He had anticipated that the Enlightener would indulge in such grotesque feasting, selectively savoring the brains. The portly man remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to speculate wildly. Indulge? We are in deep trouble. Han Chong decapitated the first zombie that charged forward with a single stroke of his sword, the clean cut attesting to the sharpness of the Zydian sword. While exclaiming a curse loudly. Trouble? Are you implying they have discovered the energy crystals? The old man immediately grasped the situation. What was most vital within the zombies' heads? It was the energy crystals. The wisdom of the enlightened cannot be perceived through the lens of ordinary zombies. Its capacity for learning is remarkably profound, exhibiting a cunning beyond measure. It has undoubtedly discerned the energy crystals nestled within the brains of the corpses, which explains why it has commanded the zombies to carry away the bodies, even going so far as to remove the heads. As Han Chong engaged in battle, he shouted swiftly, noting that the high-level entities among the zombies, along with those transformed creatures yet to be encountered, would become formidable competitors in the race for the energy crystals and the rare flora and fauna that accompany the path of evolution. It is not merely humanity that has unearthed the secrets of the energy crystals and evolution. These creatures may have discovered the truth long before us. After all, many of these beings are carnivorous, and it is entirely plausible that they could benefit from encountering zombies that bear the energy crystals during their hunts. The example of the parrot-like giant is a testament to this. Even in its untransformed state, it recognizes the value of the energy crystals. Han Chong harbored suspicions that these creatures might be evolving even faster than humans, likely due to their earlier discovery of the secret and their consumption of a considerable quantity of the crystals. Given the wisdom of the enlightened, it is hardly surprising that they could unveil this secret amidst the vast numbers of fallen zombies. However, for Han Chong and his companions, this revelation bodes ill. The zombies are already numerous and frenzied, continuously evolving under the guidance of the enlightened, whose battle prowess has reached staggering heights. Should they grasp the secret of the crystals, they would undoubtedly grow even stronger, placing everyone in a perilous predicament. The elder seemed to recognize the gravity of the situation and urgently advised Han Chong, "We cannot allow them to carry away the bodies. Find a way to keep the corpses." While the logic is sound, the group was already struggling to fend off the zombies, let alone reclaim the bodies. Yet, to simply watch the zombies grow in strength is hardly a viable solution. Most critically, as the assault of the zombies intensified, Han Chong found himself too engrossed in combat to ponder further. The zombies charged recklessly, leaving a trail of blood in their wake upon the staircase. However, the second-tier zombies proved particularly vexing, their agility and formidable jumping ability allowing them to leap over the handrails from above. Despite Han Chong's relentless slaying of the zombies, he was compelled to retreat while fighting, lest he be flanked and surrounded, even with the elder and the stout companion at his back. The narrowness of the staircase provided some advantage, yet it also hindered the ability of those behind him to offer effective support. Just as the pressure upon Han Chong began to mount, he heard a swift whoosh, followed by the flash of a dark figure. A zombie that had just leapt from the staircase in an attempt to pounce on Han Chong was instantly pierced through the brain by the shadow, plummeting to the ground. The sound of whistling continued as steel darts transformed into deadly projectiles, relentlessly piercing through the heads of the zombies and erupting in a cascade of crimson blossoms. Crowded in the stairwell, the zombies lay scattered in a gruesome tableau. Han Chong seized a moment to catch his breath and turned to see Zhao Ziyue descending the stairs. Clad in a tactical police uniform, her hair tied back in a ponytail, she exuded a sense of simplicity and efficiency, radiating youthful vibrancy. Upon noticing Han Chong's gaze, Zhao Ziyue flashed him a playful smile, which illuminated the oppressive atmosphere like sunlight breaking through dark clouds, transforming tension into ease. In that instant, Han Chong realized that Zhao Ziyue, having advanced to the next level, was truly on the path to ascendancy. He had long awaited this moment, nurturing the Iron Queen, who was now beginning to unveil her unparalleled charisma. As the clouds parted to reveal the moon, Han Chong felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, erupting into hearty laughter as he declared, "Now it's our turn to counterattack. I'll lead the charge. Ziyue, you take care of the enemies." With sword and shield in hand, he charged forward, the struggles of the past culminating in this moment of explosive action. Zhao Ziyue followed closely behind, wielding her abilities with utmost precision. Behind her, Tang Luo and Deng Ai trailed, their expressions a mix of eagerness and anticipation. However, they refrained from engaging. For the synergy between Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue proved more than sufficient to sweep away the undead. Minutes later, from the stairwell on the third floor to the entrance, the ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen zombies. Thanks to the eruption of Zhao Ziyue's powers following her advancement, they successfully pushed the battle lines back to the entrance, the frenzied onslaught of zombies resulting only in further carnage. At that moment, as Han Chong burst through the door, he finally laid eyes upon the Enlightener. Illuminated by Deng Ai's flames, a grand and resplendent gate towered before him, and atop it stood a petite figure. Dressed in a striking red dress and sporting an adorable doll-like hairstyle, she appeared almost too delicate to be one of the undead, resembling a finely sculpted human child. Was this the legendary Enlightener, the leader of the zombies? In an instant, a profound confusion enveloped everyone's minds. Captain, did I fall too hard just now? Or are my eyes deceiving me? How can that look like a human girl? The chubby fellow rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. In his mind, the commander of countless zombies, known for feasting solely on brains, should be an undeniably grotesque and bizarre entity. Yet the human girl before them bore a resemblance to Tang Luo, soft and endearing. How could one reconcile her appearance with the notion of an ugly zombie? It was not just the chubby fellow who was bewildered. Even the elders were momentarily taken aback by the Enlightener's appearance, grappling with disbelief. Han Chong observed the cute visage framed by fear, terror, and a hint of cunning, and could not suppress a cold chuckle, remarking, "A human girl? Can a human girl stand so calmly among the horde of zombies? Why don't you venture outside and see if the zombies are amiable enough to become your friends?" The stout man recoiled, knowing full well that stepping outside was out of the question. He had nearly been torn apart by a zombie just yesterday. In a few days, various grotesque and terrifying forms of evolved zombies would emerge, most of which were hideous and bizarre. However, the enlightened among the zombies was distinct. It represented a unique evolutionary type capable of retaining a human-like appearance, yet it had become an entirely different species. The superficial resemblance could not conceal its bloodthirsty and brutal nature. Judging it by its appearance could lead to one's demise. Perhaps influenced by Han Chong's words, the once pitiful expression on the enlightened's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an eerie smile. Suddenly, its mouth split open, resembling a grotesque flower with 4 jagged edges. From the gaping maw emerged a slick, dark, ghastly appendage, its tip adorned with fine, serrated teeth that twisted and turned incessantly. Witnessing this sight, even those with strong nerves felt a chill run down their spines. Tang Luo, shoot it, Han Chong commanded decisively. Had the enlightened not revealed its true nature? Even with the knowledge that this creature was extraordinary, Tang Luo might have hesitated. However, upon seeing the abomination emerge from its mouth, Tang Luo felt a wave of revulsion and unhesitatingly knocked an arrow. Divine arrow technique, death arrow. Without needing further instruction from Han Chong, Tang Luo prepared to unleash a lethal shot at the enlightened. While he had previously demonstrated the ordinary divine arrow technique with silver bow and arrows, the death arrow was different. It was an arrow imbued with dark powers, as black as ink, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell rather than the earthly realm. Sensing impending danger, the enlightened let out a piercing scream and vanished into the darkness in a flash of crimson. Simultaneously, Tang Luo released his fingers. The jet-black arrow vanished in an instant, darker than the night itself. The onlookers could not follow its trajectory. In the moment Tang Luo released the arrow, the grand archway of the city exploded with a thunderous roar. A chilling scream echoed through the darkness, and with that sound, the horde of zombies that had besieged them for a day and night scattered like headless flies in all directions. The group was taken aback by Han Chong's astonishing shot. That's no ordinary bow and arrow. It's akin to a cannon. Be on guard. Han Chong hurriedly cautioned as he unfurled his wings of death and surged toward the spot where the enlightened had vanished. The scene was chaotic, with zombies fleeing in all directions amidst the darkness, leaving no trace of the enlightened behind. The ground was littered with the shattered bodies of several zombies and pools of blood, yet there was no sign of the telltale red dress of the enlightened. It was still alive. Han Chong furrowed his brow, realizing that the enlightener had evolved to a strength far beyond his expectations. Cunning, cautious, and immensely powerful. The lethal arrow he had unleashed had surprisingly allowed her to escape, which left Han Chong feeling a profound sense of regret. Had he managed to eliminate the enlightener, not only would a significant threat have been neutralized, but he would also have obtained her energy crystal, an exceedingly precious item. Regardless of how formidable the other zombies might be, the energy crystals they produced were one-time use only. In stark contrast, the Enlightener's energy crystals could be reused and possessed unique properties. Furthermore, the higher the level of the Enlightener, the more valuable the energy crystal it generated. Thus, some believe that if the zombies that produced crystals were the nobility among their kind, then the Enlighteners were royalty. They inherently possessed the ability to control other zombies, evolved rapidly, and most importantly, exhibited high intelligence and exceptional capabilities, making them extraordinarily powerful. Even in the later stages of evolution, the Enlighteners among zombies were entities that no one could afford to overlook. How did it go? Upon seeing Han Chong return, the others inquired eagerly. Han Chong shook his head and replied, "She escaped. Old man, Fatty, and Deng AI, you three stay back. Ziyue and I will handle the surrounding zombies." Instead of descending to the ground, Han Chong extended his hand towards Zhao Ziyue. He gathered her into his embrace and soared into the air. To ensure Zhao Ziyue could clearly observe the situation below and unleash her abilities to the fullest, Han Chong had no choice but to hold her with her back against him. This position inevitably placed his hands in inappropriate areas, creating an excessively ambiguous atmosphere, though Han Chong was initially oblivious to it. It was only after ascending into the sky and sensing Zhao Ziyue's body was soft and unresponsive for a considerable time that Han Chong began to realize something was amiss. "What's wrong? Hurry and attack," he urged, oblivious to Zhao Ziyue's embarrassment as the zombies scattered in panic. Despite her usually forthright demeanor, Zhao Ziyue had never been this close to another man. The last time she had been so intimate with a male was during military training, when she had thrown a disobedient soldier to the ground with a shoulder toss. Now, being held in such a close manner by Han Chong made her feel as if her entire body were ablaze. Suspended in midair, vulnerable to threats from all sides, her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She was torn between chastising Han Chong and pretending nothing was amiss, yet the intensity of her feelings made pretense impossible. Frustratingly, Han Chong remained unaware of her turmoil. When he inquired again, Zhao Ziyue shifted uneasily. The moment she moved, Han Chong immediately sensed something was off. What kind of position is this? This situation is rather awkward. Most importantly, it is inconsequential until one becomes aware of it. Once the realization dawns, the dilemma arises. A spirited young man, how can he withstand such a predicament? "Alas, my illustrious reputation," Han Chong lamented inwardly, his abilities fluctuating uncontrollably. And the two of them plummeted from the sky, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Chapter 91. A surge in team strength. What on earth is happening? Just as they had soared into the air, they came crashing down, startling their companions, who rushed forth to ascertain the situation. Han Chong had intended to elevate Zhao Ziyue into the sky, aiming to find a location teeming with zombies to maximize her capabilities. However, fate had other plans. A sudden tremor sent them crashing directly into a horde of zombies. The zombies, equally bewildered, were perplexed by the sudden descent of two individuals. Sensing an opportunity for a meal, they wasted no time in lunging towards them. Han Chong, unable to rise quickly, was taken aback by the overwhelming number of zombies surrounding them. In a moment of panic, he instinctively shielded Zhao Ziyue beneath him, and his death wings unfurled behind him. Utilizing the death wings as a shield was his last resort. His armor had long been rendered ineffective, yet the death wings retained some degree of sturdiness. Having been previously examined, he hoped that they could at least momentarily fend off the initial onslaught of the zombies, allowing him and Zhao Ziyue to recover. Even if they failed to provide adequate protection, with the Tree of Life at his disposal, he would not perish from injury. He could merely revert to a previous state. As long as Zhao Ziyue regained her composure, the crisis would be averted. To his astonishment, the resilience of the death wings exceeded his expectations. Under the protection of the two wings, every attack from the zombies was successfully repelled. Gaining his bearings, Han Chong vigorously flapped his wings, casting aside the attacking zombies, and simultaneously hoisted Zhao Ziyue from the ground. At that moment, their companions rushed to their aid. Deng AI cleared a path ahead, utilizing a wall of flames to drive back the surrounding zombies. Meanwhile, Tang Luo's performance was even more remarkable. He leaped effortlessly to Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue's side, raising his wrist to reveal a silver bow. With a proud expression, Tang Luo drew back the bowstring, ready to unleash a formidable attack, much to Han Chong's astonishment. The bow resembled a full moon, and the arrows appeared like shooting stars. However, to Han Chong's bewilderment, Tang Luo had aimed his shot into the air rather than at the nearby zombies. Just as Han Chong was about to caution him that his aim seemed misguided, Tang Luo released the bowstring. The shimmering arrow soared into the night sky, bursting forth like fireworks, dazzling and resplendent. Of course, it was far more lethal. Upon exploding, The arrow transformed into countless tiny streaks of starlight that rained down upon the surrounding zombies. In an instant, the horde was decimated, with the death toll surely exceeding 100. What is this? Han Chong was left speechless, as Tang Luo once again expanded his understanding of the extraordinary. Tang Luo clapped his hands, causing the bow and arrow to vanish. Then, brimming with pride, he declared, "Brother Han Chong, am I not impressive? This is my intermediate-level divine archery technique, Meteor Arrow Rain, a wide-ranging destructive force." "Impressive indeed," Han Chong responded, giving Tang Luo a thumbs up. What just happened? At that moment, the old man rushed over, his face etched with concern. The sight of the two plummeting from the sky had alarmed him greatly. What is going on? How should we respond to this? Typically astute, Han Chong found himself momentarily speechless, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Zhao Ziyue. "I believe I caught a glimpse of the enlightener. We must hurry and pursue." Zhao Ziyue swiftly turned her head and dashed in the direction the zombies had fled. It is often said that women possess an innate talent for deception, and perhaps this holds some truth. Whether Zhao Ziyue blushed or not remained a mystery to Han Chong, obscured as they were by the night, but this explanation brought him a sense of relief. "Defend the building and take care of the bodies," Han Chong urged hastily before following closely behind Zhao Ziyue. In the chaos of the zombies scattering in every direction, it was impossible to purge them entirely. The duo focused their efforts on the Yuqing community and its vicinity. Given the cunning nature of the enlightener, they dared not pursue too deeply into the dark night while it still drew breath. Following the earlier awkwardness, though neither mentioned it nor engaged in further conversation, the bond between them had undeniably grown closer. Turning back to the task of clearing the corpses, they encountered a total of approximately 250 bodies. Over half of these were attributed to the potency of Tang Luo's arrow, while the remainder fell to the efforts of Han Chong and Zhao Ziyue. Even the smallest of mosquitoes are still flesh, thus, none could resist the opportunity. Even Lu Jingjing was summoned to assist, and throughout the night, they efficiently cleared all the zombies, culminating in the acquisition of 3 energy crystals. While this bounty paled in comparison to what one might gather from captivity, it was nonetheless a commendable yield. In the process of disposing of the zombies, Han Chong also gleaned insights into the ability advancements of Tang Luo and the others. Tang Luo had expended a total of 542 energy crystals, successfully advancing to the early stage of intermediate-level abilities. In terms of her divine archery skills, the number of arrows she could shoot had increased to 32, with both power and range doubling. Alongside the addition of a new skill, the meteor arrow range she had just unleashed. Zhao Ziyue, having consumed 557 energy crystals, likewise ascended to the early stage of intermediate-level abilities. Her powers were somewhat unique. Unlike Han Chong or Tang Luo, she did not gain special supplementary capabilities, instead honing her focus within the realm of metal. Upon her advancement, her control over metals was significantly enhanced, improving the range, size of objects, and the precision with which she could manipulate metals. Most importantly, she acquired the ability to alter the shape of metals. This ability may appear unremarkable, yet it is precisely what Han Chong values most. Although there remains a significant gap from expectations, it is already proving to be immensely beneficial at present. As for Deng Ai, he expended 533 energy crystals, which enhanced his mastery over flames. The pivotal aspect of his advancement lies in the temperature of the fire, as he has acquired the capacity to unleash explosive flames. In his initial stages, the temperature of his flames was akin to that of a mere candle or wood fire, hovering between 200 and 500 degrees. However, upon reaching the intermediate stage, he can now achieve temperatures of approximately 700 degrees, a feat that is formidable for ordinary beings. Most importantly, the vast majority of creatures harbor an innate fear of flames. Even a fire at 200 degrees can inflict significant harm upon a person. The enhancements of the trio have significantly augmented the overall strength of the team, yielding substantial returns on their investments. Team leader, what of your situation? After listening to the introductions, the stout man felt an overwhelming envy. Although his supernatural ability allowed for swift movement, his prowess in combat appeared somewhat lacking. My ability seems rather unique, he mused, as Han Chong silently cursed the blundering remarks of the portly fellow, feeling somewhat exasperated. The expenditure of 520 energy crystals merely resulted in the tree of life sprouting 3 roots, which seemed utterly absurd. Yet, this is the reality. Had it not been for the extensive slaughter of zombies today, which allowed for a considerable accumulation of energy for his death wings, Han Chong's mood would have been even more dismal. Out of 554 energy level 2 crystals, he had swiftly depleted 152, and he had yet to advance. Nor had the parrot-like creature achieved any growth. The initial satisfaction of having imprisoned over 100,000 zombies had now dissipated entirely. In the end, only one word lingered in his mind: impoverished. This will not do. I must devise further strategies to acquire energy crystals or other sources of power. With the team's overall strength soaring, they could essentially traverse the city with impunity. To remain idle would be an egregious waste.